Yo. Comentando. ¿Qué dicen? Sí. ¿Qué cuentan? Ya. Escúchame. Ya. Los medios cuentan que si hay libertad de prensa, la mordaz es cosa escasa y todos dicen lo que piensan. Y esa sutil es impresa y repetida diariamente tiene contenta tu mente con yo soy combate y fiesta. Presta el control, Tarantino no es tan gore como los crímenes de amor que a toda hora se nos muestran. Pues tal vez la estrategia impuesta, pánico en el público y manejarás el cuestapal. Político en vez de patrullas el vende camilla para un hospital, como si esa mierda de tombo no diera seguridad. No será casualidad que el otro dueño del canal sea el cerro sobrino pero bueno de un primo hermano pariente papá. Que esa nostalgia no es noticia, su codicia se evidencia. Propicia violencia y plástico, panémicas, belleza. Fútbol, patriotismo, falso, culo, vasos de cerveza. Pelea cáncer pa' tu mesa y el domingo en misa pesa. Sobre su cabeza pesa el atraso mental del pueblo. Oposición vendió trasero, dictador, grupo Romero. Pero se confundieron acá, la palabra es cruda. Autoeducación en camino se afloja la lucha a través de cultura. Es como genera de uno, tal vez otro loco se suma. Ya saben cortina de humo que explota la mina que mata la cuna. Primo, vengo que trate la freuna, no una pura canción de aventura. Así no censura, ni de basura, no le conviene que sepa verdura. Hay extorsiones, violaciones, no por tanto y más. Con tanto muerto el morbo están alimentando, ves no hay paz. Solo un odio contenido en filis para que vivan en la fantasía y algún día cambiará. Hay extorsiones, robo, violaciones, tanto y más. Con tanto muerto el morbo están alimentando, ves no hay paz. Solo un odio contenido en filis para que vivan en la fantasía y algún día cambiará.
Sensacionalismo, amigo eterno de la prensa, el mismo que forjó al humano sumiso, callado y muestra. En el noticiero, en el artículo del diario, la vida de una bebé que poco invierte
al vecindario.
Sirven como fieles feligreses a oscuro intereses, mienten todo el día, crían, crean solo estupideces. La historia afirma, indica que siempre negaron información alternativa que todo pueblo merece. A cada instante pareciera su labor asesinar una memoria colectiva que hace una nación, con una prensa cómplice que juega con humor, desconociendo ese dolor que nos dejó ese dictador. Cortina de humo es su mejor función, para apartarte de la fuente harán de todo, pues miró hoy como venderte el culo de Sharon Stone, cagándose en tu derecho a la objetiva información. El narco, el almirante, el presidente, el congresista, algún ministro, algún delegado, de seguro es el patrón de ese periódico morboso y amarillo que al leerlo 2 minutos te vuelve en un show. Los medios son culpables, responsables de toda propaganda basura que te ofrece la TV. Pues será mejor que se autoeduque, pues my friend, porque el comercio de los medios te carcome hasta las 100.
Hay violaciones, extorsiones, no por tanto y más. Con tanto muerto el morbo están alimentando, ves no hay paz. Solo un odio contenido en filis para que vivan en la fantasía algún día cambiará. Hay extorsiones, violaciones, no por tanto y más. Con tanto muerto el morbo están alimentando, ves no hay paz. Solo un odio contenido en filis para que vivan en la fantasía algún día cambiará. Que algún día cambiará. Que algún día cambiará.
CPF.
Copyright disclaimer. This content does not belong to Bible Chronicles or claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has and always will belong to the content owner. Bible Chronicles does not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. As mentioned, Bible Chronicles does not intend to make use of any material for the purpose of harvesting gain. However, Title 17 of United States copyright law states material and use can only be done when it's for theological or general educational purposes, and thus Bible Chronicles believes that this principal material falls under fair use, which honors protection under Section 107 of the same U.S. copyright law.
Isaiah chapter 58 and verse 1. Cry aloud, spare not, lift up thy voice like a trumpet, and show my people their transgressions, and the house of Jacob their sins.
Yo, somos lo que somos la esperanza del pueblo. Somos estos locos que pactaron con su suelo. Somos el sabor amargo de la indiferencia. Somos la sangre de Argueda marcando la diferencia. Somos la ternura de tu agua, somos lumpen. Somos guerrilleros con poemas, no preocupen. Somos el conducto de tu voz a causa de la indignación cuando el patrón al peón solo lo escupe. Somos Condor Canqui, somos Vallejo y Eguren. Somos en la mauta, no esperes que te aseguren. Somos asentamiento humano, somos la barriada trabajando en ella misma, no importa que nos censuren. Somos Cueto el nene, somos Chumpita Choblitas. Somos la cantuta, la historia que decapitan. Somos el sueldo mínimo en quincena, mi cumpita. Somos golpe inexorable que rompe lo que limita. Somos toda la América y también hijos de África. Somos la familia pobre por culpa de fábrica. Somos el amor perdido de tu Dios bendito. Somos esa consecuencia de vivir en su retórica. Somos hijos de un país enfermo sin seguro. Vemos quiénes somos y matamos el futuro. A punto de una embolia se encuentra la Pachamama porque sabe quiénes somos y sigue tan inmaduro.
Seguro que por oro se olvidaron quiénes son. Seguro les fastidia la cultura en la nación. Seguro están queriendo, seguro están anhelando que le ponga precio al rap y que no cumpla su función. Seguro que por oro se olvidaron quiénes son. Seguro les fastidia la cultura en la nación. Seguro están queriendo, seguro están anhelando que le ponga precio al rap y que no cumpla su función.
Mejor seamos lo que apagan la televisión. Claro, somos Yunza, Tupamonte y Aguas Fiesta, la Candelaria y Paucar, la magia de la sierra. Somos el San Juan en junio, somos Motupe en septiembre. Somos increíbles, pero dime, ¿somos libres? Firme no lo creo, primo, me apena y me río de esta fiesta falsa enardecida en el mes frío. De ese 28 no conozco independencia, solo gasto innecesario, 100.000 deudas y un resfrío. Somos el residuo de una sociedad clonada, la hambruna, el desempleo, pobreza aglutinada. Somos el resultado de la educación de prensa, de esa mugre información de firme mal proporcionada. Somos resultado del cruel pasado atroz, mi bro. Somos responsables del futuro venidero y yo sigo creyendo que no somos esto es guerra ni combate. Mejor seamos lo que apaguen la televisión. Somos más que el boom gastronómico huevón. Somos más que el cevichito elaborado por Gastón. Somos Choropampa que no olvida su mercurio. Somos ese poblador que ha defendido su cosmovisión. Así que dile a Curio que no somos su inversión. Así que dile a Curio que no somos su inversión. Así que dile a Curio que no somos su inversión. Así que dile a Curio que no somos su inversión. 2015 Family Red Comité es poco flow. Quemao. Pum, falla.
For the birds. It's for the birds. All right. Here we go. Apparently there's a issue going on with the camera. So if you guys can just hang in there. Well, it's not like you guys are watching anyways. It's pretty unbelievable. It shows that there's nobody watching. If it's been 8 minutes, it's pretty crazy. Now, I have noticed, however, that since I've been kind of going this avenue for a bit, these are Khazarians. They own this station. They're a little offended I don't know. I've been told that their algorithm is pushing this channel down or something. Give me a second, family. I'm trying to fix this cable here. I'm not sure what's going on with it. Apparently, camera should be working, but then it's not working. So I don't know. Let me just kind of get through this. I don't know if it's there. It goes right there. That should be it. All right. We still, let's see who's here. Look, here we go. Karen I Slayer. I don't know if you're laughing with me or laughing at me. But I tell you what, we can square off this early. This early. That's not the intention of the class. Now, if you guys know, by the way, those who watch this channel, I keep the Sabbath based on the scriptures. So today we are in Friday and Saturday, which is why I said Shalom Shabbat. I find it kind of funny, though. I don't know if the person showed up and left, whatnot, but I don't see you here. Waiting Yahweh Shai return. So I am assuming you believe that he's a Negro. Blackity, black God with Afro puff. That's what I'm assuming. So anyhow, listen. So here's how the debate is going to be. It's going to be an all-day session, okay? For you guys that keep the Sabbath, obviously, today and all that, you know. Anyways, I'm going to do you guys that favor. Play the videos all day. We're going to go back to the beginning. I'm going to interject and actually show some stuff that is current event situations, as well as the material that I've been bringing out lately. Anybody here is welcome to come. No, I don't know what that looks like. Oh, say what? I'm here. Oh, okay, my bad, bro. At least, hey, listen, you know, in these nowadays, it's either a friend or a foe. And until you show yourself, then I'm gonna pretty much be neutral. But I apologize for you. I apologize, my brother. So let's listen in. So it's gonna be all day, right? It's 7:45 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. Sundown is around 7:15 now, 7:30, give or take. So we're gonna go about 12 hours. Now I wanted to start at 6, but you know what I mean. I don't want to do that. So every 2 hours or every hour and a half, I'm gonna interject, let videos play. We're gonna go back to time. It's been about a year, almost 2 years now, of this channel being live. All praises to our creator, the Ancient of Days. Let me just go show. Yeah, that's perfect. That's perfect. Now, I do want to say this. So thank you, brothers and sisters that support this channel. And you know, we don't ask for no donations, nothing. We don't need that. But to support this channel with spiritually, y'all actually do pray for me. You that talk to me, or you that don't, and maybe do pray on the outside. I appreciate you very much. Anyways, so let's begin. The first video. Okay, once this is done, I'm gonna share some stuff to you. So this first video, apparently people liked it. I don't really understand why was this so impactful. Hey, shalom, bro. I don't know why this video was so impactful. I've looked at it several times, and I just don't understand why. Apparently, it has 924 views. Right? It was last month. 5 months ago. I really don't understand why it was so impactful. So I'm gonna play it again. And then we'll watch it together. Maybe I'll pause. I doubt it. Maybe. Who knows? But again, it's all day. For you that don't listen to Canaanite teachings or One West doctrines, or, you know, the whole... Hey, by the way, I keep mentioning this. So I'm going to actually touch on it right now, okay? So let's just do this right here. Because as you can see what the title of the class is, it's called Los Tres Chiflados. Los Tres Chiflados, okay? So here's why I said Tres Chiflados. Okay. You see, as time goes on and you grow a little more, you develop discernment, you know, Lord willing, right? Lord willing, you do. Hold on, is that it? Is that the right one? Give me a second. No, that's not it. Where's that? Oh, there it goes. I picked the wrong one. Let me get rid of that. Anyways, give me a second. I just lost my train of thought thinking of this. All right, so here's the picture. Boom. Okay. Here's my point.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
So based on what I'm seeing on spirits, you see, I was gonna call them los tres amigos, but then I'm like los three. Oh wait, no, chiflados. All praise to you, sis. I appreciate you very much for that one. Hold on a second. All right, for that. You were the one that gave me that idea. So that's the point. And if you guys feel offended, well, I'm glad you are offended. That's the point. This is Psalms 83. These are the main characters in Psalms 83. The main ones. Okay? Keep that in mind. Now, let's begin the class. So, where do we start? Is it here? Oh, let me get rid of this. All right, let's begin. The whole time I was talking. Anyhow, fam, shalom. Appreciate y'all for being here. Let me start again. First of all and foremost, I want to thank the Most High for allowing this channel to even continue. I want to thank our creator, the creator of our forefathers, right? Of our forefathers, for even getting to this point, sharing information and things are being revealed. Okay. Nothing would have been done from him without him. And you know what? These things that I share, I want to make sure that it correlates with the topic. Delusions of grandeur. Okay. We have a lot going on of that. And I'm going to tell you something, family. I'm going to be just being real with y'all. I'm glad that I have a chance to repent. That's it. I'm so thankful that I have a chance to repent. And I don't believe in the Christian doctrine. It never felt well with me. I can actually sit behind it now with enough resources, studying, and continuous application that I have no other reason not to believe that I'm a Hebrew of the Hebrew. You know, and I mean, I went to the so-called white man to see, like, okay, you want to show? Let me see my DNA, man. I guess, you know, I didn't care. It was free. Come to find out, 91% of this continent, and then I come from the area of the Levant. So, go figure. But anyhow, that even considered, I'm not feeling any better than my brethren. I love my gente. I never, ever want to feel superior than y'all or inferior. I always believe in having a respectful level of understanding between RAZA. Okay? And I'm all about our gente. I don't know why you wouldn't be. I've never been the one to like mix fruits. This is my way. Now, I'm going to start off with this here real quick. This brother here shared this, and I appreciate you, bro, for sending this to me. And I find it interesting because I've never, in my years of being alive, of being a so-called Mexican, but actually not a Mexica, okay? I've never, ever heard this. Not once, ever have I heard this comment here. The guy says, oh, and just so you know, Mexicans mean from African descent. Which I think he spelled it wrong, by the way. I'm like, what? Bro, it cannot get any worse than this. So let's go.
Just so you know, Mexican means from African descent. If this isn't the greatest argument ever presented for school choice, I don't know what is. This is what happens when we ignore the chance of no child left behind. Poor little Ricky is left to eat boogers in the back of the classroom that doesn't meet up even to the lowest of expectations. Now, I know most of you don't think that this affects you personally, But soon, little Ricky will grow up to hold up the entire line at your local 7-Eleven every first of the month in order to buy $8 worth of lottery tickets and put the remaining $2 on pump number 6. So please, this November 1st, I urge each and every one of you to vote yes on Proposition Dum Dum, so that poor little Ricky isn't relegated his entire life to hearing the phrase, ding, fries are ready, Goofy. Thank you.
I thought that was funny. You know what I mean? I find that humorous. Anyhow, all right. So now, how can I say this, man? You know, in this channel, right? I stand behind this here. Facts tell, stories sell. Okay, I stand behind it. Meaning, facts are actually what? Yeah, it may be boring, but you can't get around it. Stories sound exciting, manipulative, emotional, a roller coaster that every damn human being enjoys for whatever reason. Okay? So, considering all of that, I can see why we got people that are literally believing. So, right now, I got a little bit of beef with both of y'all. And, you know, I find it very interesting how, well, we're so-called, you know, like us natives of this land, right? When we used to look at racism, I believe, because I'm, you know, my 40s, mid-40s, late 40s. I think that we were more of like standing behind because we would get it. Beaners, wetbags, all of that spick shit. You know what I'm saying? And when we heard it being used by another nation towards another nation, it was like, okay, well, they deserve it. But then, you know, as time goes on, fam, I'm going to tell you something. Why is it okay to call somebody a beaner, a wetback? Why is it okay to disregard who we are? Why is it okay? They're just Mexicans, beaners. They don't have their papers. Why is that okay? I'm going to tell you something, fam. If I was a white man, oh, I'm sorry if I lost your ass. Oh, well, bye. I'm not here to entertain anybody. Y'all going to hear the truth today. Look, I hate, this is one thing I dislike, family. Y'all that come and go. First of all, you don't say who you are. Shalom, nothing, all right? And then you just watch and see behind. So I'm assuming you're an enemy. So stick around, hater. Because my problem today, and I'm going to say it like this, crackers and Oreos. I'm going to say it like this because I want y'all to feel the pain that we feel. Okay? First of all, I'm going to start off with the crackers. Yeah, you heard me say it. I'm going to give you guys your own medicine. Okay? Because for a long time, y'all white folks got away with it. You damn well use us as a effing punching bag when it comes to your stupid voting moments. When it comes to your damn political wave of BS. So first, my beef with you first is this right here. 1924 Carta de Robert Lansing, okay? I find this interesting because finally somebody in a higher political field brought this up, and it wasn't somebody here in America. Because I had brought this up along one of my first classes, right? This guy right here, this is what he said. Look, I'm going to give you the link. Y'all can check it out. This is a statement that he said about our gente. And this mentality doesn't change, fam. Okay? I'm just going to read right here. It says, we must abandon the idea of installing an American citizen in a Mexican presidency, as that would only lead us, once again, to war. The solution requires more time. We must open the doors to our universities to young, ambitious Mexicans to make the effort to educate them in the American way of life, in our values, and in respect for the leadership of the United States. Mexico will need competent administrators over time. And over time, I'm sorry, these young people will come to occupy important positions and will eventually, listen to this, will eventually take possession of the presidency itself. And without the United States having to spend a single cent or fire a single shot, they will do what we want and do it better and more radically than we ourselves could have done. You see that, fam? This was a statement that this bastard said. Yes, I called you bastard, which what black people call you crackers. Okay, so I'm going to use black people's terminologies today because I want to point something out about you guys. I find it so interesting. You see, when it comes to spade, y'all love to run, y'all love to cry, and you don't like it. And I'm also going to show you a video about this dumb hooligan who talks a lot of smack, but when you actually see him and they're confronting him on some other matter, he is scared shitless. So I want to bring this up because, hey, listen, like African diaspora, you said judge us like as nation, like we're all racist because we got some so-called Hispanics that are racist. We know that. But you want to judge us all as a nation, as if us indigenous are not considered some of them. However, let me continue. Okay? So I know you guys are wondering where I'm going with this. Watch this real quick. Finally, somebody brought this up from a political level. And it happens to be this guy right here.
Mire qué interesante esto. ¿De qué año es? ...1924. Todo esto hay que repetirlo por los jóvenes. Fue secretario de Estado, ¿sí? Tenemos que abandonar la idea de poner en la presidencia mexicana a un ciudadano americano.
He's reading it in Spanish now.
Fíjense, jefe del Departamento de Estado de Estados Unidos, ya que eso conduciría otra vez a la guerra. La solución necesita de más tiempo. Debemos abrirle a los jóvenes mexicanos ambiciosos, léase, ya le ponen ustedes los nombres, las puertas de nuestras universidades y hacer el esfuerzo de educarlos en el modo de vida americano, en nuestros valores y en el respeto del liderazgo de Estados Unidos. México necesitará administradores competentes y con el tiempo esos jóvenes llegarán a ocupar cargos importantes y eventualmente se adueñarán de la misma presidencia de la República.
You see that, family? You see what I'm saying? So he's reading it in Spanish. So finally, this is being brought out at this national level. It's not something to ignore. It's serious stuff. They're saying here, this nation, or like how the black man likes to call you, white people, crackers, because I'm using their ability because I'm going to show y'all something. If I was white and I was to say what these guys are about to say right now, you're gonna hear it, okay? Then you're wondering, I'm gonna be a effing racist. People would probably do whatever they could, right? I'm telling you. But yet, when it comes to a certain nation of people, we can't say shit. You see, in this channel, we bring facts in regards to who we are according to the Bible, and according to the Bible, we are the people of this book. So now, what I'm going to do is like, I brought up, like y'all like to say, crackers. So now I'm going to talk about Oreos. So now, why am I using this terminology? Because I'm gonna use their racist techniques, so you guys can understand how effed up it sounds. Okay. So now the reason I'm saying Oreos is because it's proven that about the majority of Oreos, y'all know what I mean, have about 25% of European blood. So it makes sense to call them Oreos. Aren't we beaners, wetbacks, and spics? And everybody's okay with that. We don't see no poverty law center fighting around or anything in that sense. So I'm going to read this to y'all. Now I'm going to give some scripture. Okay? Watch this real quick. And some of y'all are going to probably feel heard. And I'm not here to make you feel good. I'm here to wake y'all asses up. Because listen, family, the hypocrisy of people, all of a sudden there's empathy, but ignorance for the rest. Make it make sense. If this is a so-called equality of a country, Matthew 15:21. Watch what he reads. Actually, I'll read 22. And behold, a woman of Canaan came out of the same coast and cried unto him, saying, have mercy on me, O Lord, thou son of David. My daughter is grievously vexed with the devil. But he answered her not a word. And his disciples came and besought him, saying, send her away, for she cried after us. So this woman is trying to be like, hey, I need it. Man, I'm not trying to even. He's not even looking at her. But he answered and said, I am not sent, but unto the lost sheep of the house of Israel. Okay? I brought this up yesterday. Now, I'm sorry, yesterday. Then came she and worshipped him, saying, Lord, help me. But he answered and said, it is not meet to take the children's bread, to cast it to dogs. And she said, true, Lord, yet dogs eat the crumbs which fall from their master's table. You guys can continue reading. Why did she help? Why did he help? I'm sorry. She knew her place. So, as you can see, the Messiah here calls Canaan dogs. So don't feel hurt if I say Oreos or crackers, right? I mean, you like calling white folks that name. I'm just gonna be real. And you know, white folks have to deal with it, and it's okay when y'all say it. Like it's just, it's just, these people say that shit. Okay, cool. All right. So now I want to show you something real quick. This and I'll bring this up, fam. And again, this is just like stuff that I'm initiating the class through, but I want to bring up all the obviously important points. I found some information. I think you guys want to see it. This guy named Charleston White. So I didn't even know who this guy was. And because I follow boxing, right? Obviously, I used to box. So, anyways, this guy does a video, man. And he says this. All right, check it out. Okay. So obviously, people like myself who actually did street fight, you know what I'm saying? Not bullshitting, excuse my language. Like actually street fight. We got, blood boils and shit, you know what I'm saying? And part of me is like, yo, man, and I know a good portion of y'all Canaanites, Tyree, Philistines, we're gonna have to deal with y'all. Judges 3, read it. But anyhow, so I listened to this guy, and I never knew who this guy was, but listen to this, all right? I want to prove to you how dogs like to bark, but they don't effing bite. Let's go.
And Tank David go beat the shit out of Ryan Garcia. We ought to make it a race thing. The fight between Javante Davis and Ryan Garcia, let's make it a race thing. Let's make it a race thing. Blacks against SAs. And let's see if the Mayates can beat the SAs. And let's see if the SA can beat the Mayates. But I don't think they got an SA nowhere in boxing that can beat the Mayates. Nah. Shout out to Young Tank. He don't get out that Mexican. We don't make it a prison thing. Yeah, you're not gonna make it a prison thing. Numbers against Mexico. That's what Mayweather used to do. That's why Mayweather used to pick on number Mexico. Mayweather used to bully Mexican fighters. No, Papa John. That white folk piece of her.
All right, you know what I mean? So I'm not famous like these dudes, right? Or else I'd love to put some hands on his ass. For real, man. Put some gloves on, bro. And this is even before me seeing any videos of him. Like, all right, well, hey, man, what's there to lose? Worst says you lose. Shit. And I doubt it. But I'm just saying, I just look at the dude, when you're just like that, you know what I mean? I've done it so much. I'm 40-something, fam. When I was younger, man, I was just like that. It didn't matter. It didn't matter. You know, I was like, yo, listen, I'll buy you a 40, homie, if you can actually whoop my ass. I was like that. I was that, you know what I'm saying? So this, to me, I was like, you know, there was a little moment of like staying out the spirit and shit. You know what I mean? Anyways, here's my point. And all of a sudden, I'm like, I find this. So again, this right here, right? I want you to understand that in this channel, I bring scripture truth of who we are according to the Bible. And I am equal level playing field on anybody that has enslaved our gente. Straight up. I don't care what nationality you are. Asian, what, I don't know, Arabic, European, African. It don't matter to me. If you had something to do with slavery and we pay for that shit, then I'm going to come at you. Okay? That's what I'm doing. Scripture. What this guy is doing is really pretty stupid. It's really, really dumb. Because you don't know the ins and outs of, like, when push comes to shove, how some people can be. But I'm going to show y'all some of you young brothers that may be watching, man, and maybe this pisses you off. Watch this real quick. So now we know that this vato here, he's never been to jail, more likely. He's never done hard time. I'm telling you, watch this. Watch what he says. Because listen, fam, if I'm going to talk shit, then I need to back it up. If I'm going to be like this guy, like, yeah, man, let's make it a race war. Yeah. You know, let's box. We're sorting with the Bible and history in this channel. This guy wants to fight. And then check this out. This is embarrassing to you. But now you know that he needs to shut the hell up. Lets his kids fight on the weekend and make it a great fight. And Lord willing, Ryan wins, of course. Of course. You got your gente, man. Hey, man, why wouldn't you back up your people? Makes effing sense. Bible says to separate. Hey, man, by all means, let's go ahead and do it. This is how we take care of our people in our nation, and we actually grow. Even if you guys do it yourselves, you can actually benefit from it. Anyhow, check it out. So then he gets confronted. I don't know where. Again, I don't know this guy. So apparently somebody confronts his ass. I told him that what I would do to him to see his face in LA with the security and sheriff around, he definitely sending niggas to jail if you touch him. You see that? Watch. This is what that guy said. So again, fam, this is why if you're going to talk crap and act like you're going to whoop somebody's butt, yo, you need to back it up. If you're going to create havoc between people, but you need to back it up too. All right? Watch this. See how Billy Badass he is earlier. Here, I'm going to show you. This is him earlier.
Domino. Yeah, and Tank David go beat the shit out of Ryan Garcia. We ought to make it a race thing. The fight between Javante Davis and Ryan Garcia, let's make it a race thing. Let's make it a race thing. Blacks against SAs. And let's see if the Mayates can beat the SAs. And let's see if the SA can beat the Mayates. But I don't think they got an SA nowhere in boxing that can beat the Mayates. Nada. Shout out to Young Tank. He don't get out that Mexican. We gonna make it a prison thing. Yeah, you're not gonna make it a prison thing. Numbers against Mexican. That's what Mayweather used to do. That's why Mayweather used to pick on number Mexican. Mayweather used to bully Mexican fighters. No Papa John, that's white folk pizza. Pizza Hut.
Okay, so he's Mr. Tough Guy. All right, check it out. Now let's see how tough he is. Let's see how tough he really is. All right, let's go.
These my people. Hold on. Because man to man, these my people, right?
I ain't gonna say he ain't checked me. Yeah, I ain't gonna say the young nigga ain't checked me. The little nigga stand by 6'2". Nigga probably can be a motherfucker me defensive end, nigga, for one of them NFL football team, nigga. So what y'all think? I'm gonna fight that young nigga? That nigga 20 years, something younger than me. Yeah, but one thing I know about the young nigga, he didn't want to fight with all them chains around his neck, but he was upset. He was very, very angry, and the nigga threatened me. Yeah, you don't know. I started calling the police on him right then and there on this motherfucking ass. Nigga tell me police on him right then. Yeah, you don't know. I started calling the police on him right. Yeah, you don't know. I started calling the police on him.
The hell is that, fam? Now he's saying, he's a young guy. Now he's a young guy. But weren't you talking about young guys too? Isn't
and Tank Davis go beat the shit out of Ron.
Isn't Ryan Garcia and Tank Davis young? Oh, and I got a question. This guy, he's light-skinned like Ryan Garcia. Orioles. Yeah, I need to do some digging in your own people. Now, here's my other point. I don't really follow these guys, but it was somebody sending me, I can't remember what, and it caught my attention. I guess these guys are really upset, right? Some guy named Adam22. So I was listening to some channel, some video short on Adam22. I don't know who the guy is. Some stupid crap he did. Some weirdo and shit. But he says, let's talk about Adam22 and the fall of No Jumper. I'm like, all right. But then I listened to this right here. So apparently Adam22 was kind of accusing these guys here. I'm assuming MESHIACHAs, right? That they're being racist. Okay. Yeah, he has no shame to snitch, bro, for real. And trust me, I know, bro, like all praise to the Most High. I didn't, it didn't happen. I didn't go, and I didn't snitch. I'm glad I didn't. I couldn't have lived with it, bro. There's no way I could have lived with it. So anyways, going back to this. So this guy's like saying that these guys are saying some racist stuff, right? But listen to this guy named Tariq Nasheed, this black dude, right? This, what I'm going to assume is a Canaanite. So now I can understand if you're politically trying to push your people, hey, reparations. I get it. We don't believe in that because obviously we know y'all enslaved people too. But to go off and say racist shit like he does, okay? If I was a white guy saying the same thing, imagine what would happen to me. What would be said? Oh, I'm a racist. You know what I mean? KKK, right? Mr. Black people, why is this any different? Why? Because it's okay to talk down to a MESHIACHA? Let's go.
Chris. Never think that we're attacking any community.
No, it wasn't about that at all.
We're standing up for ourselves.
Yeah, that's all. That's exactly what it was about.
That's all it was.
We're just tired of people using our race as a stepping stone.
Right. So let's keep going, Chris.
They started having a conversation about a clip that had come out that was basically American Cholo, and he was referring to Tariq Nasheed as a four-letter derogatory racial slur that is spelled C-O-O-N that I'm not going to say.
All right, so now all of a sudden this dude, whatever guy, wants to spell it out, right? Coon, fool, just say coon, damn it. Oh my God, people say it all the time. Black people say it to themselves all the time. Why is it, you guys, this is what I don't understand. You guys say, America, the country of freedom of speech. You let Trump say whatever the hell he says, but all of a sudden, it's, related to black people. Like, I can't say those words. I can understand if you're trying to use the N-word on somebody, bro. Come on, man. That's stupid. Like the N-word, but yet we can't say the S-word, like spick, the W word, like wetback, like the B word, like beaner. No, that's okay. Why? But listen to this. Let's continue. Let's go.
Say.
Pause it, Chris.
And
let's go to that clip. Let's go to that. What? What's up?
No, let it go, because I was gonna go back to even further than what he's talking about.
Okay,
when all this drama started.
Yeah, so all of a sudden, what Adam is doing here, he's portraying himself to be not able to say the word coon because the word coon is so offensive. It means a sellout. I've always stood on by that.
Right.
It means an Uncle Tom,
Yeah,
homeboy.
right.
But
Yes.
this will tell you how he's lying to
And
the
you know
people.
what? That could be even for us, Tío Tomás. No seas un pinche coon, güey. That don't mean you are actually like black, fool. But anyways, let's go. Y'all want to use the connotation? Go ahead.
People there on the platform and to whoever's listening, play clip 1 for us, Chris, please.
Listen to me, family. And I want you to hear this, okay? And you so-called black folks that are listening to this channel, if you do, pay attention to how this guy talks. If I was a white man saying the same crap, what would happen, family? You see, I'm talking about fake-ass empathy towards some other nation of people who had a lot to do with slavery, right? We didn't. But yet we still get the connotation of what? Immigrants. That's it. Let's go. Watch. Listen to this racist shit. This is prejudice, racist, however you want to say it. Tariq. Yeah, you want to help your people to get free money. Hey, listen, come to this channel. I'll show you how many actual enslavement records that you guys have of black folks, black people owning slaves. Who would get reparations in that sense? But let's continue.
The ghetto coon thing, his argument is basically that, like,
run that back.
Tariq Nasheed had been.
Wait, what did he just say?
Ghetto coon?
Did he just say that?
That's what I heard.
If it's such a horrible word that he has to spell out, play it again, Chris, please.
The ghetto coon thing, his argument is basically that, like, Tariq Nasheed had been calling him a Mexicoon.
And when I say Tariq Nasheed, this is who I'm talking about. This is the guy who made that video on. Play that clip on 4, please, Chris.
You don't have your green card with that raggedy ass English you have. That's that green card begging English that you use to sell pussy to get over here. I need the DACA. I need a DACA program. Help
right, Chris,
me.
turn
I need
that
a
off.
DACA program. That's that.
All right, now, why is that okay? What if I say I'm a Kunta Kente? Hey, I'm a Kunta Kente. Oh, I need the DACA. What kind of shit is that? Why? Because he's black? Why is that okay? You see, this is why, family. This is why this has to end. And this has to, I'm telling you right now, fam, this is why you have to get in the scripture. You got to strengthen yourself in regards to who you are according to the Bible. Because we got a lot of coons in our people that are in these stupid ass rooms sleeping around with Canaanites and Edomites, assuming that they're the 12 tribes of Israel. Yes. Now they got some idiot. Oh, I'm sorry. Nate the Snake on an effing horse. You cannot make this up, family. You can't make this stuff up. Hold on, let me see if I found something else too. Watch this. I think it's right here.
That video didn't make him any money, which nobody ever said.
It's more superior to be Mexican, or it becomes more superior to be black comes into play when we're both at the bottom of the totem pole when it comes to the social hierarchy of America. So it's just like we could keep on going at it just like black on black crime. It makes no sense. But I don't know where this goes back to where blacks and Mexicans have to beef with each other in order to exist or say
we don't.
Because we all come from the same bullshit.
We do.
No matter what part of the border it was from, we all come from the same struggle.
Dope.
Right. And I mean, the only reason why that became a thing was just because of the fact that, you know, like it eventually just caused enough fucking, you know, weird shit.
No, what it actually shows is that when it comes to our gente, right, it is completely okay to swing around a bat that says beaner, spick, or wetbag, right? Or make fun of our people, or make fun of our people that actually have an accent as they came here, or talking about assuming that every damn Mexican that may have an accent, it came through a DACA program. So then let me ask you, black folks, how would you feel me being a white man saying the same shit? oh, you guys are all freaking Africans, man. Half of you guys won't even speak English properly. You're from the South. Have you guys listened to yourselves? Do you guys listen to the way you black people talk? Oh my God, it's so horrible. Every single time a white person actually makes comments like that, y'all throw Karens at his ass or her ass, right? Call him racist as hell, but yet you don't listen to this stupid ass here right now, Tariq, whatever the hell his name is, right? Who I know that he has beef with this other guy from Pan-Africanism Strikes Back. He has beef with him because that guy's, I guess, a political Republican. So he has beef with him, but this guy has the nerve, right? He talks about reparations and all of that shit. Okay, fine, man. You want to fight for that, even though we're proving in this channel that you don't deserve it because y'all own slaves, but you got the nerve to go and said, oh, you damn Mexicanos. Yo, listen, man. I don't like people when they want to spit at you and then you spit right back and they said, that is not fair. Listen, we already got that story from the so-called white man. So in this channel, we're basically waking up our people to show them the true skirts of who you guys are. I don't need, at this point, you don't need guns. You need the scriptures because the Most High is going to put y'all asses in check. Isaiah 47:1, come down and sit, oh, in the dust, O virgin daughter of Babylon, sit on the ground. Now, why am I reading this? Y'all thinking, oh, with the white man, why are you blaming us? Well, listen, if you guys thoroughly find out about your history, the first people that were enslaved since 1492 all the way through the 1700s was our people. Yeah, that's right. Most of y'all were doing indentured servitude, which I even had somebody admit it, and it was okay. Okay, now, black folks that were not slaves, now it's okay. Some of us were indentured servants, but we were still treated as slaves. No, you can't have it. You can't have it both ways. Indentured servitude means 3 to 7 years. Verse 3, thy nakedness shall be uncovered. Yea, thy shame shall be seen. I will take vengeance, and I will not meet thee as a man. Why am I saying this? Because guess what, fam? Who lost territory? What nation of people are not from this continent? Yes, you guys, Europeans and Africans, or Africans, Europeans, however you guys want to slice yourself. If you watch my channel, I show that there is such a thing as Oreos. You guys think not? I'm going to show you something, fam. This is why I said it earlier. I'm thankful that I have the opportunity to repent. And I don't mean it like, oh, no, I mean like I really believe it. I have a chance to repent. I thank the Father so much because I've hurt so many people. I've offended so many people. I've let my wife, children down in so many ways. I let the Most High down in so many ways. I broke so many commandments. I should have been dead a long time ago. I know, and I'm talking about from physical, like guns to, I should have been dead, buried in TJ. See, y'all don't know that shit. So when I say Psalms 70:4, let all those that seek thee rejoice and be glad in thee. Let such as love thy salvation say continually, let God be magnified. Let God be magnified, the Most High, not anybody else. Okay? And that's not only the time that he says it. Watch this real quick. Watch this. Let me show y'all something real quick. Psalms 138, verse 2, it says, I will worship towards thy holy temple and praise thy name for thy loving kindness and for thy truth. For thou hast magnified thy word above all thy name. Magnified himself above everything. But we see here now that some people don't. No, man. These people are officially lost, fam. I mean, I'm gonna show you right now. This is crazy. I mean, I don't know how else to say it. It says Romans 1:18. Watch this real quick. I'm gonna go fast because I want to make sure I get back in again. It says, for the wrath of God is revealed from the heavens against all ungodliness and ungodliness of men who hold the truth in unrighteousness. See, for the wrath of God is revealed from heavens against all ungodliness and unrighteousness of men. So everything is revealed, fam. The Most High is lifting up their skirts, even in their own vanity. They're exposing who they are. Okay, verse 19. Because that which be known of God is manifest in them, for God has showed it unto them, those that know. But yet, hold on, for the invisible things of him from the creation of the world are clearly seen, being understood by the things that are made, even this eternal power God has, so that they are without excuse. Meaning, you look around, you know that the Most High is actually here. Hello. For the invisible things of him, which of him from the creation of the world, are clearly seen and being understood by the things that are made. Meaning, you don't need other things to show you who the Most High is or what he looks like, dummies. Verse 20. Verse 21. Because that when they knew God, they glorified him not as God. Neither were they thankful, but became vain in their imagination, and their foolish hearts were darkened. Professing themselves to be wise, they became fools. And check this, here's the point, and changed the glory of the uncorruptible God into an image made like to corruptible man, and birds, and four-footed beasts, and creeping things, but made like unto corruptible man. You see that, family? Why am I saying this? Why am I saying this? I'm going to show you why. I don't know what else to tell you. You that are up in those rooms, man, you're crazy to think this man, I don't know. You're glorified. Look at this, family. This is unbelievable. Like, for real, look. Bruh. Look at this. Look at it. Look, I mean, it's like, what the hell? It says here, this is posted earlier, 22 hours ago, or 21 hours. Some say, get off my high horse. I'll follow Christ and get on mine. Okay, fine. All right. But then it puts this. Revelation 19:11. Let's read it. Revelation 19:11. It says, and I saw heaven open, and behold, a white horse, and he sat upon him. And he that sat upon him was called faithful and true. And in righteousness he doeth judge and make war. So supposedly this guy's saying, I'm riding a horse like him. Okay, so how come you guys are not all riding horses, dummy? And look at this. Behold, my favorite of the four, the way this should be. Just getting started up into the side. I don't even realize that this dude is leading you to damnation without letting you know who you are according to the Bible. Every single book that he brings out has a history opposing what he brings out. Tell him, Nate the Snake, how the Lot Smith or the Tribes of Lot Smith is the actual book that you read. The map clearly is showing that they were converts in Africa, dummy. Okay? But no, you guys want to glorify this guy. Look at this, fam. What the hell is this shit? Okay, he's going to get himself on a horse? So how come you guys are not on the horses? How come it's just you, Nate? Why is it just you? I don't understand that. And check it out. Look, it looks all funny, right? So I'm sure they feel so powered because they got a white people walking the horse, right? Well, Nate, listen, if you are so empowered, why don't you ride the horse yourself? But you can't because you don't know how to ride a freaking horse. All right? Here's the facts, family. Here's the facts. Look, here we go. This is it right here. Let me close this up. I don't know why this is involved. But anyways, this is the facts right here, fam. Look at this. You tell me what the hell this is. I mean, I'll tell you what it is. Here's what it is. Here's what it really is. Okay? This is what it really is. And I know that you guys thinking it's a joke. I don't care if y'all think it's a joke. At the end of the day, some of us are going to pay. And somebody's lying and somebody's not. Ecclesiastes 10:7. I have seen servants upon horses and princes walking as servants on earth. Seriously, bro. You know what I'm saying? Come on, man. Literally. servants upon horses. Why am I bringing this up? Because look, it's clear that you guys are a nation of people. The way that you move, act, and avoid scripture and use scripture that doesn't pertain to you. How come you can't answer the questions that I've provided? Ain't nobody coming here trying to bug me. Ezekiel 28. Look, listen, I've identified Tarshish, which even the Bible here says Tarshish is in Spain. I'm going to show you. The word of the Lord came upon Ezekiel 28. The word of the Lord came again unto me, saying, Son of man, say unto the prince of Tyrus, you Philistines, thus say the Lord God, because thine heart is lifted up, and thou hast said, I am a God. I sit at the seat of God in the midst of the seas, yet thou art a man and not God, though thou shalt set thine hand as the heart of God. This is when you guys were in Europe. You did Europe, and it's here in the Bible. I'm going to show you something. Watch. All right. Let's see. Where are you at? Where did I find it? I think it's this one. Pass ye over Tarshish, how inhabitants of the isles, right? Oh, it says, how with grief, you people of Phoenicia, try to escape to Spain. Ooh. And then you wonder why I know that you guys did rule Europe. Yeah. But you see, after you fell in that kingdom, the scriptures say you'll never become again. Scriptures really clearly say that. It says you will never be in power ever again. And this is why we see the manifestation. That's why, family, I tell you and I warn y'all, and I say it again and again and again, okay? The only way to get through this is this way, all right? Joshua 1:8, watch what it reads. It says, be sure that the book of the law, no translation. It says here, Joshua 1:8, this book of the law shall not depart out of thy mouth, but thou shalt meditate therein day and night, that thou mayest observe to do according to all that is written therein, for then thou shalt make thy way prosperous, and then thou shalt have good success. Okay? So obviously, watch this, verse 9. Have not I commanded thee? Be strong and of good courage. Be not afraid. Not afraid to study. Not afraid to go through the scriptures. Not afraid to go deep in your history. Man, not afraid to find out if you really are a Hebrew or not. Straight up. Neither be thou dismayed, for the Lord thy God is with thee whithersoever thou goest. So if you have actually believed, it shouldn't be an issue. Okay? So keep in mind, fam. Keep in mind, these guys here are glorifying themselves, yet look at the scripture again. If you keep reading, you understand there's humility in this walk. These boastful individuals are exposing themselves. There's no need for that, fam. Be thankful that you're actually getting salvation. You're getting a chance to repent. Apparently, some people don't. Isaiah 26:8, yea, in the way of thy judgment, O Lord, have we waited for thee. The desire of our soul is to thy name and to the remembrance of thee. That's my desire, to the Most High's name. I'm not going to try to be boastful, fam. I'm no better than y'all. I don't deserve to ride on a damn horse, especially now when the Messiah himself came in on a freaking donkey. Idiots. With my soul have I desired thee in the night. Yea, with my spirit within me, I will seek thee near early. That's why I go back to Joshua 1:8. For when thy judgment are in the earth, the inhabitants of the world will learn righteousness. So right now, listen, they can talk all they want. They can do what they say. They can walk in pride. Revelation 1:3. Blessed is he that readeth, though. Blessed is he that readeth, and they that hear the words of his prophecy. You guys have to understand that. Okay? Watch this real quick. I'm going to show you this right now.
This video is for...
I don't want to show that. Yeah, I'll show it to you for the purpose. So you know how they talk about reparations, right? Okay, so check it out. This guy says, yeah, you're right. They should do reparations. But he's talking about reparations to our gente, okay? But then he goes, well, reparations to them too. Well, think about it, bro. Mr. White Man. If we were to get reparations, right? Because we don't want reparations, family. I think you know guys know what we want, right? I think it's a prayer. You gotta know. Hold on, let me go back. You gotta wish this, or else it don't count. Wisdom of Solomon 18:7. So of thy people was accepted both the salvation of the righteous, right? And the destruction of the enemy. For real, fam. So you gotta be mindful. You gotta accept both. You can't accept one without the other. Okay? So for me, I don't agree with reparations even for our gente. Because it makes no sense. If they give us our land back, that means white folks and black folks and Asian folks and everybody should leave. You know what I mean? So it doesn't make any sense. But let's listen for a little bit.
For educational purposes, and man, do I hope it educates some people. So we're going to talk about land back and reparations. I believe that we should give land back to the indigenous peoples of this country, even in accordance with their land back initiative, and probably give the entire continent back to them. I also believe that people who have a family history where they were kidnapped from their homeland and brought here.
You can see now he's like, I also believe in all that stuff, right? But like, bro, you can, because if we take our land back, y'all got to leave. It's kind of silly, right? But it's that simple. It's that simple. So why do I bring this up? Because it's not over yet. Watch this. It's not over, fam. We still got a battle. Jeremiah 6. I'm almost done. Jeremiah 6. I think we're a little bit halfway through now. Almost done. Jeremiah 6:10. Watch what it reads. It says, to whom shall I speak and give warning that they may hear? Behold, the ear is uncircumcised, and they cannot hearken. Behold, the word of the Lord is unto them a reproach. They have no delight in it. See, so they also knew that this was coming. Nobody wanted to believe it. Okay, therefore I am full of the fury of the Lord. I am weary withholding in. I will pour out upon the children abroad. I will pour it out upon the children abroad, meaning us, right? And this other continent, and upon the assembly of young men together. For even the husband with the wife shall be taken, the age with him that is full of days, and their horses shall be turned unto others, and with their fields and wives together, for I will stretch out my hand upon the inhabitants of the land, saith the Lord. So here we see the actual prophecy. Okay, so now I'm going to show you something real quick. Watch this. This is I'm going to go through it real quick. Hold on. I brought this out the other day. I want to make sure that we understand it again. Hold up. I may have to borrow it again. Give me a second. We're going to go to, it's American Holocaust, the Conquest of the World. Hey, family, I want to bring something up regarding that scripture right there. Matter of fact, let's bring this stuff out. Let's bring it out. Shalom, good morning. Cuba estudiante, all will be revealed. I said shalom to you, Jeremias. Let's go to Jeremiah. Watch this real quick. Find it. Very, very, very good. Very good. I haven't touched this scripture in a while. Let's go back to it. Jeremiah 6. Now it talks about, here's what, impending disaster for Jerusalem, right? And in the scriptures that I have here, it talks about how in this particular chapter, proclamation of God's judgment, evil and destruction to come from the north. Okay? So the here, evil and destruction to come from the north. Jeremiah 6:10. It says, to whom shall I speak and give warning that they may hear? Behold, their ear is uncircumcised. Nobody wanted to pay attention. Like the prophecy that we could say, or some have mentioned, that I think Moctezuma understood, that a nation from afar would come and take. Anyhow, and they cannot hearken. Behold, the word of the Lord is unto them a reproach. They have no delight in it. Like, nah, that's not true. That's not gonna happen. It's like we kept telling y'all, at least some people would say, listen, man, these guys are gonna really, if you really want to support this whole what do you call it? Deportation. They start with one nation, they'll take care of the rest. Anyways, that's not the point. Here's the point. Therefore, I am full of fury of the Lord. I am weary with withholding. I'm sorry, with holding in. I will pour it out upon the children abroad and upon the assembly of young men together. For even the husband with the wife shall be taken, the aids, and him that is full of days. And their houses shall be turned unto others, not horses, houses, with their fields and wives together. For I will stretch out my hand upon the inhabitants of the land, say the Lord. Now, check this out. A lot of times we got One West teaching this stuff, right? And a lot of people don't pay attention, but listen to this. Pay attention to this, family. To whom shall I speak and give warning that they may hear? Behold, their ear is uncircumcised, and they cannot hearken. Behold, the word of the Lord is unto them a reproach. They have no delight. Therefore, I am full of fury, and I'm weary with withholding. I will pour out it upon the children abroad. Upon the children abroad. And the houses, hold on, where's the scripture that I'm talking about here? Where did I read it? Oh, God, man, am I losing myself here? Blessed the Lord. Fine, to whom shall speak, give warning. Circumcised, behold the Lord, Gentiles, when they pour out children abroad. So taken from those, the houses of Eve, and the and will upon his earth. Greatest, my parent daughter, people saying, where they shall be ashamed. Where is where I saw it? Give me a second, family. Did I lose myself? Hold on. Give me a second. So I was actually paying attention to this. Behold, there is a circumcised, can I speak unto the therefore holy. Let me look for something. I don't know if I confused it or what the hell is going on. Give me a second. Okay, let's see. No, it wouldn't have. That wouldn't have confused it. There's no way. Let me do this. Let me write it down and see if I could do Google Profit. Okay, real quick. Give me a second. No way I would have missed something like this and then thought I saw it and then not. Oh, that's why. My bad, fam. So, we're talking about here the destruction. Then here's where it catches my attention. Thus say the Lord, Jeremiah 6:22, behold, a people cometh from the north country, a great nation shall be raised from the sides of the earth. From the sides of the earth. Now, if you look at so-called Jerusalem and this land territory now, they like to say that, this happened in 70 AD. Well, the Rome is not in the north. Rome is in the east. I'm sorry, in the west, not the north. If you really think about that, Greece, Rome, they're not in the north. I mean, did we forget? Are we geographically stupid? Let's get a map, Middle Eastern map. Middle Eastern map. Come on, man, spell it out right. Let's get a map. Let's get some education. Okay, maybe not Middle Eastern. How about let's see, something like that. Whatever. So we see the map here. How about we just do a world map, bro? Seriously, world map. I need some help, fam. My perdones. Give me a second here. Let's just go here. Let's see. Map. Map. Come on. Okay, here we go. All right, so stop it. Come on. Here you go. Right. So as you can see, geographical. I can't even say it, man. Good morning, by the way. Let's get acquainted. How about that? A little easier to pronounce. Here is the land. Here is Rome, Greece. Doesn't look like the north. The north is here. Unless you would say what? Northwest? No. However, when you look at land of the north compared to us, the land of the north from the other side, from the other aisle, shall be raised from the sides of the earth. From the sides of the earth. Right? The north from the sides of the earth. This is not the sides of the earth. It really isn't. I guess I offended some people. They don't like me talking. Anyhow, let's continue. New World. Page 66, I believe. Okay. Let me see. Where's it here? Hold on a second. All right, here goes. Page 66 on top. It says, I certify you that with the help of God, we shall powerfully enter into your country and make war against you in all ways and manner that we can. And they shall subject you to the yoke and obedience of the church and of their highnesses. We shall take you and your wives and your children and shall make slaves of them. And as such shall sell and dispose of them as their highness may command. And we shall take your goods and shall do you all the mischief and the damage that we can, as to vassals who do not obey and refuse to receive their Lord and resist and contradict him. If you guys actually read this page, right, you can see what the Spaniards did. They didn't even wait for the reply. It says here, first the Indians were manacled, then, as if it were, they were read their rights. As one Spaniard conquistador, meaning black and white conquistadors, and historians describe the routine after they had been put in chains. Someone read the requerimiento without knowing the language and without any interpreters, and without either the reader or Indians understanding the language, they had no opportunity to reply. Right? And it says here, in this perverse way, the invasion and destruction of what many, including Columbus, had thought was a heaven on earth began. Not that a reading of the requerimiento was necessary to the inhumane violence the Spanish were to perpetrate against the native people they confronted. Now, remember, fam, I got a Webster's Dictionary book or app from 1828, and if you put Swarthy in there, it actually says that the Swarthy people were of Spain in 1828. Make it make sense. Okay? So now let's continue here. After all, in the middle, Columbus had seized and kidnapped Indian men, women, and children throughout his first voyage, long before the requerimiento was in use. 5 at one stop, 6 at another, more in others, filling the ships with varied samples of Indians to display like exotic beasts in Seville and Barcelona upon their return. So then now, if you look at this real quick, Deuteronomy 28, who so-called Canaanites love the scripture, right? But guess what? They can't claim every single thing in this script in this book. Deuteronomy 28:68, and the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt again with ships, by the way, where I spake unto thee, and thou shalt see it no more again, and there thou shalt be sold unto your enemies for bondmen and bondwomen, and no man shall save you. Look, it says, at least one occasion Columbus sent a raiding party ashore to capture some women with their children, to keep them with growing excess of captures a native male company. All right, you can read that there, and they're saying, no, that's why we keep them, because they don't have to try to run away. Here's where it gets pretty sad, family. But not for long, as the harbinger of the thing to come, only half a dozen of those many captured natives survived the journey to Spain. And of them, only 2 were alive 6 months later. On his second voyage, Columbus tried to an even more ambitious kidnapping and enslavement scheme. It is described by an Italian nobleman, Michele de Cuneo, who accompanied Columbus on the voyage. Watch this, family. This is heavy right here. When our caravels, in which I wished to go home, had to leave for Spain. Keep that in mind. We gathered together our settlements, 1,600 people, male and female, of those Indians, of whom, among the best males and females, we embarked on our caravels on 17 February 1495. Boom. Okay, so finally we got one. Okay, so Shichil Yehudi, this guy right here. All right, family. First of all, whoever said that we were in Egypt? How about you answer me that question first? When did we ever say we were in Egypt? You mean like scripturally? Or are we talking about what, like recently? I'm not sure what you're saying. Because it looks like you consider yourself a so-called, well, black, I guess, Hebrew Israelite. So I do study Egyptian history, man. It's actually since I was little, it's one of my favorite topics. So what exactly are you asking? When or how or what do you mean? And when you mean Mexicans, what do you mean Mexicans? There's a lot of people in Mexico that are considered Mexicans. That's not an actual bloodline. It's like Negroes here. Technically, it's not a bloodline. You want to know why? Because a lot of Negroes here mix with a lot of white people. Okay? And about a lot of you got about 25 to 40%. I thought 25. No, 40% blood. Well, white folks. Now, scripturally means that you are your daddy's white. It's like Booker T. Washington's one of them. Do you claim the tribal? Is it? No, we don't believe in that stupid chart. We can't prove any of that. You don't even spell it right. It's Ezekiel. And then you claim to be a Hebrew, but you can't even spell the tribe right. Come on, brother. Come. By the way, family, I also want to read this while this guy's interrupting. I should have caught that then. I guess I thought I was going to catch it, but then I didn't go to that one. Deuteronomy 28:25 says, the Lord shall cause thee to be smitten before thine enemies. Thou shalt go out one way against them and flee 7 ways before them. And thou shalt be removed into all the kingdoms of the earth. Now, if you think about this for a moment, flee 7 ways. All right? Flee 7 ways. So, if you look at all the material, the books, actually we'll provide and share with you. You can see that when they came in, man, they were having like an actual event. Next, you know, Spaniards came in hacking everybody. Boom, 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 boom. Now, keep in mind, family, that when I say Spaniards, that doesn't mean just Wedos or white folks or Europeans. We're talking about African-looking ones too. Yes, it's very true. I know that hurts your feelings. So anyways, so I hope you answer your question. I don't know what your point is, but let's continue. This is an all-day thing. Today, sundown, I'll be finished. These are also videos classes I played. All right, let's go. 550 souls. The rest of who left were announcements went around that whoever wanted to come could take as many as he pleased, and this was done. And when everybody had been supplied, there were some 400 of them left to whom permission was granted to go wherever they wanted. Among them were many women who had infants at their breast. They, in order to better escape us, since they were afraid, we returned to catch them again, left their infants anywhere on the ground, and started to flee like desperate people. Watch this. No one knows what happened in those 600 or leftover natives who were enslaved on Admiral's orders by whoever wanted them, or the 400 or so who fled in terror, or their abandoned infants. But by the Columbus ships entered the waters outside of Spain. Of the 550 captured Indians who took with him, 200 had died. Says Cuneo, we cast them into the sea. When they reached Cadiz, half of the remaining 350 slaves were sick and dying. Only a relative few survived much longer, because Cuneo surmised they were not working people and very much fear cold nor have long life. But listen to this. We cast them out. We cast them into the sea, fam. When do you hear about natives going through that? Why don't they bring that out? See, that's why you have to actually go back into the Bible, because the Bible says everything that happens here. Look, Deuteronomy 28. Watch. All right, so he says the Bible is a Negro history, nothing to do with Mexicans or Native Indians. Okay, prove it. Yeah, I tell you what. I'll even give you a chance to come on board, and I'll even read for you the scriptures. So, for example, this one. If you think this is a Negro book, blackity back book, it's all about Afro puffs, right? That's what you're saying. Correct? All right. Deuteronomy 28:22. The Lord shall smite thee with consumption, with a consumption, and with a fever, and with an inflammation, and with an extreme burning. Okay? And with the sword, and with blasting, and with mildew, and they shall pursue thee until thou perish. When did Negroes perish in slavery? When did this happen to you guys? The Lord shall cause thee, verse 25, to be, I'm sorry, no, not that one. 27, the Lord shall smite thee with the botch of Egypt, and with the emeralds, and with the scabs, and with the itch whereof thou cannot be healed. When did that happen to you, Africans here, West Africans here? When did that happen to you? When did that happen to you, bro? Right here. Come on. Don't run from the question. Right. When did that happen to you? When did that happen to you? When were you guys here in America, you West Africans? When did that happen to you? When did you get botches of Egypt? I don't recall ever seeing botches of Egypt. That's another one. Okay. Another one. Thine ox, verse 31, shall be slain before thine eyes. What oxes did you guys have? Did you bring oxes? Did they take you guys in the ships and then bring oxes with you? Your oxes? Is that what they did? Okay, but see, whether you think, no, you see, this is the thing, Yehudi, you're fake ass Yehudi. Here's the problem with y'all, okay? I'm gonna show you something. I'm gonna show you why you say what you say. It's not unlearned. That's not what your point is. I'm gonna go deep on your ass, because I'm actually gonna show you what you guys actually teach, the stupidity of this dumb doctrine that you guys have from One West, right? And the idiocy to believe Nate the Snake Roberts, to think that he's really teaching you guys anything, okay? So that's not the case here. And we don't sugarcoat anything here, okay? So let me show you something real quick, in case you're not aware of. Okay? Because I think that's the problem with you people. I think that's the real issue, you know? He says, let's do the debate live on a neutral platform. I'll play fair with you, man. You're good. I'm not going to bite you, bro. Come on. It's all good. We can break down scripture, as long as you're not, yelling and screaming. So, I mean, make it make sense. I'll give an example, man. I'll give you an example of some of the lunacy. The lunacy. I'll say lunacy. man. Okay, I'll say this. Oh, man, we could go all day on this. I mean, all thy trees. I mean, thy sons, yeah, that could go for every prayer. You know what I mean? That's pretty neutral. But what about your olive trees? What about your vineyards? What about your seeds? Okay, yeah, becoming astonishment proverbs. Everybody can have those astonishment proverbs. You know, Chinese people, you know, Filipinos, you know what I'm saying? Vietnamese, you know what I mean? Us, black folks, yeah. You're welcome to come on right now, man. You're here. You see, that's the problem with you. You are here. You're here and asking me to go neutral. That's pretty stupid. You're walking into my home, so to speak, our home. And you're wanting to invite me out of our home, but you're asking to question me. I'm not coming to your place questioning you. Matter of fact, I don't even care if you guys think you're the people of the Bible, because you're not. Here, I'm going to show you something. Oh my God, sometimes this is too easy, bro. You know what I mean? And I don't want to get bored, but you guys are boring. So here's what I'm going to do. Okay? I'm going to show you this right here. For example, right here. Okay? So this right here. Are you saying that this is a lie? Black conquistadors. It's not just one, there's several. Wherever the Spanish flag was, the African was there holding the pennant. You're coming to this home. I don't know what platform. Let me guess. Which platform you want me to go to? Throw me a name. Okay, for example, Daddy's white. Daddy is white. All of those three guys are white people with Daddy. Daddy's white. So see, with your logic, that it's a Negro history, you just go by features and that's enough for you. You see, your people are asleep and no knowledge of the history. Now, here's why. Here's the problem. You see me, right? You see me. So you assume because of my features that I have no understanding, because it's a typical Negro-centric doctrine that, oh, you guys are inferior because you mix with the other nation. No, dummies. The question isn't about whether the question is you guys don't fit any of the curses. And look at this. I'll give you another one. This one was written by one of your people. And don't avoid this stuff. Don't avoid this. You say your people are asleep. You think we are. You see, we're not boastful like Negroes. The Canaanites are very boastful. You guys are all about the flesh. That's why you think, oh, God chose us because we're fast and strong. No, he didn't. Matter of fact, he chose Israel not because of that. When we went into Canaan, those dudes were big, like, you know, basketball player big, like football player big, like Negroes, like Africans. Now, let's read this a little bit. While the number of African explorers is impossible to determine, they participated in some way in virtually all of the Spanish expeditions in the New World in the 16th century. Did you not know that? The African explorers, okay? African explorers are conquerors, are colonialists, colonizers. Let me continue. These blackety, black, okay? Because that's what it is. These black folks, these Negroes, these West Africans, these black conquistadors set an example for subsequent racial relations throughout the entire Spanish colonial experience. See, that's all you can do is laugh. And see, this is how I know that I just destroyed your weak ass spirit, because you guys, all you do is laugh when I bring facts. That's all you do. So when I bring facts, all you can do is laugh. No rebuttal. Why? Because you cannot deny this. This is your people wrote this, and I didn't write it. This is a so-called African American that wrote this. He says, and I quote, "These black conquistadors set an example for subsequent racial relations throughout the entire Spanish colonial experience." Now, in case you don't know what you mean by setting an example, there's a book called The Maya Conquistadors, where they're constantly talking about these black padres, these sons of biatches, right? Constantly being, well, they're black padres, right? And instead of helping the people, matter of fact, let me finish this and I'll show you. It says here, living their daily lives. I'm sorry, hold on a second. Relationship throughout the Spanish colonial experience, living their daily lives with degrees of complexity that rarely would be achieved by black men and women in early English settlements in the Caribbean and in North America. Let me continue. Indeed, wherever Spain set its flag of conquest in the Americas, Africans helped hold a pennant. You're not qualified to teach. What do you mean? I'm not qualified to read a book and show my people? No, this is the thing. You look at me, and you call this not. If I was a Negro with Afro and shit, no, thank God I'm not built like that. Thank God. Woo! Thank goodness. But if I was, you wouldn't be here saying that. You'd call me Judah. Oh, you got the lion. If I said, let's say my dad was black, you would probably believe it. And see, that's the problem with y'all. Because look, you coming over here saying I'm not qualified, but yet you're here listening. And I said, well, get your ass on board. You have no knowledge. Get your ass on board. Of what you're reading. What do you mean? What do you mean, Mr. Canaanite? What are you saying? I don't understand. This is simple mathematics in a sense. Black and white, no pun intended. Very simple to understand. You read it, you translate it, and it's not out of context, and it's basically what it means. There's something called the leyenda negra. Now, that's not a pun intended either, but there is truth. So check this out. Your daddies, your granddaddies, the ones that came also through Head Right program, right? Yeah, there's a lot that you don't know. So anyways, they participated. Who? Africans. They participated in the exploration of the lands that would become modern-day Mexico, Costa Rica, Honduras, Panama, Venezuela, Peru, and Chile, as well as Florida. Oh, yeah, and by the way, in case you're from Florida, see, Florida wasn't always a colonial state. It was actually a Spaniard state. And that's something that you black folks have no clue about. But I teach you this in these classes. These little Mexicans right here, right? It's because that's what you see. You see a dumb spig. That's what you say. You see I'm a dumb spig. That's what you feel. It's okay. I already know that's how y'all feel about us. The truth is that you have no wisdom. All it is flesh and rah, 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 rah. But when it comes to facts, you guys run. So let's continue reading. Let me educate you. Let this beaner spit wetbag educate you. In Arizona, New Mexico, and Texas, men such as Juan Garrido, the one I showed you. Oh, and by the way, in case you don't know this, okay? In case you don't know, let me show you something real quick. All right, so do you see this right here? This is from a book called The New Voyage of Italy. It was written in 1716. Now, in case your West African butt doesn't understand this, Canaanite, in those times, there is something called Europeans, and then there's something also called Christians, okay? It's not the same thing. It is absolutely not the same thing. So I'm going to give you a little bit of taste. It's going to make you feel good. You know what I'm saying? At first, like, look, he's proving my point. But not really. You see, I like to bring you up, and then I cut you in pieces. See, I play chess. Y'all play checkers. You don't know me. You have no idea who I am. This is not a new channel. You haven't done your homework on me. But let's read. It says here, this also a vulgar error, that the Jews are all black. For this only true of the Portuguese Jews. This is in 1716, okay? Who, marrying always among one another, beget children like themselves. And consequently, the swarthiness of their complexion is entailed upon their whole race. All right? Let me go back. Hold on. Come on, let me magnify. Upon their whole race, even in the northern regions. But the Jews who are originally of Germany, those, for example, I have seen at Prague, are not blacker than the rest of the country. It says here, okay? Though nobody can doubt that those of the Jewish nation are destitute of all authentic tradition. That's black and white. You know, both of you. We know how you guys say you ruled Europe, right? Yeah, we know. And that being as Jews, they have not. Hold on. Let me not give you too much of that. That may destroy you. They have not any particular knowledge, neither of the laws or customs of their ancestors. Wait, hold on. This is a Christian, white man saying this about black and white wannabe Jews. That's the topic of today, right? Well, technically, yeah, all three of them. Anyways, either of the laws or customs of their ancestors, or even of the Hebrew language. Well, hold on, what? Yeah, I have, however, been willing to take care to satisfy you, in asking several of their rabbis in Germany and Italy about what you had desired, with making them read some periods in Hebrew distinctively to observe how they pronounce it without a long time. Okay, he goes on and says, hold on a second. Without a long time, he comes to the opinion, and that's what he says. All right, check this out. The answer I have then is to make you in a few words about this affair, is that these Jews, black and white, have furnished me with nothing that one can draw any use from. Indeed. Now, let me read this to you, Mr. Canaanite. I'll at least respect you with a mister. I'll give you that respect. Let me read this to y'all. It says here, all right? Let me show this with you real quick. Ecclesiastes 1:9. The things that have been, it is that which shall be, and that which is done, it is that which shall be done. And there's no new thing under the sun. So this happens in 1700. Obviously, it happens in the 1600. Obviously, it happened even in the 711 AD, all the way through 1400s and 1500s. I do know my history. You don't know me, silly dog. Anyways, the answer I have then, let me go back to the top so it could really, really get in your small little brain of yours. Because see, my goal is to destroy your spirit. That's my goal today. And I hope you take that with you. From this moment forward, you will always remember what I say. You will never be able to block this information from your head. All that after that you have ain't going to block it, bro. Listen, the answer I have then to make you in few words about this affair is that these Jews have furnished me with nothing that one can draw any use from. And indeed, remember, the past is always the present is always the future. And indeed, what could they say to Christians that these Christians do not already know as well as they? Have they any secret source or any immediate revelation? Who are those people, black and white, wannabe Jews, that pretend to teach each other? On the contrary, they are a port sort of creature, so filled with false notions, so conceited of their monstrous ideas, that I would never advise young people to have any commerce with them for the fear of receiving from them some ridiculous prejudice. Find it funny how it sounds like this is what you guys do. You're losing viewers. I'm not here for viewers, dummy. You see, that's what I'm saying. You guys think this is about viewers? Hey, even if there was 25 viewers, which I did have for several months, it didn't matter to me. See, you got the wrong man. Listen to this, Canaanite. I want to say it in Spanish. Los primeros esclavos fueron blancos. Los primeros negros fueron conquistadores. Do you know what that means? The first slaves were white, and the first conquistadors were black. Your sources are pseudo. Well, I mean, you're here. I don't understand. You guys love Negro. Nah, actually, we don't, man. Actually, the reason I'm bringing it out is so I can tell my people that it wasn't just the white man that came over here. That it was both of you guys. It was this right here. See, you think prophecy, but you can't prove who Tyree is. Who are you going to say? We're Tyree? Is that your doctrine? You see right here? The two eagles, right? The two-headed eagle. See, this is that what's imagery that it's imagery, it captures you, but you people ignore it. You see right here, why is this movie having this dark-skinned Spaniard? See, you think that we don't know this. Now, this is from one of your pseudo. He said it himself. When the Moors went in to conquer Europe, right? Black folks. It says here, the reins of the Moors' horses were as fire, their faces black as pitch, their eyes shone as the burning candles, their horses were as swift as leopards, and their riders were fiercer than a wolf in a sheepfold at night. Now, Habakkuk prophesies this in Habakkuk 1 and 8 in 611 BC. This was mentioned in 711 AD, which is 1300 years. And then we find it again around this time, which is another 1300 years. And this is talking about how they saw you Africans coming in with horses swifter than leopards. He said, this is beneath me. I have to go. Have a great day. Please pass the Grey Poupon. No, but here's why, man. Here's why you're running, because you know I was going to show this. You saw that. You see that eagle? That's an eagle right there. That's an eagle right there. Yeah, the wicked flee when none pursue it. Hey, that's an eagle right there. 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 Come on, man. Are you running because we're showing you that these are eagles? Look, you see this right here? I mean, a lot of those guys don't even look African, but I'll give it to you. You guys say you ruled Europe. What about the crosses? Were you pushing Hebrewism up there? No, you're damn Christians. So then if that's the case, then how in the world did Deuteronomy 28, 64, or 36 even applies? You see what I'm saying? Deuteronomy 28, 64 says this, because you guys always go to this first part. Scatter thee. Yeah, you see, we were scattered everywhere. But then you ignore this. And there thou shalt serve other gods, which neither thou nor thy fathers have known. Well, you black people have a lot of knowledge of Christianity. Look at that. Nate the Snake uses this all the time. Y'all say you ruled Europe. What about these crosses? I don't understand. Me no comprende. Me no comprende. Look at the crosses. I don't understand. If you guys say you ruled Europe and you say you were the people of the Bible, why are you pushing the cross? And where are your fringes, Hawk? Why is this guy wearing a skirt? Where are the fringes? I don't see fringes. All I see is crosses. So how these scriptures apply to you guys? I don't get it. I don't understand. Here, this is going to hurt you even more. Watch this. You know about the smallpox that you can't answer, right? You know what I'm saying? Like verse 27, I believe. Okay, check this out. This is from this book. You say it's not a source. Okay, fine, whatever. I'll just show you the sources. The indigenous people of the Caribbean. Okay, that book. Watch what it says here. It says here, and I quote. Oh, let me go up here. The melodrama of Cortez and the conquest of Mexico needs no retelling. After occupying Tenochtitlan and defeating the army of his rivals, Narvaez, in case you don't know, he was a black conquistador. He was a black conquistador, okay? An African conquistador. He and his troops had to fight their way out of the city to sanctuary in Tlaxcala. Even as the Spanish withdrew, all the ally more formidable than Tlaxcala appeared. Years later, Francisco de Aguilar, a former follower of Cortez who had become a Dominican friar, recalls the terrible retreat of Noche Triste. When the Christians were exhausted from war, God saw fit to send the Indians smallpox. You see, the Christians were white. Smallpox. But see, these weren't real Christians. These were conversos. That's why they called us Gentiles. See, you can't be a Christian and call us Gentiles. There's a lot of history you don't know, West Africans. But you gotta have, but I don't know shit. Fine, it's cool. Don't worry about it. You keep going and being lost in your sauce, in your pork sauce. It says, now, and there was a great pestilence in the city. Now, check this out. Deuteronomy. You see, here's what I love about Scripture, because the Bible don't lie. And if you don't see yourself in here, I don't know how else can you. Deuteronomy 28:27. The Lord shall smite thee with the botch of Egypt, and with the emeralds, with the botch of Egypt. Who are those Africans? The Hamitic tribe of Egypt. And with the emeralds, and with the scab, and with the itch, whereof thou cannot be healed. Okay? That happened to us. That never happened to you, West Africans. So check this out. Who brought smallpox to Mexico? With the men of Narvaez, the African conquistador, had come a black man, a West African, suffering from smallpox. And he infected the household in Sempoada, where he was quartered, meaning they put him with the rest of us. And it spread from one Indian, meaning what he had. That smallpox spread from one Indian to another. And they, meaning us, not you Negroes, being so numerous and eating and sleeping. Okay. Hold on. Eating and sleeping. Hold on. Come on, man. Don't lose it. Eating and sleeping together quickly infected the whole country. It says here. Let me make sure you read it. The Mexicans had never seen smallpox before. Hold on. What?
Wait a minute. Who are you?
But it says in the previous page that the African guy had smallpox. So if the African guy had smallpox and they quartered him, is because he obviously it was a sickness like viruela for us, right? You know, but for him, it wasn't killing him because they were around him. It was just affecting him. So they quartered him and put him with us. Now we weren't used to that. It says here, the Mexicans, like this Negro called us, and like they do, had never seen smallpox before and did not have the eager or not even the European meager knowledge of how to deal with it. The old soldier chronicler Bernal Diaz del Castillo called a Negro, you, who came here to bug us, who said, pass me the great Poupon, for this is beneath me. I have to go. Have a great day. Well, that was decent of you. Thank you for at least saying goodbye. You didn't just slam the door. Thank you. Appreciate it. At least you are somewhat civil. It says here, the Negro, the old soldier chronicler Bernal Diaz del Castillo called the Negro a very black dose. Damn. For Mexico, for it was because of him, not the white man. Not the white man, okay? Explain to me how we've been told forever that it was a güero, but it says here, no, not even that. It was the African, because you know what? So also historically saying that white folks couldn't even go to Africa because they would get sick from diseases from over there. So now we know, now we can actually connect the dots. It was Africans who brought this over to us. And it was because of him that the whole country was stricken with the great many deaths. Probably several diseases were at work. Several. So who was really the dirty people? Don't come with that. Because I think, did I miss it? Hold on a second, family. Did I miss it already? Oh, it's not in here. Oh, it's the following one. Oh, praise to Most High. Praises. Okay, let's go. Watch this. Verse 30. It says, thou shalt betroth a wife, and another man shall lie with her. Thou shalt build a house, for thou shalt not dwell therein. Thou shalt plant a vineyard, and thou shalt not gather the grapes thereof. Why? Because you'll be taken. Thine ox shall be slain before thine eyes. Why? Because dog. Hey, estudiante, for real, bro. Hold on a second. Hey, Yehudi.
Gotcha, bitch.
Hey, Yecheskel.
Gotcha, bitch.
Hey, BHIs.
Gotcha, bitch.
Fopi.
Gotcha, bitch.
What's your name? Kona.
Gotcha, bitch.
I'm calling you out. Kona, I'm calling you out. Let's go. Of conquest shows that. And thou shalt not eat thereof, right? Because obviously the conquista. I got to show this to you. Listen, as you know me, because you know me, man, I collect history. I'm a history, like I really love history, especially about us, right? So you see, this is why I know that the Most High is dealing with us, because he's bringing our history back to us, right? Now check this out. So I go to, well, my wife told me about this thrift store, nice one, and it was by this mechanic, right, that I know. Anyways, so she's like, yeah, you should go there, blah, 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 help you with your office, whatever. So I'm looking around. There's a couple things I'm seeing. And next thing you know, I look down and I see something that I could not believe. Even if I could tell you, if I didn't make the decision, I would have regretted it, family. Okay? So I'm going to show you what I have. Check this out. I bought this at a secondhand store. Look at that right there. Okay? That right there is an actual sculpture of the Maya, of our people. All right? Now check this out. You ever see the side? You see? Now I'm going to show you the back. Now watch what it says. It says, I'm going to read it in Spanish and in English. Let me see if I could read it. Come on, get up. It says, ejemplo de alto relieve típico de la región maya, a que muestra un personaje sentado, I'm reading slow because I can't barely read it, de forma tradicional y mostrando una inscripción, probablemente conmemorando una fecha en particular. Se muestra, God, what does it say? Here, let me just read it real quick. Se muestra ricamente enjollado y con tocado en la cabeza, que hace suponer que era perteneciente a la nobleza. In English, it says, the example of a high relief typical of the Mayan religion, showing an individual sitting on a traditional position and with an inscription probably commemorating a particular date. The individual possibly belonged to nobility because of his rich jewels and the headdress it's wore. So I'm going to show you this right here. Look what it says. Right? Check this out. Look at that. Look at that, fam. Look at that, man. This is an actual piece. Now, it says here that it supposedly was worth something about 200 and change. So I found out that it was through a state. What do you call it? A state plan. What do you call it? God, man, when people pass away and they don't actually put it in a trust. You know what I'm saying? They pass away, they don't put it in a trust, and it goes to the I don't know what they call it. I'm sorry, family. You know what I'm saying? But that's where I got it from. And you couldn't believe. Matter of fact, when I was buying it, the manager, she looked at me, looked at the lady that sold it to me, and she's like, about to say, why did you price it so cheap? They couldn't believe that this was an actual original sculpture. They couldn't believe it. Now, I'm going to see what the actual value is of it. You know what I'm saying? Hey, exactly, right there. Who told the blacks they were the Israelites? One was dummies. Who told them? These Masonic Talmud Babylonian worshipers? Exactly. These blacks were set up for Nimrod worship and deception, man. It's very true. Very true, bro. Let me see what he said right there. Yeah, auction. Well, I'm not going to sell it, but I want to see what the value is. Because that's in the probate. They call them probates. Thank goodness. So here, I'm going to show you what probate means. Let me see. Hold on. Let me get out of this screen. Enough with my face. And then we'll go into the class. Probate. Let's see. Probate meaning. So probate meaning is the official proving of a will, establish the validity of a will. So not probate. I guess it talks about where if you don't have a will and there's property, then the state has to deal with it. So apparently this went to the secondhand place. Nobody bothered to look at this. It's like family. Like, God, man, I have to show you one more time and then I'll let it go. I just got to show you. I know there's some haters out there. They left because I show it. I don't care. See that right there? Look at that. Look at that, man. All praises to the Most High for that, family. And instead of having some stranger have what doesn't belong to them. Now, I've shared with y'all that I do sculptures. Well, I used to when I was young. And that's called second dimension, second dimension, or second dimension, or not like third dimension, or it's not like the actual sculpture. It's just a flat surface, and you bring up a little bit of that texture. Anyways, let's continue. All right. So again, it's a beautiful day, family. Hey, any more fish want to come by and take a bite? You're welcome to. Let's go. We're eating this too. Thine ass shall be violently taken away. Why not? They're slaves before thy face, and thou shalt not be restored unto thee. Thy sheep shall be given unto thine enemies, and thou shalt have no. Oh, no, estudiante. It wasn't at an auction. It was at a secondhand store. It was already priced. But the lady, I guess they had to call her for some, because they had to check something, a tag or whatever on something else. But she was looking at it and she's like, wow, I couldn't believe it was that cheap. Yeah. So it wasn't an auction. But anyways, I'm going to find out how much it costs. Oh, to rescue them. Weren't they taken? Were not people taken? 1,600, 400 here, 500 there, 200 there. Then it says, weren't they husbands, wives, and sons and daughters? Thy sons and thy daughters shall be given unto another people. Weren't they taken to Spain? And thine eye shall look and fail with longing for them all day long, and there shall be no might in thy hand. Didn't that happen? Didn't we just read that? The fruit of thy land and all thy labor shall a nation which thou knowest not eat up. Aren't they still here? And thou shalt only be oppressed and crushed over. Didn't they forcefully take this land? Because it's still in petition, fam. The way that this land was taken in 1848, they're actually, Mexico's talking about some things. It is clear that these scriptures are no joke, and they apply to certain people, and not everybody, as some people claim.
With Miro, you can show your team.
Now check this out. I found this too.
Not just tell them. Miro is a shared canvas in which your entire team can work together.
Let's listen in. I'm going to let it play, okay?
Let's appreciate the United States war with Mexico. The war, when deliberated by Americans, is portrayed as an extension of the debate over slavery versus free labor. U.S. historians deliberately distort the people's experience, and they couch the war in sectional rivalry. And sectional rivalry means that when the United States is moving west, will the new territory be slave or will it be free? And so when they took over Mexico, the idea is, will the new territory be slave or free? So,
all right, now I'm going to read this to you. Leviticus 36:30. I'm just going to read it. I will destroy your high places and cut down your images and cast your carcasses upon the carcasses of your idols. And my soul shall abhor you. I will make your cities waste and bring your sanctuaries into desolation. And I will not smell the savior of your sweet odor. I will bring the land into desolation, and your enemies which dwell therein shall be astonished at it. Watch this.
So historians couch war in this sectional rivalry. There is no attempt, even by the most liberal of historians, to look at the war in terms of human rights and consequences to the people on both sides of the border. Yet the war is a terrible object lesson in an episode in a people's history. This episode is important because Mexicans need to realize that in this war, according to Americans, Mexicans lost.
See, that's important to know, fam. Why? Here's why. Here's why. Because technically, when somebody destroys your high places, feels like they took your land, they destroyed your cities, they destroyed your leader, they killed your king, guess what? They're going to call you a effing loser. Let's go.
Mexico lost. So in the American psyche, Mexicans are losers. You need to understand this. The events of the war could not help but encourage people to take a hard look at where they were going and at what they were doing. There is a historical fate. A portion of the nation is to be outside the boundaries of the nation. And this fact is going to have further consequences in Mexican history, and it's going to lead to what is known as Chicano history, because millions of its citizens live outside Mexico to this day.
You guys hear that? Millions of its citizens live outside of Mexico to this day. Why? Here's why. Let's continue. Because remember, Scripture said in Deuteronomy, what? Don't forget, fam, 28:33, the fruit of thy land and all thy labors shall a nation which thou knowest not eat up. And thou shalt only be oppressed and crushed always. Why? Because you're losers. Here you go. Watch this.
Now, the U.S. war with Mexico, again, it must be looked at in terms of the consequences to the people on both sides of the border. The United States acquired a territory that was vital, and the legitimacy of its holding.
Vital, meaning when you look at the entire territory that they took, Texas, Colorado, all of that, you realize that's where all the oil is. Mm-hmm. You realize that's where all the cattle was. Mm-hmm. And I got books to show it. I'm not looking for them now. But let's go.
Is a question that continues to be raised by the scholarly literature. In terms
what
of
he's saying right now. Listen to what he's saying, okay? Regarding the territory that was forcibly taken.
To the people on both sides of the border. The United States acquired a territory that was vital. And the legitimacy of its holding is a question that continues to be raised by the scholarly literature.
Meaning that the way that it was done was not a legitimate process. That's what it means. And again, it's nothing new. There's nothing new with that nation of people because they do play chess with us, fam. They're not dumb. Let's go.
The U.S. acquired a people with a different sense of history. The U.S. acquired a people with a different culture.
See, all of that right there, or that territory right there. Look at that. All of that was cattle and oil, everything, horses. I mean, massive amount of actual wealth, family. Let's go.
A different linguistic heritage with a different environmental orientation. This population was growing at the time of the takeover. It is growing to this day. And America needs to come to terms with its conquest. The United States became an aggressor nation. Though one can lie to the school children, the politicians documented for the record that this nation became blemished.
This is why it's important that we teach our children who we are according to the Bible.
There were clear material consequences for the occupation. Now let's get to the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo. The Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo is what brought war to an end, and it established the political boundary known as the U.S.-Mexico border today with some modifications. Now through it, a huge region that was formerly Mexico now became the United States. Texas, New Mexico, Colorado, Utah, Arizona, Nevada, and California.
Did we not just read in Deuteronomy 28:33, thy fruit of thy land and all thy labor shall a nation that which thou knowest not eat up? And thou shalt only be oppressed and crushed always. Why? He's going to say it right now.
Now became the property of the United States. But the most noteworthy articles concern the protection of land grants and cultural rights of both Mexicans and Indians living in the region. The treaty protected land rights and tenure rights established during the Mexican period. And the treaty legitimized land titles in New Mexico, Texas, Arizona, and California. And cultural customs were to be given equal consideration. And guess what? Mexicans and Indians were not to be discriminated against as they took up citizenship in the new country. The border created from this treaty, very important. The border that created from this treaty turned the Mexican.
Hey, bro, I was about to read that, bro. That's a trip, man. Oh, my God, that's a trip, bro. That's good. That's good. Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 43. It says, and the stranger that is within thee shall get above thee very high. We're not the strangers here. We're here in the land that the Most High sent us to. Second Ezra 13:40 through 49 or 50, not just at 46. It says here, and thou shalt come down very low. He shall lend to thee, and thou shalt not lend to him. The same land that was ours now will be lent to us, leased, mortgaged with our blood, sweat, and tears. He shall be the head, and thou shalt be the tail. Now, I'm going to share something with you. So these so-called Hebrews, right? This scripture right here tells you who we are. Because this will be for a sign and for wonders upon thy seed forever, right? And it shall be upon thee for sign and for, verse 46. And they shall be upon thee for a sign and for a wonder, and upon thy seed forever. What does that mean? Verse 46 says this, and they will be the evidence of God's judgment on you and on your descendants forever. Okay? So let's go back. Let's go back. He shall be the head and thou shalt be the tail. Watch this. I want to show you something. Watch this. Watch this, okay? They shall be the head, we shall be the tail, correct? He shall be the head, thou shalt be the tail. I've never heard them say that to you, West Africans, but this is very common for you Mexicans. Check this out. Una de las frases que más molesta y ofende a los mexicanos es aquella que se refiere a México como el patio trasero de Estados Unidos.
Bruh. Que alguien me explique.
They shall be the head and we shall be the tail. El trasero de Estados Unidos. That's never been said to you guys. Ever. Ever. El patio trasero de Estados Unidos. Thou shall be the head. They shall be the head, or he shall be the head, and thou shalt be the tail. Scriptures don't lie. We don't have to twist them. They just fall right in line. Let's continue.
Migration experience into immigration.
I guess they're not liking me right now. Let it buffer.
And Indians living in the region. The treaty protected land rights and tenure rights established during the Mexican period. And the treaty legitimized land titles in New Mexico, Texas, Arizona, and California. And cultural customs were to be given equal consideration. And guess what? Mexicans and Indians were not to be discriminated against as they took up citizenship in the new country. The border created from this treaty, very important. The border that created from this treaty turned the Mexican migration experience into immigration.
See? And thou shalt be crushed always. And thou shalt be crushed always. I need to wake up, family. Same book, American Conquest, page 77. I'm going to continue with the curses. As word spread out as of what was happening, Aztec soldier spear appeared and drove the Spanish into the royal quarters where they held Moctezuma prisoner. Your servant had occupied. The ruling nobles and priests had expressed unhappiness with Moctezuma's apparent weakness. Let me see. Hold on. Oh, here it goes right here. Yeah, they weren't happy with Moctezuma, right? So, paragraph number 2. It says here, in retreat, however, Cortez left behind an invisible killer that would prevent the Aztecs from following this and destroying his broken army, and that would begin the process of weakening his revenge. The microscopic smallpox, bacillus, or bacillus, smallpox was a fearsome killer wherever it existed, but among a people with no previous exposure to the disease, it was catastrophic. It first had appeared in New World 1518 on the huge and drying island of Hispaniola, a sort of dreadful coup de grace to the once enchanting places dwelling few survivors. After being released among the Aztecs, wrote Cortes Secretary Francisco Lopez de Gomara, it spread from one Indian to another, and they, being so numerous and eating and sleeping together, quickly infected the whole country. In most houses, all the occupants died, for since it was their custom to bathe as a cure for all diseases, they bathed for the same smallpox and were struck down. I don't believe that you're the people of the Bible. Let's read it. Deuteronomy 28:22. It says here, and the Lord shall smite thee with a consumption, with a fever, and with inflammation. Isn't that what smallpox did? Like viruelas? And with extreme burning. If you guys ever had like chicken pox, you should know. It hurts. It feels just like this. And with sword, and with blasting, and with mildew, meaning the actual, soldiers. And they shall pursue thee until thou perish. You want more? Verse 27. The Lord shall smite thee with the botch of Egypt, smallpox, and with the emerods, and with the scab, and with the itch, whereof thou cannot be healed. Isn't that what happened to our people? One more. Verse 35. The Lord shall smite thee in the knees and in the legs, and with the sore bots that cannot be healed, from the sole of thy foot unto the top of the head. This is very clear. Now, when did that happen to you, black people? You so-called wannabe Hebrews. When did that happen to you? Show me. Here in America, that black people had smallpox. You can't prove it, right? You can only.
O sea, a ver, que alguien me explique.
You can only ask, but you can't explain it. So when I see servants upon horses, I bring this up because I don't want y'all to start. I want y'all to get out of the mental breakdown, because you see the curses, right? They're physical initially. They're spread out between verse 22 and 27. Then they skip over to actually, the sons and daughters. But when you think about the cause and effect of these things, it's a mental language, family. Deuteronomy 28:28. The Lord shall smite thee with madness and blindness and astonishment of heart. This is when you start actually just deteriorating in the mind, accepting the crap the way it is, accepting that it's okay for somebody to call you what they call you, making fun of our people, and not calling it out as what it is. Because if that dude was white and he said that about black folks, making fun about their cooked on phonics shit, right? All of a sudden, it'd be racist. But it's okay if the black person does it when it's a so-called Hispanic or Mexica. Hey, listen, you African diaspora guys, you're in America. Then get your ass over there. Go help your people. I don't have a problem with it. I don't have to leave. I'm right where I belong. I'm right where I freaking belong. And, for those that claim, by the way, that these curses already happened, that, I don't know why I'm bringing him up. What's his name? Vocab Smellerone. I reached out to him, family. He didn't want me to call him. He said to stop calling him. Isaiah 59, verse 8. Watch this. The way of peace they know not, and there's no judgment in their going. They have made them crooked paths. Whatsoever goeth therein shall not know peace. When you have a delirious mind, a mind of destruction, why do you think we have our people the way they are? No judgment. Verse 9, therefore is judgment far from us. Neither does justice overtake us. We wait for a light. Aren't we like trying to believe in Christianity, Catholicism? But behold obscurity, for brightness, but we walk in darkness. Do we not crawl on our knees for stupid ass Virgin Mary? We grope for the wall like the blind, and we grope as if we had no eyes. We stumble at noonday as in the light. We are in desolate places as the dead men. That's Deuteronomy 28:29, fam. You don't think so? I'll show you. So you that don't believe that this was actual curse that happened again, it's going to happen again, and it's happening now. Verse 29, Deuteronomy 28. Thou shalt grope at noonday as the blind gropeth in darkness, and thou shalt not prosper in thy ways, and thou shalt only be oppressed and spoiled evermore, and no man shall save thee. Meaning you cannot go to Israel in 1948 and think you're saved. The only way we get saved is when it actually happens, fam. When this happens, when that happens, when all of these things happen, that's when we get saved. Okay? So, though you actually believe that, oh no, these curses already happened. No, then why would Isaiah repeat it again? That we may be walking like this. He clearly says it. Then look, this is really good. We roar at like bears and mourn sore like doves. Aren't we like that? We're all, don't we do that? Cartels, gangs, all of that crap, right? We roar like bears and mourn sore like doves. Yeah, because the moment they say beaner spick bags and wet bags and all that, then we just, you're right. We're immigrants because, the white man believes in manifest destiny and the black man also does too. Like you have that mentality. That's what, like, listen, it makes no sense. We roar like bears and mourn sore like doves. Like, yeah. That's exactly what happens. We look for judgment, but there's none for salvation, but it is far from us. Why am I reading this, fam? Because this is the spoil of the mind. Look, in this book called The Wretched of the Earth, remember I showed y'all in another class that I found this book through that movie with Nicolo, Blood In, Blood Out, and El Mero Mero was reading it. Okay? So he's reading this book, but watch what it says about colonialism, the mentality of slavery, right? Watch this. This is page 18 from The Wretched of the Earth. It says, just a second paragraph. Yes, terrified at this fresh stage, colonial aggression turns inward in a current of terror among the natives, meaning you start turning on your own gente and your own self. By this, I do not only mean the fear that they experience when faced with our exhaustible means of repression, but also that which their own fury proceeds in them. They are cornered between our guns pointed at them and those terrifying compulsions, those desires for murder which spring from the depths of their spirit and which they do not always recognize, meaning the anger, fam. The anger. You don't think we get mad seeing our people getting dying at the border, drowning with their children, dying in vans, dying in the fields, dying in the desert? And then you guys are using us like actual, what do you call it? When your birthday parties, piñatas? You got black folks over here saying, talking like white men. But I guess in this channel, we're proving that you guys are Oreos. You go, lay our corner between our guns pointed at them and those terrifying compulsions, those desires for murder, which spring from the depths of their spirit, in which they not always recognize. For at first it is not their violence. Watch this. Oppression maketh a wise man mad, family. It is ours, which turns back on itself and rends them. So we get the violence that comes from them, but now we deal with it ourselves. And the first action of these oppressed creatures is to bury deep down that hidden anger which their and our moralities condemn, and which are, however, only the last refuge of their humanity. You see this? Meaning, at this point, you have so much that built up, then we act on it and we get criticized for it. That's why, family, I'm telling you, the Bible is our book. And nobody can take that away from us. That's why you got to study and read. Look, the Bible, literally, it said that, right? The aggression, the progression of aggression, the colonialized mentality, right? The actual anger within, how it becomes their anger towards us first, and then now we interpret that anger towards ourselves and to our own gente. Okay, watch this, and then we go to them for help. What? Psychology, psychiatry, sociology, right? Let me sit on the table. Let me sit on the sofa. I need some help. I don't know how to treat my wife. I don't know how to treat my kids. That says here, Deuteronomy 28:48. Therefore, thou shalt serve thine enemies, which the Lord shall send against thee, in hunger, and in thirst, and in nakedness, and in want of all things. Don't we hunger for truth? Didn't we hunger for truth? Didn't we hunger for the scriptures? Didn't we want to get clothed from our sins? And in one of all things, we went to them to learn about the Bible. And he shall put a yoke of iron upon thy, and he shall put a yoke of iron upon thy neck until he have destroyed you. Meaning, we got hooked. So now we're trying to unhook ourselves, and now we got a bunch of other people saying that they're the people of the book. So, family, I'm gonna say it like this: you either believe or you don't. You either have it in you to look further into who you are according to the Bible. I'm gonna finish it with these scriptures, and then we're done. Where are you at? Sirach 20. Just advice to you, fam. There's a reproach that is not comely. Again, some man holdeth his tongue, and he is wise. Listen, there's a reproach that is not comely. Meaning, if you are stuck in these rooms and you're having a hard time accepting that you were wrong, yo, man, sometimes reproof is hard to accept, but you got to accept it. You understand what I'm saying? Some man holdeth his tongue, and he is wise. Meaning, you know what? This brother's right. Why is there so much anger towards us? You guys got to really be mindful, family. Sirach 32. Watch this real quick. Verse 14. It reads, good is said against evil, and life against death. So is the godly against the sinner, and the sinner against the godly. Wait, am I looking for that one? No, sorry. It's 32. My bad. 32:14. It reads, whoso feareth the Lord will receive his discipline, and they that seek him early shall find favor, which goes back to Joshua 1:8. But you got to understand discipline. I had to get corrected. I had to accept this because I came from these rooms. You know how hard it is to be like, man, 4 years of not knowing, like what? It's a hard pill to swallow. But all over the scriptures, it says this. Proverbs 1:5, it says, a wise man will hear and will increase learning, and a man of understanding shall attain to wise counsel. So when I started listening and reading, I'm like, yo, you know what? This cannot be incorrect. This got to mean something. I got to be onto something. So I continued because I fear the Lord. I don't fear man. I don't give a damn about. Jeremiah 17:5 talks about, what's here? Let's get it real quick. And I'm almost finished. Thus say the Lord, cursed be the man that trusted in man, and make it flesh his arms. Listen, don't trust me. You got to dig deep in this book. Because look how the Most High speaks to you, man. Through the angels and all that, right? Through his help. Watch this real quick. Job 33:14. Watch what it reads. For God speaketh once, yea, twice, yet man perceiveth it not. Why? Because if you're not in the scriptures, you won't hear him. In a dream, in a vision of the night, when deep sleep falleth upon men, in slumbering upon the bed, semicolon, then he openeth the ears of men and sealeth their instructions. So when you're sleeping, if you're literally in scriptures day and night, you will have this. Trust me, family, I know. I experienced it myself. All I had to dream, like just massive dreams. A bunch of things going on. Classes and all ideas, all kinds of stuff. It says, verse 16, then he opened the ears of men and seal it their instructions. That's heavy. That's why Wisdom of Solomon, and that's why I share what I share with y'all, man. I'm not trying to be more than you at all. Nothing. I don't know more than you. I don't. That's why I laugh at those boastful men that think that that's the way to go about the scriptures. You should be lucky you're getting repentance. Wisdom of Solomon 7:15. If you are a Hebrew, God had granted me to speak as I would, and to conceive as it is meet for the things that are given to me. So I share what I'm aware, my history, knowledge, the books that I have. I give you based on whatever's given to me, because it is He that leadeth unto wisdom and directed the wise. I'm not doing this, family. It's the Most High. I give all praises and honor to Him. He's directing me. He's directing me. God had granted me to speak as I would, and to conceive as it's meet for the things that are given to me, that are given me. Because it is He that leadeth unto wisdom. It's not mine. Prior to the classes, whenever they start, fam, man, trust me, it's like, then all of a sudden, boom, I get in. Let's go back to Sirach, and we're almost done. 4:23. It says, and refrain not to speak when there is an occasion to do good, and hide not thy wisdom in her beauty. So I don't refrain myself if it makes sense to do the classes. That's why I also had to get a little organized, because I was kind of not really being organized in my previous classes. I got away from my blueprint. Wisdom of Solomon 10:21. But wisdom openeth the mouth of the dumb, and made the tongues of them that cannot speak eloquent. How do I read that? Family, I didn't even speak English when I came to this country, and I hated reading. Okay, so let's finish it off with Isaiah, and then we're done. Isaiah 51. Let's see real quick. Verse 15 to 17, and then I'll skip. Sorry, 51. It says here, but I am the Lord thy God, that divided the sea, whose waves roared. The Lord of hosts is his name. I have put my words in thy mouth. I have covered thee in the shadow of my hand, that I may plant the heavens and lay the foundation of the earth, and say unto Zion, thou art my people. All praises that he's using me to show you with y'all that. Awake, awake, stand up, Jerusalem, which has drunk at the hand of the Lord the cup of his fury. Thou hast drunken the dregs of the cup of trembling, and wrung them out. That's why, fam, all I give a damn about is that I get a chance to repent. Okay? Verse 21. Therefore, we hear now this, thou afflicted and drunken, but not with wine, meaning that we were under the curses. We were confused. Derelictic dialects. You know what I'm saying? Destroyed on the bottom. You're telling me my understanding of the scriptures, man. I know what I teach my family. I know what they stand behind. They sing these classes. They know who they are. They know who they are. Thus say the Lord thy God, the Lord God, the God, and thy God had pleaded the curse of his people. Behold, I have taken out of thy hand the cup of trembling, even the dregs of the cup of my fury. Thou shalt no more drink it again. That's why you grow in strength and your wisdom. But I will put it into the hand of them that afflict thee. That's right. That's right. Which have said to thy souls, bow down, that we may go over. And thou hast laid thy body as the ground and as a street to them that went over. Doesn't this dude feel that way? Doesn't what's his name, Nate the Snake, feel superior than the so-called Northern Kingdom? He says it himself. Here, there's no good Northern Kingdom. He's called us wetbacks. This guy, this is your leader. This is your king. This guy that's a Pan-Africanist. Yeah, he's a Pan-Africanist. Look up what's that app called where they do the little dumb debates? Smoke Room or some shit. He's a Pan-Africanist, family. You want to follow him? Jeremiah 17:5 says otherwise. All right. So me, particularly, Lord willing, they drink that cup. 23 says, verse 23, I will give it to those who oppressed you, to those who made you lie down in the streets. Don't they feel they're superior? This is a Canaanite spirit. Tyrese, Idon, family, watch my classes. I've proven it. They're not getting away from this. Y'all enslave people, and you're going to pay for it. Anyhow, that's all I got, fam. So sorry to like kind of finish it, but I gotta go. I gotta finish my work. So Lord willing, it works out tonight. I got some work to do. I gotta eat and then move on. All right, man. Shalom, Julio. Shalom, everybody, man. Look, I hope it was an edifying class. And let's see what we got. I think that's it, pretty much, man. Everybody, Lord willing, you guys can catch it later on. Here, let me see if I can do this real quick. Ooh, yeah, where are you at? Oh, this one. All right, cool. Sounds good, family. Listen, I'm gonna play my end video, and then I'm gonna play some music, and then we'll call it a day. All right. So anyhow, fam, take care. Shalom. Let's see if it plays well. There we go.
Se ve tan mal cuando miras a otro lado, los fantasmas del pasado no se detendrán hasta verte derrumbado. Peores lo hemos pasado. Andaba a golpes con la tristeza, me aportó riqueza, me otorgó sabiduría, pues se dibujaba en todas mis piezas, yo con alegría le daba color después. La aguja sigue girando, tiempo parece se burlar de mí, dijo que sanaría esperando, pero creo que la espina aún sigue ahí, con los dedos lo voy palpando. Cierro los puños, escapa de aquí. Agonizando, no me espera el tiempo, no voy a esperar por ti. Nuestras huellas en la orilla se han borrado por la marea. Si esas estrellas ya no brillan, las entiendo pa' que veas. Sea donde sea, bajo la tormenta o dentro de la odisea, donde arañas cubren el cielo de tela, los aviones nadan y los barcos vuelan. Hey, aunque parezca que va bien, no sabes bien si va mal. Besos que pueden doler, ojos que pueden matar. Tengo mi alma en el almacén encerrada, mi corazón está en huelga, mis sentimientos en ámbar. Gente, Calamala dijo que estaría presente, fallaron como nunca, se fueron para siempre. Millones de razones para vengarme, pero a veces duele más actuar indiferente.
Como no quieren ver ahora tenemos branquias y cerrado los bronquios como la mente de un guardia. Yo soy la montaña y vine por la cordillera, más cojones que tu ganga tiene una madre soltera. Tú cúbrete si suena mi tu. A mí la tengo soldado fumando de su palulu, y un conjuro de grimorio me lo salva del velorio. Pa' tener pila valorio se matan vestidos de emporio, y yo no quiero una pistola, estoy soñando que la vida que quería me llega a tiempo. Desde que yo la vi sola, loco ando, vino a verme cuando el sol se estaba poniendo y se dejó una pluma y se perdió en la bruma. Nunca se despidió de mí. nunca se despidió de mí. Vivo en un mundo que parece roto y sé que no, porque todo es perfecto y lo debo plasmar. Me fumo un trócolo tras otro y lo veo todo otro color. Me siento libre porque vuelvo a conectar. Mi gente sufre y no lo puedo evitar, más que dándole consejos siempre desde la humildad. Es su camino hacia la fraternidad. Solo puedo que enseñarles a respetar y amar. Con esta bendición, como no voy a aprovechar los códigos que llegan, los tenemos que aceptar. Si me reencarné fue para ayudar y no para malgastar mi tiempo en beneficio del mal. En la unión nace la fuerza y eso nos hace juntar las ganas que siempre tuvimos para iluminar a la gente que se le ocurra y la malla armonizar. Vinimos para dar fuego ahora que no nos va a quemar.
Arde por dentro la llama, no puedo contener la ras. Churruscao el corazón, el armazón no puede llegar a pesarme más. Si abro la boca, tu tumba al suelo, me muelo a diario y sobrado de gas. Escupo risas perfectas, paladas de versos eternos, no mueren jamás. Cuando acabe mi condena, me vi muy solo y perdido. Cada vez más negra la flema, más elegante el problema, pero planté cara a todos mis enemigos. Recuperé las ganas, las fuerzas y el garbo. Dedico requiems a mis diablos, que aquí estoy vivo de milagro. Delicadas flores crecieron entre los cardos. Me dicen vienes más delgado que de costumbre. Será de tanto que he bailado en el alambre, que a tanta pena es mejor no ponerle nombre. Llevamos la música en vena, nuestra sangre.
Logical or general educational purposes, and thus Bible Chronicles believes that this print done when it's. However, Title 17 of United States copyright law states material and use can only be done when it's for theological or general educational purposes, and thus Bible Chronicles believes that this principal material falls under fair use, which honors protection under Section 107 of the same U.S. copyright law. Copyright disclaimer.
Hablen de más normas que va muriendo. Me estoy volviendo loco.
Copyright disclaimer.
No hay tiempo para pensar si hoy queda más que reír por lo que nos hizo sentir. Si la intuición no te deja seguir, no te vayas a rendir. No te quiero ver sufrir. Te escucho, te lucho, que mucha de tu fuerza nace de ti. Vas a ver que alimañas muerden tus entrañas, con sus artimañas extrañan tu fin. Sigue pues si tus pies tocan el suelo, el anzuelo no tira de ti. Grita fuerte si la vida te duele, que vuele el dolor, lo expulsamos de aquí. Dame chanaco, ni llorar frío. Mira las nubes antes de perder las formas. Sé la luz del sol cuando no lo puedas ver. Cierra su boca cuando te hablen de más normas. Todo lo mal montado se ha de romper. Aunque que tú te rompas no hará más que estorbar.
Si es bajo el castigo y mando de Lucifer, en verdad tú sabrás con lo que te conformas. Y yo con el super amor traeré.
Hablan sin sentido y se enamoran, pero todo llega y solo te queda esperar. Pasan los segundos y las horas y sin darte cuenta todo vuelve a comenzar. Todo parece lógico en este mundo de plástico, hay que ver la fe cómo se va perdiendo. Quizás me quede afónico de ser mi propio médico y crecer sin ser un hombre que va muriendo. Tal vez me estoy volviendo loco. Tal vez viviendo poco a poco. Que va muriendo.
Pausing with the video, and now this one, it just stopped the video. You know, I thought I did it right. Anyhow, what do we got? What do you got? Okay, there's like just one brother or sister watching our praises. That's cool. Let's see what we got. Well, the name of the, I guess, session class, whatever y'all want to call it, it's an evil which I have seen under the sun. You know, I kind of don't want to go too long on this one because I have a lot of information and I don't want to have you guys forget. Let's see. So far, I mean, let's see, it was like a couple songs played, you know what I mean? And maybe about an hour or less. So I got some info. So hope y'all taking notes. As you know, I'll try to do my best to post the links. I don't always remember. But I'll definitely reference the books that I'm going to bring out. And hopefully, you know, it's an edifying class today. All praise it to the Most High that He's allowing me at least to have the understanding of being able to share this with you, fam. Let's see. Shalom, everybody. I guess we got one viewer so far. I don't know who that is. If you're an enemy, man, or take notes. If you're a friend, all praises. Friend or foe, Lord willing, man. You believe in facts, because here in Bible Chronicles, facts tell, stories sell. We don't believe in stories; we believe in facts. So I'm gonna do my best to provide you guys with facts. And yeah, let's see. Where should we begin? Oh, well, as a matter of fact, you know what? Let's begin with this. Let's begin with this, family. Where are you at? Here we go. Let's start with Ecclesiastes chapter 10, verse 5. You know, I don't know, man. I don't really like the way I'm starting this. I'm not used to this whole, I don't like my video being cut in half, to be honest with you, fam. There's something about that, you know, the way I like to kind of go about the class is the way I like to start it, you know. It's not my fault that the stupid system has a hiccup right in the middle of it. But for the sake of the class, let me continue. I'll do my best. Lord willing, you know what I'm saying? Like, I just get over it. Anyhow, Ecclesiastes chapter 10, verse 5, it says, there is an evil which I have seen under the sun, as an error which proceedeth from the ruler. So here we see that what the scriptures are talking about, that man, we're under a particular type of environment where's the most wickedness that you can imagine in every single way. There is an evil which I have seen under the sun, as an error which proceeded from the ruler, folly is set in great dignity. What's the word folly mean? Folly meaning foolishness, lack of good sense, prudence, foresight. Folly is set in great dignity. Yeah. Don't we have nowadays promiscuousness, body count, divorce, same sex, all that stuff, the letters, the Balfour, I mean, you know what I mean? It's like folly is set in great dignity because, man, I can't even talk about it. And the rich sit in low places. Rich in what? In wisdom. Because guess what? It is not lawful here in this country to say you're keeping the laws of God. You know why I'm saying that? Because when I had a class before, and I read the laws regarding, the same-sex marriage, I got struck for that. Because I read the Bible. That's what I did. So you're telling me that I'm a part of a society where folly is not set in great dignity? Where the poor are in high places? No, the rich sit in low places, family. Then it says, I have seen servants upon horses and princes walk as servants upon the earth. Yes. When you realize the kind of lineage that you come from, you so-called, my Hebrew people, first of all, you indigenous of this continent, all right? You true Hebrews here, the ones that have the lineage in you. You so-called Hispanics, you so-called natives, right? And I'm only speaking about the people here in this continent. Like I mentioned before, I know we're scattered everywhere, but if y'all want to listen from far, all praises to the Most High. Maybe English is the way that we can all communicate. Then it says, folly is set in great dignity, and the rich sit in low places. Let me continue. I have seen servants upon horses and princes walking as servants upon the earth. Yeah, because guess what? When you realize where you're from, what you belong to, you'll realize that servants are on horses right now, meaning power. And princes walking as servants upon the earth. Let that sink in. You know what? I just thought about a video, and again, I'm not sure. Let me see if I can find it. I just thought about it. You know what I'm saying? I just thought about it. Let's see. What is this? What is it? Sab. Us. I can't remember the word. I have a video where you see the actual enslavement of our people. Like, we don't necessarily get to see it. We've read about it. We read about it, but not actually have somebody that talks about it. I can't remember the video name, so I'm not going to look for it. But going back to the point, I have seen servants upon horses and princes walking as servants upon the earth. Would they not come in with chariots? The so-called Europeans. And the reason why this scripture it came to my attention is because there is an evil which I have seen under the sun. Ecclesiastes 10:5. Because as you can see, some people are trying to get away from how they contributed to slavery, fam. Some people don't want to accept the fact that you're not a native, you're not an aboriginal, okay? Get that shit out of your head. You are an African. Or you're not a native, you're a European, okay? Get that through your head, Mrs. Oh, my mama was 1/4 Cherokee. It is through your father. Thus say the Lord. And it was very a common thing, family. It was never necessarily maternal. So I have seen great folly. And I've seen evil. To think that we are not the people of the Bible, the nerve of somebody on some Facebook, right? The guy looks like could be, you know, half white, half black, claims that he's Jewish, has the quote audacity to say, "Oh no, natives aren't Hebrews. Cut that out or chill out," right? And I'm like, hold on a second, man. You out of all the people should shut the hell up. Because honestly, when you really look at it, you people over there, I don't ever really want to say much because not for the strike reasons, just because they ain't really effing with us. You know what I'm saying? They're not necessarily going out in the street claiming to be something that or pushing that upon us. Because there's a difference. But when you go around and say make an assumption like you know what our history is like, then it's when I'm going to speak up. Because look, I'm going to tell you this, family. Some people, man, they're bringing up this, and this is not the topic, but it relates to it. Some people are like, oh, yeah, the Sephardic Jews are our people. No, you want to know something? Maybe some of them are. But if you really look at the history of them, of who they weren't all white, okay? They weren't all white Spaniards. They were also black Spaniards. They were also black actual Jew Spaniards, converts, if you may call it. So let's not get confused. That is historical. There's no way to get around it. There's no concrete proof what Sephardic even effing means. You can find 2-3 topics examples of like what it actually may mean. And you can even find some people that claim to be Jew that understand that explanation. I'm sorry. Again, there is an evil which I have seen under the sun. The nerve of you. But I'm going to show y'all something that I found. I think y'all going to find it very interesting. It's hard to believe. Yeah, it is hard to believe. Watch this real quick, fam. Hold on. I found this video. And somebody posted it on the Facebook, on what do you call it? Facebook. So I watched the video, and then there's portions in here that matter. But what I want to catch is some of the things that are said. And listen, fam, there's a lot of history in Mexico that has not been fully revealed, okay? That literally that a lot of people don't realize. They don't know about, they don't even talk about, they don't ever necessarily, know. They don't dig into it. All right? But check this out. Y'all tell me what you think.
Un segundo mito es que los ejércitos que llegan son los ejércitos del rey. Pero los que llegan a América no son un ejército. No son un ejército, ¿no? Son aventureros. Y después tenemos negros. Vienen esclavos. Y en las batallas los esclavos se defienden e incluso a veces protegen a sus amos y se ganan su libertad, ¿no? Y resulta que tenemos conquistadores negros, africanos, que reciben encomiendas, ¿sí? Reciben encomiendas. Y no tenemos uno o dos, tenemos muchos casos en todas las conquistas en América, en Norteamérica, en Centroamérica y en Sudamérica.
You guys hear that? Let me put the translation here. Let me hold on. I'm gonna show y'all something real quick. And for you, brother, that's watching, all praises, man. Stick around, or sister, all praises. I don't care. It don't matter. I don't need a large crowd. I'm not here for the bells and whistles, and it'd be nice if people watch. Be nice. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna like claim that, oh no, man, it don't matter to me. Nah, it's good. I don't ask for money from y'all, man. I don't give a shit about that. You know what I'm saying? So that's just a fact. Y'all, if you guys want to go to a channel where they're gonna ask for you, that's like, hey, give me some money, so I can go buy myself a boat. This ain't the place. If you want to learn something, yeah, this may just be the place.
if you're interested in the truth, this may just be the place. But hey, man, if you wanna go through folly and believe bullshit, then this is not the place. By the way, I thank you, brothers, that have subscribed. About 206 now. All praises to the Most High for that, man. You know what I'm saying? That's pretty cool. Hold on a second. Hold on. No, that's not it. Which one is it? Nope. Nope. Yeah.
Flawless victory. Flawless victory.
That's pretty cool, man. You know what I'm saying? That's good. That's good that you brothers and sisters are passing the channel, and there's people that are watching and signing up. Hey, 206 people. That's decent. And again, this is not through merchandise selling. This is not asking for money or donations. This is a sincere me out of the, I don't know how you say it, man. The Most High allowed me to, put things together and get on. All praises. So that's why I'm bringing this up. But look, let's listen in again, fam. This is interesting. This is very interesting because look, this is about a month old. Okay. It's called Brigada Antifraud Historiadores Destruyen la Leyenda Negra. Yeah, look it up. But listen to what he says. All right, let's go.
Negros. Vienen esclavos. Y en las batallas los esclavos se defienden e incluso a veces los que llegan son los ejércitos del rey. Pero los que llegan a América no son un ejército. No son un ejército, ¿no? Son aventureros. Y después tenemos negros. Vienen esclavos. Y en las batallas los esclavos se defienden e incluso a veces protegen a sus amos y se ganan su libertad, ¿no? Y resulta que tenemos conquistadores negros, africanos, que reciben encomiendas, ¿sí? Reciben encomiendas. Y no tenemos uno o dos, tenemos muchos casos en todas las conquistas en América, en Norteamérica, en Centroamérica y en Sudamérica.
You see, family? I as I said it before, and I'll say it again. Hold on, let me show it to you real quick. Get out of here with this crap, fam. Get out of here with these lies that, it was only the white man. Nah. See, we on to you, Canaan. We on to you. And you, listen, when you start digging into this history that there were African conquistadors, then guess what? You cannot use the Bible. On who? How? Can you determine? Now, it's not about charts, is it? No, not at all. It's not about charts. Guess what? This is the most funniest thing, fam. I'm telling you. I don't know why. All praises to the Most High. I've been saying this since last year. May, maybe, and I mean, it was all not because like, oh yeah, look, no, man, it was the Most High. Now, people before me have been saying these guys are Canaan. They won't bring into history the books that I've been finding, but they were saying that's Canaan. Now I'm showing you who Canaan is. And Edom. I'm gonna tell you this right now, man. There's no doubt that we have. Gotta say it, man. We got black Edomites family. I'm telling you, because when you look at the books that I'm going to show you, you find out how there's fathers of fathers of fathers of fathers who ended up being white as well. And their children just ended up mixing with people with melanin. So now we start seeing kind of like an awkwardness of history, why is it being hidden? Why are they holding these things back? And then listen, for you people, like, I don't know, you that may be watching or came to glance over, you enemies of the state, so to speak, right? And you don't like what I say. Too bad. Because you know what? I'm not defending the so-called white man. Not at all. But you know what? Spade is spade, man. If you did it, you're going to be called upon. If you had something to do with it. And look, now we start getting more clarity in regards to why there were like so-called mestizos, caciques. So that's why, fam, with us so-called Hispanics, when I came into the truth, it was not difficult for me to separate and understand that there's a possibility that people that look like me are not my people. Yes, that's right. You think that that's not a lie? Listen to this right here. Listen to this, okay? I'm going to show you this real quick.
Con el poder colonial, con los alcaldes mayores.
Estaba pensando cuando hablabas de las indígenas caciques. Es curioso porque los criollos desde el siglo XVI tratan de vincularse a la casa de Moctezuma.
You see that? He says that the Creoles, since the 1600s, were trying to create a link between them and Moctezuma's family tree. Really? Yeah. Okay, let's continue.
Y es precisamente Isabel Moctezuma, ¿no? La madre, digamos, la madre de toda la descendencia criolla que sí.
And don't the fake Jews over there, they claim to the maternal? They don't believe, I don't know why. They don't base it off the father. So let's continue. Here now, like, oh yeah, eventually because of the mom, now they're descendants of it, right? Mothers of all the Creole descendants who feel, watch this.
Siente su vínculo con Moctezuma a través de ella, ¿no? Aunque muchos de ellos no tenían nada que ver con la Tecuixpo, ¿no?
That, and even though a lot of them had nothing to do with that. Yes, there were Creoles in Mexico or Mexico, just like here. Let's go.
Con doña Isabel. Pero es interesante cómo incluso a través de la mujer se están vinculando a un pasado, ¿no? Un pasado glorioso que para los criollos es el pasado prehispánico, ¿no?
That it's just interesting that through the maternal side they want to connect to Moctezuma. See?
A ver, que alguien me explique.
Now this video, y'all gotta watch it. It's very interesting, but you can see that they're like trying to say, well, it wasn't that bad. You know what I mean? It wasn't that bad. It wasn't just white people that were that. Everybody had a chance to get in position of power. Yeah, but guess how people were hiding, fam? Listen to this.
Así es que de Huejotzingo, por los años 1540 y tantos, que vestía a lo español, a lo español, y él tenía un paje español, un niño español, que le llevaba los guantes. Y el alcalde mayor de pueblo dice, ¿para qué quiere guantes? El cacique, así. Entonces, hay que salir un poco de los tópicos sobre los indios, los españoles, la iglesia, etcétera, y abrirnos nosotros.
Here now, again, you got to really pay attention. She's like, with her historical perspective, this and that, and you know what I mean? And we need to get rid of these, Spanish ideals or ideas and kind of like open up our minds of possibly something different. Now he comes back and says this, pay attention to this, okay? Remember, family, this is a Spanglish channel, so sorry if you don't speak Spanish, but I'm doing the translation here as best as I can on the bottom, the machine, right? The system. And, I'm adding my 2 cents into it. So follow along. Ask a brother or sister, they speak Spanish. Please help you. All right, let's go.
Otro de los tópicos es precisamente eso, ¿no? ¿Qué hablamos cuando hablamos de indios? Muchos son mestizos.
See what? Like no. Now let's talk about this topic too. What are we talking about here? Are we talking about Indians or are we talking about mestizos? Because many of them were mestizos. Okay, meaning mix. More likely of the father, right? Spaniard father. Let's go.
Muchos de estos caciques no son indios puros, son mestizos.
Son mestizos.
Sí.
Y cuando les conviene son indios.
See, a lot of these caciques that were in position of power through this colonial time, were not even natives. Why do you think we get these pictures of so-called natives with, gold chain, nose rings and ears in Peru, claiming that there are people when they were not? Because these caciques are not Indians. And when it suits them, guess what? Let's continue. Watch this.
Indios.
Y
cuando no son mestizos o españoles. Son españoles cuando no quieren, o mestizos para no pagar el tributo. Y curiosamente, los mestizos y los negros y mulatos se dicen indios
Bam! You hear that? The mestizos, the blacks and mulattoes, okay, call themselves Indians when it was convenient because they didn't want to pay the taxes. Do y'all believe? Y'all hear that? Let's go again.
Curiosamente, los mestizos y los negros y mulatos se dicen indios para no pagar las subvenciones eclesiásticas.
See? The ecclesiastical subsidies, they didn't want to pay it. So, blacks, mestizos, mulattoes, right? Who all own slaves, who had the power and the income and the pull, could call themselves Indians in order to avoid the tax fees. And it was only convenient. But it says here that, what? Mestizos, blacks, and mulattoes had that power. Do you understand what it's saying? Let's listen in. What he's talking about is that these guys weren't even natives. A lot of them were like right now. That's why, family, don't be surprised why there's not several who believe in the scriptures. Look at this. We're surrounded with heathens. Let's go. Sorry to tell you. But see, that's the beauty about this walk, fam. We don't have that stigma. Not sorry, the stigma. We don't have that issue that, oh my God, you look like me. There's no way you could ever, not be my master. No way, man. Black people don't enslave each other. No, black people don't enslave people. See, we don't have that. We have the reality because we've seen it. Watch this. Let's go.
Tópicos es precisamente eso, ¿no? ¿Qué hablamos cuando hablamos de indios? Muchos son mestizos. Muchos de estos caciques no son indios puros, son mestizos.
Son mestizos.
Sí.
Y cuando les conviene son indios.
Cuando no,
y
son
cuando
mestizos.
no, son mestizos o españoles.
O españoles.
Son españoles cuando no quieren, o mestizos para no pagar el tributo. Y curiosamente, los mestizos y los negros y mulatos se dicen indios para no pagar las subvenciones eclesiásticas. O sea,
See, fam? This is a very interesting video topic, you know what I'm saying? I find that to be important, especially now when people are talking about these things. You know, and remember, fam, that we have to be diligent. As a matter of fact, I was going to read it later, but I'll read it now. I'm glad that I thought about it just like before I started the class. Revelation 1:3 says, blessed is he that readeth. And they that hear the words of this prophecy and keep those things which are written therein, for the time is at hand. Hand. Damn, man, I'm telling you. Y'all need to be careful, fam, because it's getting crazy. I'm telling you, man. That's why it says, blessed is he that readeth. I do my best trying to, family. I'm not saying I'm perfect at this stuff, man. Not at all. I get tired. Sometimes I'm just, I can't.
But I have, I grab a book and then I just kind of forget that I'm tired. But again, blessed is he that readeth, and they that hear the words of this prophecy. Why? Because look, Matthew chapter 24 warned us. It says here, sorry, my bad. It says here, and Jesus answered and said unto them, on verse 4, take heed that no man deceive you. For many shall come in my name, saying, I am Christ, and shall deceive many. You see, for many shall come in my name. And ye shall hear of wars and rumors of wars. See that ye be not troubled, for all these things must come to pass, but the end is not yet. So I'm mindful because I'm watching, and y'all are very. I'm sure you guys are watching wars: Ukraine, Russia, America, Mexico, the BRICS. People jumping away from the dollar. Again, ye shall hear of wars and rumors of wars. When you're talking about economical collapse, people are going to get very frustrated and very impatient very quick. When you trap a predator, he will bite back right away. And for many shall come in my name. We are getting a lot of this, saying, I am Christ, and shall deceive many. And we're seeing a huge deception right now. Are you believing a black Jesus? For real? Let's put it this way, fam. The Most High said, no images. See, it doesn't matter what color you want them to be. I don't give a shit what color you want them to be. White, black, brown. Exodus 20 said, no images. You want to know why, fam? You got to think like this, okay? The scriptures talk about how God knows the deepness of our thoughts and our hearts. It's not thoughts. That's in the same sentence. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. Let's see. Hold on. Let me be Google properly. Hold on. But there's a secret, but I see secret is not revealed to wisdom. He knows. Hold on a second. Give me a second, fam. I think it's here. Their images. No. Well, we can go with this one. It says here, Psalms 33:11 says, I'll just read it. The counsel of the Lord standeth forever. No, that's not it. The Psalms 1. Nah, that's not even any of the ones. I read it earlier. Anyways, the point being is that he searcheth our thoughts in our hearts, meaning that there's such a thing as consciousness and subconsciousness. Like, there is such a thing. So, again, we're going back to what now? Let me not lose my point, because I will lose my point, fam. I'm getting old. Let me read it again. Matthew 24:4. And Jesus answered and said unto them, take heed that no man deceive you. For many shall come in my name, saying, I am Christ, and shall deceive many. You see, fam, the moment you put an image of God in your eyes, when you pray, you're going to have that image, fam. I don't care what you think. Our eyes are like a camera. The way it works, it's like a flashlight. Like, think about that, man. These people that are constantly watching that picture of Nate, because I know they try to change it, you know what I'm saying? IOIC try to change it, but it looks to look like him. And when you see the picture, and you see it so often, and you show the kids, and all the kids see, and the kids are watching, the children see it. When they pray, you telling me the children are not thinking of that picture? Of course they are. So I don't care about your color that you want. Black, white, brown. That didn't help me. Repenting is what helped me. I'm going to tell you this right now. Getting back to my point. For nations shall rise against nations and kingdom against kingdom, and there shall be famines and pestilence and earthquakes in diverse places. So I know that's going on too. Verse 6 says, at the end, for all these things must come to pass, but the end is not yet. Verse 7, for nations shall rise against nation, and kingdom against kingdom, and there shall be famine. Are we not running into it? And pestilence. Are we not running into it? Did we not experience that for a couple years? And earthquakes. Are we not seeing that all over? In diverse places, meaning where? Like where you least expect. All these are the beginning of sorrow. You should really think about that. All these are the beginning of sorrow. Okay? No, why is all of this happening like this? You guys are probably like, why was information held from us so long? How come we're now knowing about these things? Know more about slavery and how it relates to more than one nation of people. And like literally, like Psalms 83 says, it's not just Edom. Like, why now? You know what I'm saying? And why in this way? Why in this manner? Why did we have to go to Deuteronomy 28? Because look, listen, hold on a second. It don't matter to me if people from across the country or world, whatever, or even here, don't believe. It doesn't matter. I see it when you see in your own household, when your children believe, when your wife believes, when you start hearing the Bible often, when we start literally, give me a second, family, hold on. When we start believing, when you start seeing your family, you start seeing them change, you start seeing them believe. Now, why did we have to go through the the curses? Because this is the way it's structured. This is the way it's going to have to be. Watch what Baruch 4 says. Watch. Let's listen. Let me show you this real quick. I'm sorry, Baruch 4. Baruch 3:7 says this. And for this cause thou hast put thy fear in our hearts, to the intent that we should call upon thy name and praise thee in our captivity. That we have called, for we have called to mind all the iniquity of our forefathers and sin before thee. Right? Because we understand 1492. Like, damn, I didn't realize all of that happened. Yeah, it happened. For this cause, it happened. For us to reawaken to the intent that we should call upon thy name, meaning Israel, meaning our Father, Abba, our Creator, our Father, the Creator of our heritage, of our forefathers, of your lineage, of my lineage. Because whenever I pray, fam, I say that. I pray to my Creator, the Creator of my bloodline, the Creator of my father and my father's father. I'm praying to that Abba, that Creator, that Most High. I don't want to confuse, because I'm not into Hebrew words. I don't know. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to sit until I know Hebrew. No, I'm not. I don't. What you want me to do? Do I have the time to study Hebrew? It'd be tough. I ain't going to lie. Because again, I'm 40, going on 47. I got a 2-year-old and 11-year-old, once again. And a sick autistic son who is blind. Yeah, and a daughter who's in school. So no, it's a lot. And these classes and work. Come on, man. I'm doing my best. But anyhow, that's why these things have happened in our captivity. We should call to mind to our Creator. Okay. Then it says, behold, we are yet this day in our captivity. And for y'all that don't believe that we are, watch this. For thou hast scattered us for a reproach and a curse, and to be subject to payments. Do we all not pay our way through life, no matter where you live? We do. Here, south, central. According to all the iniquities of our fathers, which departed from the Lord our God. Because that's where it started, right? Had we not stopped fully, will we have fell off? And then, because remember, the scriptures talk about how it would. I can't remember that scripture. I should have wrote it down, man. I don't know why I thought about it now. All praise as well, but I can't think of it. I think it says, Jeremiah or Isaiah talks about how truth will decrease or something like that. Just like truth will, knowledge will abound, and I think truth will decrease. You know what I'm saying? You won't hear the word for quite some time. That's what happened. If you guys look back, if you know the history of Mexico, regardless of what they tell you, it's a proven fact that you were not allowed to print a Bible in Mexico since the Europeans came. You'll start finding them late 1900s, meaning like 1880, 1890. And they were very expensive then. And to top it all off, the majority of the people from Mexico down were probably, in Spanish we say analfabetos, I guess, illiterate. 10% maybe knew how to read. And then at that time, the masses were in Latin. In case you guys don't know, yeah, the masses in Mexico were in Latin. I was born in 76, so I might have caught one when I was like maybe 4. I have a pretty good memory of my childhood. I was like 4 years old, and I remember my mom taking me, and I remember this big ass church, and he's like, the priest is turning his back on us, and he's like, all that Latin shit, and I'm like, Mom, what's he saying? Like, well, I don't understand him. Oh, they're speaking, Latin, I think. I don't know how he said it, but I remember asking. So, for me, this scripture is, I completely understand. Subject to payments, in captivity, scattered in reproach. That religion doesn't belong to us. What has it done? What has it done? It hasn't done a thing. Anyway, let me go back to my point. I may have to check on my dog real quick, fam, but let me go back to my point real quick, because I am going to play a video. 2nd Ezra, chapter 9. Check this out. Chapter 9, verse 1. He answered me then and said, measure thou the time diligently in itself. And when thou seest part of the signs pass, which I have told thee before. All right? So keep that in mind. He answered me then and said, measure thou the time diligently in itself. And when thou seest part of the signs pass, which I have told thee before. So it's telling you, let's be mindful. Measure the time, check the clock, look at the scriptures. Remember, Revelation, let me come back to it. Revelation 1 and 3. It says, blessed is he that readeth, and they that hear the words of his prophecy. You go to 2nd Ezra, in verse 9 it says, he answered me and said, measure thou the time diligently in itself, when thou seest parts of the signs past, which I have told thee before. You see? Regeneration. Your spirit will awaken again. What is it at? Sirach, is it Sirach? Hold on. Strengthen. Hold on. Man, more. Because this is what happens, fam. This is what happens, okay? So 2nd Ezra 14:40. I'll go to verse 38. It says, and the next day, behold, a voice called, saying, Ezra, open thy mouth and drink that I give thee to drink. This is a parable, right? Then open I my mouth, and behold, he reached me a full cup, which was full as if it were with water, but the color of it was like fire, right? Then he opened I my mouth. Remember, he said that. Then opened I my mouth. This, he chose. And I took it and drank it. And I took it and I drank it. I'm sorry. And I took it and drank it. And I had drunk of it. Meaning I embraced these words. I put the work in. I took the time. I took the steps. I examined myself. I wanted to get rid of folly before I started learning the deep understanding of the Bible. I began with the milk, the basics. I took it and drank it, and when I had drunk of it, my heart uttered understanding, and wisdom grew in my breast, for my spirit strengthened my memory. And that, like the scriptures talk about, wisdom walk it with you, and eventually it'll allow you, it'll give you secrets, wants to trust you. That's how it works, fam. Let's go back to Second Ezra. Second Ezra, he answered me then and said, measure thou the time diligently in itself, and when thou seest the parts of the signs pass, which I have told thee before, then shalt thou understand that it is the very same time when the highest will begin to visit the world which he made. Tell me if that's not, that's scary, family. That's why, let's go back to Matthew 24. Watch. If you go back to, keep these scriptures in mind, family. You can go back and forth with this, because you can basically stay here, and it's literally telling you. Watch. Matthew 24:32. It talks about that. It says, now learn a parable of the fig tree. When his branch is yet tender, and putteth forth leaf, ye know that summer is nigh. You see? Summer is nigh, meaning in the winter, this is what happens. Now learn the parable of the fig tree. When the branch is yet tender, okay? It putteth forth leaves. After winter, you start seeing these things, and then spring comes. Then it says, ye know that summer is nigh, meaning because after winter comes spring, then spring is when? Summer. So you understand that the time's coming. It's not right now. If you know the seasons, winter, spring, summer, the time's coming, but not right now, like the scripture said. So likewise, when ye shall see all these things, know that it is near, even at the doors. So for me, I'm like, yo, listen, I'm mindful. Why is all of this being now provided for us? Why is this understanding? Why are we finding out about the historical fact that it wasn't just a white man that was enslaving, that came over here, that colonized our people? It wasn't just them. Psalms 83 is making more sense now, because, well, One West has never been able to answer that. Verse 34, verily I say unto you, this generation shall not pass till all these things be fulfilled. Well, guess what? We're back here again. You're telling me that it's going to continue? Not from what we keep hearing. Hell no, man. Y'all crazy. You hear meltdown, dollar value, BRICS, Africa, Europe, Mexico, lithium, oil, devaluation, inflation. You guys need to pay attention. Now learn a parable of the fig tree. When the branch is yet tender, and putteth forth leaves, meaning in the winter. That's when it puts forth leaves. Know ye that the summer is nigh, meaning it still has to go through spring. Still has to go through spring, fam. Don't forget that. Don't forget that. So likewise, when ye shall see all these things, know that it is near, and even know that it is near, even at the doors. That's crazy. To me, that's crazy. So let's go back now to second Ezra, chapter 9. Now this is going to make more sense. Second Ezra chapter 9, verse 2. Then shalt thou understand that it is the very same time when the highest will begin to visit the world which he made. Therefore, when there shall be seen earthquakes and uproars of the people in the world, here's a list. Then thou shalt well understand that the Most High spake of these things from the days that were before thee, even from the beginning. Again, strengthen your memory. If you don't know this book, then you don't know this book. Oh, I'm sorry if I offended people. Too bad. Skedaddle. Keep moving. And then it says here, for like as all that is made in the world has a beginning and an end, and the end is manifest. Again, even so the times also of the highest have plain beginnings in the wonder and powerful works, and endings and effects and signs. And everyone that shall be saved shall be able to escape by his works and by faith, whereby ye have believed. You see that, fam? I wanted to make sure that you could read that. By works and faith. You need both. You can't just have one. It says here, ye have believed, shall be preserved from the said perils, and shall see my salvation in my land, and within my borders, for I have sanctified them for me from the beginning. Again, says it again. Says it again, fam. Check this out. Watch what I got for you guys. Here, let's watch this real quick. First of all, I really care about this. Hold on.
Sí causa tristeza porque pues nosotros aquí somos seres que estamos olvidados. La gente sabe que el azúcar llega a su casa, que todo se hace por parte de la empresa, pero no se dan cuenta realmente quién es el que sufre, quién es el que trabaja para que eso llegue. Aquí hasta nosotros nos tienen olvidados. Aquí si acaso nada más vienen de repente los empresarios cuando les conviene, cuando hay una caña como ahorita que tenemos que cortarla porque se accidentó, no la quemaron porque quisieron quemarla. Es cuando nos vienen a ver a nosotros, es cuando nos vienen a buscar. Pero mientras nos tienen olvidados aquí en el campo. Para que vea la gente realmente cómo se vive, cómo se trabaja en el campo. Y lo poco se gana uno para sobrevivir. Porque la verdad, aquí está muy mal pagado todo. Si te aumentan 10 pesos por tonelada. Y con 10 pesos, ¿cuántos más te vas a ganar al día? 30, 20 pesos más. ¿Quién sobrevive con 30 pesos? Esa es la petición que nosotros tenemos, que nos apoyen para que las industrias cañeras suban el precio de la tonelada para que nosotros podamos ganar un poco más. Porque hay muchas personas que nada más vienen a decirte que te van a apoyar. Vienen, se toman la foto, te graban y al final de cuentas los únicos que salen beneficiados son ellos. Porque a nosotros nada más nos utilizan. A veces por eso es la desconfianza. Pero pues nos da gusto que aún así, verdad, no quede de nosotros. Nosotros hablamos por aquí para que la gente vea cómo nosotros sufrimos en el campo. Pero pues sí nos da coraje a veces que nada más vengan y nos utilicen. Pues más que nada que pues se preocuparan por ponernos aguas en los campos o de perdida suero, algo que nos diera ánimos de trabajar, porque pues en realidad el sol está muy fuerte y hay campos en donde no se encuentra un arroyo, no se encuentra nada, se nos termina el agua y no tenemos agua. Y es lo que a veces por eso sufrimos también de insolación, o hay compañeros que ya desgraciadamente han perdido la vida a causa de eso, de la deshidratación.
I hear that, family. That's perpetual right there. Hey, shalom, Julio. That's perpetual right there, fam. This is a sad story right here, man. This is going on right now. This is a sugar cane plantation, bro. Who's working it? You don't see no black folks here. Where's the perpetual servitude, huh? Nah, y'all too busy playing sports, man. Running for government. Taking care of shows on TV. You don't got... This ain't no Hebrew stuff. This right here is real. This is our reality. However, this is yours. Watch what I found. It says here, this is from the mps.gov. Whatever. I don't even know how to read it right now. Let me go ahead and post it for y'all. Watch what it says here. It says the first Africans from Spain were known as Ladinos. In case y'all haven't heard that, yes, it's true. Look it up. Or Hispanicized Africans, meaning like they spoke Spanish, they were well versed in the languages, they were proper, so to speak, civil, so to speak, and were soldiers, servants, settlers, and slaves. They began to arrive in America as early as the 15th century within auxiliaries to the Spanish and Portuguese explorers. As Matthew Rinsel states, from the very onset of Spanish captivity in America, Africans were both present as voluntary expeditionaries and as involuntary colonists. Really? Okay. Many people of African descent initially saw the passage to the New World as a means of bettering their social and economic position. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. I thought they were... Okay. Lander notes, given their numbers and roles in Spanish sports like cities in Seville, and roles, okay? Numbers and roles in Spanish port cities like Seville, and they generally depress economic conditions, it is not surprising that both free and enslaved Africans hope to improve their lots by crossing the Atlantic on the earliest voyage of exploration and conquest. So we see here that Africans were coming from where? Seville. Not from West Africa, like we were told. As early as 1500. Those who voluntarily set out an expedition became part of the armed auxiliaries were more likely than those in unarmed roles to gain their freedom. African pioneers who set out for the New World contributed greatly. African pioneers. Okay? Remember what that says. Remember what that means. It's not good, fam. It's not good for us. African pioneers who set out for the New World contributed greatly to the building and maintenance of colonial societies. What? Yeah. Together with the Europeans, they formed a specialized and limited pool of human resources circulating throughout the Caribbean area. Between 1519 and 1600, 151.6 thousand Africans disembarked on the Spanish-American mainland, and another 187.7 thousand over the next 50 years. You see this, fam? Between 1519 and 1600, 151.6 thousand Africans disembarked on the Spanish-American mainland, and another 187.7 thousand over the next 50 years. You see this? But I thought they showed up only after 1619. We got to dig deeper, family. Right? You can see 50% of all enslaved Africans brought to the New World between 1519 and 1700 disembarked in the Spanish Americas. Okay? Good point. Watch this. Africans and their descendants were an integral part of the exploration of Spanish America from the 15th through the 18th century, meaning through 1492 through 1799. Spanish expeditions within what would become the United States largely covered Florida. In the Southwest, these territories were part of New Spain, and areas which also covered Mexico and Central America. The exploration of these lands required people who not only would open up the land, but settle, develop, and secure the land as well. African men and women were part of the number of Spanish expeditions. And Pánfilo de Narváez, which he's part of the Dogs of Conquest book, this guy was an evil heathen. He used dogs to kill our people. Pánfilo de Narváez expedition in 1528 from Cuba to Florida is one such example. This expedition includes Esteban, perhaps the most notable African male to aid in the exploration of North America. See this? Juan Guerra expedition included, Juan Guerra de Casa's expedition of 1600 included African soldiers. There were a lot of wives and children. And Isabella de Olvera, a mulatto woman. These are just 3 examples of the many expeditions which included Africans and African Americans among their members. See how they had this name of him? Don't let this slip over your heads, family. These are conquistadores. Black, negro conquistadores. Not only white people. Not only European Spaniards. No, African black conquistadores in Mexico. All over North, Central, and South. It wasn't just, the Spanish Caucasian. I can continue to read this. I showed you this video earlier. Oh, watch this real quick. Hold on. I'm just going to show you a little bit. Watch.
El bochornoso espectáculo que están dando plataformas como HBO o Netflix cambiando a conocidos personajes históricos blancos por personajes negros, tales como Ana Bolena. La ignorancia en materia histórica ha dejado a estas plataformas sin un contenido que podría ser mucho más potente y original que
Recordings just got better.
versión más de tantas que se han hecho sobre la vida de Ana Bolena o sobre Los Miserables, cambiando nada más el color de la piel y poco más. La historia oficial siempre nos ha retratado al negro como un esclavo oprimido, olvidando a aquellos que ocuparon posiciones relevantes en la sociedad a lo largo de la historia, y que no son pocos. En este vídeo repasaremos los más importantes. Resulta increíble que en plena era del Black Lives Matter jamás se haya hecho una película o una serie del Fuerte Mosé, situado en la Florida del Imperio Español, pues fue el primer pueblo de negros libres de Estados Unidos.
See that? Free blacks in the United States. Florida was the first one. And who conquered Florida? Narváez. With who? With Africans. That's why you see these black folks dressed like this. It's not a joke. They know.
Completamente autogestionado por ellos. En él se recibían esclavos huidos de la América inglesa, donde encontraban su libertad. Tal asentamiento estaba perfectamente articulado en el Imperio Español y cooperaba en la defensa del territorio. Los ingleses quisieron atacarlo, en parte porque daba cobijo y libertad a algunos de sus esclavos. Francisco Menéndez fue uno de esos esclavos. Nació en Gambia, fue llevado a Carolina del Sur y de allí huyó en busca de una mejor vida. La historia de militares negros, incluso de alto rango como tenientes, sargentos o capitanes en el Imperio Español, es bastante larga y no se resume solo a pocos casos aislados.
It's pretty long. He just literally said it right here. Look, listen to what he says.
Capitanes en el Imperio Español es bastante larga y no se resume solo. La historia de militares negros, incluso de alto rango como tenientes, sargentos o capitanes en el Imperio Español, es bastante larga.
See, the history of blacks in the Spanish Empire is quite long. The list. Let's go.
Y no se resume solo a pocos casos aislados. En cualquier parte de la América hispánica se podían encontrar los llamados batallones de morenos, los cuales se componían de negros libres que trabajaban en el ámbito militar, al igual que ocurría en otros imperios como el francés.
See, I kept telling y'all, French black man, he just said it right now. Empires such as France. Blacks helped the white man conquer these lands. And that's why you see that black dude looking like an Indian, because the first ones that came would run away. And then obviously they mix, unfortunately, with our sisters. And then through laws. I'm going to show y'all after this. Let me see how long this goes. I can't use it too long. Okay, watch out.
Cualquiera de estos casos vale para contar historias llenas de aventuras. Uno de estos militares incluso llegó a tener el rango de general en el siglo XIX, como es el caso de Eusebio Puello, nacido en La Española, hoy República Dominicana, y que alcanzó el rango de general. Fue además condecorado con la Orden de Carlos III y la de Isabel I la Católica, y luchó contra aquellos que querían la secesión de España. Y mucho más emocionantes serían las aventuras de los conquistadores negros.
Sí, las aventuras de los conquistadores negros. Juan Garrido, el conquistador negro en las Antillas, Florida, México y Carolina. Make it make sense, family. Watch this.
Porque la conquista de América no fue solo una alianza de españoles blancos e indígenas. Entre esos españoles blancos también los había negros, además de mujeres e incluso niños. Estos negros solían participar en las conquistas para ganar un buen dinero para comprar su libertad.
See that, family? Don't believe the hype, man. Don't believe the hype, because you know what? Truth is coming out. Like I told you, like the scripture said, truth will abound. Right? I mean, not the scripture says truth will abound. I'm talking about when the fig tree, right? The reason why I'm seeing this because now we're seeing a lot of truth coming out. Why are we finding out all of these things now? because it's the Most High letting us see what was being held until now. That's why in Daniel it talks about seal the book. People will run to and fro for knowledge up until the end. So the end is here. The opening is still open. Listen, fam, I'm going to tell you this right now. Look. This is from the Colored Freemen as Slave Owners in Virginia. The Journal of the Negro History. This book is from 1619 by John H. Russell. Okay? Let's see here. Read this right here. It says, Christians in this act means persons of white race. Indented servitude was the condition and status of no small part for white population. Keep this in mind, of Virginia, when this law was enacted. Well, it is not a part of our purpose in this article to show that white servants were ever bound in servitude to colored masters. The inference from this prohibition upon the property right of the free Negro is that colored freemen had at least attempted to acquire white or Christian servants. It is a revision of the law 78 years later that it was deemed necessary to retain the prohibition to the annex in the prohibition that if any free Negro or mulatto shall nevertheless presume to purchase a Christian white servant, such servant shall immediately become free. If we see these laws nothing more than a precautionary measure against a possible reversal of the usual order of white master and black servant to that of the black master and white servant, they are nevertheless significant as commentaries on the extent of the remaining impaired property rights of black freemen. Only in the light of these prohibitions do we see the full significance of the last clause of the act, which reads, but yet not debarred from buying any of their own nation. See? With no evidence beyond this explicit admission in the written law of the right of free Negroes to own servants and slaves of their own race, it could scarcely be doubted that there were in any colony colored men known the framers of this law who held to service persons of their own race and color. Then it says, but when the court's records are open and the strange story of the free Negro Anthony Johnson and his slave John Castor is read and understood, we are forced to a realization of the impartial attitude of the law towards black masters, not only in its outward expression, but also in its actual application. The story of the relation of these two black settlers in the young colony is worth relating in the quaint language of the times for word as it appears the manuscript records. He's talking about like the whole deposition. Okay, so we see here now a Journal of the Negro History. Okay, this is the book. Yeah, I guess it's just like, no, it's part of the book. I'm sorry, fam. It's page 234. I just kind of went to get to the point. I don't know if I didn't find the book. I don't know why I just have this anyways, to be honest with you. But anyhow, that's one example, okay? So I'm going to show you something in sequence so you can follow me. Okay, so now, this is from Prosperous Blacks in South 1790 to 1880, okay? It says here, here, I'm going to give you guys a link. Y'all check it out. Libris.uncg.edu, okay? Check it out. There are also in the vicinity a large number of free colored planters. Remember, planters and free white men had the right to own slave women through the partis sequitur ventrum, meaning they had the right to own slave women like our native sisters. Yeah. A large number of free colored planters. Frederick Law Olmsted wrote in 1856, a few years after a steamboat dropped the Cannon River in Louisiana. Having stopped at several plantations to take on cotton, he had learned that in 15 miles of the well-settled and cultivated country, on the banks of the river, beginning 10 miles from Natchitoches, there was only a one pure-blooded white man, describing these planters as Gaelic and Hispano-Afric Creole. You see that? Also, Olmsted noted that they were the slaveholding descendants of the old French or Spanish planters and their Negro slaves, supposedly. As a report of New York Times and the New York Tribune, Olmsted has traveled extensively in the South during the early 1850s, publishing 4 books about his experience. A few groups stood out more vividly in his memories of Louisiana Creole of color. Not only did these American-born people of color possess a European and African culture heritage, but also acquired substantial wealth and property. Black Master, slight light on slavery. I think I have that. I was going to show you guys that. Maybe I have that if it's going to show. Y'all can pull all these things up. Journal of the Negro History. I showed you guys earlier. That one, I believe. There's several materials that are showing, basically exposing what so-called Booker T. Washington and what's that other goofy dude? W. Du Bois, claiming that, oh, we've never found books on black people owning slaves. My ass. Shut your ass up, liars. This is it. Watch this, okay? Black Masters, a free family of color in the South. So watch this. This is regarding this William Ellison, which I'm showing you in sequence how this is all happening. Negroes owning slaves. In what time? Okay. What little, this is page 141. Okay. Book in 1984 written. William Ellison, 1790. Ellison family, Afro-Americans. Okay. This is what they wrote about him. It says here, William Ellison, page 141. What little evidence we have suggested that Ellison's mastery was neither particularly mild nor particularly harsh. With the major exception of the apparent sale of slave girls, his slaves suffered the usual rigor of bondage. Despite his own history, Ellison did not view his shop and plantation as halfway house to freedom. Let me read this out loud. He never permitted a single slave of his to duplicate his own experience, meaning that he was supposedly a slave, became free, and then bought slaves and property and land through the Headright program. No. He never permitted a single slave of his to duplicate his own experience. Now, remember, this ain't a white man. This is a black man. Okay? This is an African man, a European African man that supposedly he got freedom. It says, no shred of evidence indicates that he felt the tug of racial affinity. No document hints that he considered his slave members of an extended plantation family. I wonder why. Ellison's ancestry offered immunity to no slave, and his definition of family stopped far short of the quarters. Everything suggests that Ellison held his slaves to exploit them, to profit from them, just as white slave holders did. But William Ellison was not white. What kind of man buys himself, his wife, and his eldest child from bondage, and then does not hesitate to buy, wholesale, and exploit others as slaves? And I will not do to argue simply that his heart was as callous as his hand. The point being is, this man never, if you're his slave, you're his slave. He never let you be free or own property. You guys need to sink this in. William Ellison. Listen, if Ellison partook of his mulatto snobbery, he could have used his mixed blood as a basis for racial defense of his mastery and his slave servitude. He and all his family members were brown. All of his slaves were black. Damn. Wow. So somebody here. Hey, if anybody knows Fopi, right? Can somebody tag them? Because they don't listen to me. They don't want to bother. They don't even let me post on their shit. Excuse me, Facebook. IUIC blocks me too. I'm sorry, IUIC. Yeah, they do too. ISUPK does too. What's up with this? He and all his family members were brown, and all his slaves were black. But it says here that these people were not in anywhere near short. Like here were like not family. He goes, Ellison's ancestry. Let me see. Let me go up. Ellison's ancestry offered immunity to no slave, and his definition of family stopped far of the quarters. Everything suggests that Ellison held his slaves to exploit them, to profit from them, just as white slaveholders did. Now, this is in Virginia, fam. Okay? Again, I'm showing you in sequence. Check this out. This is from the American Holocaust, the Conquest of the New World. Watch this. Page 275. It mentions this man. It says here, it mentions this heathen. It is by appealing to this definition that Frederickson and others continue to assert that the existence of free blacks in 7th century Virginia, and particularly in someone like Anthony Johnson, who arrived in Virginia as a slave from Africa and somehow became a free man, a landowner, and the owner of a slave. And somehow, you see that? Proved that 17th century Virginia was not a racist society. Hold on a second. That racism only emerged in later years. Now it's talking about between the white man and the black man. Watch this. Again, not only can this criterion be used to argue that racism is not a serious and tenacious problem today, meaning while its natives were being enslaved efforts, since some blacks and other people of color, in theory at least, may escape in its tentacles. But in addition to its spaciously serves to establish that even the Deep South in the middle of the 19th century was not ideologically or explicitly racist. You bastards. Yes, of course. Between you and the white fam. Black and white. There wasn't racist between them, fam. Now we're getting deeper. Watch this. For if Anthony Johnson, with his small plot of land, a single slave is a sufficient example to show that the 17th century Virginia was not racist. Remember, Virginia, 17th century. Partis sequitur ventrum. What are we to make of William Ellison? Listen, a black former slave who lived in South Carolina from 1790. I take that back. He was not in South Carolina, okay? But this is talking about Virginia. He was in South Carolina from 1790 until the outbreak of the Civil War, 1865, acquiring in that time a 900-acre plantation.
Angelitos de Dios. Producción.
What the hell is that? For real, man. 900-acre plantation. Whenever you hear plantation, the connotation of plantation is a slave nation or enslaved nation. And in this case, a black man is enslaving black people? Reparations my ass. Look, listen, I think I want to go up to Sacramento and show them this shit. It says here, acquiring in that time 900-acre plantation, more than 60 slaves, and more wealth than 90. Listen, he acquired more wealth than 95% of the South white men and at least half a dozen other Southern blacks at this time, among more than 3,600 African Americans who then possessed over 12,000 slaves, were wealthier and owned more slaves than Ellison. What? Wow. Hold on a second. I need to hear that.
A ver, que alguien me explique.
FOPI, IUIC, GMS, ISUPK. Can you please come?
A ver, que alguien me explique.
Make it make sense. When you see your excuse my language, almost gonna start. When you see your stupid chart, how do you know which black dude enslaved who? What's going on now? Because you only base it on what people look like, right? You see, that's what your stupidity of this whole indoctrination of black Jesus and black gods is. You're full of shit. I'm telling you, fam, they're destroyed. This makes no sense. Make it make sense. I'm not making this book up. American Holocaust, they've even promoted it, but they found like they just don't read. Hold on a second. Yo, 12,000 slaves. They own more slaves than Ellison, and Ellison was wealthier than 95% of the South and the white men in the South. What the hell? That means that 97.6% of the wealth of the wealth belong to the blacks. Reparations my ass. Where's FOPI? Where's IUIC? Where's UMS? Where are you guys? How come I'm not being corrected? What are you guys don't hear this channel? Are you gonna post later on and say I'm full of shit? I'm reading this. This is from the American Holocaust, the same book that every single One West doctriner or indoctrinized dummy pushes it. Okay, Ezekiel, Cornelius, Jehu, Mordecai, because I know y'all, I've dealt with y'all, and that stupid fat one, the hater of all of them. I can't remember you. Used to be Issachar, now you're like Gad, I guess. Whatever your name is, right? You work for, I guess, Tesla. You fix cars. You, what are you going to say to this? What are you going to say to this? When a black man brings this to your attention. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I hurt somebody's feelings? Somebody decided to leave, family. I'm sorry. You're not in the right channel. You're not. If you're here for emotions and you want to get treated like with, suavecito. Nah, bro. This is for you. Hold on a second. This is for you. Hold on.
¡Producción! ¡Producción! ¡Llévense a este niño que... El niño quiere ir al baño, producción. ¡Apúrense!
Vamos, amiguito.
No seas tímido, mi amor. Ve con el Señor, no seas tímido.
Why am I making fun of this? It's not funny to me, fam, because check this out. This is from the judicial cases concerning American slavery and the Negro in 1968, but initially in 1870, right? Or it's between 1870 to 1933. Slavery, United States, you guys can find all that, all right? Page 63. Watch the book. Let's go to the beginning. Oh, let me borrow it again. Hold on, my bad. Excuse me. This goes right here. For reference only, not for circulation, okay? Cases from the courts of England, Virginia, West Virginia, and Kentucky. All right. The Library, Providence College Library. 1926. Originally published in 1926. Okay, fam? I think it was page 63, did I say? Watch this. If you read this chapter, matter of fact, I'll take to the top, okay? I'll go to the top. Watch this, fam. Listen to this. Remember, we've been listening and reading Virginia, right? We've been talking about Virginia. We talk about, we already know the white man owned slaves. We know that already, fam. But now we're seeing books that, hey, the Negro owned slaves too. Who the hell were these slaves? Who the hell were these slaves in Virginia? Now, the black man's going to say, oh, well, you guys? You mean, so black people enslaved black people. So if that's the case, then okay, it makes no sense, okay? If the black people enslaved black people, then you destroyed yourself. So you have no one to blame but yourself. And this is why the Bible then speaks and says, you had your rulership and it's over. This is why you're being called on now. You are part of the Bible. You're Canaan. You're an enemy of the state. Here's why. Page 63. However, the colonists did not depend on traffic or kidnapping for their supply of Indian slaves, but took the enemy pagan by their own prowess in the war and enslaved him long before the passage of the Virginia Act of 1676 and 1679. We're in Virginia, right? When forces were being raised in Maryland in 1652 for a march against the Eastern Shore Indians. Such Indian prisoners as shall happen to be taken are declared the spoils of those who financed the expedition. Yes, you Jews, you Sephardics too, you white folks, you British, you English, you French, you Spaniards, all of y'all. And yes, you too, Negroes, okay? Such Indian prisoners shall happen to be taken, are declared the spoils of those who financed the expeditions. Indians were also reduced to slavery in punishment for crime. Watch this. Thus, we have shown that the first slaves in the colony of Virginia were Indians. What? Indians. Yes, sir. Come on, man. For real? Bruh. For real? Bruh. Thus, we have shown that the first slaves in the colony of Virginia were Indians, not Negroes. And that the laws of the colony sanctioned Indian slavery except for a few years after the passage of the Act of 1670. We know from what I showed y'all, parte sequitur ventrum. Look, the practice of the colonists in accordance to their laws, the colonists were black and white, is illustrated by the cases black, white, and mulatto, illustrated by the cases of courts in Virginia and Maryland from 1627 and 1831. Remember the 1830 Act? The 1830 Act, or Indian Removal of 1830 Act, something like that? In 1627, some Indians of the Carib Islands were brought into the country, Virginia, by Captain Sampson, but the experiment was too disastrous to warrant repetition, at least in a wholesale scale. Besides the traffic in Indian slaves between Virginia and Maryland colonists mentioned above, Maryland court record contains other instances of Indian slavery. In 1648, complains that Captain Edward Hill did not deliver him 2 Indian boys whom he had covenanted to deliver. In Maryland, in 1656, there belonged to the household of one overseer, a Negro, right? A white woman servant and an Indian slave. So who was watching these guys? The Negro. The Negro. That's what it says. Watch this. Don't get butthurt. Don't get butthurt, Mr. Black Man and Mr. Black Woman. This is your truth. This is your truth. You see, the overseer, right? Look at the picture. Bam! Look at that. Woo! Look at the overseer right there. Look at his leather boots. Oh, he's doing so well for himself, man. Look at his leather boots. Look at this black man's leather boots, bro. And who is he selling? Of course, our sister. Our sister. And y'all want reparations? Y'all want reparations? Hold on, here.
A ver, que alguien me explique.
The overseer. Watch this. A white woman servant and an Indian slave. In 1661, one citizen of Maryland demanded an Indian. So who? Thus we have shown that the first slaves in the colony of Virginia were Indians, not Negroes, because Negroes were buying also white people. Black folks, what do you got to say to this? Verse chapter 2 it says here, verse 60, paragraph 2, page 64. That Indians were brought in and held in slavery for many years subsequent to 1682 is indicated by the evidence of witnesses and assertions of counsel in cases brought from 90 to 150 years later by acts passed in the 18th century. Robin and others who brought action in 1772 to try their title to freedom with descendants of Indian women brought into the country by traders at the several times between the year 1682 and 1748. You see that, fam? Haven't I been saying that they were kidnapping our sisters, raping them, and having babies through them? I've been saying that. They even said it themselves. With descendants of, let's see what else. Mason counsels for the plaintiff asserts that hundreds of the descendants of Indians brought in between 1682 and 1684 have obtained their freedom on the actions brought into the courts against many descendants of Indians introduced and held as slaves between that's why. And many Indians were reduced to slavery between 1691 and 1705 is shown by Indians' assertions that thousands of their descendants were deprived of their liberty when they sued for it later on. Watch this real quick. This is from Los Aztecas bajo el dominio español, 1519 to 1881. Watch what it reads right here, okay? I'm going to show you. This is on page 369. I'm going to read it in Spanish. It says here, en el siglo XVI, los españoles, negros y mulatos compraban a los indios y revendían a los españoles a precios más altos. What? Yes, sir. For real, man. For real. For real. It says here, in the 1600s, Spanish Negroes and mulattoes bought Indians and resold them to the Spaniards for a higher price. You guys could read this. You guys could check this book out. Los Aztecas bajo el dominio español, 1519 to 1810. Charles Gibson, siglo XXI. Y'all could check it. I'm not lying. In this channel, listen, I don't know. I'm going to say it again. Look, watch. Let me show you real quick. Fam. And this channel is like this. Facts tell, stories sell, fam. You see, that's why I put these things up. And for you heathens watching, grab your pen and pencil, paper and pencil. That's about to begin. I don't mess around here. That's why an evil which I have seen under the sun. This is evil. Hiding it from us this long. All praises to the Most High that now we're getting knowledge and understanding of what the hell is going on. This is no joke, fam. Look, I from American Holocaust again, right? I forgot. Well, I'm glad I remembered. Page 270. Watch what it reads. This is going to hurt their butt, but oh well. It says here, although this was an argument, not without some documentary support, it is also an argument suited to the politics of academic liberals, who then were coming to agree with the historian Kenneth Stamp that innately Negroes are, after all, only white men with black skins, nothing more, nothing less. Why am I saying that, fam? Because it doesn't stop. It doesn't stop. Look, I'm going real quick on this because, as you know, you guys can always check these books out. Go back to the class. The Free Negro in Virginia, page 90 and 91. I was waiting to bring this out. In other classes, I forgot, to be honest. That's why I'm kind of pushing this in right now, okay? I'm giving you as much as I can right now in a short period of time. That's why. All right, watch what it reads, fam. It reads here on the bottom, page 90. The most remarkable property right possessed by free Negroes was the right to acquire, own, and alienate slaves. Okay? Indeed, for more than 20 years from the time when free Negroes appeared in the courts, there was no legal restriction upon their right to own indentured white servants. What? Yes. See, that's why you see this right here. Look. What is it called? What's it called? This right here. Watch this. No, that's not it. Boom. Look at this, fam. You see this French black man right here, right? French black man, right? Okay, you see these white people in the back, on the front, white women. You see the people in the back, black men, right? They're all with white women. Well, who's serving them? Who's serving them?
La calma.
Hold on a second.
Flawless victory.
Who's serving them? GMS, ISUPK, IUIC. Oh, don't you guys promote this guy, Tazaria? He's supposedly like the debater of the world. Well, answer this then. This is an easy question for you, bro. What's up with this? What are you going to say to that? These are black people. And we know that miscegenation was an actual law passed to stop this because the white man was getting tired. See, the black man and the white man have been mixing for quite some time, since 711 AD, even more, even before, way before. But it happened again. Look, black French guy. Don't tell me he's white. Look at him. Look at his phenotype. Look at his lips. Look at his nose. Look at his face. Come on, man. You telling me he's white? He just has a tan? What about this guy? That's a black guy. That looks like a black guy with afro. Afro. Definitely look like a black guy. That's not a tan. These look like white women to me. Right? Oh, get out of the way. But these people, Look at these people. Who are they? Well, they're lighter skinned than these guys. So to me, it tells me, and they have dark hair. See, these are older women. I don't know if they're blondish hair, maybe. One dark hair, right? But these people have dark hair. So I don't know. Are they natives? Or are they white? What are y'all going to say to that? Hey, listen, fam, I don't even like to say, oh, hit the like button, but you know, hit it. So then at least this feed gets to other brothers, because I don't ask for money. So, you know, there's no incentive. Like they don't, I never, even if they don't incentivize now, I don't know. They never did, or I've never asked. I didn't give a shit. You're not supposed to charge people for the scriptures or truth. Truth shouldn't cost a damn thing. It should be free for those that want it. This is the truth about you, so-called African American. You ain't getting away with this shit. Such a reversal of the usual order may have been in few cases actually attempted in 1670. A law was enacted which declared that no Negro or Indian, through baptized or enjoyed their own freedom, shall be capable of any purchase of Christians. Why? Because they were getting tired of it. But yet now debarred from buying any of their own nations. Why? Because then at this point, those natives weren't natives. Kind of like the mestizos, they weren't natives. They were already mixed. There's no record in the Northampton County Courthouse a clear case of the ownership by a free Negro of a Negro servant as early as 1656, right? Supposedly. Not before 1832 were free Negroes forbidden to own Negro slaves. Not before 1832. That this was quite commonly exercised, notably in the 19th century, is a fact well supported by evidence. It was not unusual among the free colored people for one member of the family to hold one another in another legal bondage. And it wasn't for securing a job. So what are you going to say to that? This is why, family, when I bring this book up, y'all need to believe it. Watch this. The Bible doesn't lie, man. The Bible is telling us who these people are. Let me see. Let me get this book. Hold on. Golden Age of the Moors, right? I know that some of y'all say he's a pseudo, but no, I'm not concerned with like the pseudo crap. Look at this right here. This is prophetic right here, family. And you got it here in this channel. Ain't nobody bringing this out. I'm not trying to feel special. It's just I appreciate the Most High for giving me the opportunity to see it. It's scary as scary. I ain't gonna lie to you, man. It's scary as shit, to be honest with you. Watch this real quick. Oh, come on, bro. There it goes right here. All right. Watch this. The Golden Age is talking about the Iberian Peninsula and while the Africans took over. Now, this is the funny part, right? They say, oh, the Muslims enslaved the Africans. Well, Muslims are religion. What were they? They were Africans. They had dark skin. Now, it's how convenient is it? Okay, so it's okay for people to have dark skin, then they're black, but yet when they're Muslims, dark skin, now they're not black, they're Arabs. You can't pick and choose, my Negro brothers, my Negro strangers. The story of this second invasion of the Iberian Peninsula by Africans and Arab warriors is legendary. Okay, so it's talking about their invasion of Europe, of Spain. African kingdom which took shape in Spain. You see that? It was this Moorish invasion under the leadership of African General Tariq which spurred the first great wave of miscegenation, meaning they were mixing with white people already. All right. So now, why am I bringing this up? This is what I'm telling you, fam. I don't lie to y'all, man. I'm not trying to mislead you. I'm not interested in that. But when this is revealed to me, I'm going to share this with y'all. I brought this out before, and I'm telling you, there's no one else bringing this out. Habakkuk 1:5 says, behold, ye among the heathen, meaning us, regard and wonder marvelously. For I will work a work in your days. Meaning prophetically, this is going to happen. And we're going to see it, which ye will not believe. Meaning when we see it, it's not going to be possible to believe it. Though it be told to you. Like, listen, I'm going to show you something. When you catch it, you're not going to believe it. Then it says, let me skip to verse. Oh, no, let's continue. For lo, I raise up the Chaldeans, the bitter and hasty nation, which shall march through the breadth of the land and to possess the dwelling places that are not theirs. You know, this happened already. You know that, right? The Chaldeans. So it's happening again. Remember, the scriptures have threefold meaning. And it says, they are terrible and dreadful. Their judgment and their dignity shall proceed of themselves. So now we know that when the Africans took Europe, we know you don't really think of the battle, but check this out. It says, verse 8. See, they used to tell us that this was the white man. Well, watch this. Their horses are swifter than leopards and are more fierce than the evening wolves. And their horsemen shall spread themselves, and their horsemen shall come from afar, and they shall fly as the eagle that hasteth to eat. So I see the eagle. No, but see, black folks had the eagle too. Y'all were holding onto the black eagle. And it says here, the horses are also swifter than leopards. You know that picture of the tapestry? IOIC loves to bring it out. I think I have it. Yeah, watch this. They love to bring this out. They put the white man like, oh, look, he's hairy. Look, he's like a beast with his nails and shit, all looking like animals, you know what I'm saying? And these are the Moors right here protecting that castle. You see, page 15, the wild man and Moor tapestry of which part is shown is typical of the 14th, 15th century allegorical piece of woven in South Germany. See, that's how they saw the white man over there. So the black man, like today, has always thought of like this of them. Not surprising, right? And they have what? They're in castles. And when you see the movies, castles have what? Horses. Okay? So watch this. Their horses are swifter than leopards and are more fierce than the evening wolves. Why am I bringing this up? Watch this real quick. All right? It says here, right here. It was this Moorish invasion under the leadership of African General Tariq. Here on the bottom part. It was this Moorish invasion under the leadership of African General Tariq, which spurred the first great wave of miscegenation. In less than 3 years, the Moors had conquered the entire Iberian Peninsula. You see this? The color of the conquering soldiers was described vividly by a European scholar who sympathized with Christian Spain. So now, you so-called Sephardics that are in the Iberian Peninsula, how did you manage to deal with them? See, that's why when you find a book called Jews and Muslims of the British colonial America, you got to wonder. Anyways, let me continue. The color of the conquering soldiers was described vividly by a European scholar who sympathized with the Christian Spain, meaning the European scholar was black and he sympathized with the Christian Spain, meaning the white people. So this is how he saw it. This is what he saw in 711 AD, okay? 1,300 years ago, fam. Now, I remind you that Habakkuk prophesied this in 600 BC, 1,300 years prior. Okay? And then it says here, verse 5, behold, ye among the heathen in regard and wonder marvelously, for I will work a great work in your days, which ye will not believe. What will not believe? What? What do you mean? Watch this. In the same book, The Conquering of Europe by the Africans, it says, the reins of the Moors, horses, meaning the reins of their horses were as fire, their faces black as pitch, their eyes shone like burning candles. They're like the black Jesus. Their horses were swift as leopards, and the riders fiercer than a wolf in the sheepfold at night. So what was Habakkuk saying in verse 5? This right here. Verse 8. Verse 8. Their horses are swifter than leopards. What?
Real. Their horses are swifter than leopards and are more fierce than the evening wolves. Let me read this again. The reins of the Moors' horses were as fire. Let me skip it. Their eyes shone like burning candles. Their horses were stripped as leopards, and the riders fiercer than the wolves in a sheepfold at night. Once more, let me bring this up. Want it to sink in. Their horses are swifter than leopards and are more fierce than the evening wolves. What the hell is this? And their horsemen shall spread themselves, and their horsemen shall come from afar. They shall fly as the eagle, hasted to eat. Why am I saying this? Because look, fam, I'm not lying. Look, the eagle. Bam! What the hell? What? For real?
Que alguien me explique.
That's the eagle right there. That's a freaking eagle. Here's another eagle. Black man with an eagle right there. Here's another eagle. Black man with another eagle. Where? Right there. King James, an African, Saracen bloodline. If he was able to produce, supposedly authorize a translation in 1619, then what the hell happened with all the black folks being enslaved? See, IUIC can never answer this. That right there, that is a Saracen crest of his bloodline. I've done a class on this, fam. I showed y'all already. Look at this. A Negro with a who? An eagle. So now that we see in Virginia how the Indians were the first ones that are being enslaved, now we understand now that the white man and the black man would also have the eagle together, because guess what? It wasn't just the white man. Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 49. Now it's making sense. It says, the Lord shall bring a nation against it from far. Who? The Africans and the Europeans. From the end of the earth. As swift as the eagle flies. Why? Because the black man held the black eagle, and the white man has the eagle too. A nation whose tongue thou shalt not understand. Guess what? The black man says he ruled Europe, so they spoke French, Spanish, which we know, Dutch, English, German. The white man, French, Dutch, Spanish, Portuguese, English, and German. A nation of fierce countenance, which shall not regard the person of old, don't show favor to the young. Why do I know that? Because that Narvaez guy, we took Evancito, and Narvaez was an animal. That man literally destroyed our brothers and sisters with dogs, fam. He did it with dogs. He fed our people dogs. I'm sorry, he fed his dogs our people. Black folks were part of that. Black folks saw it. You can't get away from this fact. This is, and you know what? Habakkuk is identifying who you are. That's why, again, it goes back to, I'm not going to take too long. It's only 2 hours shoot. That's why Revelation 1 and 3 says, blessed is he that readeth, and they that hear the words of his prophecy. Because if I wasn't reading, I would have never found it. And I wouldn't have seen the prophecy, fam. This is why I keep telling y'all, man, you brothers and sisters that are in these camps, get the hell out, man. I'm telling you right now. 2 Corinthians 11 and 13 says, for such are false prophets, deceitful workers, transforming themselves into the apostles of Christ. And no marvel, for Satan himself is transformed into the angel of light. Therefore, it is no great thing if his ministers also be transformed as the ministers of righteousness, supposedly teaching the laws of God. And you know why I know that they're hiding behind this? Because when you go to verse 1 Corinthians 15:52, that's how they tell you that this is what's going to happen to you Hispanics. Okay? If you don't look black, don't worry about it. 1 Corinthians 15:52, in a moment, in a twinkling of an eye, at the last trumpet, for the trumpets will sound, and the dead shall be raised incorruptible, and we shall be changed. Yeah, they believe that. Okay? But this corruptible, meaning your body, your flesh, meaning your Spanish-looking self, your bison-looking Indian self, your native-looking Indian self, right? Must put on incorruption. You gotta look black. And this mortal must put on immortality. I'm telling you, this is what they teach. Okay? Why? How do I know? Because I was there. Watch this. This is what they say. Philippians 3:21. It says, well, should be changed, right? Watch this. Philippians 3:21 says, who shall change of our body, that it may be fashioned like unto his glorious body? It says, who shall change of our body, that it may be fashioned like unto his glorious body, according to the workings whereby he is able even to subdue all things unto himself. So meaning, and why do I say black? Because this is what they say. Who's going to change them? The Messiah. Into who? Into what he looks like. Revelation 1:14. His head and his hairs were white like wool, as white as snow, and his eyes are flame as fire. And his feet like unto fine brass as if it burned in a furnace, and his voice as the sound of many waters, except that it don't rain, verse 16. And he had his right hand 7 stars, and out of his mouth went a sharp 2-edged sword, and his countenance was as the sun shineth in his strength. What the hell? But you're saying he was black? You're saying his countenance was like the sun shining. You couldn't see him. But you see, fam, this is why I know that these guys are wicked and heathens, because Acts 17 says this exactly, and he doesn't lie. Look, watch. Acts 17, watch this one. I'm almost done. It says here, verse 28, for in him we live and move and have our beings, as certain also of your own poets have said, for we are also his offspring. For as much as then we are the offspring of God, we ought not to think that the Godhead is like unto gold, silver, or stone, laden by art or man's devices. In the times of this ignorance, God winked at, but now commanded all men everywhere to repent. Meaning what? If you have images of him, bro, listen, stop. It says here, don't measure yourself like them. Yeah, we're the offspring, but don't think you're like that. You want to have an image of him that one that looks like you? Because the doctrine is about, hey, I'm going to turn into a black man. That's what, fam, when I'm talking about the leaf, the tender leaf, the olive tender leaf. 2 Ezra 9. Right? That's why I go back to it. 2 Ezra 9. It says, he answered me and said, measure thou the time diligently in itself, meaning piece by piece. And when thou see parts of the signs pass, which I have told thee before, then thou shalt understand that this is the very same time when the high shall begin, or will begin, to visit the world which he made. Will. That's why, again, family, you got to be mindful. Blessed he that readeth, because he that readeth will understand the times. You got to really start prepping. I mean, be real mindful of your family. Matthew 24:32. Now learn the parable of the fig tree. When the branches get tender, remember, the branch gets tender and putting forth leaves, right? At the ending, when the winter's becoming end, okay? You know that the summer is nigh, but it has to go through spring, so it's not time just yet, but it's almost here. It's almost here, fam. Right? Anyways, let me finish up with this real quick. Let me see if I could get this in. Hold on. Yeah, this is why, family, because I started noticing this. Lord willing, you understand, because this is at least from my understanding of the scripture. So, Ezekiel chapter 47, verse 1, it says, afterwards he brought me again unto the door of the house. And this is his home, Israel. And behold, waters issued out from under the threshold of the house eastward. For the forefront of the house stood eastward, towards the east. And the waters came down from under the side of the house and the south side of the altar. And then brought he me out of the way of the gates northward, and led me about the way without unto the other gate, or the way that looked eastward. And behold, there ran out waters on the right side. And when the man that had the line in his hand went forth eastward, he measured 1,000 cubits, and he brought me through the waters, and the water were at the ankles. And this water is knowledge, wisdom, and understanding, family. This water right here is exactly what that is. It's growing. I got a robot voice for real, man. Hold on a second. Let me see. Oh my God.
Oh, I know why. Hey, hello? Testing. Yeah, there it goes. That's funny, man. It was by accident. Cause check it out, fam. Look. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Watch. Check it. Oh, it didn't do it. I don't know what that is. Yeah, that's funny, man. My bad, bro. My bad, family. I'm glad you stuck around. You know what I'm saying? Now you know if I sound like a robot, it's because, you know what I mean? I'm trying to hide. Anyhow, it says here, verse 3. And when the man had the line in his hand, forth eastward, he measured 1,000 cubits and brought me through the waters. The waters were to the ankles. And again, measured 1,000. And again, he measured 1,000 and brought me to the waters, and the waters were to the knees. So now we're seeing the water rise. Knowledge is rising. Wisdom is rising. History is starting to be revealed to us. The truth about who our enemy is. Because remember, the scriptures are talking about that, you know, we'll be saved against our enemies, right? Then it says, verse 5. It says here, verse 4. Again, he measured 1,000 and brought me through. The waters were to the loins. So now the water just rose up to like over here with the stomach. And afterwards he measured 1,000, and it was the river that I could not pass, for the waters were risen, waters to swim in, and a river that could not pass over. I remember having a dream like this, fam. And he said unto me, Son of man, hast thou seen this? And he brought me and caused me to return to the brink of the river. And when I had returned, behold, the bank of the river for many trees on one side and on the other. This is when the wisdom begins and you start getting really rooted fully. Why? Because look, remember that's, okay, matter of fact, let's go to it. Mark, I think it's Mark. Mark, let me see. Mark or Matthew? Mark 8. Matthew 8. One of the two. Let's see. Here it goes right here. Mark 8:22. It says, and he cometh to Beersheba and brought him a blind man unto him and besought him and to touch him. And he took the blind man by the hand and led him out of the town. And when he had spit in his eyes and put his hands upon him, he asked him if he saw aught. And he looked up and he said, I see men as trees walking. Man, that's amazing. So, you know, the Most High allowed him to see in a way like how he sees us. We see trees. So when we go to actual Ezekiel 47, you're talking about the waters rising. The trees are getting real rooted. The understanding is coming, the truth. Because guess what? We never knew Habakkuk was really about these damn Canaanites, man. And it's very clear to us that it is about them. Because it wasn't just one nation that did it. Remember, Psalms 83 is past, present, future. Past, present, future, fam. So anyhow, let's see. I think excuse me, 1 second. Hold on. Yeah, I believe that's all I got. Give me a second. I think that's what I showed y'all. I think I got everything in. Yep, everything in. I had everything in. I wanted to make sure you guys got that from Habakkuk. All right. Remember, Negroes, after all, only white men with black skins. It's just a fact, man. It doesn't matter. Hey, hey, if you're offended, you're offended. I thought you guys liked truth. Matter of fact, yeah. Matter of fact, remember this? Remember this video? No, hold on. This video right here. This video. This right here. Let's see. IOIC wants the truth. Let's see if it's true.
Love thy neighbors thyself. That's right. All right? Let's answer this question. Read what you got. I want to ask you a couple questions too. Come on. Chapter 6. Hold on. I'm about to read. I'm about to answer the question right here. Come on.
The book of Psalms, chapter 68 and verse 11.
Bring it up.
The Lord gave the word.
The Most High God gave the word.
That's right.
And what does he look like? He's a black man. And he has woolly hair. Right. And when Christ comes in sun, he's a black man as well. He has woolly hair.
That's
and he's
right.
going to judge this whole planet Earth.
Right.
The Lord's going to judge America.
Right.
America is the last kingdom before Christ comes.
Right.
America has not been judged for the evil that it has done upon the whole world. America has raped, robbed, and pillaged the whole planet Earth.
Right.
And these are the accessories. All right, the so-called white man, because he's not white, he's red.
All right. So he says that the white man's going to pay. But now we're finding that black folks also had slaves. All right, let's go.
There ain't no hate campaign. This is truth.
That's true.
He says, this is no hate campaign. This is truth. Oh, you went Darth Vader. Yeah, man, I went Darth Vader on you guys, man. That was funny, dude. That was funny, bro. I hope I didn't scare y'all. Anyhow, man. Hey, Julio, other than that, bro, I'll hit you up. I appreciate what you're sending, man. That's good stuff. I think I thought I had them here. Let me see. I thought I had them. I was going to show them. Yeah, I did. I gave you guys some of this stuff. Let me see. Where is it at? Is this? Oh, no. That one, I'll save it for later. Oh, check it out, fam. This is interesting. You know what I mean? Hey, I guess I appreciate you, bro. You know? I mean, if you're going to...
Hay was talking bad about Mexicans, and he got put in...
If you're going to, speak truth, well, at least this guy's honest. I guess he just doesn't know that, they also had part of it, unfortunately. But check this out. Let's enjoy it.
In his place.
Governor Greg Abbott wants to make sure that Houston, the city of Houston, is put under the same microscope as any city that isn't allowed legally to be the quote-unquote sanctuary city. And this is what we do here in the city of Houston. People come into the city of Houston illegally. They're allowed to stay. There is only so much that our law enforcement officers are willing to do, that the DEA is willing to do, that the border agents are willing to do. Why in the world don't we go after those that are here? Well, that's what Abbott wants to change, and I agree. And as soon as we make sure that in the state of Texas, if Houston keeps conducting itself the same way that San Antonio and other cities conduct themselves, then no money is coming to Houston from the state. We need to do that on a state level. We also need to do it on a federal level.
But Matt, my problem with this is, why are we so worried about getting rid of all of the Mexicans or Hispanics that are quote unquote here, if they're illegal or not? At the end of the day, many of them are paying taxes. Many of them have been here for generations and decades. And Matt, trying to get rid of 4 or 5 or 3 million people all at once is not going to work. We don't have the resources.
We don't have to do it all at once.
And secondly, Matt, listen, there is no such thing as an illegal Mexican immigrant coming into Texas, because they're only coming home. Texas, Arizona, and California was stole from the Mexicans.
Don't start
this
that now,
all
man.
belonged
Don't
to
start
them.
that
So
now,
they're
man.
only coming home. And then here it is, you white folks stole the land from the Indians, but yet you're the natural, real illegal immigrant.
So let's start with the things you said that are already wrong. First of all, they're coming here. They're not paying any taxes. You're telling me?
Yeah, they are. TIN
numbers.
numbers, family.
Matt, they are paying taxes.
No, they're not
Matt.
paying any taxes.
Matt, when they buy a product, they paying a tax on it.
Let's continue.
When they buy a car, they paying a tax.
I got to say something. Yeah, it's true. When you buy a product, we pay taxes on everything, right? But they do have TIN numbers, fam. They actually get taxed on everything, and they do pay taxes. And guess what? They don't get the money back. There's a pot, a bucket of money from people that are not, they don't have a social, that use a TIN number. Where's that money go? Okay, let's continue.
A tax on
you come into this country illegally. That is a law that you're breaking, and that's why they have to be sent back to wherever they came from. They want to come through the front door. That is the correct way to come in. And the city of Houston has to stop allowing this, or we're never going to get them to stop coming in here. Look,
Matt,
that's what we got to do. Follow the law.
But Matt, where is the compassion that the indigenous Indians had for white people in this country?
Why do you keep going backwards?
They let you all come in.
What are you going
and
backwards?
you came in and raised a whole lot of hell.
Don't
Trump
start
called
bringing up
Mexicans
history and try and
rapists. He
explain
called
what's
them
going on
criminals.
today.
True
Trump
that.
called the Mexicans illegal criminals coming into America. Well, the biggest illegal criminal ever coming to America was white people.
So
Damn!
when people break into this country.
I don't give a damn.
I wonder what's going to happen when they come rob your house.
I don't give a damn about hypocrites who came here illegally and stole all of.
You see that, fam? You see the white man? You see the racist white man? He's like, what happened if they come and break into your house? So every single person that comes out of necessity because America absorbed all the resources is going to break into your house? I'm more afraid of people from this country breaking into my... Well, actually, I'm not afraid of it because it would really be bad for them if they tried. But anyways, my point being is, that's not my concern. Let's go.
Of this, and now want to blame them before only coming back home. To all of the Mexicans, don't worry about this. Just keep having babies, and in 30 years, all these white folks will be under your control.
Damn!
Let's stand up and do what the hell we're supposed to do, and stop letting the city of Houston be an open door. This ain't no sanctuary city.
Don't listen to
This
that.
is a real city.
Just keep having babies, and at the end of the day, you'll run everything in Texas. Just keep having babies.
Now you understand why I got to come here every single week, and I gotta go after this man and maybe get through that thick schoolwork.
In 20 years, you're gonna be the minority in Texas.
Damn! Boo, boo, boo.
Bruh.
For real, man. Hold up. Hey, fam, listen. That's all I got for you, man. I appreciate you guys sticking around, and I'm glad that you guys liked the robot. So I think that. Hold on, let me see if it do it again. Let's see if it does it again. Hold on. There it goes. It does it again. Oh man, I'll praise. That's good, man. I'll agree with it. I don't know why it doesn't do it on the other one. I really did it on the other one. I don't know why it doesn't do it on this one, but I thought it was like a light one. That's funny. That's funny. I'm glad I was able to joke around with y'all. Hey man, Julio, man, appreciate you sticking around, bro. Lord willing, this was an edifying class. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully y'all understood. And hey, listen, man, stay in the battle and go back to the class and jot down these books. You guys want this artillery, and you want this type of material for your children. They need to know this history. Do you understand? Because they're not going to be told this history. They're going to be told the white, the gray washed history, not the true history. Because all we're getting from them, one particular nation of people, is they're asking for empathy. They're demanding it. Why do you think they're doing reparations? For real, man? Y'all black masters, y'all had slaves. Stop it. The truth is going to come out. And it's coming out. And IUIC, Nate the Snake, yo, listen, prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Show me that we are wrong. Because this is all I know. From us, this is what I do know. It happens till this very day.
Dejes que se te olvide cómo nos mataban como perros en los Estados Unidos, cómo nos acribillaban en Texas, lo que llamaban el sheriff, fueron asesinos dedicados a matar a hispanos. A un tigre las rayas no se le borran, pero sí crecen nuevas. Eso significa que tu pasado es algo al cual tú debes saber y aprender. Nunca confíes en esos pinches americanos. Haz que sufran por lo que nos hicieron en el pasado.
See that, fam? Never trust thine enemy. Never trust thine enemy. Because rusted, right? Trust thy enemy. Hold on. How can I forget that? Hold on. Never trust. Where you at? Yeah, Sirach 12:10. Hello. Never trust thine enemy. For like as iron rusted, so is his wickedness. Man, I'm telling you, fam. All right. So anyhow, something else to show you real quick. Watch this. Hey, this goes for you wabos. You dummies. You brainless dummies. Because now you're going to have to answer to your own slavery. So if you believe in what you believe, because you're saying that the Europeans, black Europeans conquered the aboriginals here. So if that's the case, so then black people enslaved themselves, and that's why you guys are in a debacle. So you tore up your own people down. We had nothing to do with it. Anyways, this is for you. This is for your brother's actually saying this.
Comments like this that had me convinced. Comments like this that had me convinced y'all done lost y'all African mind. Y'all done lost y'all damn African mind. You mean to tell me we're not African, we are native black Americans, like we organically sprung up in North America, and we don't have any connection with Africa? You done lost your damn African mind. Believe in that. Now, I made several posts about this, but I'm going to say it again. African Americans living in America possess at least 73% of Niger Cotophonia DNA, meaning that we come from the continent of Africa, not no damn North America. But I know majority of you guys don't like taking DNA tests because y'all think it's the white man's science. Y'all don't believe in it or something like that. But let one of your cousins get locked up And the only thing that can get his ass out is the DNA test. Y'all believe in it then.
That's for sure.
Let one of your cousins get a call from a girl and say, yo, it's your baby. I bet y'all be taking a DNA test then to determine that he's not the father. It works when it works for you, right? But y'all don't believe in science. Y'all rather go around on TikTok and listen to these fake ass screenshot, copy and paste historians who don't give you guys enough information on the subject matter. And y'all are eating it up like sheep. It is clearly dangerous for the community because y'all done lost your African mind and you're quickly losing your African integrity. Another thing, if y'all hate people lying all in the videos talking about you ain't Africa, come to death row. If y'all tired of people screenshotting, copy and pasting history and not giving y'all no book reference, come to death row. Because it's Team Africa all day, every day. Shout out to the Zulus. Shout out to the Igbos.
You see that, fam? That's why you have to provide the material, which is why I post my links, man. What I find, I share with y'all. And I'm trying to be consistent. I'm not just showing you one book. I've showed you 1, 2, 3, about maybe 15 so far books referencing Black conquistadors, videos, scripture, Habakkuk, their own books. There's no lie anymore. So again, somebody please pass this channel over to some of these people. Hey man, forward this channel to your brothers and sisters. You know what I mean? Like this stuff really has to get out, fam. You know, again, there's no incentive on my end. All I'm trying to do is show y'all the truth. That's it. That's why, you know, one of the classes I have when in pursuit of truth, moderation is pointless. Honestly, when in pursuit of truth, moderation is pointless. We're going to go far. We're going to go way into this. Okay, fam? Anyhow, other than that, man, that's all I got. Hey, shalom, Julio. Y'all have a good night. Lord willing, you guys can we can catch another class pretty soon. Let me finish off my video thing here because, you know, my favorite video. Hold on, fam. Hold on. Let me get it ready because I want to see it this time. Last time I didn't do well. All right, fam. Shalom. Love y'all very much, man. Lord willing, I'll do another class soon, okay? Here it goes.
Si quieres aprobar tu trabajo, descarga Grammarly. ¿Acaso tú?
Yo, 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 yo. Las líneas que parten el mundo. Yo, el meridiano.
Que sepa el mundo que soy de orgullo moreno. Ande donde ande, no olvido de dónde vengo. Traigo la sangre de un indio todoterreno. En fuego como un 10 son los pies de Cuauhtémoc. Que sepa el mundo que soy de orgullo moreno. Ande donde ande, no olvido de dónde vengo. Traigo la sangre de un indio todoterreno. En fuego como un 10 son los pies de Cuauhtémoc.
En una simple frase te explicaré cómo es mi gente. Si maltratas a un carnal, te devora la serpiente emplumada, va en picada, desquiciada el águila real. Le arrancará la cabeza a quien dañó su nopal.
Somos un ejército cautivo esperando la señal para comerme al enemigo. Huitzilopochtli, dime si es rival o amigo. Que del ejército mexica tus guerreros siguen vivos.
Soy un monstruo con la pluma, mis rimas envenenadas. Hoy me llaman Quetzalcóatl, soy la serpiente emplumada. Bello de la tempestad, si del tiempo está muy claro. Un diluvio de verdad, en la instrumental soy claro.
Certero en mi disparo, Hilo y Caminos, el flechador del cielo. pero con ritmo, cultura de mi tierra que nunca se acaba, con águilas y estrellas que vuelan desde las aguas. Que sepa el mundo que soy de orgullo moreno, ande donde ande, no olvido de dónde vengo, traigo la sangre de un indio todoterreno, en fuego como un 10 son los pies de Cuauhtémoc. Que sepa el mundo que soy de orgullo moreno, ande donde ande, no olvido de dónde vengo, traigo la sangre de un indio todoterreno, en fuego como un 10 son los pies de Cuauhtémoc.
Te juro no existen dos. Si voy a creer en alguien, solo va a ser en mi Dios. Yo me encomiendo a mi madre, que me cuida y me protege en tierras. Amor de tonas y playa, sí, amor de mi madre tierra.
El que nunca falla, el de sangre maya, el que va dejando huellas al que buscan y no hallan, el que da la talla, el que triunfa y calla, al que copian y se basan, soy el calendario maya. Que sepa el mundo que soy de orgullo moreno, ande donde ande, no olvido de dónde vengo, traigo la sangre de un indio todoterreno, en fuego como un 10 son los pies de Cuauhtémoc. Que sepa el mundo que soy de orgullo moreno, ande donde ande, no olvido de dónde vengo, traigo la sangre de un indio todoterreno, en fuego como un 10 son los pies de Cuauhtémoc.
Yo soy guerrero de orgullo moreno, mis dioses son verdaderos, Tlacozonte es el que cuida mis caminos y senderos.
Mi tierra pinta paisajes de autor, la naturaleza es una obra de amor donde el artista se expresa. Mira y aprecia el arte de Xochipilli, mi diosa de la belleza.
La guerra, el arte tienen cercanos roces, Netzahualcóyotl, rey con tintes de dioses, un guerrero, poeta y muy pocos lo conocen, hoy te lo recuerdo yo, el Cesontle y 400 voces.
Guerreros y leyendas que la historia a veces calla, dioses de un ayer, de un hoy y de un mañana. Yo me encomiendo a Cuauhtémoc y Pachita es quien me sana, en mi sangre sigue viva la cultura mexicana.
Que sepa el mundo que soy de orgullo moreno, ande donde ande, no olvido de dónde vengo, traigo la sangre de un indio todoterreno, en fuego como un 10 son los pies de Cuauhtémoc. Que sepa el mundo que soy de orgullo moreno, ande donde ande, no olvido de dónde vengo, traigo la sangre de un indio todoterreno, en fuego como un 10 son los pies de Cuauhtémoc.
En la Plaza de Reyes, la 50, soplón. Yeah. ¿Qué vas a saber? ¿Qué vas a saber tú? Oye, chibolito, faltóme. Pulpín de los pulpines, batería de Rapunzel, de rapeos, de raptos, de lagartos en cuartel. Cualquier la pega de cruel con un viejo coronel. Soy flojo, se me antojó dormirme en el laurel. Elevé mi level con un label y un Faber Castell. Ya un papel, lo empape con sangre de todo aquel que se jura Nobel y no ve mis trenes en la riel. What's so man? ¿Por qué no sacan la tablet? Juro por mis aguas que no te hablo por las powers. Soy chinchado neto, búscame por Pico Sour y te voy a meter al centro loco como Beckenbauer. Escúchame atento mi pro, que estamos rompiéndole en pro. El negro de Plaza de Reyes como siempre rompe este micrófono. Que quiere meterle como yo pero no puede meterle tacoplón. Si te pensaba que solo era un gallo, déjame decirle que se equivocó. Real motherfucker feeling on the street. Es el Black Sheep Metal de Plaza de Kings. Motherfucker, so bloom.
Dinero Luis, desempeña en la victoria para que sepa. Incas Mo, Money Gang Gang, yeah, yeah, Yo también he llorado, gente. También me han desplazado por mi rasgo afrodescendiente. Sí, un perro no habla pero siente. Cuento historias callejeras pa' barrios de delincuentes. Soy un perro que te ladra, que te muerde y que te huele, nene. Soy más que Lele, ustedes para mí son pelele. Con mi jauría todo el día en busca de los cheles. Tengo un perro en fiscalía que nos mueve los papeles y otro en la comisaría para evitar el susto. Muchas veces me han llevado por solo como lujo. Perdón, madre mía, si yo le causé un disgusto, pero en esta vía yo crecí rodeado de perros chuscos. Yo sé que me quieren ganar, yo sé que me quieren tumbar y no pasará porque soy de verdad. La super rafina, la dodo style, metido en latina aprendiendo un style. Yo tengo el style, no mido la raza del perro, yo mido
tienes que respetar, yeah. La calle te enseña lo que no te enseña la universidad, yeah. Saliste se peña aquí con una silla te tiran para atrás, yeah. La calle limeña aquí nada le duele, ya nada es igual, yeah. Tienes que respetar, yeah. Si yo soy tu papá, yeah, yeah, yeah. Think small, negro, yeah. Think small, nigga, yeah. Nero Luigi, man, Inca Mob, yeah. This money gang, 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 yeah.
Hey, yo. Yango en la maldita casa. Me llaman para que les dé al menos una vez al mes. Se metieron al lago y olvidaron que era el mes. For everybody bless. La fama es una puta, me está llamando a las 3.
Dile que llame después de las 16 y 25. Volví de la infancia de Abraham Lincoln, con fuerza ya inco, luchando para salir del rincón. Letra callejera en CD brinco, under del under. Puede que tu viejo te lo mande, sale de vez en cuando como el cóndor por los Andes. Mi cuerpo no es de madera como Dandy, antes que me branden, yo seré el ola que los expande. Aunque esto me pique en la madera, no sirve ni para romper el ticket de un evento afuera. Loco por la carrera, desafían la gravedad, yo espero tras la barrera y llego con la novedad. Niña, tú solo espera que ya encontré la manera. He visto bastante por querer lograrlo saltando escalones dentro de la escalera. La vida me puso al depósito, yo soy de púlpito para que el mundo conociéramos de esta parte mejor interprete que ha parido esta cordillera, sin luz afuera. Que el espectáculo es dentro, la calle es mi templo, tiembla el pavimento, cuando yo me concentro, mis disparos son temas, la calle un poema, se siente desde cuando entro, que toditos estos drogaditos que frente rapean, los regreso al centro de mi balcón. Yo he visto el clon de clon en la misma gestión, pero a la marcha no llega el balón, y para esta pantalla no sé qué patrón, yo llamo, esa es la cuestión, y doy fe por cada renglón, consciente de la operación del final de Mbappé con la edad de bufón, brillando la maldita casa, plaza de rey y papá. El héroe Willy, Black Mental, hip hop peruano, rasgo en la maldita base. Yao, yao, yao.
Yo, el meridiano.
Que sepa el mundo que soy de orgullo moreno. Ande donde ande, no olvido de dónde vengo. Traigo la sangre de un indio todoterreno. En fuego como un 10 son los pies de Cuauhtémoc. Que sepa el mundo que soy de orgullo moreno. Ande donde ande, no olvido de dónde vengo. Traigo la sangre de un indio todoterreno. En fuego como un 10 son los pies de Cuauhtémoc.
En una simple frase te explicaré cómo es mi gente. Si maltratas a un carnal, te devora la serpiente. Emplumada, en picada, desquiciada el águila real. Le arrancará la cabeza a quien dañó su nopal.
Somos un ejército cautivo esperando la señal pa' comerme al enemigo. Huitzilopochtli, dime si es rival o amigo. Que del ejército mexica tus guerreros siguen vivos.
Soy un monstruo con la pluma, mis rimas envenenadas. Hoy me llaman Quetzalcóatl, soy la serpiente emplumada. Yo de la tempestad y del tiempo está muy claro. Un diluvio de verdad, en la instrumental soy Tlaloc.
Certero en mi disparo, y Luis Caminas, el flechador del cielo. Pero con rimas, cultura de mi tierra que nunca se acaba, con águilas y estrellas que vuelan desde las aguas. Que sepa el mundo que soy de orgullo moreno. Ande donde ande, no olvido de dónde vengo. Traigo la sangre de un indio todoterreno. En fuego como un 10 son los pies de Cuauhtémoc. Que sepa el mundo que soy de orgullo moreno. Ande donde ande, no olvido de dónde vengo. Traigo la sangre de un indio todoterreno. En fuego como un 10 son los pies de Cuauhtémoc.
Te juro no existen dos. Si voy a creer en alguien, solo va a ser en mi Dios. Yo me encomiendo a mi madre que me cuida y me protege entre sierras. Amor de tonas y clay, sí, amor de mi madre tierra.
El que nunca falla, el de sangre maya, el que va dejando huellas al que buscan y no hallan, el que da la talla, el que triunfa y calla, al que copian y se basan, soy el calendario maya. Que sepa el mundo que soy de orgullo moreno. Ande donde ande, no olvido de dónde vengo. Traigo la sangre de un indio todoterreno. En fuego como un 10 son los pies de Cuauhtémoc. Que Que sepa el mundo que soy orgullo moreno. Ande donde ande, no olvido de dónde vengo. Traigo la sangre de un indio todoterreno. En fuego como un 10 en los pies de Cuauhtémoc. Yo soy guerrero de orgullo moreno. Mis dioses son verdaderos. Tlacozontli es el que cuida mis caminos y senderos.
Mi tierra pinta paisajes de autor, la naturaleza es una obra de amor donde el artista se expresa. Mira y aprecia el arte de Xochipilli, mi diosa de la belleza.
La guerra, el arte tienen cercanos roces. Netzahualcóyotl, rey con tintes de dioses. Un guerrero, poeta y muy pocos lo conocen. Hoy te lo recuerdo yo, el Sensontle y 400 voces.
Herreros y leyendas que la historia a veces calla. Dioses de un ayer, de un hoy y de un mañana. Yo me encomiendo a Cuauhtémoc y Pachita es quien me sana. En mi sangre sigue viva la cultura mexicana.
Que sepa el mundo que soy orgullo moreno. Ande donde ande, no olvido de dónde vengo. Traigo la sangre de un indio todoterreno. En fuego como un 10 son los pies de Cuauhtémoc. Que sepa el mundo que soy orgullo moreno. Ande donde ande, no olvido de dónde vengo. Traigo la sangre de un indio todoterreno. En fuego como un 10 son los pies de Cuauhtémoc.
En la Plaza de Reyes, Black 50, Soplón. Yeah. ¿Qué vas a saber? Sí.
¿Qué vas a saber tú? Oye, chibolito, faltóme. Pulpín de los pulpines, batería de Rapunzel, de rapeos, de raptos, de lagartos en cuartel, cualquier la vega de cruel con un viejo coronel. Soy flojo, se me antojó dormirme en el laurel. Eleve mi level con un label y un Faber Castell, ya un papel. Lo empape con sangre de todo aquel que se jura Nobel y no ve mis trenes en la riel. What's so man? ¿Por qué no sacan la tablet? Juro por mis aguas que no te hablo por las powers. Soy chinchado neto, búscame por pico sour y te voy a meter al centro loco como Beckenbauer. Escúchame atento mi bro, que estamos rompiéndole en pro. El negro de Plaza de Reyes como siempre rompe este micrófono. Que quiere meterle como yo pero no puede meterle tacoprón. Si te pensabas que solo era un gallo, déjame decirle que se equivocó. Real motherfucker feeling on the street. Es el black shit mental de Plaza de Kings. Motherfucker, soplón.
Dinero Luigi, man, desde Peña, de la Victoria, para que sepa. Incas Mode, Money Gang Gang, yeah, yeah, Yo también he llorado, gente. También me han desplazado por mi rasgo afrodescendiente. Sí, un perro no habla pero siente. Cuento historias callejeras pa' barrios de delincuentes. Soy un perro que te ladra, que te muerde y que te huele, nene. Soy más que Lele, ustedes para mí son pelele. Con mi jauría todo el día en busca de los cheles. Tengo un perro en fiscalía que nos mueve los papeles. Y otro en la comisaría para evitar. Muchas veces me han llevado por solo como lujo. Perdón, madre mía, si yo le causé un disgusto. Pero en esta vía yo crecí rodeado de perros chuscos. Yo sé que me quieren ganar, yo sé que me quieren tumbar y no pasará porque...
Your brother Manuel. Let me see. I'm gonna check something real quick. All right. Hey, shalom Israel. Shalom is your brother Manuel. Okay, let me see. I'm gonna check something real quick. All right. Hey, Shalom. Okay, perfect. All right, hold on. Let me do this real quick. I'll wait a little bit, maybe another minute or so, and then I'm going to start. I don't know who's there. I'll wait a little bit, maybe another. So, and then I'm going to start. I don't know who's there. Okay, perfect. All right, so let's see. All right, so nobody's still here. Well, I'm going to start anyways, man, so you guys can actually watch it. All right. All right, so here we go. The class, first of all, shalom, family. Lord willing, y'all are doing well. Okay. I know that I've been kind of getting on board and then, doing a lot of classes recently. It's been upon my spirit. This one in particular, I want to touch on Arsarith and then the second Esdras, chapter 13, verse 40 and through 45. Okay. So let's get to it. The topic is Arsarith. Okay. So now I'm gonna read the scripture. I'm gonna go all the way through 45, and then I'm gonna play a video of some just random individual. Okay. And this is what they had to say about what this means. And this is why that one West doctrine was so confusing and putting our people in that particular type of state of confusion because they were just man, like it made no sense. All right. So let me go ahead and read this first, and then we'll go from there. All right, Second Ezra chapter 13, verse 40. It says, "Those are the 10 tribes which were carried away prisoners out of their own land in the time of Hosea the king, whom Salmanassar the king of Assyria led away captive, and he carried them over the waters, and so they into another land. But they took this counsel among themselves that they would leave the multitude of the heathen and go forth into a further country where never mankind dwelt, that they might there keep their statutes which they never kept in their own land. And they entered into the Euphrates by the narrow place of the river, for the Most High then showed signs for them and held still the flood till they passed over. For through that country was a great way to go, namely a year and a half, and the same region is called Arsarith." Okay, so the same region is called Arsarith. Now, I'm going to put a video on right now so you guys can see what some of I don't know what you call them, I guess non-believers maybe. Okay, watch this. Oh, that's right, I need to read the disclaimer. All right, here's the disclaimer. Oh, hold on, let me pause it. Here's the disclaimer. Okay, it's in Spanish. Here's the English one. Okay, perfect. All right, here we go. It says here, the content, copyright disclaimer, this content does not belong to Bible Chronicles, nor does Bible Chronicles claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has and always will belong to the content owner. Bible Chronicles does not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. As mentioned, Bible Chronicles does not intend to make use of any material for the purpose of harvesting gain. However, Title 17 of United States copyright law states material in use can only be done when it's for theological or general educational purposes. And thus, Bible Chronicles believes that this principle of material falls under fair use, which honors protection under Section 107 of the same U.S. copyright law. Okay. All right. So then now I read that. So check this out. Look what this guy has to say. I'm going to let it play. All right. And then it's only 4 minutes. So let's hear it out.
Shalom, shalom. Coming back with another video. I just want to touch on these subjects that the Israelites like to go over to try to prove Native Americans and Hispanics, our people. I'm going to the scriptures where they go to. 2nd Ezra 13 and 40. Those are the 10 tribes which were carried away prisoner out of their own land in the time of Hosea the king, who Salmanassar the king of Assyria led away captive. And he carried them over the waters, and so they came into another land. So they try to prove this and make it seem like they came to America, which they didn't. They still in Africa. These people don't read, man. I mean, it's just simple and plain, man. If people don't get this stuff, man, the Most High just ain't showing you. But they took this counsel among themselves that they would lead the multitude of the heathen and go forth into a far country where never mankind dwelt, which is still in Africa. Y'all know how big it is in Africa. It's a lot of places that ain't nobody been to in Africa yet, man. There's a lot of places still over there ain't never mankind dwelt over there. That's how big the land is. That they may keep their statues, but they never kept in their own land. And they enter into the Euphrates by the narrow places of the river. For the Most High then showed signs for them, and hell stood the flood till they were passed over. And this part right here is finna kill them. Watch this. For through that country there was a great way to go, namely of a year and a half. And the same region is called Azareth. Then dwelt they there until the latter times. Until the latter times now. Peep that until the latter times. The Most High head stood the flood for them until the latter times. And now when they shall begin to come, that the highest, it's talking about the Most High, that the highest shall stay springs of the stream again. That means he gonna hell flood, he gonna hold the water again like he did. And we'll see what spring is. We don't want to miss nothing. I mean, it's just so easy, man. And the Most High just gotta show you. Mean leap, fly back, or move. Springs mean move. He gonna move the water again. That's what it means. A small narrow river. He gonna move the small narrow river again that they may go through. So by the Israelites' logic, that means the Native Americans and the Hispanics got to get back on the boat and go back to Africa. By their logic, if Native Americans and Hispanic Israelites, that means they got to get back on the boat and go back. Because verse 47 say the highest is talking about the Most High shall stay the springs. That mean hold back. The springs mean hold back, or the stream mean water, a narrow river. Again, that mean he gonna do it again, that they may go through. Therefore, size thou the multitude with peace. So I don't know what they get out of this. What do it say that they came to America? Verse 47 says the highest shall stay the springs of the stream again. That means he gonna hold for the water again. That they may go through, that they gonna go through. That's in Africa. And I don't know how these people miss over this, man. What verse in this said came to America? Verse 47, it debunked all that, man. Verse 47, they go through 40 through 45 or something like that, or 46, but they don't want y'all to read. They don't want y'all to read verse 47. When they say the highest shall stay springs of the stream again, they don't want y'all to read that. That means he gonna do it again. So that means if Native American Israelite, Hispanic Israelite, them goddamn mixed Spaniards, Israelites, that means they gotta get back on the boat and go all the way back to Africa. Because the Most High say he gonna bring them through there again. Shalom, I'm out, man. I just wanted to put that out there. That people they just jump right over 47. Like the Most High said he ain't gonna bring them through the water again. That same water they the northern tribe ran through the first time, he gonna bring them back again the second time. He's just saying the same thing, man. Shalom.
Okay, so you guys heard him. Oh shoot, my bad. You guys heard him, okay? And because of One West, that's pretty much where we stand, right? Just based on that, maybe he makes sense, maybe not, right? I don't know how some people feel about it, but let's start it. Deuteronomy chapter 29, verse 29, and it reads, "The secret things belong unto the Lord our God." It said our God. But those things which are revealed belong unto us and to our children forever, that we, as a people, may do all the words of this law. So regarding the secrets and doing all the words of the law is also teaching the history of who we are, where we came from, how we migrated, all of that. Okay? Psalms 25. Psalms 25, chapter 14, it reads, "The secret of the Lord is with them that fear him, and he will show them his covenant. So what's one of them? What's one of the covenants? Deuteronomy 4:13. Watch what it reads. It says, "And he declared unto you his covenant, which he commanded you to perform, even the 10 commandments, and he wrote them upon 2 tables of stones," meaning there was more than 10 commandments, right? It wasn't just 10. Those were the main, like the predominant ones, in a sense, for lack of better words. So it says, "And he declared unto you his covenant, which he commanded you to perform." Right? So what is requiring of us to perform the covenant? Obviously, applying the laws, statutes, and commandments, but we're also supposed to teach our children these things, right? So what do we teach them? Job 8:8. And it reads, For inquire, I pray thee, of the former age. So we're supposed to teach our children the laws, but we're also supposed to teach them about the Bible and the history of it and our forefathers and what they achieved, their failures and their achievements. And prepare thyself to search of their fathers. Okay? So, and then that's actually told several times throughout the scriptures. Deuteronomy 32:17. Watch what it reads. They sacrifice unto 32:7. It reads, Remember the days of old. Consider the years of my many generations. Remember that, okay? Ask thy fathers, and he will show thee, thy elders, and they will tell thee. Well, if we keep doing that, that means we were already keeping the laws. So as of right now, we need to go back into our forefathers and find out more about them. What exactly is this mean, right? Especially this topic of like just the second Esdras, right? So now let's go to Amos. I'm going quick because I want to make sure I do this class quick, okay? Because I was earlier online. Amos 7:11, and it reads, For thus Amos saith, Jeroboam shall die by the sword. Wait, is this what I'm looking for? Oh, yeah. For thus Amos saith, Jeroboam shall die by the sword, and Israel shall surely be led away captive out of their own land. Okay? So now we see in Amos that prophesying in regards to, or that we were going to be taken out of our own land, meaning the 12 tribes, right? So now here's where we start seeing what happened. So let me kind of run it by real quick, so at least we can get to the point of Arsareth, because this topic is pretty standard and pretty simple. Okay, I'm going to show you guys some maps, and then you guys pretty much, discern it and study it yourselves as well. Here's where it starts. 2 Kings chapter 17, verse 5. It reads, Then the king of Assyria came up throughout all the land and went up to Samaria and began and besieged it 3 years. In the 9th year of Hosea, the king of Assyria took Samaria and carried Israel away into Syria and placed them in Halah and in the harbor by the river of Gazan in the cities of the Medes. Okay. Now that's over there by like Persia Medes, like further in. So let's check it out. Look, the city of the Medes, right? City of Medes. City of Medes location. City of Medes. Let's see. Where's the city of Medes? Empire. Oh, yellow. All of this, I'm sorry, I didn't even see it. So all of this is yellow, the Medes. Okay. Then the king of Assyria came up throughout all the land and went up into Samaria and besieged it 3 years. And in the 9th year of Hosea, the king of Assyria took Samaria and carried Israel away into Assyria and placed them in Halah. Okay, well, we don't see Halah here. Let's see what we can. Where is Halah in the Bible? So we see that. Oh, that's not going to help. Well, maybe here. Bible Atlas. Halah. Okay, so you see where Halah is, guys? Right there, okay? So they took us right around that area, all right? All right, so let me put this down real quick. We may need it later. Okay, so let me read it again. In the 9th year of Hosea, the king of Assyria took Samaria and carried Israel into Assyria, placed them in Halah and in the harbor. Okay, we saw that, right? Watch this. It says Halah in the harbor, right? See? Halah in the harbor, map area. Okay, harbor river. So around this area here. Okay. All right. So now let's go to 2nd Chronicles 6:36. And then verse 22, and it reads, now in the 1st year of Cyrus, king of Persia, this is after the Assyrians. The Persians then took over and conquered the Assyrians, or, beat them, right? That the word of the Lord spoke by the mouth of Jeremiah might be accomplished. The Lord stirred up the spirit of Cyrus, king of Persia, that he made a proclamation throughout all his kingdom and put it also in writing and saying, thus says Cyrus, king of Persia, all the kingdoms of the earth had the Lord God of heaven given me, and he had charged me to build him a house, Jerusalem, which is in Judah, who is there among you of all people. The Lord, that his God be with him, let him go up. Now remember, keep in mind that Cyrus was a Zoroastrian. So why would the Most High stir up his spirit? And why would he believe it? That's a hell of a question. I mean, honestly, right? What does that mean? Let me give you guys something real quick. I have a book called Eclipsis, Volume 1. Okay. And I'm going to show y'all something. You guys can actually read it. This book here. If you look at versions, watch. Hopefully it doesn't log me out because it's going to ask me to log on. And honestly, I don't want to have to log on. All right. So anyhow, in this book, you guys can read it. Okay. It shows and shares that Cyrus was a relative of Abraham. So let me see if I can get the book. Hold on. I'm going to show you something. Okay. Real quick here. A second, guys. Give me a second. I'm going to .org. Maybe I could get it here. Okay, here we go. Yep, there it goes right here. Okay, so let me go and do this one. All right, watch this. Versions. It's going to say it a lot. Now, I'm not trying to segue from the topic. I just want to make sure that you guys understand that there was a lot going on in that time, and a lot of the, I guess you could say, a lot of the migrations, tribes, they were pretty much, somewhat relatives. Now, you also had obviously Ishmael and Elam in that area, but watch this. Versions are described. Let me see here. Let's see right here. No, this isn't it. Let's see. Here, I'll do this. Let me do it this way. Hey, bro. See, all of this mattered, guys. That's what I'm showing y'all. All of this mattered. Obviously, the Most High, there's a reason. Nobody was able to ever answer me. Why did God go, give Cyrus, put it in his spirit? Like, why? If he wasn't an Israelite, okay? But no one was able to answer me that question. So obviously, I had to answer my questions. Because there was really nobody available to answer them, and even if there was, they weren't able to. And this is what I found. Excuse me. Let's see. I think this one. This is a great book, by the way. You guys should consider reading it. Earliest story about Abraham, Sarah. Let me see. Maybe it's here. Abraham, Moses. Peruvians believe in one supreme being. This is basically talking about how the similarities. Yeah, and I touched on it on another class. But I'm trying to show you guys something here. Where are you? Where are you? Okay, no, that's not it. Oh, here goes. All right, here goes. We know that the religion of the Magi did become corrupted, and it was reformed before the time of Cyrus and Daniel by a man called Zoroaster or Abraham Zoroaster. Okay, so now what these guys are saying is that the Persians, look, there seems no doubt that this king and priest was the religion of the Persians, of Brahma, of Mithra, and of Abram, as professed at this time. Okay. Now it says here, let me see this one. Where are you? Still calling it Ishka. Ishka was the name of both Sarah and his wife. Jesus. No. Anyways, look, guys, honestly, if you guys can really look through this book, and it's going to show you, it's going to say that these guys, the Persians, they know that they come from Abraham. Okay. So I'm trying to look for the page, and it's going to be a while because honestly, it's a lot of pages, and I wasn't thinking of showing this. Let's see, maybe here. Okay, maybe not here. Let's try this one. This last one. If not, I'm gonna move on. The whole of the Jews were circumcised because they were said to have been a priestly nation, and if the history of Abraham can be believed, the Jews, probably so called, were all descendants of the Chaldean Brahmin, and of 318 persons said to be bred in his own house. That's weird. And who probably constituted of the whole tribe or high caste tribe who had come with him from India. I mean, look through the book, guys, honestly, and you're gonna find out that the Persians know that they come from them. Okay, so now we got at least one answer in regards to why in the world did God choose Cyrus to free the Israelites. Okay, well, it was all prophetic, obviously. So now let's go to verse 23. I think I read it. I'll read it again. Does say, yeah, I did. No, let me read it. Thus say Cyrus, king of Persia, all the kingdoms of the earth had the Lord God of heaven given me. See that? And he had charged me to build him an house in Jerusalem, which is in Judah. Who is there among you of all his people? The Lord his God be with him, and let him go up. Now, when would the Most High allow some heathen to do that? Well, we now know that they were relatives of Abraham. Okay? So now, since we are now so-called free to go, okay? Let me go to First Ezra just to show you and confirm. It says here, now is the first year of Cyrus, king of Persia, that the word of the Lord by the mouth of Jeremiah might be fulfilled. The Lord stirred up the spirit of Cyrus, king of Persia, that he made a proclamation throughout all his kingdom, and put it also in writing, saying, thus say Cyrus, king of Persia, the Lord God of heaven had given me all the kingdoms of the earth, and he had charged me to build him a house at Jerusalem, which is in Judah. Okay? So now it says, who is there among you of all his people? His God be with him, and let him go up to Jerusalem, which is in Judah, and build house of the Lord. Go to the Lord of Israel. He is the God. Wow. Which is in Jerusalem. Remember, this guy was a Zoroastrian, right? And whosoever remaineth in any place where he sojourned, let the men of his place help him with silver and with gold and with goods and with beasts, besides the free will offerings for the house of the God that is in Jerusalem. Okay? So now we see that Cyrus allowed them to go. Something moved Cyrus's spirit, but it seems like Cyrus was related to Abraham. Okay, so now let's go to 2nd Esdras, chapter 13. Okay, verse 40, and it reads, "Those are the 10 tribes who were carried away prisoners out of their own land in the time of Hosea the king, whom Salmanassar, king of Assyria, led away captive, and he carried them over the waters, and so they came into another land." Okay, so now let me show you a map real quick. Show you the map. Where is it? The world. I think it's this one. Okay. Oh wait,
Shalom,
that's not
coming
it.
back.
What am I talking about? Let's see, like that. Oh, I know why that happened. Okay, cool. So as you can see, it says here, I'm going to put it to the side. It says, verse 41, verse 40, those are the 10 tribes which were carried away prisoners out of their own land in the time of Hosea the king, whom Salmanassar, the king of Assyria, led away captive, and he carried them over the waters, and so they came into another land, okay? Now, I'm going to stop right there, because it says, but they took his counsel. So he took them into another land where? We found out when. We found out where. He took them somewhere around there, right? This is an old map, and I'm going to show you. I'm going to use this map too. Oh, please don't tell me you're going to freeze on me. Okay, cool. Sorry, guys. It's a little tricky map. I got to move very slow. Okay. So he took them there. Okay. Right there. And he carried them over the waters, meaning this year. Okay. And so they came into another land. Okay. Excuse me, guys. Sorry. It's a little difficult. I just want to make sure that we get the good view. All right. So now, they're over here. They're right here. Okay. How do I flip it up? Okay. It's a little difficult, man, but I'm trying to figure it out. All right. So they're right there. And here's the Euphrates. Okay. Now it says, but they took this counsel among themselves when? After Cyrus had given the decree to free the Israelites, that they would leave the multitude of the heathen. Where? Right there. The multitude here, wherever they were. Because, I mean, keep in mind, he might have taken them here, but that doesn't mean he kept them there. They're slaves. He could take them anywhere else. Plus, if you guys remember, you have this area in a map which had Joktan right here. That was called Joktan. If you guys don't remember, there's a map that I have. And for the sake of time, I don't want to look for it because I have this in my mind here to make sure that we get through it. Okay? But it basically says that. Peleg and Joktan, all of that. Okay? But they took his counsel among themselves after Cyrus had freed them, all right? That they would leave the multitude of the heathen and go forth into a further country where never mankind dwelt. So now, they're right here, okay? Persia was ruling. Here, I'll show you guys. Persia. Empire. Look, Persia literally covered all of this, okay? And the 12 tribes are well, the 10 tribes are right there. You see what I'm saying? They were right here. All right. So let's go back now. It says, but they took his counsel among themselves that they would leave the multitude. Which multitude? This multitude, wherever it would have been here. Remember, it's all under Cyrus's territory. Okay. Now the Assyrians. I'll show you the Assyrian. Well, I sake of time, it won't. But the Assyrians were less. Okay, you guys can look it up. The Assyrians were conquered like up until this point. So when Cyrus took over, he said, hey, where you guys are at, you guys can stay there. You guys can go wherever you want. So obviously they're saying, well, you know what? They took their counsel among themselves. That doesn't overnight. That took years. It had to take years because the Bible is like that. You know, one verse can go to another verse, and all of a sudden it's like a couple, like 100 years maybe at times, or maybe more. So, you know, you got to be mindful that what were they sojourning? They took but they took this counsel among themselves. That means they had time to think about what they wanted to do. So if they were already free, they obviously weren't just staying here. They were maybe migrating somewhere around in this area of the Persian power, because this is where it gets really sick and sickening and ignorant, is when they say, the one West says, oh yeah, they took the Euphrates and went through Africa all the way around, like all the way this way. You're telling me that why would you do that? Why would you go all the way around? Euphrates River goes this way, and then you're going to go around that way on boats? Come on, man. It makes no sense. But what does make sense is this right here. Hold on. Let me get a different map, because this is really... Hold on, guys. Let me see. Where you at? Let me try this map. Maybe this map will work a little bit. And check out the website. Oh no, that's not the map. I'm gonna show you that one in a little bit. Let's see this one. No, I'm gonna show you that one a little bit too. Well, let me just get that one, because honestly, I'm gonna waste time looking for another example. I'll do my best to control it. Okay. So anyhow, it just doesn't make sense, and I don't see how there could be massive amount of boats that would be able to just do that. Okay, so why would we go that route? It makes no sense. All right, now let's continue. It says here that okay, so it says, and go forth into a further country where never mankind dwelt. Another thing, mankind was already dwelling in Africa. And this kid that was saying, "Oh, well, you know, Africa's so big that..." No, come on, man. Well, there's maps that show, and look, remember the Egyptians, the Canaanites, the Cushites. What do you think they were? So, plus, on top of the fact that if they're free to go in the Persian Empire, why would they go to another empire so then they can be enslaved? No, that would make no sense. So the only way this would make more sense would be a further country where never mankind dwelt. Well, at that time, there wasn't really not many people traveling through these areas. I mean, there were some kingdoms, but not many. And then from proof of the fact that we see a lot of similar customs, similar names in Mexico and South America, where the people in India, like the Raramuri. Oh, here, I'll show you guys in case you guys haven't seen it. This is a trip. Now, I'm not saying, all I'm saying is we traveled through there. So it makes sense that we would have gone that way. Watch this. Raramuri of Chiu wa sorry, Chihuahua. I think that's how you spell it. Oh, my bad. I was off. All right, so look, watch this. These are images, right? You can see this here. Look at this. I don't know what was that. Watch right here. Okay, I get. Oh, here it goes. See, this is the Raramuri of Chihuahua. Well, watch this. The Ramuri of Chihuahua. Look at that. Boom. The Raramuri of Chihuahua, the Ramuri of Chihuahua. Now, again, what this means is that we had to have traveled to those areas. Plus, remember, it says Joktan in the other map. Let me see if I can get it. Hold up. Map. Joktan, here it goes. Okay, this is more of a newer map. And you see it says here Joktan, Jokton, like Yucatan, Arphashad, Persia, Elam. You see, this was their kingdom. All of this was their kingdom. Okay, so the 10 tribes have more likely gone this way for security purposes because of the Persian Empire understood that they were free. Okay, so obviously, as we were walking through, a good chance that we would have picked up some customs. Then it says here that they made that. Let's see, but they took this counsel among themselves that they would leave the multitude of the heathen and go forth into a further country where never mankind dwelt, that they might there keep their statues, which they never kept in their own land. Okay, meaning in Jerusalem, because we're falling off. And they entered into the Euphrates by the narrow place, right? This place here, narrow place of the river. For the Most High then showed them signs and still healed the waters. All right, so now this is where it gets tricky. Okay, so they go here. Oops. All right, here goes. I'm getting a little better. So they go here. So they pass the Euphrates River, and then God shows them signs, and they say to a further country where never mankind dwelt. So watch this, guys. If you go further into this map, you pass India, you pass China, and then you deal with like an area called Tartary. These guys came later, by the way. But then you see this, Arsareth. Okay. Then you see Arsareth right here. All right. The same thing you see here. Now watch what this one says. Arsareth. 4 Esdras capítulo 13. Isio tribuil se fore Totarorum. Yeah, it's Italian. Tartoro. Scaith. It's just mentioning like places, people that Scythians right here, Tartary or Tartar, the Syria, the area, like Tartary, right? Remember, this is a later book, later map, not that in the times of, because we left. First of all, Assyria conquered us in about 700 BC. We left then about 535, 538 BC, give or take. So this is way later. And but here we understand that it's called Arsareth. Now I don't know what it would be called at that time, right? But that's the understanding of it. Now, when we look at this, this makes more sense because as we keep reading further, watch what happens. For the Most High then showed them signs for them and held still the flood till they were passed over. So are we talking about the Strait of the Anian? Or the Barren Strait. Now, we were told that, oh, yeah, it's because, the ice melted or the ice froze. But, when we left Exodus, he also opened this. Namely, a year and a half, and the same region was called Arsareth, same region. So what's the region? Okay, so watch this. I'm going to get my Webster's Dictionary 1828 book. Watch what it says. Region. Region means a tract of land or space of indefinite extent, usually a tract or considerable extent. It is sometimes nearly synonymous with country, sometimes with country. It says the inhabitants of a region or district, right? A part of the body. So it says here, for through that country was a great way to war. I'm sorry, for the Most High then showed them signs for them, and still held the flood till they were passed over. For through that country was a great way to go, namely a year and a half, and the same region, meaning the same section, right, is called Arsareth. So if the entrance of Arsareth is here, and he held the floods for us, then it would only make sense that he would hold the flood for us there. It's about a 50-mile walk. I mean, excuse me, not a 50-mile walk, but it's 50 miles. Okay. Now watch what this says. This is another map. More colorful. Look, this is the same one. 4 Esdras capítulo 13. tribus Sephirah, I guess, or Zephyrat, or I don't know what it says, something like that. Totaroru, I don't know what. But look, Strito di Anian. So again, for through that country was a great way to go. Which way? All the way this way. All the way this way. So now he holds the water for us. For through the Most High showed him signs and held still the waters, right? So here he held the waters out. When we were walking, he's showing us the signs. And then it goes, for through that country was a great way to go. Namely, a year and a half in the same region is called Arsareth, because there's a great base to walk through. Right? If Arsareth is here, give me a second. Arsareth is right here. Here's the entrance of Arsareth. So it would make sense, so close, why the Most High would hold still the waters, and why it was a great way to go, namely a year and a half, because you consider the length from here to here, and then all the travel to America, all the way down to where we started migrating, mostly here. Okay, and here's why. Verse 46. Then dwelt they there until the latter times, and now when they shall begin to come. Whoa, let me read it again. Then dwelt they there until the latter time, and now when they shall begin to come, watch this, okay? The highest shall stay the springs, meaning hold the waters of the stream again, that they may go through. Therefore sawest thou the multitude of peace. So the only way that this scripture makes sense for us is, first of all, you got to understand Arsareth is here. So we could not have gone first. And okay, so Arsareth is here. All right. He held the waters, and then he held the waters again. Now, are we going to go back into our land in this way? I can't call that right now. As far as I know, the Messiah is going to return. Right? That's something that I can dig into. But as far as my understanding from what we're sharing here right now, that we didn't take no boats around Africa. Okay? That's stupid, because that takes forever to go around. Plus, that region, right? This was conquered by other countries, other people. They would have enslaved our people. Our people aren't dumb. We would at least made sure not to go that way. If anything, we go this way. Because why? Because no one ever dwelt in these lands. When if they did, very minimal. Plus, we would have protection all the way up to this point. And then we go up here. That is not that far. Now, the great way to go, that's pretty far. So when the Most High holds the waters, that rock right there, if you're going to walk from the top of America, from Alaska, all the way down to South America, that's about a year and a half. Okay? And then on 47, it says, the highest shall stay the springs of the stream again, that they may go through. And you know that it's not, I mean, this is not a stream, but it's a river. It's pretty big. It's part of a sea. Okay? So now, let me go to Deuteronomy chapter 33, verse 17. So we can get an idea as to if it's prophetic that we were going to come here in the first place. It is. Look, watch. It says, his glory is like the firstlings of his bullock, and his horns are like the horns of the unicorn. This is the tribe of Ephraim, okay? With them he shall push the people together to the end of the earth. And they are the 10,000 of Ephraim, and they are the thousands of Manasseh. And Zebulun, he said, rejoice, Zebulun, in thy going out, and Issachar in thy tents. And they shall call the people unto the mountains. There they shall, okay, watch this. And Zebulun, he shall rejoice. Zebulun in thy going out, and Issachar in thy tent. Okay? And they shall call the people unto the mountain. Now, I was shown, I'll share you with you guys, that Zebulun was the Mayas, and Issachar the Aztecs. And the Issachar was when they sacrificed, they would blow the horn, and Zebulun would come and sacrifice with the Aztecs, or the Mayas with the Aztecs. That's how I was told, okay? As of right now, all I'm showing you is that the 10 tribes, were going to be pushed to the end of the earth, okay? Now, Deuteronomy 6 and 8. Watch what it reads. Deuteronomy 6 and 8, and it says, and thou shalt bind them for a sign upon thine hand. And no, that's not it. Revelation. What am I talking about? My God. Sorry, guys. Revelations 6:8. It says, and I looked and behold a pale horse, and his name that sat on him was Death, and hell followed with him, and power was given unto them over the four parts of the earth, the fourth part of the earth, to kill with a sword, and with hunger, and with death, and with the beast of the earth. Okay. Now, why am I bringing this up? Watch this. This is from a book called Geography Rectified. Give me a second. Watch what he reads right here. Here goes. America is the fourth part. Watch this. According to the greater integrating parts thereof, the ancient divided the whole earth into three great parts: Europe, Africa, Asia, and Africa, to which now added a fourth, America. Again, a fourth or fourth part, like Revelation. It says, I'm just going to get to the point. And it was given power, and it was given unto them. Oh, I'm sorry. And power was given unto them over the fourth part of the earth to kill with swords, and with hunger, and with death. Did they not come from the end of the earth and kill us with the sword? Did they not take away our resources, and now we're being in hunger? Are people dying at the border? Are people dying here too? Our people are poor. So-called illegal immigrants, they can barely make it. They're not getting paid that well. A lot of people pay them less because they know they're not quote legal. And with the beast of the earth, what is that? You know which one? Started 2 or 3 years ago. Are they not? Is this not happening here in this continent? Look, watch. This is from a system geography, a dissertation of creation and various phenomena. Okay, so this is what I wanted to show you guys. Tartar or Tartary, right? Tartar. Muscovite, 3 million square miles. But this is a weird part. In Europe, there's 2.7 square miles. Africa 10. I'm sorry, Asia 10, Africa 8, America 9. So how could these guys have 3 million plus 604,000 and about almost 800,000? Almost what? More than 4 million in square mileage. So that means what? What we were looking at earlier. These guys ran all of this here. Tartary. Tarsia. Tart. You see Tartary, I think it's in the other map. Yeah, Tartaria, right? And if this is an entrance, the 12 tribes, look, they're still naming them. America, right? Pars, Nova Ars Pars. I got to look up what that word means. But as you can see, look. See that, guys? So the 10 tribes God held the waters. They crossed over in 1.5 years. So it wasn't necessarily ice like on the floor. It was the Most High. And I know that people won't be able to wrap their minds around it. Look, watch. This is what they say, because apparently we came from that region. As for the original of these people, right? It is most probable that they did descend from the Tartars. If so be that the west side of America be continent with Asia, or disjoined by a very small strait, as this described in some maps I just showed you, where Russia was. right? But now, Spanish and all of that stuff. It says here, watch this. But their numbers are much wasted since the Spaniards' discovery. For some authors affirm that they put to death about 15 million of the natives in less than 15 years, and that the blood of those that perished in the mines where they were forced to labor weighed more than all the gold and silver drawn from hence. Wow. All of our gente died, and they weighed more than all the gold that these bastards got from us. Anyhow, it's a short class, guys. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to go too deep on this. It's pretty self-explanatory. Let me give you guys one more. Baruch, chapter 3 and verse 7. Why all this then? And for this cause thou hast put fear in thy heart to the intent that we should call upon thy name and praise thee in our captivity, for we have called to mind all the iniquity of our forefathers that sinned before thee. So this is why all of this is happening. Our job as brethren is to find out and give y'all more answers that can give us a much more clarity. Because for some time we were told that this is who we were, that we were Africans and that we came here. Well, One West needs to teach that in order for us to be the woolly team. But the simple fact is that they're not Israel. We already proven that left and right. I'll give you one example, okay? Look, Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 28. I'm going to show y'all real quick. This is off the topic, but I just want to prove a point. 28, verse 49, and it reads, the Lord shall bring a nation against you from far. Watch this. From far, from the end of the earth, as swift as the eagle flieth, okay? So if you guys ruled Europe, you're not far. Okay? From the end of the earth, you're not at the end of the earth. You're right next door. That literally is it's a 2-hour boat ride from here, from this point here to this point there. Okay? Literally. The Lord shall bring a nation against you from far. That's not far. From the end of the earth. That's not the end of the earth. As swift as the eagle flieth, well, you guys had the eagle. In Granada, you guys had, look at where Granada is. Almost by Africa. A nation whose tongue thou shalt not understand. You guys spoke Spanish, French, Portuguese, Dutch, German, English. What else? Prussian, Russian. How in the world could verse 38:49 even apply? And then you say, well, it wasn't 70 AD. Well, that even makes no sense, because it can't be another nation from far from the end of the earth that swift as the eagle flieth, maybe the eagle part, but they can't, because Rome conquered and he was in charge of Jerusalem. And they knew who they were, because even Paul spoke Latin and Greek. And it says a tongue that thou shalt not understand. So however you slice it, One West, you're done. All right? That whole 10 tribe that came through Africa, that's a lie. And the only reason y'all did it is just so you could say that we look black. And that's the saddest thing in the world anybody could do. And you know what? Hey, man, the Most High has recorded everything that y'all have been saying and teaching other people wrong and correctly. Quite frankly, this makes more sense. Why? Because why would we go that other route? Why would we go that other route? It makes no sense. And then you would need tons of boats in order to do that. Okay? So, anyways, with all that considered, guys, like I said, it's a short class, man. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to go all crazy with this, but other than that, let me play a song for you guys real quick, and then we will call it a night. Give me a second. Let me find one. I hope it was edifying for everybody. I know I went pretty quick on this, guys, but quite frankly, this is not a topic that really needs a lot of attention. You know what I'm saying? It really does not need a lot of attention, because give me a second. Because well, it's very simple, black and white. There's not really that much parables in this scripture. It's like, okay, it's very simple. 10 tribes left, fine. Persia was in charge. We were secured by that territory. Why would we leave it? The closest place to go is up there, up north, up to where Russia is at the tip. And then we see that it's Arsareth. It's considered Arsareth. So if he opened the floods for us, then that means we would have crossed over to the Americas. And that trip takes about 1.5 years, because we got people in Chile. All right. So anyhow, Lord willing, man, this was edifying. I hope it made sense for y'all. I'm gonna play this guy real quick, and I'll let y'all go. Okay. Shalom, family. Hope y'all doing well and stay in the spirit. Battle, man. Battle, battle, battle as much as you can. Try to find family, friends that are in the truth that will at least help you with the phone calls if you guys need something to talk to. Listen, man, I'm reachable if y'all want, but again, y'all don't know me, so I don't know how comfortable people are. I'm trying to build. We're trying to build a nation of our people again, so we don't have live in this destruction. Anyhow, shalom, man. Love you, family. All right, take care. This is what I got for you.
Respect. Yeah, man. Respect and love from the world, nigga. Show it. You nigga on a microphone. Can't I sit in number 15? Rock, you in the studio. Bomba, claro. ¿De qué manera sufre el alma cuando alguien se va? No hay medicina que cure esa larga enfermedad. La vitamina de la vida en esta sociedad es tan divina que por nombre tiene libertad. Libérate de la mentira que está por llegar. Mide tu orgullo antes de empezar a hablar. Cierra la puerta a quien no merezca.
All right, family, stick around for a little bit. About to bring up some information. I kind of want to wait until maybe 3 or 4 and touch on the actual class. So at least most of you guys can get a chance to get familiar with the channel a little bit. So I'm gonna do that. I'd rather do that. You know, obviously, man, I bring material every day, and some of you brothers are newer to this channel. I think it'd be good for you guys to catch up a little bit on you know, where I come from in the history in case you haven't seen it. There's 309 classes. I probably average about 2.5 hours on each class. So you can figure how many hours that is and how much time I put. So figured let me continue in that vein. So let's touch on, I think we're going to touch on this here. Let's see. The conundrum of chapter 28. Max, maybe that'd be a good point. Yeah, I think we should bring that up because that's really it. I mean, didn't they technically, One West is entire doctrine is based on Deuteronomy 28. That's true. You know what I'm saying? So if it's based on Deuteronomy 28, well, let's tackle Deuteronomy 28. You know what I'm saying? Anyways, let's get ready.
Not a really thing. Oh, yeah, man.
El que va de canto.
Si se piensa que la música es un juego, lo lleva claro, hermano. Desde España, internacional, bombo, clack, you, nego.
There you go.
Not really easy. No.
Let's see.
You nigga on a microphone.
Hey, give me a second, brother. Boom. Okay, let's see. Negro only said last time I saw their live that they went through Africa. And if it does not take forever, that just proves they're what? 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 Hold on a second, man. Negro only said last time I saw their live that they went through Africa. And if it does not take forever, that just proves that 1.5 year argument. You know, it's pretty silly because it is documented that the Nubians traveled around Africa, I believe, in around 600 BC. Let's see. Nubians traveled Africa around 600 BC. I think I might have read that somewhere. Let's see. Again, this is just you know, shooting from the hip, okay? So it says here, which makes no sense. Like they're like saying that Arsareth is in Africa, just like Eden, Eden, Nubia's ancient region. This is from Britannica. Nubia's ancient region in northeastern Africa extended approximately from the Nile River to Nile River Valley, eastward to the shores of Red Sea. The southern portion, which extended north to the southern ends of the second cataract of the Nile, was known to the Upper Nubia. This was called Kush. Let's see. Is this it? Culture. I know that around 600 BC, they traveled around Africa. This right here, by the way, this whole Hisco stuff, that's a lie. Manitos has no idea what he's talking about. All right, just keep that in mind. And then if you don't believe him, well, then you better listen to Josephus, because he cut him in pieces in his something about other Apion. I read that book 2 or 3 years ago. Although the whole Hisco story is I don't know what the hell they're talking about. Anyways, history of ancient Nubia. That's not the point of my class. I did a class on it. So I don't know what that means, man. You know, I'll tell you this. It went from Waboism to BHIism to, that didn't work. So they went to the Troptide chart. That didn't work. So then they're like, hey, well, we ruled Europe. Well, that didn't work. So now they're like, well, listen, it's we're scattered everywhere. And some of our people may look like that. Like what? Like what? Like how? What are you talking about? What's going on? What'd you do? Oh, come on, man. Like how? What do you mean? Like how? How are you going to look like how? Gonna look like how? And that's the old one. I'm still living over there in that old home. All right, let's begin. Enjoy the class.
Que soy orgullo moreno, ande donde ande, no olvido de dónde vengo. Traigo la sangre de un indio todoterreno, en fuego como un yeso en los pies de Cuauhtémoc.
All right, let's see. Shalom. I mean, I hope this is exactly working. Hey, let's see, family. Let me test this out real quick. I think I can hear myself. Yes, I can. Well, how'd it do there? How y'all doing, family? How you doing, man? I hope everybody's well. Lord willing, y'all catch this class live. If not, then understood, man. I get it. You guys got things to do. But anyhow, let me see. Let me add this on. Y'all guys are probably wondering why these like a two-face, right? The topic isn't necessarily Revelation 2:9, man, but y'all get the picture. So again, shalom, everybody. Welcome if you're new to Bible Chronicles. This is a channel that doesn't belong necessarily to me. It belongs to my gente, so-called Hispanics, you so-called natives, our indigenous people here of this continent. The real ones, by the way. Not these fake-ass aboriginals. I'm talking about the real ones, okay? This channel is yours. And that's why the Most High put it in my spirit to do this channel. It wasn't for clout chasing or because I want some, I don't know, attention or some shit like that, bro. Literally, man, it was just out the spirit, man. So I appreciate it. Hey, shalom, Solomea. Shalom, I don't care. Or don't care, my bad. Yeah, it was just out the spirit, fam. You know what I mean? So I thank the Lord for choosing me to do that. Oh, hold on. Choosing me to do that. Anyhow. So what's the topic for today?
Well, you guys can see the conundrum of chapter 28. Now, why is this even important to me? Why should this even matter? You know what I'm saying at this point? Well, you know, it has to matter. It has to matter to every single one of you that understands what the Bible actually is saying. You know, this channel is not for the weak-minded or emotional individualites. Whether you're of this nation or this nation, you know, hold on to your emotions because it's class time in this channel here. Okay. Here in this channel, we don't go by, even we'll call our own so-called people out. Anyhow, why am I bringing this up? Because, well, how can I put, hey, let's go here. First of all, let's go here, man. Let's go here. Here. Let me just get first and foremost, I want to say this. 1 Thessalonians chapter 5, verse 21, it says, prove all things. Okay? It says, prove all things. Hold fast to that which is good. But before all that, prove all things. Okay? Now, I know that maybe a few of you, or I don't know, most of you, understand what I've been sharing in this channel. And listen, family, I had a conversation with someone earlier this week, right? And you see, my problem isn't based on how you look. My problem is when I find out that you had something to do with the enslaving of our people. That when it becomes a problem for me. And I don't give a damn what you look like. I don't care what you look like. I don't care if you're red, black, pink, yellow. It don't matter to me. If you had anything to do with the slavery of our people, guess what? My problem is with you. Okay? That is with you. And by the way, let me take care of this real quick.
Copyright disclaimer. This content does not belong to Bible Chronicles or claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has and always will belong to the content owner. Bible Chronicles does not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. As mentioned, Bible Chronicles did not intend to make use of any material for the purpose of harvesting gain. However, Title 17 of United States copyright law states material and use can only be done when it's for theological or general educational purposes, and thus Bible Chronicles believes that this principal material falls under fair use, which honors protection under Section 107 of the same U.S. copyright law.
All right, let me see if I can wake up some of our brothers. Hold on, all right? I want y'all to know that, okay? Okay, it's a call to war because what we're dealing with is a call to war. You see, now look, I'm gonna here. I'm gonna say something to you guys. Again, I don't want. Look, I never say, "Oh man, you don't want to miss it today." I mean, I don't like saying that. Sometimes some classes are like some classes are like a little bit quicker to take care of, and other classes take a little longer to put together, man. And today is one of those classes. There's a lot of material. I wish I could literally take. I don't know, man. I don't know how long I'll go today. Maybe I'll go at 9.5, maybe 2, maybe a little more. Who knows? Maybe I'll do it quick. Who knows? If God allows me, obviously it's up to the Most High how long I'll go. We go a proper edifying class, whether it's short or long. But I got a lot of material because, well, it's important. So let's listen. First of all, let's tackle some of the little stupidities that I keep running into. Okay. Now I keep running into them. And by the way, family, you know what I'm noticing too? I notice that some people come by, they take a peep, and then they leave and skedaddle. Okay. So we got peepers in this channel. We do have enemies here, okay? And every now and then they don't ever say anything. Because they can't say anything. See, because I'm not arguing over stupid scriptures on color and shit and woolly hair, whether it's woolly or like wool or Jeremiah 14 or, you know what I mean? Job 30. That doesn't really concern me anymore because, again, we all know that you can use the scriptures in favor of your nation. It's very clear now once we actually have history with, Bible, then we can really determine who the real Israelites are of the Bible. So far, so good. We are determining that. But two, we do got some fake asses that obviously think they are the Hebrews. And again, in reality, they're Revelation 2 and 9 and Revelation 3 and 9. You guys ever wonder why it's one after the other? You gotta pay attention. So check it. So far, we got about 9 views. And only one, maybe 2 brothers are watching, right? You see, so we see some people watching from afar. So this is for you, you so-called, actually, no, you're not a so-called, you Canaanites. We are going to prove all things today. And then you dumb aboriginals, I'm not sure what the hell are you drinking, because it ain't sure as hell Kool-Aid. I don't know what's up with you, but here's the stupidity, family. So let's go one by one and find out how many stupid people we find today.
How did the Mayans depict themselves?
Listen, idiot number 1. And somebody pushed this, man. So I need to pick TikToks of these channels. I don't know how to make them. This guy says, so he thinks he's a native, right? Okay, cool. Sounds good. But look at the stupidity that he says right around here. Let's see. I'm using a different platform, so let me make sure that I mute myself. Right, here we go.
I'm part of the Yucca audience, Mayans, and all this stuff. When I produce information about those people, I'm providing depictions and descriptions from conquistadors.
Hey, family, they're lying. They don't ever bring up descriptions. What is he talking about? You want to know why? Because if they actually read the description, they would find out that a lot of them didn't have woolly hair, nappy hair, afro hair. A lot of them had thin lips. A lot of them were light skinned. A lot of them actually used bear grease and all kinds of ointments, red shoe type, to add to their skin tone. You Negroes can't do that. So you don't give descriptions. You show little snippets of pictures, and then you guys are, you look African. And again, it goes back to this whole thing. The diet, right? The diet. You look African, and you eat the same food that they eat over there. Now, Asian people, because you call us Mongols, do not eat what we eat. No one else in the entire world eats what we eat. Make it make sense, Negro.
Spaniards, whatever you name it, the people that came and conquered, they tell you what these people look like. They have to go back and report.
By the way, Spaniards were black looking like you, Folio. Y'all are stupid.
Back to their king Luis, and all them people.
Okay, pay attention to what he's gonna say right about now. Okay, pay attention.
They have to let them know what they look like.
Yeah,
back in those times, bro,
those motherfuckers would just call anybody black, dog. They would call anybody brown.
They were black
They would
people.
call anybody
They look like
Bush. They
me.
wouldn't call. They
The
would
Constitution,
base on them
bro.
based on.
Did you hear what he said? The conquistadors look like me. Oh, but you're from here? So the same people that look like you enslaved your Negro ass? If that's the case, then you guys have no reason to cry wolf. Neither complain. You don't need reparations, Negroes. What you need to do is you need to talk to your big daddies and be like, yo, why'd you guys enslave us? But see, that's not really what happened. You're slipping in your own tongue. So now you're saying that people that look like you came here and enslaved people that look like you. But then you're saying that people that look like me enslaved you too? So then were they trying to help us or help you?
Conquistadors look like me.
He said the conquistadors look like him. Hold on a second. Hold on, not that one. That one. That's really what, I mean, really, man? So the conquistadors are black like you. So now, like, you know, I was kind of listening to this and I'm thinking, wait a minute, man. This guy says, like, I didn't know Africans were. Yeah, well, that's part of, I don't know this brother over here on the right. Maybe he doesn't realize that. So that's okay. But this guy here, he acknowledges that black folks enslaved black folks. And they believe that then he goes off and says that, I guess some Peruvian book. Right, he goes and shows some Peruvian book. Check it right here. I'm gonna show you something.
I don't know why you're talking like you got books before 1492 to prove a matter, because I know damn well you do not. I know you don't have this information, but me, I do. Look at the title of this book. We talking about the 13th century. The 13th century. The 13th century talking about when the Mongolians came to invade America. Something that...
All right, so... Okay, so family, I found the book, okay? You know me. I don't let shit slip like that. You know, I find the book. I'm like, okay. What got going on there, brother? The... what is it called? I got it on my book. Matter of fact, here, let me check my book. And let's see what we got going on here. It's, oh yeah. I found something interesting, fam, but I want to point out this book first. And we can actually get it from archives or somewhere else, actually. It's called Historical Researches of the Conquest of Peru and Mexico, right? So it says historical research of the conquest of Peru, Mexico, Bogota, PDF. Well, I did that, so I found it. And I believe it's this one right here. Right? He's talking about this book right here. This book right here, right? Conquest of Peru, Bogota Nachas, and Talomeco in the 13th century by the Mongols. So he says this. Okay, let's listen in. All right. This is his point, his greatest point of life. This man is so intelligent. I can't even wrap my mind on the brain capacity that this individual can fathom. Let's listen in.
I don't know why you're talking like you got books before 1492 to prove a matter, because I know damn well you do not. I know you don't have this information, but me, I do. Look at the title of this book. We talking about the 13th century. The 13th century. The 13th century talking about when the Mongolians came to invade America. Something that I know you do not know.
So hold on. Let's clear this. Let's listen to this idiocy. stupidity and not ignorance. Because this Julio is not ignorant enough to be stupid. You know what I'm saying? I mean, to be like ignorant. This man is just dumb. Listen to what you just said. You said, oh, I got proof prior to 1492. Look below, look above. It says in the 13th century. Okay? So it says in the 13th century. So I'm like, okay, thinking of it, wait a minute, hold up. Are you saying that there was a printing press here in America in the 13th century? Okay, point number 2. So I'm like, all right, well, let me get the book. What's up with this book? You know, because it's the book, right? Let's see what the book. Conquest of Peru, Mexico, Bogota Nachos, the Macacac. But anyways, you guys can look it up. Here, let me go ahead and link it up to y'all, because you know I don't hate. Y'all can have the book. Please, by all means, have the book. So then I'm like, yo, what the hell is this talking about? Publication date 1827. Oh, but he has a book about the 13th century printed in 1827. Isn't that called a history book, fam? I mean, hold on, not that one. I don't like that one. Hold on, shut up. That one. Let me get this straight, man. So you are making a big deal about a book that you found that says in the 13th century by the Mongols, printed in 1827, and it gets even better, fam. So, you know, you can look through this book. It talks about chapter 3, I think. It talks about, the chapter 2, the strangers with elephants arrived the coast of Peru. You can really look through this, okay? Check it out. But then I find it so funny, man. So funny. Sketches of the history of Anahuac from the 6th century, blah, blah, blah. Where is this at? It says in the 6th-page introduction, researchers of the war spots the Mongols and Romans and writers hinted. Okay, so he's talking about these things. Okay, but again, this is a book on research. It's somebody's opinion. You can see it because then you look further in this book. Then it gets even more interesting. Where is it at? Is it right here? Let's see. Hold on a second. Hold up. Where was it at? Page. Where did I have it at? Page 425, was it? No, let's see. Give me a second, family. I found this page. Let me see if I can find it here. Watch this. I'm gonna show you. It's somewhere like in the ending of page. Mexican. Interesting. You guys could read through the book. I haven't read it. I just literally looked through it, okay? I'm not claiming anything yet because I am going to read this book. But then, if you look further, like somewhere down in page 4, where are you at? Here we go, right here. All right, so the same book that this guy brings out, it says, Short Dissertation on the Original Population of America. Okay. All right. So he says that we're Mongols, white Asians, and shit like that. Oh, it says the complexion of the Americans is not. Okay, here it goes right here. Watch this. This subject has been discussed by numerous writers, and the result of their labor leaves the reader more perplexed than he was before he pursued their speculations. On the course of these researches, it has not appeared that when Columbus discovered America, it contained either a white man, a Negro, or other black man. And this is a very wonderful event when we consider the extremeness of climates. Let me read that again. Hold on, let me read it again. Let me continue. The complexion of the Americans is of a reddish, nearly resembling the color of copper. The hair of their head is always black, long, and coarse. Now, family, what does coarse mean? Okay, so let's look up the word. First of all, coarse. And then we're going to go back up. I'm going to go back up, okay? Coarse hair. Coarse definition. Rough, loose in texture, grain made of large grains or particles. A person in their speech rude, cruel. This is coarse hair. What does it look like? Let's see. So they're putting these people up. See what I'm saying, family? You see the trickery. So who has coarse hair? Long and coarse hair. You telling me that this is long and coarse? No. Doesn't, you can't go down. That goes up. You see what I'm saying? And this right here, you can't see. Here's where I want to make sure that we're clear on this, family. You see, if you look at this woman and you look at an African woman, they don't look nothing alike. All they have similarity is dark skin because their hair don't go that way. So this is a mixture of a nation. It's time that we talk about it, family, because now here it says right here, they don't resemble either white, a Negro, or other black man. But this guy is so like, hey, look what I found.
1892 to prove a matter, because I know damn well you do not. I know you don't have this information. But me,
All right, here's another one. Got another one. Got another one. Got another one. 1 Timothy chapter 2, verse 9. Make it make sense, well, you're not my friends, but make it make sense, West Africans, Canaanites. It says, in like manner also, women adorn themselves in modest apparel, not with shamefaced and sobriety, not with broided hair. Broided hair. Not with fancy hairstyle. Not with fancy hairdo. Not with braided hair. Not with twisted hair. What the hell? So, here you go. Here, explain this to me, Africans. Explain this to me. Hair that involves entwining or weaving strands of hair together creates intricate patterns. What is broided hair? This is broided hair. This is broided hair. This is broided hair. Now, another question is this. If you were to consider Matthew, okay, just to name a few, okay, first of all, it says not to have that kind of hair. So it says don't braid your hair like these heathens do. Like the Africans love to braid their hair. See, it's an African thing. You see that? That's braided hair. The Bible says don't do that. Women, instead, dressed in modest apparel. All right. So now, here's another one. Because to me personally, I've never met anybody that where's it go? Where's it at? Hold on. Let's see. Here goes. John 12:3, it says, then Mary, taking a pound of perfume oil of great value, put it on the feet of Jesus and made them dry with her hair. There's another one where she actually wipes the tears. Right? Which means that they would be absorbing the hair. That's not something that Negroes have the capability of doing. This is broided hair. Your style, the scriptures hate. Broided hair is not allowed in the scriptures. Make it make sense, people. This guy says he's the Wabo, but now he says he's Yahweh or whatever. You guys are very funny, man. Hey, you're welcome to come here. I know you like to have fun at TikTok, but you're scared of YouTube. I know why.
I do. Look at the title of this book. We talking about the 13th century. The 13th century. The 13th century talking about when the Mongolians came to invade America. Something that I know you do not know. You can go download this book yourself.
Another point to make is this. So this guy says that black conquistadors enslaved black people. And then that like Mongolians came then too. So shouldn't your enemy be the person that looks like you? We didn't enslave you. Your people enslaved you. If you really believe the nonsense. But again, in the same book, it actually talks about what these people look like or what our gente look like. Reddish brown, nearly resembling the color of copper. Nearly, not exactly. The head of their hair is always black, long, and coarse. They have said their persons are full size, straight, and well proportioned. Their features regular. You can see, look, the Eskimos are, though, swarthy, inclining to European white, rather to be American copper color, and the men have beards. There are chalk white individuals, but there are albinos, such as accidentally exist in parts of the world. Then it says here, the Mexicans are of a good stature, well proportioned. The skin is of an olive color. And the complexion good. Their forehead's narrow. The eyes black. Regular white teeth. Thick hair. Black, coarse, and glossy. Their beards thin. And generally no hair on their legs, arms, and thighs. Which is the example of mine. I actually don't have much hair in my arms, in my legs, or in my thighs. My beard is decent. I have black hair. I mean, isn't this the book that he brought out? This is page 457, right? This is the same book, fam. Look. What's your point? It's the same book. You see, you can't go and take this piece here and then claim something and not read the damn book yourself. You can't do that. I mean, you can for people like you. You know, I guess that's fine. But some of us do actually read and look at material and say, wait a minute, that makes absolutely no sense. So unfortunately, this guy doesn't know. You need to study up, brother. Seriously, you, my gente right here. You need to study up. Because this was a simple discussion that could have just been turned out. He says, oh, what about the people here? Oh, good depiction. They got dreads. Like, first of all, dreads come from Hindu customs. Look, watch this. Where do dreads originate from? Okay, let's see. Possibly Egypt, right? Okay. But watch this real quick. Where are you? Let me see. I remember finding it somewhere. Well, I mean, honestly, it doesn't even matter. I don't care. It's like, I don't care. It doesn't matter. You guys can, by all means, just support it. It doesn't bother me. Look at his funky face. Like, he thinks he's making a point because he proved, I don't know, that they got dreads or something. I showed y'all the video, and I don't really know too much of the whole purpose behind the way that they hair their dress like that, right? But then you're completely ignoring all the other artifacts that have been found. And because, yeah, I do sculpting. So me growing up, I would see a lot of sculptures. And in Mexico, there's tons of sculptures that have a different variety of features. What about them? Most of the sculptures are referencing people like us. Just because a few come out that may look like this, I mean, okay, what's your point? I mean, look, let's put it this way, family. Literally, it's embarrassing when you want to.
All right, what up, bro? Appreciate you guys being here, by the way. Thank you very much for sticking around with me. As you know, we're going all day until sundown. Sabbath, Shabbat, Shalom, Shabbat. As you guys follow my channel, I keep the lunar. I can prove it. Brother Yakasha and I are going to be doing a class regarding new moon. I think he's doing live. I don't know if he's doing reruns, but I'll praise it for him, man. You guys can go back and forth. It's better than listening to these One West doctriners. You know what I'm saying? And you guys can add your 2 cents to it. Anyways, let me read this. Them Africans are puppets to them white mans. That is why they punish all them nonsense. Makes no sense, bro. Both trying to deviate our people with doubt and misinformation war campaign. Then it says, it's all good, but will lead to dead end. Just like the millions of African Christians and Islam and Crips, Bloods, they can believe that. They can believe all they want. They can try. It's like the Canaanite dog, you know. What is the scriptures talking about that she wanted to she's talking to the Messiah, and he's like like, we don't give food to dogs, and she's like, well, dogs eat up the crumbs of their master's table. So she knew her place. I'm gonna tell you something, family. I know for a fact that our spirit is just very different than theirs, because even if we do have authority over certain people, for the most part, man, it doesn't even feel good, to be honest with you. You know what I'm saying? It just doesn't feel right. For me, like me personally, I never liked bullies, man, and I never liked taking advantage of people. That's one thing I don't like. So seeing how our spirit moves, I can see why we're just different people. Let's continue. Thank you, bro, for sharing. I guess they're like,
gonna go and put yourself on Facebook. I mean, literally go like here. Yeah,
I don't know why you're talking like you got books.
I don't know why you're talking like you got books. This is not written in the 1300s, you idiot. This is actually 1827. And what you're basically doing is what we're all doing, going back to history books. That's what you're doing. You're not getting a book, and it was not printed in 1283. It was not printed in 1280. I don't know what your point is, but again, read the book, bro. No, forget it. Read the book, Canaanite. Read it, please. And whoever y'all are supporting this guy, please, by all means, just keep it going. By all means, please. Please. Because, again, look, I'm just saying, here's the truth about who you guys are. And this
They had
is your
land,
facts.
they had tobacco.
This is your facts. This is who you are. You're going to have to swallow this pill. There's no way to get around it. The so-called African American owned slaves like the so-called European white man. You both did. You cannot get away from those facts. Let's go.
Farms, they had cotton farms. His their indentured servitude, and basically Johnson won in that regard. He won the rights to his slaves for life. Okay, I got somebody commented something here. So let me see here. Let me take.
You see, this is so, to me, it's very interesting. This Tony Johnson, I'm assuming he's black. He says, was it slavery or job security? So if it's a black man putting you in slavery, it's job security. If it's anybody else, it's slavery. And you want to know something, fam? The hell with the whole terminology of slavery. Slavery ain't shit compared to what happened to us. We're talking about a decimation of a nation of people with plagues, biochemical warfare, swords, shields, and cannons, and horses, and animals, and dogs. And it wasn't just the white man doing this. No, look, who enslaved who? Let's go back now. Let's bring up facts. Y'all want to know about facts? You say you're real. We real. Okay, cool. Listen, I'm going to show y'all a video of your own people that says We need to judge people by nations. As a nation of people, that we should judge people. Y'all said it yourselves, Canaan. So let's listen to this.
Take this off here. Let's see here. Go back. Was it slavery or job security? I don't really understand what you mean by that, but basically, you know, during that time, it was a lot of freemen that, like I said, they had land, they had tobacco farms, they had cotton farms. You know, they were growing crops. They had you know, growing everything. Agricultural was pretty big back then. You know, chickens, hogs, cows. I mean, they needed people to work, and black people, like I said, back then you could go to the auction on an early morning and buy a slave like you go buy a car. You know, I mean, that's what was going on at the time. They never said that just because you're black, you can't buy slaves. Okay, there was a lot of people that were free who, you know, had papers and whatnot, and if they had the money, they could very much go to an auction and bid on the other people that were there. And if they won that bid, they would have a slave. Okay, so I mean, that was just what was going on at the time. So you know, this is pretty much something that, like I said, this is, you know, pretty much part of American history that not too many people want to actually talk about. And the reason, like I said, the reason why they don't want to talk about it is,
listen to his point right here, and it's very true now, family. It's always has been. You see, because well, first of all, let me remind you guys something. All right, hold up. He says slavery used to be where if you are rich, you know, you had money, you can go over there and buy yourself a slave and shit. You know what I'm saying? Family, slavery is perpetual for the true Hebrews of the Bible. And if you go to Home Depot, what do people go purchase over there? Slave help. Some of our gente don't get paid, and they can get away with it because those people will call the immigration, and that's it. It happening again for signs and wonders. But anyhow, let's continue.
It doesn't give you out. Can't just blame the.
Here it is. Doesn't give you an out. Can't just blame everybody. Watch it. Let's listen.
About. And the reason, like I said, the reason why they don't want to talk about it is it doesn't give you out. Can't just blame the Africans. You can't blame even white people, because you had a whole bunch of plantations that were actually owned by African Americans.
Hear that? Did you guys hear that? Did you guys hear that?
Listen, at least this guy here is being honest. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's facing the facts. There's a lot of hints and controversy of that European and African alliance got back to Egypt era. We're supposed to be caretakers to the Pharaoh mummification. They never waved Mizraim to their place. They never revived. Yeah, because they were. If you see the sandals of the Egyptians, you see the. I have the book. Hold on. Matter of fact, let me look for it. I'll show you. It's you can see the soles of their sandals has made like certain people that look like us with beards as slaves, and total Africans like this right here that are slaves to the Egyptians. Okay, let's go.
You had a bunch of plantations, I'm sorry, that were owned by black people. Correct? Listen again.
Whole bunch of plantations that were actually owned by African Americans.
Y'all hear that?
They had plantations that wasn't all of their kinfolk. It was very much a plantation. They were trying to make money. They were breeding slaves, and of course, if the slave master looked just like the slaves, he wasn't making any mulattoes. Just think about all of the slaves.
But whoa, listen, family, I'm gonna tell you this right now. This is why it's important to bring this up, okay? This is why it's important. Oh, here it goes right here. Hold on. I'll show you right now. Let me see if I have this prepared for something else. Here it goes. Yeah, I got that prepared for something else. Let me show you why this is important, what he's saying, okay, fam? Because this is what these guys are saying, okay? Let's listen in.
This project invites a particular type of animus that I think is pretty unparalleled with a lot of projects that people work on, but we have strong shoulders, right? Our ancestors built us for this. So the way that I've taken all of this is, it is my great privilege that so many people are afraid of the work that we're doing. I didn't get into journalism to make powerful people comfortable.
And by the way, fam, sorry about not muting it. Black folks, is what makes this woman black? 1/8 black? Is this a Mariah Carey situation? Just because she's got curly hair, a white nose, thicker lips, so that's what makes her black? Remember, I showed y'all, family, how it only takes 1/8 to prove that you're black, but it takes what? A lot to prove that you're Hispanic and not European. How convenient. And then this is right here. This is the idiocy of you people right here. This right here, this 619 project. Oh, we were enslaved. Oh, and then she has the audacity to say, oh yeah, the 5 civilized tribes, yeah, they actually had black slaves. Really?
And yeah, our ancestors built us for this.
Watch right here. This is the purpose behind the stupidity. You see, when you go and hide and say that your guy had nothing to do with slavery, well then obviously, you know, if that's what the white man was teaching because they did not want to be showed as fools, then you would believe it. But here we're now finding out that black folks were passing laws and voting on them to continue slavery. Yes, you guys were. Because remember, family, let's put aside the stupidity of Aboriginals because, okay, let me tell, okay, Aboriginals, I'm going to tell you something. Come get your land. I'll just give it to you. Try to get it. See what happens. Anyhow, put those idiots aside, okay? But if you look at the sincerity of what happened when these Europeans came, who were they battling for land? Who did they move? And who is the majority right now in this land? Who is benefiting from the conquering of this land? So now you're telling me that you got black folks and white folks owning slaves. So then it does go back and reaffirms and confirms that you, Africans, did rule Europe. And if it was you guys that supposedly came with the white man too and enslaved our gente because you were still slaves here, because even you guys claim that you had kings in those years. And in those years, they were passing laws like, I brought it before and I'll bring it again, Partus Sequertus Ventrum, where in 1661, you were legally allowed to enslave our women. And if anybody had a child with her, they were slaves. But black man and a white woman, you could not be a slave. See, we thought otherwise. You see, all our lives, family, ever since I could recall, we were told that these people had nothing to do with slavery. And instead, we were taught to have empathy. Empathy and lack of sympathy for our own people. Oh, poor black folks. Poor black folks. Oh, that's right. Reparations. And now you got idiots that go on this guy's dumb channel. No, actually, they don't go on this guy's channel. But see, this is the thing that bothers me, family. This is why, like, you got, where is it at? Where are you at, man? Oh, now you're gonna disappear on me, sucker. It's all good, bro. It's all good. Hold on a second. Maybe I could pull it up again.
Is Ukraine?
No, that's not it. So you got certain people that claim that they you know they don't oppress others, and they don't go around and, you know what I mean, making life difficult for other people, that it's only us, that we like to do that. Okay, so this is why, family, I keep bringing this up, because look, I'll be the first one to tell you. I'll be the first one to tell you, family. If our people, if my fault, look, all I got is my effing word, man. And all I remember is my mom and my dad working hella hard, right? So if my father's fathers had anything to do with slavery and we are benefiting from it, you damn right, I will pay for it. And I will raise my kids to believe that, listen, we did some shit and we're living off the benefits off that. I'm well aware of that, and I will pay for it. I better hope that you got the same balls to say the same thing, because it is very clear to us, you cannot create a culture in 200 years, idiots. Because the food, the language, the culture, unless you were out of like Mexico or Central or South America, you have no idea what I'm talking about when it comes to culture. You cannot create that in a matter of a couple hundred years, fam. But you want to know what you can create in a couple hundred years? A lot of bullshit. That's for sure. So we've been lied to forever, family. Forever we've been lied to. And now we got idiots like these guys here. Oh, by the way, I thank you, bro. Because you know what? I pray to the Most High, man, that He has mercy on you if your nation did cause this. Because at least you're owning up to it. You know, at least you own up to it. Own up to your shit. Because, see, you guys are hiding. Canaan. Tyree. You guys are hiding. You're going to pay for your sin. You can't hide from the truth. Watch this. This is why, and then this is why we have problems right now, right? You see, we show the Bible on how to keep the laws of God. And the Bible says, well, when somebody's attacking your gente, you better bring up the sword and cut them off in half too. Because I'm not about to let somebody weaken the strength of our spirit, which is building. But let's listen into this.
When you go back to the situation with Nuri Martinez and the gang in the LA City Council, and how they was referring to, you know, the little black child. And they even spoke about the indigenous people as well. They spoke down on them.
Well, first of all, shut your ass up about indigenous people, because you don't give a shit about our gente. Okay? So just don't even try to segue indigenous in there. Oh, no. You're all about African, Pan-Africanism, so shut your ass up. Stick to that part, okay? Let's go.
When they mentioned the Oaxaca.
Hey, you know, the other day, yesterday, the day before, I brought out that book, The Sails of Hope. Sails of Hope. It talks about how most of these conquistadors were of Jewish descent, and that they had an idea of our lands. They studied the scriptures. They didn't just show up at a coincidence. And it actually talks about that something de la Torres, Luis de la Torres, he didn't speak Arabic that well. Supposedly he spoke Hebrew. And but that was at that time nobody spoke Hebrew. Oh, actually only two places. That was the second part was after they came here. First they came here assuming we spoke Hebrew, which I guess the Torres did. And then in 1520 something they went to India. Vasco da Gama, when he went around the world. And he took somebody that spoke Hebrew as well. These Africans always use drawings and movies as sources. Hollywood cartoon Africans. Yeah, man. That's why they get funded for it.
Right? That's some of the indigenous people that's out there in Mexico. Now you see when I say we don't need to be importing no white supremacists in here.
Did you hear that? We don't need to be importing. Importing, fam. Okay, let's go.
Because they have a lot of those sentiments in their own country. They don't like the Afro-Latinos for sure, and they don't like the indigenous people. It's all white supremacy. That white supremacist mindset.
Hey, fam, do we not know, Hispanics, do we not know that there's colorism? Yeah, there is. Do we not know that that shit happened here too? Yeah, there is. Yeah, of course. Like I said before, and I'll say it again. Who was the first people to call me a beaner? A wetbag and a spick? You guys. People that look like you. And then the white folks. But it was first people that looked like you because it was first people that I dealt with that would look like you. Y'all were the first one like beaner. I don't even like beans, man. I prefer rice. Call me a ricer at least, but not a beaner because I don't even like beans, especially when my mom would burn them. Hell no. But anyways, that's not the point. Listen, let's continue to listen to the hypocrisy of this nation.
It's all through Latin America. It is. And then when you bring it over here, then they, in their mind, they feel that, you know, hey, if I get with, you know, them folks, then, oh my God, I didn't made it because I didn't got rid of the real ones. See, in my country, you know, I'm not really looked at as the real ones, but I go with the real ones. And you know, I'm going to join with them to be discriminatory against, you know, Black Americans. Like, see, this what goes on in their country, folks. This what goes on. Now, for me, it's stupid. But I knew when I saw it in the movie itself, I said,
it's something about people arguing why did he look so brown. I don't know, man. I've never spoke to anybody that was bothered by this actor actually, you know, or maybe her, or I don't know. I don't know. But if you watch this guy.
Yeah, shalom, bro. 144 Guerrilleros Sellados. Yeah, appreciate you having here, man. Yeah, we don't teach the 12 tribe chart. We basically bring out facts all across the board. Who was actually involved in the enslaving of our people, identifying Psalms 83, giving exact pinpoint description of the Canaanites, of how they would be till this very day. Pretty much it. And, you know, our gente, Lord willing, man, makes sense for you. I said, God Haitians living next block. A ver. Makes open doors for the oppressed, but them Africans quick to turn on us like dogs with rabbis. Yeah, for sure, bro. Well, if you think about it, in Florida, right, prior to 1763, before Florida became part of the 13 colonies, they would actually go to Florida, the so-called negros, Africans, who were supposedly enslaved, who I guess couldn't get out of the court situation because a lot of times they would go through the pay right program and then eventually it would kind of keep them longer. So they wanted to go, you know, through the court to be free. A lot of cases they didn't happen, so they would go to Florida, where Black folks weren't enslaved. But yeah, they forget about that, and then they say, we always had your back, and they're jealous because I guess there's this homie right here. He's a good actor, and hey, they're good. I guess they're mad.
He is just spitting anger. These guys right here, all they're doing is pointing out shit that other nations do to Black people. Right? It says here, look, Philip Scott reports a white woman sharing the reason why her community can't stand us. Okay. Nation there's increased scandal involve Black immigrants. Black America, blackity, black. Okay, everything about Black. Oh, poor me, Black, sympathy, Black. Everybody not Black.
Oh, and he married a so-called Hispanic girl, man.
Who are you?
It's like the typical Anglo, man. He's like, oh, I like my Latinas. No trip, bro. It's all good. I like my Latinas, but they like the power. It's like my sister married Edomite, you know, and he's racist, man. He's racist, and he like throws, you know, I don't talk to him no more, but that's why we stopped talking after Trump. It's just funny, man. It's just funny to me. Let's go.
Everybody, listen, Black folks never had anything to do with slavery. You know what I'm saying? So, like, they could get away with making, hey, listen, I'm going to tell y'all, let's be real. What person do we know not? Is this true or not? Do black folks always call white people crackers? You guys are always calling white people crackers, man, left and right. Is that not racist? Or is that, oh, that's okay? That's okay. So check it. This is what they're saying. All right. So I'm like, what? This is weird because you guys are all claiming that your people don't do shit to nobody, right? Now, everybody's all against African Americans. Okay. So I'm going to call it spade a spade. You see, black folks, y'all are, dear black people, you guys are real quick to call out the white man on their shit that they do. Well, guess what? Here's a taste of your own medicine.
This game, you're not ready.
A street vendor in South LA's Harvard Park neighborhood
What
is
shit is
physically
this?
assaulted by a crazed woman, upset that her burrito order was taking too long. The vendor's
What's this? African diaspora. What is this? Are you saying she's Hispanic?
says the woman became enraged when she was told that she had
a freaking burrito, man. You destroyed this sister's shop because of a burrito?
Noon on Normandy and Slauson Avenues in South LA.
A ese momento, ¿usted qué pensaba?
Pues no sabía qué hacer.
Berta says she didn't know what to do after the suspect began chasing after her.
The video doesn't.
All right, let's go. You want more? Here's more.
An apology tonight after this video sparked community outrage. What started as ugly is turning into something much different. The community now coming together to support the vendor seen being attacked.
CBS 13's Marley Ginter joins us live after talking with the other people seen in that video, now apologizing.
Video sparked more than outrage. It also spurred support for the vendor, Edith Morales, who had her outrage. It also
they met with the vendor today, hoping for some community healing.
The video sparked more than outrage. It also spurred support for the vendor.
All right. Where's the other one? This one.
In the Long Beach community, Eliu Ramirez is a proud vendor.
Hecha por mis manos.
Selling homemade fresh treats to the community.
Yeah, nothing's better than it.
But on Monday, Ramirez says he was approached by some neighborhood kids who often taunt and insult him.
Neighborhood kids, neighborhood black kids, right? So what the hell is this, black diaspora? Yeah, wait, we don't attack people. We don't hate on nobody. We so delicate. Are you serious? You see, this is why I get bothered, family. It is so easy for you so-called Hispanics, okay, that are in these camps of One West camps talking shit. Yeah, I'm going to say it. Talking ass. How about that? Talking ass to the white man because they enslaved us. Hold on. I don't know why the camera isn't on. Is it on or is it not on? Hold on a second, fam. You're quick. Give me a second. Where the hell are you? There it goes. You Hispanics, you so-called Hispanics. Hold on, let me get the camera this way. I want y'all to look at me. You so-called Hispanics that are in these rooms. You quick to call the white man out for the shit that they did to us, for the ass whooping that they went, for the slavery that they put on natives. Oh, with the tribes, Hawk. You don't have any hesitation in letting the white man know what they did to us. But you got no balls to tell your so-called black brother that they got something to do with this shit too? That's a problem. Why is that a problem, fam? Somebody, I need to know, why is that a problem? I want y'all to look at my face. I need to know, why is this a problem? So it's okay to enslave our gente. It's okay to rip, pillage, rape, slaughter, take the land, and still to this very day, separate our gente and our family, right? Install our brothers and sisters who are only working hella hard. You see, let me tell you this something, you so-called black people and you so-called white people, because I see some of you white people, oh, and Asians. I'm going to see some of y'all Asians. Y'all need to calm down, Moab. I'm telling you, man, you don't want to mess with us. You have.
Hey, that was a while ago, family. This was 6 months ago, all right? Cut me some slack. Let's go. And I was a lot fatter then.
Not met us yet. The other nations have. You need to get this right. First of all, this is a tradition in our people. You see, we're entrepreneurs by spirit. We don't wait for reparations. We get our asses up and we hella go work hard. Okay? This is what we do. So us here, we obviously support our gente. Yes, the paletero comes to my house. Raspados, elotes. I know this. I grew up like this. And in our community, okay, we don't do this shit. I mean, I'm telling you this right now. This goes even in gangster rule, street hood shit. We don't do this, man. You don't ever disrespect somebody and somebody's parents in the hood. Ever, man. The beef was never with a parent. You always say, never. Not one time do I recall. And if I ever heard of that, man, it would be over for them. You don't mess with the jefita or the jefitos, bro. They didn't do nothing to you. I mean, this right here, this is pathetic. But yet you are so-called Hebrew Israelites, the people of the Bible. All I see is hypocrisy and making excuse after excuse and blaming everybody, but yet you don't even look, como decimos en español, el pinche propio tronco de tu ojo. You don't look at your own crap. Now, I wish I would have seen the video. I wish I would have seen the video. I wish I would have had the video that I had earlier. The video is actually talking about how you guys want us to judge. Oh, no, you telling your people to judge you guys as a nation. You say, yeah, we should judge, white folks as a nation. So we should judge Hispanics as a nation because, Hispanics, if there's one, there's all. Okay, cool. Sounds good. So guess what? So since you guys want us to judge you, you're judging us as a nation, we're going to judge you as a nation. A nation of slave owners. Black slave owners. Okay? Let's not let this go, family. Black slavers. Not just the white man enslaved our people. It wasn't just the white man. It was also this black man right here. Matter of fact, he even set the precedent to make sure that slaves were enslaved for lifetime. It was this guy that broke the rule. Therefore, it used to be indentured servitude. Let's go.
That were bred, that they were actually bred by a slave master that looked just like them. So the children would come out light skinned or mulatto. They would come out black and they would be the slaves' kids. Okay, they would be the slave owners' progeny, and they wouldn't be able to tell them apart. It wouldn't have any light complexion whatsoever. They would be just, the only thing they would be marked as the slave master's children. And
now listen, I'm gonna tell you this right now, family. Let's not forget. Here, I'm gonna show you this. Where is it at? Where's it at? Oh, I have it right here. Hold on. Oh, where's the book? I think I have it in here. Give me a second. Oh man, I think I lost it. Where are you? I have a book on the picture where it actually shows the participator venture meaning. Wish I wouldn't have taken it out. I think it's somewhere in here. Give me a second, fam. Give me a second. But if not, I won't skip it. I'll just kind of keep going, at least in the platform that I have or the structure that I have right now, because I don't want to get confused and bombarded and completely miss the points. So as you can see, family, we're not have to open our eyes to this reality. It isn't just white folks. So now, again, goes back.
This is what I was trying to show y'all. Okay. This is the book called Judicial Cases Concerning American Slavery and the Negro. Okay. Now, West Virginia or Virginia has a lot of history about slavery. And it doesn't look too good for the Negro, the West African. Because, see, just like the Khazars that want to use hardship and then apply to like as it happened to them, these Negroes are the same. Let's read it. However, the colonists, page 63, the colonists did not depend on traffic or kidnapping for their supply of Indian slaves, but took the enemy pagan by their own progress in war. Now, think about this. Pagan. Weren't Christians considered Gentiles, pagans, but they called us pagans, Gentiles. So were these true Christians or converso Khazarian and Sephardic and Ashkenazi Jews? Because it's clear that a lot of all those European Jews, black, white, brown, whatever you are, none of you guys could prove that you were of Israel. Hebrews. None of y'all spoke Hebrew. Now, let's continue. It says, and enslaved him long before the passage of the Virginia Act of 1776 and 1679. You see that? Way before. When forces were being raised in Maryland in 1652 for a march against the Eastern Shore Indians, such Indian prisoners as shall happen to be taken are declared the spoils of those who financed the expedition. Indians were also reduced to slavery and punishment for crimes. Remember the book I showed you that the Spaniards, that the African was with the Spaniard at everywhere the Spanish flag went, the Spaniards were there holding the pennant. So now you can see that these slaves, the majority of them initially were natives. And until this very day, if you think about it. Thus, we have shown that the first slaves in the first slaves in the colony of Virginia were Indians, not Negroes.
Who are you?
Fake as wannabe slaves, fake as transatlantic story, fake as Willie Lynch letter. All of that is a lie. Everything. And I tell you what, here's a link. If you're an enemy, I dare you to hit the link. I triple dare you to prove me wrong. Like the other guy that came and said, oh, pass me the Grey Poupon. You're beneath me. Thus, we have shown that the first slaves in the colony of Virginia, where the majority of slavery started, and by the way, the Virginia, the Virginia Dutch ship station or shipping company was ran not only but by King James, the so-called Black King. Yeah. It says here, and that the laws of the colony sanction Indian slavery except as regarding prospective importation by land. For a few years after the passage of 1670, sorry. Oh, man, dyslexic. The practice of the colonists, in accordance with their laws, is illustrated by the case of Virginia and Maryland from 1627 to 1831. 200 years. In 1627, some Indians of Carib Islands were brought into the country by Captain Sampson, but the experiment was too disastrous to warrant repetition, at least on a whole scale. Besides the traffic in Indian slaves between Virginia and Maryland colonists mentioned above, the Maryland court records contained that instance of Indian slavery. In 1648, complained that Captain Edward Hill had not delivered him 2 Indian boys who he had covenanted to deliver. It says in Maryland, 1656, there belonged to a household one overseer. Watch this. In Maryland, you know how the scriptures talk about that, there's a head, there's like order, right? Well, check this out. In Maryland, women servant. No, I'm sorry. In Maryland, in 1656, listen to this, West Africans, Canaanites, Philistines, wannabe Hebrews. I know it burns your spirit. I know it does. But check this out. In 1656, there belonged to the household of one overseer, a Negro. So he was the overseer, okay? Of who? Of a white woman servant. And then who else? An Indian slave. A Negro oversee, a Negro. One oversee a Negro. So the overseer of the property was a Negro. And he watched over white women, and then he watched over the Indian slave. Remember how the book I've showed you that wherever the Spaniards moved close to the Indians or natives, it was always a problem because their black slaves or servants were always breaking into our homes and violating and robbing us? Did we not see that it's still going on? Are we not living Ecclesiastes 1:9? That which has been is that which shall be, and there's nothing new under the sun. Sorry for, chopping up that scripture. Let's go to the other one. Watch this. And their freedom must have been brought as slaves to Virginia. For a witness testified that he heard a certain person now dead say in the year 1701 that when he was a lad about 12 years old, those women were brought to this colony in a ship. Those women were natives, not Negro women, not those Afro-braided ones, the ones that the Bible says do not feed Canaanites, the one that the Bible says do not have braided hair, the one that the Bible says she washed the tears of the Messiah's feet. Black people don't have long hair. Women have afros. So did they. What did they? She rub their whole head on his foot? No, could not. It says here, by the act of 1676, stop saying 17, 1676, 1679, and 1682, slavery closed in again, first on Indians, captured in war by the soldiers, and finally on all Indians, sold by our neighboring Indians and or any other trafficking with us as slaves, for slaves. The Indians were brought in, here it goes. The Indians, that Indians were brought in and held in slavery for many years, subsequent to 1682. What does subsequent mean? Subsequent. It means coming after. Okay, so after 1682 is indicated by the evidence of witnesses and the assertions of counsel in cases brought by 90 to 150 years later, by acts passed in the 18th century. Reuben and others who brought action in 1772. Remember, 1776 was the Proclamation of Independence, right? I mean, the Constitution, sorry. To try their titles to freedom were descendants of Indian women, not Negroes, not African women, not Wabos. They would have said it. Brought into this country by traders at several times between the years 1682 and 1748. And by them sold as slaves and under an act of assembly made in 1682. Mason, remember the black folks they were Freemasons? Did you guys forget the video I showed you? Okay. Counsel for the plaintiff asserts that hundreds of the descendants of Indians brought in between 1682 and 1684, hundreds have obtained their freedom on actions brought in this court. In the case of Henry in 1772, the court gave judgment against many descendants of Indians, introducing and held as slaves between 1682 and 1705. Many Indians' assertions that the thousands of their descendants were deprived of their liberty. Many Indians were reduced to slavery between 1691 and 1705. Is shown by Henning's assertion that thousands of their descendants were deprived of their liberty when they sued for it later on. It says here, of the Indian clause of the Indian clause of Acts of 1782 was cured only in 1778 by an act for preventing the further importation of slaves by sea or land. Let me seal the deal with this. Partus sequitur ventrum. Partus sequitur ventrum, right? Partus sequitur ventrum, an Indian mulatto suit for freedom, enslaved from Pennsylvania. Colonial acceptance, free mothers, legal doctrine, proof of birth, of free birth, slave father and apprenticeship, white mothers. It never said Negroes. Indian mulattoes, sued for freedom. Page 163. Watch the bottom. In the latter history of Indian slavery in Virginia, it is the female Indian slave who is prominent as the ancestress of slaves petitioning for freedom. For if she had been enslaved unlawfully, her descendants in the female line were free, in accordance with the axiom of civil law, partis sequitur ventrem.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
Gotcha, bitch. Sit here and tell me you guys are the people of the book, bro. Come on, man. What am I lying? Is this a lie? Is this all made up? Did I create these books? Did I write them myself? No way. I'm not that smart. Trust me, I'm not. Let's go.
Back to my question. That's why the class is called The Conundrum of Deuteronomy chapter 28. Because look, it says here, okay? Here's what the Bible says. It says, Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 49. No. Verse 15. Okay, let's go back. It says, but it shall come to pass, if thou wilt not hearken unto the voice of the Lord thy God, to observe to do all his commandments and his statutes which I command thee this day, that all these curses shall come upon thee and overtake thee. Okay? So we understand that. One of them was, the Lord shall bring a nation against thee from far, from the end of the earth, as swift as the eagle flieth. A nation whose tongue thou shalt not understand. Okay? So now, why am I first touching this? Because we know that the Israelites would be being put through curses. Right? Deuteronomy 1:1, it says, these be the words which Moses spake unto all Israel. Deuteronomy 28, verse 1 says, it shall come to pass, if thou shalt hearken, then all of this good happens. But if we don't, to Israel, then all of this happens. Okay? So now, you see, before, we didn't know that black folks had slaves. We didn't know that. So when you say, yeah, the Lord from afar, the other nations, that's why they enslaved black people. Wait, hold on. Now here's where it gets real tricky now. Because there's several points to make here. Okay, watch this. I want to make a couple points. First of all, we all know, and I don't want to have to, but I'm going to have to. World map. Oh, backwards. World map. Just give me something basic. All right. So, considering the conundrum here, if the so-called white man,
bro, shalom. Can you hear us? Meshi, I see you, bro. You're on, but I can't hear you. I don't know if you're in a good connection. From what I'm noticing, that I don't see no that bar that shows that you have a connection. So let me put you on mute until you're ready to connect, okay?
save the black man, and if the black man is a Hebrew,
Well,
how
send me a
does
private
this
message.
scripture make sense? A nation from afar, from the end of the earth. If you guys are here and they're up here, okay? That's problem number one. As swift as the eagle flieth. A nation whose tongue thou shalt not understand. So you're telling me at the same time that these people that enslaved you, who are from afar, from the end of the earth, which doesn't seem like it makes sense, also spoke a language that you guys didn't understand. at the same time, you say that you ruled Europe. So how does a nation whose tongue thou shalt not understand connect with the Bible? How does it connect you with the Bible? I mean, listen, hey man, if you guys have any fopies listening, can you guys post something? Tell me that I'm wrong. Tell me how I'm incorrect. Because look, even this, okay? Even if we go by, let's say, well, you're wrong. Okay, cool.
Meshi, can you hear us? Try to come back, bro. Try to come back. Let's continue.
Oh, it's 70 AD. Okay. But if you go to Acts 2 and 5, before Jerusalem fell, it says here, and there were dwelling in Jerusalem Jews, devout men, out of every nation under heaven. And they, verse 8, and how hear we every man in our own tongue where we were born, Parthians, Medes, Elamites, and dwellers in Mesopotamia, and in Judea, and in Cappadocia, and in Pontus, and in Asia, and Phrygia, and Pamphylia, and Egypt, and in the parts of Libya, and Cyrene, and strangers of Rome, Jews and proselytes. So how could a nation from afar, from the end of the earth, whose tongue thou shalt not understand, conquer you black folks? If there's so much involved between you guys, even in those times. Make it make sense. You see, and the conundrum continues. Because now we know that it was actually also white and black folks coming here, right? So now when I found this book, I'm like, no way, dude. Hold on a second, family. When I found this book.
There you go, man. Can you hear me?
No way, dude.
Yo. Can you hear me? I think you're on, bro. Meshi, I think you're on. See? You there, bro? Hello? Bueno. Yeah, we could barely seem like you're trying to say something. Yeah, you're breaking up. Ah, okay, cool. Changing headsets. All right, he's changing headsets. Give him a break. Let me know when you're ready, bro. Avenue. Lorenzo. Ifas. Now, okay, let's continue.
Maya Conquistadors. Page 160. I'm going to go back. Hold on. Page 61. Watch what it says. It's talking about these particular people. They do not love us. This is the Mayans, okay? They do not love us, nor are we in their hearts. Furthermore, we are not accustomed to being among them. We have spoken to them only a few times to see this or say that. Neither do they know our language here, nor do we know their Castilian language. So they speak Spanish. Okay? Nor do they really devote themselves to us, although we need them. Thus, we do engage them in vain. So now we are inquiring and understanding of the way of the black padres. You see, our people right now are starting to basically say, listen, you guys send us some black padres, right? But they don't give a shit about us. Okay? Page 162. It says, but these oppressive clergymen get really angry at us while forcing us to work in their homes, doing whatever they tell us to. For those black men, let me repeat it, For those black men have their own homes and servants and their own horses and rabbits. It says, furthermore, as they have settled in our kahab, we are providing them with food and household goods. They have neither paid a thing, nor do we ask them to, for they are ashamed of us and afraid of us too, although they are the ka guardians and are given the responsibility and are asked to go to each ka. And as they are not paid by the bishop ka, the burden of it is given to us, but there's no salary. So now we give them much food.
Got it now, bro. Yo. Man, I don't know what's going on, man. You're on, bro. You're on. No, not yet. All right, let's continue.
They do not pay us. Sound familiar, fam? Yeah. We need to judge them as a nation of people. You guys want to, so we will. Then it says, page 163. It should not be the black cloaked padres. They really take our money. They really ask for a great deal of money. They drive us mad over money. Therefore, these words that we say to you, they are not lies. For this is really the truth. We will now prove it. For there were many black padres, 21, that came with the Spaniards. And not one of them knew our language here. Only one of them did, but the padre who entered did not teach. For at that time, there were no elders, religious boys. They traded in the other ka. Moreover, they wished to say little. The black padres, those black ones, they hated us. It's from this book. This is actual writings of the people that said it. At last, the Maya's perspective of the Spanish conquest. The Maya's perspective. Let me see what happened. Hey, fam, I am paying attention, you know what I'm saying? I mean, in case you guys aren't, you know what I'm saying, watching now. I mean, you know, unless anybody was here, I saw a few people here and then they all skedaddled. I guess you guys got emotional. Well, it is what it is, fam. I'm not going to lie in this channel. And I'm not going to share stuff to make y'all tickle and make, you know, and have fun. So check it. I'm going to show you this real quick. I mean, I'm going to continue this tomorrow. Jeremiah 5:15. It reads, Lo, I will bring a nation upon you from afar, O house of Israel, saith the Lord. It is a mighty nation. It is an ancient nation. A nation whose language thou knowest not, neither understandeth what they say. You hear that, family? An ancient nation. And the Phoenicians are considered that. You see, it wasn't just one particular nation of people, fam. I want y'all to remember that. Let's not be fools. Let's not be fools, family. I'm going to bring this scripture up later on too, but I want to leave you all with this right now, because I'm going to continue tomorrow, fam, with this class. Jeremiah chapter 17, verse 4, it says, And thou, even thyself, shalt discontinue from thine heritage that I gave thee. And I will cause thee to serve thine enemies in the language thou knowest not. For ye have kindled a fire in mine anger, which shall burn forever. But it says here, Thus saith the Lord, Cursed be the man that trusted in man and make flesh his arms, and whose heart departed from the Lord. Why? If you guys really keep believing that these people are our gente, and they're not. And y'all keep believing that the damn 12 tribe chart is real, and it's not. And you guys keep running from the so-called white men. Oh my God, they enslaved our people. But yet you run into this other ones that enslaved our people too. There's enough material, family, to prove that there's more secrecy in this nation of Canaan than it is with Esau. You got to remember the Masons, Boulets, they're all part of this root. That's what it is, family. That's why they give us a little bit here, a little bit there. Look, I'll leave you with this. Here, I'm going to leave it like that. You guys probably read this book. Listen to this part. This is page 275. Watch this real quick. It says here, it's American Holocaust, the Conquest of the New World. It is by appealing to the definition that Frederickson and others continue to assert that the existence of free blacks in the 17th century Virginia, and particularly of someone like Anthony Johnson, which is what the other man was bringing, who arrived in Virginia as a slave from Africa and somehow became a free man. Somehow. So it's like, somehow? Like, yeah, I don't know. So he wasn't. He was from Europe, family. Okay? A lot of trickery going on. A landowner and the owner of a slave proved that the 17th century Virginia was not a racist society, that racism only emerged in later years. Again, not only can this criterion be used to argue that racism is not a serious and tenacious problem today, since some blacks and other people of color, in theory at least, may escape its tentacles, but in addition to a speciously served to establish that even the deep South in the middle of the 19th century was not ideologically or explicitly racist. For if Anthony Johnson, with his small plot of land, a single slave, is a sufficient example to show the 7th century Virginia was not racist, what are we to make of William Ellison, a black former slave who lived in South Carolina from 1790 until the outbreak of the Civil War, acquiring in that time 900-acre plantation, more than 60 slaves, more wealth than 95% of the South white men, and at least half a dozen other certain blacks at this time. Among the more than 3,600 African Americans who then possessed over 12,000 slaves, were wealthier and owned more slaves than Ellison. What? Oh, you see, family, this is what I'm talking about. You see, this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm talking about. You guys are so quick. These other nation of people, matter of fact, not even the white man, the black man, y'all are so quick to come over here and talk a lot of shit and say, you know, you Mongols and this and that and whatever. But now I'm bringing up material that says you guys, you black folks, enslaved people, you are just like the white man. And what do I get? Effing crickets. Where are you guys at? I thought I would be hearing complaints. I'm a racist. I'm an agent. Oh no, you're supporting white people. Nah, man, listen, I am against whoever enslaved my Hindi. That's a fact. And I pray to God that you guys pay for what you've done. Lord willing, he that leadeth into captivity shall go into captivity. You see, you cannot go around this, Canaan. This is who you are. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Here, I'll give you a little more. Watch this. This is the Free Negro of Virginia, page 90 and 91, okay? Watch this real quick. It says, in order to, the most remarkable property possessed by free Negroes was the right to acquire, own, and alienate slaves. Indeed, for more than 20 years, from the time when free Negroes first appeared in courts, there was no legal, I'm going to read that bottom too, says restriction upon their rights to own indentured white servants. Such a reversal of the usual order may have been a few cases actually attempted. For 1670, a law was enacted which declared that no Negro or Indian, though baptized and enjoy their own freedom, shall be capable of any purchase of Christians, but yet not debarred from buying or any of their own nation. This is on record, right? The Hampton County Courthouse, a clear case of the ownership by a free Negro and a Negro servant as early as 1655. Not before 1832 were free Negroes forbidden to own Negro slaves. That this right was quite commonly exercised, notably in the 19th century, is a fact well supported by evidence. It is not unusual among the free colored people for one member of the family to hold one or more of the other members in legal bondage. Mm-hmm. What do you say to that? Look at this. I'm just catching this now. The Act of 1748 concerning servants and slaves declared no Negro, mulatto, or Indian, although Christian, or any Jew, Moor, Mohammedan, or other infidel shall any time purchase any Christian servants, meaning a white person, nor any other except their own complexion, or such as by act that are declared slaves. And if any person, and if any of the persons aforesaid nevertheless resemble or presume to purchase a Christian white servant, such servants shall immediately become free and be held, deemed, and taken. So now we're starting to get a little history of why the white man wanted to turn the tables around. Yeah, we're enslaving the white folks too. Rich white folks, rich black folks, all at the same time taking acres from us. 900 of them at one point through the Head Right program. Head Right program, fam. So what now? I'm still waiting.
Hey, can you hear me? Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, it sounds like a little bit loud, but go ahead, bro.
Let me turn this down a bit.
Yeah. Let me see. Let me try this other one. No, that sounds like echo. Okay. Yeah, it sounds pretty loud.
During the video, let me tell you, because I want to open another, I want to tell you the book about this. I'm connected to the audio and the time, so
I can't understand anything you're saying, bro. There's a really loud, like a construction sound in the back. I don't know if you can hear it, but I can hear it. And I can hear myself. You hear me? Hey, try to come back. Because this one's I don't know what's going on, bro. You're in a bad area or something. Try to come back.
Yeah, matter of fact, man, I want to keep going. Hold on a second, man. It is what it is. Hold on. I want to finish, but something just trying to trigger me. Isaiah 5:24. Let's read this. Therefore, the fire devoured the stubble, and the flames consumed the shafts. Man, let me start here. Verse 25. Therefore is the anger of the Lord kindled against his people, and he hath stretched forth his hand against them, and hath smitten them. And the hills did tremble, and their carcasses were torn in the midst of the streets. For all his anger is not turned away, but his hand is stretched out still. So this is when the Most High just got pissed off at us. And he will lift up an ensign to the nation from far, and will hiss unto them from the end of the earth. Behold, they shall come with speed swiftly. None shall be weary nor stumble among them. None shall slumber nor sleep. Neither shall the girdle of their loins be loose, nor the latchet of their shoes be broken. Whose arrows are sharp, and their bows bent. Their horses' hoofs shall be counted like flint, and their wheels like the whirlwind. Did this not happen? Did they not attack us with horses? That's why I start my class with this, man. Because it started with this. Watch. That right there. Those horses right there, family. Right here. Those horses right here. These horses right here. You know what I'm saying? This is why I like playing this, because this reminds me that this is when it all started, man. We were out here getting ready. They were coming to Tenochtitlan right there. And you see the actual Spaniards coming this way. That's why I play it, fam. Whose arrows are sharp and their bows bent. Their horses' hoof shall be counted like flint, and their wheels like a whirlwind. You know, some of those cannons did come on wheels, family. Let's not forget. Let's not forget, fam. Let's not forget. So again, let me remind you, I'm going to continue this class tomorrow, and I want to finish, but, you know, obviously the Most High is still kind of moving me here. So Psalms 83, let's not forget. So the word's going to send people from afar, from the end of the earth, as swift as eagle fly, whose nation thou shalt not understand. So we know now that the Phoenicians, the Canaanites, the Europeans, the black Europeans, they had an eagle. And then when the white man conquered back their land, they had an eagle as well. And we know now that Psalms 83 says this: for lo, verse 2, for lo, thine enemies make a tumult, and they that hate thee lifted up their heads. They have taken crafty counsel against thy people and consulted against thy hidden ones. We were hidden for quite some time. They have said, come, let us cut them off from being a nation, that the name of Israel be no more in remembrance. So how do you cut somebody off from being a nation? You take it from them. You take it from them. For they have consulted together with one consent. Edom, Ishmael, Moab, Hagarim, Gabal, Ammon, Amalek, and Philistines. Aren't they all over there claiming that's their Hebrews? Don't we have Kyrie claiming it now with what's his name? Canyon Pepper. And then we have, what's that other dude? The political dumb goofy bastard. What's his name? Shapiro. Fake Jew. Now, we're the illegal immigrants, though, right? So as you can see, fam, you get rid of a nation by taking away their heritage. Look, man, I found this book too. You guys need to get this book. Interesting book. Right here. I'll show it to you all more tomorrow. 5 Negro presidents, according to what people said they were. So here's talking about that some of these presidents were actually black. But, you know, it's interesting because in this book, it does reference certain things. And I've been saying it from quite some time. White folks and black folks had mixed together. Hold on.
There you go, bro. That sounds good now.
Hey, it's because I was trying to, I got an issue with my laptop. I don't, it's not defective or nothing. It's just like as a configuration. I just changed the operating system on it to a Linux. Anyway, I was trying to connect with my audio through the phone and then pull up a book from my laptop, you know, but I guess that's where I got that echo going on. Anyway, I just wanted to stop by, bro. You know, appreciate the work you're doing. You and then the other brother out there, you know, saying doing the same. But I just wanted to put out a book. I don't know if you could find it online.
Go for it. What's the name of it?
It's called Global Indios. And basically it's just because of some of the things that you mentioned on your lesson, that, you know, I'm not too much concerned about these abos or these you know, saying the BHIs trying to steal our identity, right? Because at the end of the day, I mean, they really never done their homework. They don't know nothing about our culture, right? So they're just going off of little pictures and little whatever a white man boss told them in some of the books that they've written over there in the States. But we got, I mean, we've encountered and dealt with, you know, saying the Europeans and Africans since 1492. As far as Mesoamerica is from 1519, right, and forward. So we've had more dealings with them, and obviously a lot of more records is basically in our archives than they do. I mean, they just supposedly woke up and they, after the Emancipation, you know, Proclamation, right? Since they were, you know, those that were slaves were able or allowed to read. So, and not only that, I mean, it took up to the 1960s for them to actually even read some more to try to understand themselves. And still to this day, after the civil rights, they still don't understand who they are. And that's pathetic, you know.
Yeah.
But my point is that you know how they try to claim to be the natives, you know, for the lack of a better term, the natives or the Indians. All those are, you know, bywords because we never call ourselves natives. Indians are from India, you know, say on the other side of the continent. So obviously, you know, they're stuck on that white man's, you know, bywords for us, you know.
Hey, is
And-
this the book that you're talking about?
yeah, I had it right there. I'll probably, you know, saying I'll send it to you later. It's just I'm creating a little lab on my computer that I gotta, you know, check the configuration. But anyway, that book right there is pretty small, but it's a jewel, right? In the sense that that book pretty much explains or shows the you know our brothers and sisters that were kidnapped. You know, saying even the children that were kidnapped after. The conquest or the conquest was or even during the conquest that were sent over to Europe, Africa, and Asia. Because on that other brother's channel, there was one of them. I don't even know who they are. You know, saying most likely it was an ABO or a BHI. They were saying, you know, they were pushing that we never been on ships, but obviously we were. So that book right there breaks it down. There was it starts off with one of our sisters is trying to gain her freedom, right? And you can read pretty much the intro. There's like over 650 million natives that were kidnapped and enslaved and sent over to Africa. And so we have a lot of our brothers out there lost in the sauce with Europeans and Africans, and I feel for them because, you know, they're so far from home, you know, and Asia. So anyway, that book pretty much breaks it down. It's kind of funny though, because there's some things about Bartholomew that I'm not in agreement with, but a lot of the, you know, others are corroborated with a lot of other, you know, historical, you know, figures of that time of what some of the things he said. But she wanted her gain her freedom, right? And she had to prove that she was from this side of the Americas because it was prohibited by the crown, the Spanish crown, to have natives for the lack of a better term, you know, saying it was forbidden for them to enslave us. So she was saying, hey, you know, saying she was trying to gain her freedom back. So she put a lawsuit, and then and she wanted Bartholomew to be the one to come and speak on her behalf because he was in Mexico and he claimed and he had helped many more liberate their freedom that way because everybody, the courts, you know, took his word for it because being an authority in the subject and being among our people, right? And then if you read through some of the intro, it's recorded how he kind of broke it down a little bit, you know, saying that.
It's actually right here. It says about this title, synopsis. In the 16th century, hundreds of thousands of indigenous peoples from the territories of the Spanish Empire were enslaved. Now, hundreds of thousands, okay, were enslaved and read Iberian world. What is that Iberian world, bro?
So-called Spain.
Hell yeah, you know what I'm saying?
And not only that, they were in Africa too. A lot of our brothers are in Africa.
Yo,
and the thing is that there's
hold on. Let's look at the map real quick so that people can actually get an idea of where this Iberian location is. You see family right there? That's the Iberian Peninsula, meaning that our people were taken into ships and not just taken around this continent here, okay? Up and down, like we see Partis Equator Ventrum, bringing us from here into the Virginias. No, we were sent over to Spain.
And Africa and Asia.
And this is all the Iberian Peninsula right here. That means that we are all right
scattered.
Freaking here. Damn it. Come on, man. So it says here, although various, and then let me just read it and then go ahead, right? Take over.
Your thing.
Although various laws and decrees outlawed Indio enslavement, several loopholes, typical treaty after treaty, oppression after abuse, several loopholes allowed the practice to continue. Just like the Supreme Court in ruling in 1823, how they used the papal bull, the Doctrine of the Discovery, to actually justify the takeover of 1948, Hidalgo property. You know what I'm saying? That's crazy, right? Then it says here, they use the loophole. Then it says, in Global Indios, Nancy E. Van Dezen, I guess she's Dutch or German or whatever, or Switzerland, documents the more than 100 lawsuits between 1530 and 1585 that Indio slaves living in Castile, in España, güeyes, brought to the Spanish courts to secure their freedom. Because plaintiffs had to prove their Indio-ness in Spanish imperial context. These lawsuits revealed the difficulty of determining who was an Indio and who was not, especially since it was an all-encompassing construct connoting subservience and political personhood, and at times could refer to people from Mexico, Peru, and South and East Asia. You see that, bro? Just look at this right here. Mexico, Peru, and South and East Asia. So South like in India and East Asia, right? And also like in the Arabic world, because that's Asia still. Then it says Van Dusen demonstrates that the category of free and slaves were often not easily defined, and she forces a rethinking of the meaning of Indio in ways that emphasize the need to situate a colonial Spanish American indigenous subject in global context. Damn, bro, that's good stuff. Bro. I need to get this book.
You know, but the point I really wanted to
I'm gonna save it. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
The point I really wanted to touch on that book, on the intro, it breaks it down how she, she pretty much got help from Bartolomé de las Casas to go and testify on her behalf, and everybody took his word. He went. They took 2 days to analyze her. However, you know how I just picture the Germans, how they used to do those scientists, you know how they measure the nose, the skull, and try to figure out, you know. So they, anyways, but he pretty much, well, I guess he investigated her for 2 days, and he came out to a determination in the court saying that due to his experience living in the Americas, dealing with the Mexicans, and knowing the people, that based on their honey-colored toned skin, you know, saying that he verified and concluded that she is of Mexican descent, and so she was gained their freedom because of him, and he helped many others, you know, gain their freedom. But in that book, at the beginning, it got some maps on, and it just pretty much got like a little, dots everywhere where all these litigations have existed, where Native Americans have gained their freedom all throughout Europe, Africa, and Asia.
Check this out. There's about volume 1, number 2. There's about maybe page 114, 115, and 116. Let me just read it. And 116. All right, it's pretty short. I'll read it quick. It says here, let's see. We often tend to think that deglobalization is a sign of our own times. The key to characterize the contemporary world in contrast to earlier historical periods. Nancy E. Van Dusen, Global Indios, makes us reconsider this assumption with its interesting analysis of the play between the global and local in 16th century Castile. The aim of this volume, as the author makes clear from the beginning, is to give voice to the voiceless, more particularly the indigenous people who were imported as slaves in the 16th century Castile from America. So that means we went across the transatlantic slave trade. So first. So unfortunately, the transatlantic slave trade actually applies to us. You Negroes never suffered that way. It was the head right program. Now, it says, as part of the massive inter-American forced migrations in the period, at least 750,000 indigenous people were victims of the lucrative transatlantic indigenous slave trade that started in 1490s. So where are you Negroes getting this idea that it's all, it was a transatlantic slave trade? It happened to us. Stop it. Stop lying. After Charles V, Carlos V, remember that chocolate, the new laws were passed in 1542, starting the Indios from the Spanish Dominion were free and could no longer be enslaved. And due to the ambivalence and loopholes in the understanding and the application of the law, a number of indigenous men and women decided to initiate lawsuits in order to acquire a piece of paper from the Spanish court. La Casa de la Contratación or the Council of the Indies, saying that they were free vassals. Many of them became what Venn calls trans-imperial, subjects with complicated identities because of their forced cross of Spanish-Portuguese borders. Damn, even in Portugal. Right? This is the side of the story that the author is yet to tell by studying the varied cases of 184 Indio litigants between 1530 and 1585. And she does so. She calls the reader's attention to the process of construction of these and other identities-related borders. It says she goes beyond the master narrative of the invasion period by focusing on the survivors rather than the often studied disintegration and extermination of the Indios. Very true. She is not particularly concerned with heroes either, although she acknowledges the role of Bartolomé de las Casas as well as the heroic indigenous individuals like Haute, Enriquillo or Manco Inca Yupanqui. She focuses instead of the stories of litigant, studying their cases in detail for excerpts of narrative that she has been reconstructed in order to offer a wider view of the several thousand Indio slaves in Castile and how they made sense of themselves as they endured bondage. Because of the way she constantly emphasizes dialogues between America and Castile, the global and local, and the past and present, her reflection on the scale of human bondage and the contradiction and meaning of slavery go beyond the 16th century Spanish context to acquire a much wider contemporary relevance. One of the objects in this text is to recognize the multiplicity and complexity of Indios, to argue against the sameness of those individuals called Indios. As she explains, over the course of 16th century, the term Indio referred to people from the East and West Indies. You hear that? The term Indio referred to people from the East, meaning India, and West, meaning here, China, the Moluccas, India, meaning over there, Brazil, South America, Española, in the islands, Mexico, you know where that is, and Peru, of course. From its inception, Indios was Indios was a homogenizing label that constituted different based on unequal power relations. Almost done. To the high mobility of Indios and their lack of connection to give place and order, to argue that Indios' identities were no longer spatially bound or culturally homogeneous, but rather trans-imperially present in the imagination of those slaves and masters whose own local experiences were mirrored against the experience of other slaves' masters. Approximately, she refers to how the notion of the Indio escape includes both a sense of rootedness, of belonging to places and cultures other than the Castile and Castle, and rootedness, or a distinct sense of time and space based on experience of bondage and redirection. On the account of Indios, in the text underline their mobile and dynamic nature and address the characteristics, tensions between enslavement and vindication, deracination and newly formed connections, conquest and survival. The creation of Indioness is understood as a series of global interaction which eliminate the process of construction and reformation of itself in relation to the order. And it is precisely the dialogue between the local and transatlantic and global dimensions of the indigenous slavery. You see that? Local, meaning north and south, transatlantic, meaning east and west, and global, meaning China, the Philippines, India, Arab nations. They took us everywhere. This is proof right here, which Van Duzel constantly emphasizes, that contributes to a understanding of identity politics with a relevance beyond the period she analyzes. Now, I want to say this real quick before I forget. Unlike how, we have history knowing that the Phoenicians were traveling in seas to Tarshish, past Libya, on these islands, like Diodorus Siculus says that they had seen the islands, right? They can't go and say Deuteronomy 4:27 or Deuteronomy 28:64. Because we know that the Canaanites, Hamites traveled the world. We didn't, though. So the only way that we got around, like here, it was through slavery by ships. Deuteronomy 28:64. And we don't even have to run to that, Meshi. We could use almost every other scripture except verse 68.
But you know something? I mean, it's not even then, just now. There's a lot of human trafficking among our people, with our kids, and our women. They're being, trafficked throughout the world. Even through the border is a clear example of that. We've been trafficked, since that, contact between the old and the new continent. We've been at the bad end of the stick on that. You know, where are the Africans now? I mean, the only ones that are supposedly, they're not even suffering because the Haitians that came through Mexico, and there were thousands of them, you know, saying they crossed that border with a lot of those brothers from the south of Mexico, but a lot of them stayed here, you know, saying even here in Monterrey, there's some of them stood here to work, you know what I mean? So they never really suffered like our people had before all these caravans of migrations are coming from the South America. You know, many of our people died in the deserts, you know, so with no help or no attention or no nothing. All of a sudden, they got it sweet now because all through that caravan coming through Mexico, bro, every community, because of how we are, you know, saying our families or that are in the States have passed through all that immigration suffering, you know, saying, and the hardship. When they pass through Mexico, bro, they're getting, you know, saying care packages. They're getting food given to them. Some of them complain, and then some of them get viral, and then some of their countrymen, you know, even start, you know, posting on them virals that they apologize for their ignorance and whatnot. Because there was this one lady like maybe 2 years ago complaining about, man, just beans, like what you want a whole main cuisine, you know, you're lucky you even getting that. But anyway, my point is that, you know, saying them Haitians that are here, you know, they're not really, that's not true, like suffering from immigration, because you got some Africans coming here to work, you know, saying, so they could make it easier for them to cross and go over to the States, you know, legally. But they don't have the hardship our people, as far as the Mexicans are concerned, bro.
Check it. When were black people fumigated? When were they repatriation taken out or wetback operated, kicked out of this country? When were they sent back to Africa without their own will? They chose to go back to Africa with that whole Marcus Garvey crap. They weren't forced to. Now check this out. Going back to this topic, Carmona, Andalusia, Spain. Now Andalusia has a very deep history. Okay, I want to do a class on that city, but check this out. In chapter 1, the author centers on the globalized Castilian village of Carmona, basically here, okay, here on the corners of Spain. Now, keep in mind that the Carthaginians, when they went past the pillars of Gibraltar, right? It was right here when they passed the Tangier, okay. The Phoenicians, the Philistines went past this area, and then the winds took them over here. So they knew of these lands. They're not scattered like us. Now, here's my point. Near Seville, to explore how the 4 parts of the world could inhabit Carmona. What's that mean? That we were scattered everywhere. So if you see Carmona, you could see how we were scattered everywhere. The 4 parts of the world are there. She studies the litigation suits of 2 indigenous women. I think this is the one you're talking about. Who did not precisely embrace their trans-imperial identities, but on the contrary, search for a fixed definition as Indias that would allow them to be free. Village and imperial politics are at play here, and the chapter offers a good view on the transculturation without resorting to this useful term. Chapter 2 centers on the transition from free self to commodified objects, the forced Atlantic crossing of slaves, their entrance in Castilian households, and their reconnection into new communities of Indios. Van Dusen studied of this dynamics of mobility, disruption, and reconfiguration, together with her account of several acts of litigation, offers a good perspective on the intricacies of bondage and the fine line between freedom and slavery. Chapter 3 deals with the effects of 2 royal inspections by Gregorio López Tovar in 1543 and Hernán Pérez de la Fuente in 1549 in Seville. Of special interest here is the account of changes in the discourse on slavery and the new meaning of the word libertad. Chapter 4 goes beyond the mere analysis of narrative content of documents and witnesses' depositions, and centers on the physical evidence used by the courtrooms as an active site of power, bills of sale, travel documents, brands on the bodies of slaves, or the typology of witnesses are studied at what Hayden White would call plot elements. You know, I find this funny because I remember Sakari said that when did this happen to Hispanics? That we went on slave ships.
Them fools don't know nothing about our history, bro. None of them do.
Excuse my language, with the fucking nerve of these kids, bro. They're a bunch of kids, bro. They're a bunch of damn Edomite, dumb Canaanite kids.
Crackhead scholars, bro. That's all they are.
Scholars. For straight up trying to be gangsters and shit. Matter of fact, I know about that gorilla dude. I grew up in Oceanside. I asked about this fool. The fake ass gangster, bro. Nobody even. I didn't want to go there because I don't like to get personal, but he's a chump. But he goes around acting like he's hardcore. Bro, nobody in the O knows this kid. Nobody. And this is why, like, when you go around acting like as if you know and you're hardcore and you don't know nothing, kid. And
They were trying to focus on trying to recruit a lot of those, saying, who was it, them Crips, I think.
Yeah.
And then it kind of went, sour. And then them Crips put out a, green light to hit any BHIs. So I don't know if they might have negotiated that, kind of, toned down a bit. But, that kind of breaks that, the church and state with that 503. I'm assuming that they registered on, if they are, registered, because he's trying to get into, street politics with religion. That's a no in the States.
No, exactly. In chapter 5, she centers on legal vocabulary, terms like naturaleza, rescate, or just wars. This relevance in the definition of indios, and the slaves attempt to divert them. Chapter 6 studies the conventions, mainly physiognomic, and linguistic, used to identify indios, and carefully examines the specific understanding of the color in the 16th century. Chapter 7 focuses on trans-imperial indios, meaning the transatlantic slave trade, and deals with the litigation related to 3 distinct imperial sites, which Van Dusen characterized as borderlands. The Moluccas, today the Malaluca Island. Where's that at? The Malaluca Island. Let's see this. So we went there too. Malaluca Islands are right. Look at that. New Guinea. You see this, family? They took us to New Guinea. Okay? In case you don't know where the Malaluca Islands are, let's get a map. Because, our people, I don't know why y'all don't like to look at this. Look at this right here, family. Look at that. Look at that. We are here.
Look, check this out. I just pulled up the book again on my device, right? And it's showing the map of the world with places cited in legation suits, and it's designed by Zara Bell.
Can you email it? Can you email it to me? Can you take a picture and email it? If we don't get it in today, I can get it in Monday morning, because I'm
I could do that. I could do that now, but I just wanted to point out that there's the map where our, it could be from natives or brothers from all over, but it's from meaning the Americas, but they're in Cape Hope and Mozambique, Somalia, and Guinea, Angola.
Pásamelo, bro. Pásamelo. Let me see it.
That's Africa, bro. And then not only that, and it goes up to, as far as China, they took some or sold some to Liampo in China, in Manila. And as far as India, there's all through the east coast of India is Calicut. I mean, we were scattered everywhere, bro. But these BHIs don't really do no real serious searches. They just focus on their African American history and what they can find about themselves there. That's why they're stuck in a little bubble, bro. Yeah, and that's all they're going to stay there.
They don't give a shit about our people. That's why. And that's stupid. That's, and this is what bothers me about RAZA, bro. Like, our people are in there like stupid ass grown man, submissive, with their webbles between their tail.
But they know they're Canaan, bro. Why you think that about the only BHI camp that's pretty much, kind of solid, financially is that Nate the Snake, right? With he's worth millions off the back of all his, African Americans, donations, right? Now, why is he only in Africa? Because he knows he ain't gonna get that same, our people. If you really come down south, bro, especially in Mexico, and you start getting the people to actually listen what these idiots are saying, I would. My personal opinion, think that they would just laugh, and it's not even worth talking to these, I don't know, schizophrenic ass people, bro, because we're not going to hear it, bro. It's just in the States. And a lot of our people, unfortunately, in the States, not to say all of them, but the majority of them, they've just been indoctrinated by the American way of life, or by the Criollo, mestizo, Spaniard, culture, because that's still, a form of captivity, even in Mexico. But that's why, Nate the Snake is over there, bro, because he knows our people, we're not the same. And then they are Canaan, bro. And so that's why he's just focusing on that. And you know what? Let me read this right quick, bro. If if you still wanted to read that.
No, go for it.
It's the preface off that one book, right? Because Catalina kind of, it kind of touched home. I'm going to begin with the preface. It says, on a day during the cold month of 1549, the slave Catalina de Velasco waited to meet the friar Bartolome de la Casas, a famous man who she frequently hoped would testify on her behalf as she petitioned for her freedom in a Spain court. She stood in an austere and dimly lit room of the monastery, furnished with a high back chair and a long polished table. Religious paintings hung on the walls. Catalina was a minor of 20 years, and her legal representative, in parentheses, a curador, had insisted that she be examined in person to see if she was truly in India. Only a few days before, she had been granted permission by the Council of the Indies to travel over a 2-day period to the monastery of San Pablo, the temporary residence of several notable friars. These men were experts in all things Mexican. They could examine her physiognomy and the shape of her head, her face, and her coloration. And with great authority, she was certain that they would help her win her freedom. And then moves on. Months before, several judges of the council had scrutinized her while the curador stood by her side. Her mistress, the Marquess of Villafranca, Doña Inés de Pimentel, had also demanded to be present at the hearing, if only to intimidate her. I guess she didn't want her to get her freedom. The judges had then determined that she was an Indian, but not a mestiza, the daughter of a Spanish Christian and in India. And Catalina, as Catalina had claimed, she had made this claim because her deceased mother had once told her her father was a Christian. The new laws of 1542 have been passed in Castile, stating that the Indios from Spanish domains were free and could no longer be enslaved. Catalina bore no scar or royal brand on her face that would have marked her as a legally captured slave from the Spanish territories. Yet to gain her freedom, she still had to prove that she had came from Mexico, not somewhere in Portuguese Empire, as her mistress claimed. As her legal representative exclaimed to her, Indian slaves from Portuguese domains had no legal rights to be free, whereas those from Spanish kingdoms did. Thanks to her efforts of Las Casas and others, like many Indios who have crossed the Atlantic, Catalina had made the journey as a child and could not remember her place of origin, although Mexico occurred to her later. The problem, however, was that she had traveled by ship from Mexico to Lisbon, and it was there that Doña Inés de Pimentel had purchased her and took her to Castile to retwine of servants and other slaves in the palace, not Catalina, which is Catalina's prison. Given the circumstances, what evidence besides her physical appearance and the remembrance of things past she had to prove her origins? It had been so difficult to leave her mistress' place with guards, however, hovering about her bedroom door at all hours. What a relief that had been granted permission to appear before such an important friar at the monastery. She straightened her back and folded her hands, and she heard footsteps approaching. Moments later, Bartolomé de la Casa stepped through the door, his black robe skimming through the floor. Catalina had heard stories about this great man who was slightly stooped with ears, how he had freed many Indios from slavery, how he fought in New Spain and in Castile for the freedom from tyranny. After a silent consideration considering her aspects, facial features, and coloration, La Casas noted to the scribe, who began writing. Yes, the friar affirmed the young woman was from somewhere in New Spain, obviously Mexico, the broad territorial domain that included Mexico. He dictated, this is firsthand, this is, it seems to be so that this witness, because as it is well known, I resided for many years in New Spain, and I have much experience with the Indios and Indias of that land. End of quote. He then added, although she is not a mestiza, she could easily have been stolen and brought as a child to the kingdoms and brought to Castile from Portuguese by passengers who come to these kingdoms. In 2 sentences, he does confirm that she looked like an India from the Spanish domains. He also made it clear that the illegal traffic is in slaves between Spanish America, Portugal, and between Portugal and Castile made Castilians' journeys upon the heels of Las Casas' testimony at the monastery came to those of Rodrigo Ladrada, the long-term companion of the Las Casas, and of Vasco de Quiroga, another victorious man who worked diligently to protect the Indios of Mexico from mistreatment. But both confirmed what Las Casas had said. So there were more testifying or testimony on her behalf. Once the council had deliberated over these testimonies and those of the Marquez, Catalina was freed. No doubt that singular day in the brief company of Bartolomé de las Casas remained etched in the minds of the rest of her life. Before his death in 1566, Las Casas went on to issue other statements confirming the place of origins of Indios named Esteban, Martin, and he names a few others that he helped free. But the coloration, bro, inside the actual book, is not African, bro. It's Native Americans. We are the honeycomb colored or the colored, or the copper, what these other fools try to use, the copper color. It's us. It ain't no Africans.
I'll show you. I'll show you.
And not only that, when you go off, you can pull up videos on the descendants of Moctezuma and a lot of other nobles from other tribes. And they're all not black. So what the heck, just because they see a drawing with the cartoon scholarship that they go off, because you see some in the pyramids with colored, bodies. Some of the bodies have brown or light skinned, within the other dark, and some are all completely black. It doesn't mean that they're black. There's just paintings, religious, rituals.
Well, I mean, even the material that we have, even if they were supposedly dark skinned, we know that a lot of natives would actually use grease and red shoot to gain a particular dark color, meaning that we enjoyed and appreciated our tan. Now, the one thing that I know for a fact is black people can't tan, neither can white people. Whether you darker or lighter, you know what I'm saying? Either way, it just doesn't go with you. And then, if you want to get on a scientific level, somebody told me this, which I was pretty impressed by it. You realize that with the DNA, in order for you to create a variety of people, you technically have to have a deep DNA
a pool.
Yeah, exactly. So if you're black and all you can make is black people, and if you're white and all you can make is white people, then that means that you are a limited DNA. Whereas we can make darker, brown, blonde, curly hair, straight hair, thin lips, thick lips, big eyes, small eyes, little nose, big noses, all across the board.
Hey, check this out. When I was in little juvie max, a level 5, I was taking up a trade on mechanics, right? Being a mechanic anyway, but I don't know why I took it, because I really was not much into cars. But when I went there, the instructor, he was a white racist, bro, and I knew it. Everybody knew it. And I didn't care. Just like, stay away from me. Don't say nothing, because I will blast him. And he knew that. He would never make little jokes around me. Anyway, I would go into the cars and sleep off the morning sometimes, right? But then one time when I jumped in the car and I took a nap, to the class be over, and then all of a sudden I heard all the commotion. I saw that white dude, this little fat white dude, run into the cage where he had all the equipment and locked himself in. And there was this black dude was, with like I don't know what he had, like some type of wrench. He was ready to knock out. He must have said one of these little racist jokes, right? And then when I came out, and all of a sudden, lockdown type thing. Later on, I was like, hey, what happened, man? What did he tell you, bro? And he's like, man, he said that little joke about, I don't know exactly verbatim, but there was supposedly that the whites were created from the clouds, the blacks from the dirt, and Mexicans from the leftovers or something like that, right? Right, but there's always that concept of anything extremes, right? Europeans are melanin deficient on the extreme side, where they're just no color, no melanin, and then at the other end, that you got the abundantly, full of melanin, which is the Africans, and we're in that golden Aristotle so-called golden mean. We're in between. One is overcooked and one's undercooked. We were just perfect, bro.
Hey, check this out. Yeah, I know. And you know what? I'm so glad you brought that book out, bro. Man, I'm so excited to actually read it, bro. Check it. Look. So I got the map here. Pegu, right? That's one of the places. So it says here that we were in the Malaluca Islands, the Brazil, Rio de Plata, Peru, Mexico, Seville. Right?
Yeah.
Now check this out. We were also in Pegu. Pegu is where? So we were in Carmona. Okay, we're in Carmona. We're also over here in this area right here. Okay, and then also we're in this place called Pegu. So Pegu is where? Right here, bruh. Look at that. How close is Pegu to India? Extremely close, correct?
Yeah.
Check this out. What is this? What is this, bro?
Yeah, los voladores.
Exactly. And who are they? Are these Mexicans? Ah, they look like India, from people from India, right? Check this out. Now, am I saying we're the same people? No. What I'm saying is we migrated. We migrated, man. I'm telling you right now, man. It's just so amazing how all of a sudden my DNA shows up in that area in Haran, bro. Psh, that's just the most high. You know what I mean? So anyways, check this out. So these guys, look at this. This is us right here. Los voladores. Look at that. In the 1700s. And then look at here. Now look at them. That's them again. And look at us. That's us.
They're all Semitic people, bro. Just the Arabians were all honeycomb colored, copper colored type people, bro.
Hold on. Here. Let me finish. Let me just say like I said with this. Hindu reads America first. This is what the official historian of Mexican government says in General Outline of the History of Mexico. General Outline of the History of Mexico. What is called the discovery of America is the meeting of two great currents of races of people who, after separation extending over many centuries, were again joined after going right around the earth. Humanity, which originated in Asia, was scattered by movements of expansion on one side of the world towards the West, Asia Minor. So it says here, now it doesn't mean, because Asia is a vast land. India, Arab, China, Japan, all of that. So it says here that our two continents have met again. Why do you think, and I know AMLO is what he is, why do you think we have such a non-aggressive approach to Palestinians? Palestinians came to Mexico in the 1700s. Filipinos came to Mexico in the 1500s. See, people don't know this stuff.
But you know what? Even to add to that is that, the first archaeological, excavations in Teotihuacan that kind of puzzled a lot of people and many didn't really have an explanation, is that they found a lot of little figurines, facial, figurines, saying that they had, phenotypes from all over the world. But Teotihuacan was basically like a beacon worldwide in the ancient times, right? That many made pilgrimages there because, saying of the spiritualism or the religious, if that's a whole different topic that can be touched here. But anyway, it was like a Mecca, saying for worldwide. And so they have, I got pictures on one of the encyclopedias of the figurines that were found. Some of them had beards, some of them have like Asian, eyes, others, saying look like Europeans, others looked Indians. There were so many, but many went to pilgrimage and then buried their little offerings there, So basically it was an epicenter for religious practices there, from people around the world at that time. So, believe me, there has been contact from long ago. It's just that it's new to these people that they claim that it's new to everybody. It's new to you,
Yeah, man. Let me continue finishing this. In this chapter, we get a good view of the broad conceptualization of Indios, the tenuous nature of colonialism due to limited dominion over those territories and people, and especially the dispute over the meaning of sovereignty. I have found the introduction and conclusion particularly clear and useful. These, together with the opening and closing chapters, are parts of the book that will probably be more useful to readers who are interested in extrapolating some of the Van Dusen's theoretical conclusions to other periods of context. For it is there that we can find a key to theoretical framework of the text, whereas chapter 2 through 6 are more focused on the detailed analysis of the period. So it's good to read chapter 2 through 6 because it's talking about the detailed analysis of the period, everything other than just theoretical framework, meaning, assumptions, putting together what she found, chapter 1, chapter 7 and 8, or whatever, how many. But chapter 2 and 6 are factual. Those are facts. Facts tell, stories sell. That's what she's saying. Let me see what else is important here. Part of her merit lies in the way she uses information from the... Here, let me go back. Van Dusen adopts a method of use in a micro-historical analysis. As she compares... So chapter 2 to 6, she uses a micro-historical analysis, meaning she goes very detailed. As she compares evidence from 100 litigation suits with other records to access the global and local dimensions of slavery in individual lives. Again, it shows to show you that we were scattered everywhere. Parts of her merit lies in the way that she uses information from the litigation suits and an outstanding amount of records from local and imperial archives in Spain and Latin America, extracting the narrative fragments in all of them. She also draws on a number of scholars who have studied indigenous slavery. In fact, Van Dusen uses a rich variety of sources, which, apart from the extensive number of archives, includes a thorough bibliography of printed sources that covers the Hispanic world, as well as some colonial and post-colonial theories from the Anglo-speaking world. Now, what this is saying, family, in case you don't know this, that means that when you get this book, she's going to feed you with a lot of freaking sources of where she got this, archives of slavery, right? Hispanic world, colonial, during, and post-colonial theories. I personally think that the work might have benefited from establishing some relations to the U.S. Native American studies, which would have positively eliminated the definition of Indianness. However, the author's familiarity with the reference on slavery and indigenous is widely ranging on authority. Basically saying that she should have included the natives because they think that we're different people. But no, she basically, summarizes with this. Let me read this last part. For example, the preface tells the story of a slave, Catalina de Velasco, in her encounter with Bartolome de las Casas. Is that who you talk about? Catalina de Velasco? That's it. Yeah. Bro, I'm excited for this book.
Hey, I just wanted to stop by for that, bro. I mean, believe me, there's still a lot more material to cover that will no doubt prove who we are, bro. But it's just so much that, with limited time and whatnot, you know what I'm saying? But I just wanted to bring that out for you, bro. And to hopefully edify, you know what I'm saying, our people and all the viewers.
Yeah,
So,
no, for sure, bro. I'm excited right now. Man, I'm like a baby, bro. I love reading, man. I love history, bro. Like, if there's anything, I love my family. Other than that, I love the scriptures. Other than that, I love history about us. And this right here, bro, I'm so excited to look forward to it because now I can get in depth with verse 68.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, we've always been there. We fit every curse. And at the beginning, if you read in Deuteronomy 28, that's what always everybody ignores is that, what's I forget the verse. I'm not too, I know the book, bro, but I'm not going to tell you verse 3 or whatever. Or
Which one is it? Which one are you looking for?
It's in Deuteronomy 28. I think it's 16 or 15. And then, well, it's the verses where it stipulates that if you believe with all your might, saying in Yah or the Creator, the Most High, that you will get all these blessings. And then you got to emphasize all the blessings. And the same thing for.
We'll read it. We'll read it. Matter of fact, we'll read it and then we'll move on to the class because we got about 2 hours and I want to eat something. So
yes, sir.
We'll stick around. But let's read it because it's about a good 14 verses. So let's read it because a lot of times we talk about the curses. But let's look at the blessings. It says Deuteronomy 28:1. Now, if you hear, hold on, sorry, it's a different translation. Because I'm used to King James. It says, and it shall come to pass, if thou shalt hearken diligently, meaning if you listen and apply yourself daily unto the voice of the Lord thy God, meaning the scriptures, to observe, not only read, not only study, but to do all his commandments, which I command you this day, that the Lord thy God will set thee on high above all nations of the earth. If you are set on high above all nations of the earth, it's not of your own power. Because we have nations that are very powerful, even back then, right? The Anunnaks, big ass, Philistines. So it wasn't out of God's power, it was out of their power. Then it says, and all these blessings shall come unto thee and overtake thee, if thou shalt hearken unto the voice of the Lord thy God. Blessed shalt thou be in the city, and blessed shalt thou be in the field. Blessed shall be the fruit of thy body, and the fruit of thy ground, and the fruit of thy cattle, the increase of thy kind, and the flock of thy sheep. Blessed shall be thy basket and thy store. Blessed thou shalt be when thou comest in, when you're born. Blessed thou shalt be when thou goest out, when you're dying, because you'll leave a legacy for your children. The Lord shall cause thine enemies to rise up against thee, to be smitten before thine face, not of our own will, out of his power. They shall come out against thee one way, and flee before thee 7 ways. The Lord shall command the blessings upon thee in thy storehouses, in all that thou settest thy hand unto, and all that shall bless thee in the land which the Lord thy God hath given thee. And the Lord shall establish thee in an holy people unto himself, as he hath sworn unto thee, if thou shalt keep the commandments of the Lord thy God, and walk in his ways. And all the people of the earth shall see that thou art called by the name of the Lord, and shall be afraid of thee, because of the wisdom and the support that we have of him. And the Lord shall make thee plenteous in goods, and the fruit of thy body, and in the fruit of thy cattle, and in the fruit of thy ground, and in the land which the Lord sware unto thy fathers. And the Lord shall open thee his good treasures. You know, that's not always material, bro. That right there is wisdom and understanding of yourself. Being able to govern your spirit, to control your thoughts, to not let yourself get out of character, to have being prudent. The heaven to give you rain on the land in the season. Why? Because if you have a very good mind, when you go to work, it'll see results. When you go plant a vineyard, you'll see the actual fruits thereof because you are sober-minded, you pay attention, your family helps you, and the Most High is behind you. And bless all the work of thy hand, and thou shalt lend unto many nations, and thou shalt not borrow. And the Lord shall make thee the head and not the tail. We're not there. Somos el retrasero de Estados Unidos. And thou shalt be above only, and thou shalt not be beneath. And if thou hearken unto the commandments of the Lord thy God, which I command thee this day, to observe to do all of them. I'm saying to do them. And thou shalt not go aside from any of the words which I command thee this day, to the right hand or to the left, or to go after other gods to serve them. Let me just read this real quick because this is, man, I listen, bro. I can't tell. Look, I don't believe in prosperity doctrines. I've never have. But I cannot get over the fact that the Most High has been blessing me consistently. 1 Corinthians 2:9. But as it is written, eyes had not seen, nor ear heard, neither have entered into the heart of man, you Hispanics, the things which God had prepared for them that love him. And what do you mean by loving him? By keeping his commandments. And you'll see the blessings. It's beautiful stuff, bro.
You know what?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
As far as like what you just mentioned, right? What comes to mind is like when you think about the zoology, right? With all the animal kingdom, right? Every species has their their natural instincts, right? It pretty much propels them to behave in a natural fashion in their own inhabitants, right? So it's like, for instance, a cat, how they could you could throw them up in the air and saying they're swift. I mean, you think of leopards, you think of their swiftness, how they could go up trees. Anyway, but the point being is that as far as, the Homo sapiens, despite all this, the different type of, physiologies or different races or ethnic groups, whatever words you want to use. Sure. Israel, bro, is compelled to be Israel, saying under any circumstances, and we're going to thrive because we are, supposedly, they're going to be the rulers of this, this planet. But that's not the end means of our, we don't, it's not, that's not, my point is that we're going to be Israel even in captivity, bro. It's our instincts, our behavior, our morals, So we may not be on that throne, but everything else around. So, I mean, as far as you succeeding, it's not a bad thing. Yes, we will not be in power as far as that throne or political power is concerned, but everything else, we're always gonna, especially, we're the elect, bro. So how can you not have that spirit to exceed? I mean, all our suffering since 1492, that's over 500 years, bro. And then we're still here and we're still doing it, and we're not whining about, all the transatlantic, like the Jewish people cry about those 6 million Jews that were exterminated. They rest in peace. And we're in the same thing with the Abos and the BHIs, all about the transatlantic slave ship. And you see us crying about our suffering and what we went through. We're just surviving. We're putting in that work. We're not crying about this or that. No, we are the elect, bro. Just with that alone. Hey, boy, I'm gonna have to step off, but you still, I'll keep watching your reruns. Appreciate the time, bro.
Yes, sir. Hey, thank you for that book, man. I'm so excited, bro. When sun goes down, I'm gonna order that thing. I'm gonna get on it.
Ya está, carnal. Bendiciones.
Pues cuídate, güey. Bendiciones. Shalom. Book out once. I think it was. Hold on a second, fam. Where are you? Right here. This one. I brought this book out several times. Matter of fact, Nate the Snake likes to bring this out, right? And likes to hide shit from you guys. What I like to do, I don't like to do that. I like to bring facts and truth because, you know what I mean? If it's the truth, then it's the truth, man. You know what I mean? It is what it is, fam. Hold on a second. We're going to go to page 296, I believe. It says right here.
And I know you black folks don't like this stuff, but you know, too bad. Hold on. Where are you? Do. Oh, wait. Where are you? Here it goes right here. Page 296. Watch this. Page 296 from the famous book that he likes to bring out, okay? It says here. Well, hold on. Let me just show you guys what book this is. It's called, this is the book that the damn Canaanite, Nate the Snake, likes to bring out from IUIC. A treaty of physical geography, comparing etymology. He always brings this shit out. Always, all the time, right? And likes to, you know, impress you guys with his vast knowledge. And he brings out this page right here. Like, yeah, the black Jews. But it actually saying otherwise, okay? So anyway, that's not my point. The page before, watch what it says. It says here, the rapidity with which color changes is seen in English in the English colonies of North America. You see that the color changing is changing rapidly. It is not 250 years since the very first colonists arrived from Britain, and a much shorter time since the ancestors of most of the present New Englanders crossed the ocean, and yet they have lost the clear complexion of their kindred beyond the waters, and have acquired much of the hue of the southern French and northern Spaniards. So that if a resemblance of each nation were placed side by side, there could be no difficulty whatsoever in distinguishing them by their complexion. Watch this. With respect to intermixture with the Indians, we know, as a matter of fact, that it never took place. What? What Indians? And then it says Aboriginals of America is another instance. Really? Why? Because it favors the Aboriginal talk. That's why. But you see, Nate the Snake won't bring this up either because he don't know how to make this make sense, right? So he hides that. And then, you know, like the bubble-eyed dude, what's his name? The tall dude with big ass eyes. Are you telling me that you don't read the page before, bro? I mean, are you that blind? Or are you just completely like diluted with just, I don't know, man. It's hard to believe that you guys don't pay attention to these things. All over, all across, everywhere, the Bible said, don't trust these guys. All over, all across, the Bible says, you know, cursed is he that trusted in man. Jeremiah 17:5 says, thus say the Lord, cursed be the man that trusted in man. What nation of people has showed us that they have the spirit of Tyre? Here, I'll end it with this. These guys have showed us.
We out here, man. We look forward to the earth. That's right. We out here going. We are going.
He says, we are gods. We are gods, right? Ezekiel 28:2, it says, Son of man, say unto the prince of Tyrus, thus say the Lord God, because thine heart is lifted up. Thou hast said, I am a God. I sit in the seat of God, in the midst of the seas. Yet thou art a man and not God, though thou set thine heart as the heart of God. See that, fam? Who does that?
We out here, man. We look forward to the earth. That's right. We out here going. We are going.
I'm not saying it, fam. They are. Well, you know, I guess I had some viewers and then somebody just stayed. All praises to you, brother. Some people are emotional. It is what it is. Anyways, that's all I got for y'all today, man. I'm going to end it soon because I want to try to finish the class tomorrow. Man, what can I tell you, man? This is just, sometimes it's a headache. But, you know, I will always remind y'all, and I always try to be mindful of this, family. So let's not forget, okay? Regardless of what we're learning today, let's keep this in mind, all right? Sirach chapter 1, verse 30, it says, exalt not thyself, lest thou fall, and bring dishonor upon thy soul, and so God discover thy secrets, and cast thee down in the midst of the congregation, because thou camest not in truth to the fear of the Lord, but thine heart is full of deceit. So Let's keep it humble, family. This is just stuff we're finding out. All praises to the Most High. It's for us to chew on. It's for us to, digest and continue to learn and look out for your people and know for a fact, listen, we are the nation of Israel and we got to work together with our people. Matter of fact, look, I'm going to show you something that somebody sent. All praises, brother. I appreciate that. I don't know, man. Maybe, maybe not. But this dude, he's doing something. Listen to this. I don't listen to politics, fam. I'm not into politics. But what's going around with Latino America, and this includes people of color, African Americans, this includes people of color here. We don't discriminate. Y'all do. You're so caught up on Wooly, you don't even realize that a good portion of y'all, probably half of you guys, are white. Yeah, for real. You got white parents. Anyways, let's listen in real quick, and then we'll call it a day. All right, watch what's going on. I find it interesting. Hey, thank you, brother, for doing that. By the way, appreciate you bringing that over. Watch this.
So I wanted to share with you this meeting that President AMLO from Mexico put together between 4 of the countries in South America, which is Colombia, Argentina, Brazil, and Chile. And his attempt to unify these countries in an effort to combat against inflation. The intent here is to bring these countries together. Most of the countries in South America, from Mexico down to South America, are pretty much divided. I guess you could say, they have their own issues to work out, and they're trying to just, come out of the third world country position, if you will. I guess that's one way of putting it. Each country, of course, has its struggles, and as inflation continues to rise and it becomes, like the popular thing, it becomes more difficult for people to make ends meet, to be able to have any kind of purchase power, to purchase the most basic needs. So what AMLO's offering here to these countries is for them to all come together and to bring the products that each country produces, or that the countries are able to trade with each other, so that these products are brought at a lower cost to the people. And what this is really after is it's to help.
Well, see, what AMLO's trying to do, fam, is trying to make the Latino American countries work together. And these guys are actually very thankful that they're doing that. Whatever level of politics this may get them to. I mean, I like the fact that there's unity. There's interest in helping each other out. This is, call it a subtle coming together as a nation of people. We have our differences, you know what I'm saying, even within our own family. But in general, fam, I know that we all care for each other very, very much. I know for a fact. Because we do things out of our spirit. We care for our people, even like the vendors in the street. Try to help them out, fam. If y'all see any shit like that, if I was a millionaire, I'd be like, yo, I'd pay for all your court fees, bro. You know what I'm saying? Because enough is enough. And stop having this empathy. These people are not requiring of any, nor do they give a shit about it. Listen, stop complaining, people. Stop asking for reparations. You conquered, you had your chance. Just like the white man had his chance, the black man had his chance. It's over. You're done. You're not getting kingship anymore. The Bible is not your savior. As a matter of fact, the Bible hates Canaan. It hates Esau. But man, did it tell us not to mix with Canaan. Did it not? Yes, it did. So let's not forget, family. Anyways, that's all I got, man. Yeah, man. Hey, man. Hey, Brandon's a TikTok. Hey, I'm telling you, bro.
And here we go. Last class, man. It's going to go for 2 hours. Yay. Woo. Oh. All right, bro. All praises. I've been working too. Don't get me wrong. I mean, not necessarily working, just being here and tending to little things. I'm not working, not collecting any checks or anything. Just staying a little bit busy, taking notes and, doing my thing. All right, last class. It's called Dogs of War. Y'all gonna like, oh, I appreciate this. What? This is brother right here. Good to have you, bro. Vicky's Town Chronicles. On Monday, I'm gonna use some of your videos, brother. Man, I love 1960s. I love this one right here. I'm gonna give you guys a taste. Right here.
A new generation of Mexican Americans created a militant social movement in response to the anger and frustration that had been building for so many years within their community. In California and Texas, they demanded humane treatment in the fields where they labored. In New Mexico, they fought to reclaim land once owned by their ancestors. It became clear that without political power, Mexican Americans would remain second-class citizens.
And we're poor, man. I mean, we're poor. And nobody wants to do nothing about it. You still kissing the Democratic Party, thinking they're going to save you, and they ain't going to do it.
Scriptures say, Lamentations 4:17. What'd you say? 4:17, Lamentations 4:17. Watch what it says. As for us, our eyes as yet failed for our vain help. In our watching, we have watched for a nation that could not, will not, and has not saved us.
In a small South Texas town, a new political party took shape that threatened to change the political landscape of America.
These are Chicano people here. You've never met us. We're not in the dictionary. It's a brand new ball game. You're going to have to relearn all your stereotypes and all your myths. Because you're going to have to read us. We're not in the dictionary. These are
landscape of America.
You know, they should have named it Raza Alerta Party. Rap. Anyways.
Okay. These are Chicano people here. You've never met us. We're not in the dictionary. It's a brand new ball game. You're going to have to relearn all your stereotypes and all your myths because we are about to begin creating new ones, tough ones, and great ones. And I suggest you learn fast if you want to match us.
As the nation watched, Chicanos took on the most challenging quest of the Mexican-American civil rights movement.
Appreciate you, bro. All right, you guys have a good night. 2 hours from now, it should be done. I'm just going to finish it, put the class, put the song, and then, Lord willing, Monday morning, I'll see you guys with this class. I'm going to use some of your material, brother. You keep pushing, man. That's great stuff, bro. Even, you know, we all got a different style. Keep pushing it. All right. Unite, my gente. I love that, bro. Unite. Unite. Let's go. Copyright disclaimer. This content does not belong to Bible Chronicles or claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has and always will belong to the content owner. Bible Chronicles does not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. As mentioned, Bible Chronicles does not intend to make use of any material for the purpose of harvesting gain. However, Title 17 of United States copyright law states material and use can only be done when it's for theological or general educational purposes, and thus Bible Chronicles believes that this principal material falls under fair use, which honors protection under Section 107 of the same U.S. copyright law.
Quiero pensar, pero no puedo, no. El ruido en la ciudad está consumiendo, Quieren pensar, sin ni siquiera estar al mando. Tanta publicidad subliminal te está matando. cuesta decidir por sí mismos cuál es su bando. Publican sonrisas con el corazón llorando. Quieren brillar, pero sin tener que valerse de tener sus ideas propias. Veo a todos igual, solo son la réplica de la imitación de una triste copia. Obedece, la vida es un suspiro y envejeces. Te dejas distraer por estupideces y pierdes el eje. Te duele por dentro, entonces te creces, pero aceptas mucho menos de lo que mereces.
¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que le di, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar y solo así podrás brillar. ¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que le di, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar y solo así podrás brillar. Conserva tu juicio y tu intuición, más activos que el que lucha por lo suyo y no se rinde. Yo ya sé bien cuál es mi misión, y es contarte que el mal por su propio pie pronto se extingue. No caigas bajo su control, pues por la televisión es normal que mal lo pinte. Tú mantente firme en conexión con la fuente de creación, vivirás siempre de fin de. Dios abre los ojos, dime lo que ves. A tus propios hijos matándose por billetes. Niños por cada 2 por 3. Pa' unos es bendición, con otros por su causa pequen. Y yo que intento ser un ser crístico, voy bendiciendo hasta los diablos. Piensan que es cierto el mensaje típico. Dicen que invento lo del engaño, y mientras lucho contra mis errores, demonios escucho, me ofrecen soluciones. Pero sé que hay un ángel que quiere que mejore. Me dice haz un trabajo interno antes de que lo ignores, antes que otra vez llores y se llenen los mares de pena y de dolores, ya que en mi mente no caben. La paz no va en un sobre, somos algo importante. Nunca te revelaste y por eso no lo sabes. ¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que le di, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar y solo así podrás brillar. ¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que le di, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar y solo así podrás brillar.
Me desperté tan cansado, me sentía mal herido de todo lo que he pasado. No me quita lo aprendido, por dentro me he perdonado, pero casi no me olvido. Oh. Me desperté tan cansado, me sentía mal herido de todo lo que he pasado. No me quita lo aprendido, por dentro me he perdonado, pero casi no me olvido, no, no. Todos repiten lo que dice el referente, discursos vacíos lejos de ser coherentes. De lo que no sabes será mejor que no inventes. Investigues y no te dejes lavar la mente.
¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que le di, sobre cómo actuar?
Shalom, shalom. As you can see, even after going through the links and testing, making sure that it runs smoothly, it still does a hiccup. All right, family. So again, that's why I try to do as much as I can on the back end, but it doesn't work. Anyhow, give me a second. Appreciate y'all being here. Shalom, Brick. Shalom, Vladimir. And shalom, I guess, Scattered Israelite, if you're still there. I know you were posting stuff earlier. Appreciate you guys being here. And you that'll be here later on or watch it later. Appreciate y'all checking in. All praises to the Most High for that. And obviously, man, that this channel still continues. Okay. These are the times where we have to, if you haven't already, you got to really establish your roots, man. If you guys haven't been digging deep in that dirt, getting rid of those clods, you better start now. Because there is a secret to this madness, to what we're going through. There's technically a way to do this, okay? And one of the ways that it's not being properly taught, we see it very clear. It's very blunt to those that have the ears and eyes, okay? Because we were technically given secrets, hints, through parables regarding what exactly is required in this walk. Me and a brother earlier were talking about this today, and it's considered just something unconditional. All right, I'm gonna tell you that right now. But anyhow, before I get to that point, because that's gonna be something I'm gonna mention in the end, okay? Hold on a second. Notes for myself later on. All right, so let me read that real quick. Yahusha said to call no man father, but only one father in heaven, and he's your father and the only rabbi I know walks on the water. And you know, it's true. Matter of fact, so this is a side point, but I'm glad you said that, because one of the things that they teach in these camps, and again, and I'm not targeting just camps, this is all for any Christian that is still believing in the Christian doctrine, regardless of the image, family. It's not about the image at this point. Okay. Oh, by the way, my camera's it's disconnected, so you're not gonna hit camera today. It's not about that, fam. Okay. It's really deeper than this. Seriously. But let's begin in this class. I hope you guys can have, maybe hopefully your children are gonna be watching, because I am going to bring some information. I'm gonna be somewhat graphic. I need you guys to really absorb what I'm about to present to you, okay? Because a lot of times when we read this history, and then we try to read the scriptures, we don't visualize. You see, and this is our job. This is our history, okay? So our job is our history. You brothers and sisters, specifically you brothers of who it belongs this book to, you are naturally lawyers, meaning that you have to understand the book back in like the back of your hand. You mean what I mean is you have to know the history, how that applies to now, in the past, and what may come about in the future. Give me a second. I don't like this music, man. It keeps pausing on. Come on, get off. Hey. All that. Get back. Come on. You suck. Hold on a second. I'm trying to put some drums with beats, and never seems to want to do that for me. Hold on. See, but it does other things, like dumbass commercials. Sorry, oops, excuse me. Didn't mean to cuss. All right, I'm gonna keep that in mind, fam. I'm gonna keep that in mind, because I'm gonna have my children also listening. Not that I never watch what I say there, but I kind of want the younger generation to start seeing these things. These are not gonna be taught to us in the schools. Okay, they're not gonna bring this to our attention. Never will they bring this to our attention. Hey, shalom, Shah, I believe. All right, so. Let me read something to y'all real quick. Okay, so first of all, as you know, man, I have a lot of material, fam, and I don't say it in a boastful manner. What I mean is sometimes it's difficult for me to like, what should I bring out? What point should I bring? There's a lot of material, lots of books to share with y'all. And the topic today is basically dogs of war, okay? The topic itself should be self-explanatory. So a lot of these books have snippets of information. So I figured, you know what I'm gonna do? What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna start limiting the books that I'm taking out, right? And then just kind because this is going to be a prolonged process, right? This isn't a race. This is a marathon, fam. So we're going to stick to the point. I'm going to bring up 2 books. Obviously, there's much more material, and I have another book, like actual, like this one. This is like the brief account, right? Not the original book. The original book, you actually can't download it. It downloads certain pages, not the entire book. I have the book, but I didn't want to take pictures of each page, and it's a hassle. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you this, and I'm going to show you pictures, okay? So now, this is one of the books. Now, as you know, I always bring up current news, I could say, before I get started. So I want to bring this up because I know that a lot of our brothers that may not be in the understanding of who we are according to the Bible, right? They may not know the understanding of the scriptures. They may not really have a grasp yet, but they are searching. And these brothers obviously are battling with some of these wabos that really believe that they're the people of this land. And I quite frankly I could wrap my mind around you being completely lost, but then when you make up information and then it's sufficient enough to go against it, you better question it. Because in this world, in this society, we are dealt by principalities and powers. Think about this, family. What is available for us to see, right? That is very clear, what nobody blocks it. I got to question it. But it's all those other ones that kind of mention things to you and are like, makes you think, man. You can't always go with the norm. So anyhow, this is interesting that this comes from like the way on top, or the way top, or to the way above. They're bringing out pictures that have been recently brought out regarding our people. Let's just listen in to my point. All right, it's in Spanish, but hey, it is what it is. All right, let's listen in for a little bit.
En el siglo VI, pero en lo que es el periodo clásico maya. Sin embargo, Calakmul ya había sido habitado 3 siglos antes de nuestra era. O sea que a esos 1400 hay que sumarle 900. Estaríamos hablando de 2300 años de la existencia de Calakmul. ¿Por qué no pones la pintura de 300 años antes?
He's about to show a picture from 2,300 years ago, 300 years prior to the Messiah. Okay, let's go.
Cristo, de Calakmul, que son 2,300 años. Esto es de hace 2,300 años. Con la mujer del vestido transparente.
Pay attention to the pictures, fam, and you see this this sister over here, light skin, right? All right, let me let it play. Let's go.
Mires, la belleza, el arte. 2,300 años. Regresando, los europeos que nos traen la civilización, que nos civilizaron, según la historia oficial y occidental y colonizante, 500 años. Oficial y occidental y colonizante, 500 años. Y esto 2,300 años lleva. Esto es un templo que cubrieron con las nuevas, entre comillas, pirámides donde estuviste, que son del siglo VI de nuestra era, está abajo. Yo entré y hay mascarones con estuco y estos murales. Esto es una joya, esto no lo tienen en otras partes. Esto es arte, miren, todo esto. Eso es lo que está. Lo cubrieron, lo cuidaron, lo protegieron. Esto pasa también en Teotihuacán, como se le quiera decir. También debajo de el templo del sol, de la luna, hay vestigios de culturas anteriores, de civilizaciones anteriores. Se funda.
Now, I share this with y'all because this is deep, fam. Our history is deep. So now, look, what I want to make sure that you guys understand is that unfortunately, when you lose your history and you go back to it, there is a part of the history that's going to be very painful, fam. That is going to want you to have hate, anger, resentment. And I'm going to bring up an important part of at the end of the class that contradicts, that tells us not to be that way. Unlike what we're seeing in these streets. So what I'm trying to do is I'm washing away all of my bad habits as I'm understanding more of the scriptures, because we're ready to hit the street. We're almost ready to hit the streets, fam. That's something that I have in the Most High Spirit and it's putting upon me. But again, there's some things that I still got to wash away that I'm still need to understand. Oh, hey, shalom, Mesh. Hey, by the way, I never got your text, bro. Okay, just giving you a heads up. Let me read that. His previous Secretary of State, which he just let go to run next election, said the same to fool Kennedy, that we had knew the cycle of the earth 1,000 years prior to the Galileo, Europe in dark, man. All praises, bro. And matter of fact, when I was looking for some material, Mexica, I was hoping that you would have reached out, because I was looking for some stuff in Spanish, man. I'm having a hard time finding these materials in Spanish, and I have some names of books that you might be able to help me. But anyways, that's another point. All right. With that all said, so there's a particular part of our history that we have to learn and experience, and it's going to be painful, family, and it's going to hurt. And man, it's called bitter wisdom. Okay. And our people did go through this. All right. This is no joke. Now, why am I, showing you that aspect, right? So I showed you particular things that now AMLO's actually posting, like, hey, listen, we weren't civilized, like y'all say, and all of a sudden, because you guys came, we looked a certain way. No, we were a mixture of color. Just like the brother said earlier, where are you at, Scattered Israelite? The original Hebrews, Jews looked like white people, some tannish skin color, some were dark skin. I mean, I don't know about white people exactly, but I know what you mean in regards to the referencing of color. Okay, where I am a believer on that. I am a true believer on that. All right. So now I'm going to tell you something. This the other day came to me. Somebody was basically calling us, Mongolians, right? And I'm sitting and I'm talking to my wife about it. And I'm quite frankly, I'm going to tell you this, family. I can't sit here and tell you or them, yeah, you're right, they're Mongolians, because they may look a little bit more on the Asian side. Because you want to know something, fam? They were here. And they went through the curses here. So I'm not going to say, oh, because you look like that, you're not our people. No, man, the Spirit's going to bear witness. And Lord willing that they are. Because I can't imagine having to go through that. Of what we're going to see. The horror that we experience. So anyways, bringing this whole thing about the way we look like, right? So now I want to show you this. This really didn't really surprise me. But as you can see, there's an agenda, family. And I'm going to tell you something. Now, I don't know how much trouble I can get for saying this. But I found enough documentation to where this is going to lead me into really seeing that and we talked about this masonry and all that stuff, right? But I have an angle that has given me the window to see a particular group called the Boulets and masonry and fully involved. So now, I find it interesting. The reason I say that, because look at what these the people in Egypt are dealing with. Now they got to do videos to push back on these particular tribes. You see, like the thing about this class today, family, you're going to see that these two heads that I've been talking about, they're going to be very clear in our face. Now, this is what I was saying earlier. Like, I have a lot of material, but I can't squeeze it in. So I have a book that supports what I'm saying, but I'm not going to bring that in today. I'm going to bring other material that'll help us understand. So let's continue with this walk, because this is a slicing and dicing. This is a systematic destruction of a doctrine. I am going to slowly sever this ignorance. And again, I'm going to do it with love. And y'all know what I mean by that word. With those scriptures. Listen to these guys.
Царица, сок твой марихуана меня зачаровала. Дикая львица, ты моя царица. Нужен алкоголь, но же выпей за любовь. Снова ругать кандалы, на руки мои ты надела кандалы. Где пропадаю, ты ночью гадала, а я друзьями сгораю до талого. Гала подходит, похоже, с ума. Сумма в карманах у нас немала. Малая смотрит всю ночь на меня. Два ветки с колы, детка моя. Из клуба ночью на машине тебе заберу. И не сказав родителям, на море увезу. Мы будем пить вино, потом пойдем смотреть кино. А после отвезу к утру тебя к себе домой. Царица, сок твой марихуана меня зачаровала. Дикая львица, ты моя царица. Нужен алкоголь, но же выпей за любовь. Снова ругать кандалы, на руки мои ты надела кандалы. Где пропадаю, ты ночью гадала, а я друзьями сгораю до талого. Гала подходит, похоже, с ума. Сумма в карманах у нас немала. Малая смотрит всю ночь на меня. Два ветки с колы, детка моя. Из клуба ночью на машине тебе заберу. И не сказав родителям, на море увезу. Мы будем пить вино, потом пойдем смотреть кино. А после отвезу к утру тебя к себе домой.
Why am I showing this? Because it's becoming very clear to me that this is a war, a psychological war on our people to keep you spiritually asleep. So the more information, the more attacks, the more people they use against the truth, they're gonna come from every direction, family. We got wobbles, we got Hebrew converts, we got other religions that are trying to bring our people in. We got these other guys that are fighting the wobble, saying that we're not even the Hebrews, that we've been here 100,000 years. And all in all this time, this distraction, through all of this distraction, right? There's one thing that is still being asked of you. And there's one thing that the people of the Bible are gonna not do. And this is what we're not gonna do, okay? Because we're trying to find the truth. I'm not looking for this to fit for an agenda or to fit a narrative. Listen, fam, as I'm reading, it's getting scarier because Mexico and South America is so mixed. It's getting scary, family. Which is why I do see a lot of people. Anyways, I'll leave it like that. But anyways, let's listen to this silliness. I just want to laugh a little bit here. Watch this real quick. I mean, just please, fam, no matter what you do, no matter how desperate you get, just don't do this.
Talk about the greatest Mexican fighter to ever do it, Salvador Sanchez, aka Shaba. I believe that's how you pronounce the nickname they gave him. But what I want to talk about is a few things. One, for him to be a Mexican fighter, he did not fight in the Mexican style at all. This man is one of the most dominant fighters to ever step into a ring. And he was so slick. But he also had that Mexican style in his DNA where he could just sit there and brawl. But he had great footwork, great head movement, great timing, some of the most beautiful counter punches I've ever. The question that I'd like to ask the Hispanic community is, why does one of the greatest Mexican fighters ever look like the King of Pop? Why does Salvador Sanchez have an afro like the Black Michael Jackson? Why does his eyebrows and his nose, you know, his cheekbones, even his build, why does it resemble the king of pop? For him to be a so-called Mexican fighter. Something is going on here, and I want to get to the bottom of it. So we're going to compare these photos. Look at that. I'm going to go back to Salvador. Look at this man's afro. Look at the facial features. You know, look at the cheekbones, the nose. It's crazy. Even the eyebrows. This man looks like he could be kin to Michael Jackson. And this brings me to my final point, the point that I've been trying to make. I do not believe that Salvador Sanchez was Mexican. I think that this man is some form of mulatto. I think he's a brother. And the black community, we're claiming him, we're taking him back. Because not only do y'all not appreciate him, but y'all don't really deserve him. All your other great champions, like Jesus Chavez, people like that, Canelo, what's the other one? Oh, Marquez. All of them fighting that Mexican style. But this man could do it all. And it's because he was black. He was black.
Please, family, don't ever do that. And I look at the messages and they're like, dude, anyhow, it's getting crazy. But you see, this is war for your heritage, for you, no matter what. Because listen, family, first of all, I'm thankful. I'm going to be real with y'all. I'm thankful. Hey, shalom, Salome, shalom, Julio. I'm thankful that this is happening. I'm thankful that these heathens did what they did, fam, because if it wasn't for them, we wouldn't be here today where we are in regards to our waking up. We needed them. And it's prophesied, like the scriptures say. So let's get into the class. Scriptures talk about this. Let's go to 1 Kings chapter 14. Remember, past, present, and future. Prophesy against Jeroboam. You guys know who that is regarding the king. All right. So guess what happens here? Let's go to verse 7. It says, go tell Jeroboam. Here, I'll do with this translation because this is the story. It says here, go and tell Jeroboam that this is what the Lord, the God of Israel, says to him. I choose you from among the people and made you the ruler of my people, Israel. I took the kingdom away from David's descendants and gave it to you. But you have not been like my servant David, who was completely loyal to me, obeyed my commands, and did only what I approve of. You have committed far greater sins than those who ruled before you. You have rejected me and have aroused my anger by making idols, metal images to worship. Because of this, I will bring disaster to your dynasty, okay? And I will kill your male descendants, young and old alike. I will get rid of your family. They will be swept away like dung. Listen to this. Any members of your family who die in the city will be eaten by dogs, okay? And who die in open country will be eaten by vultures. The Lord, I the Lord have spoken. I the Lord have spoken. So the reason this is important, yeah, right? For real, like, I'm glad you got what Mexican boxer had the record, the most championship title. You know, he's like, it's funny, man, because I grew up boxing. My uncle, my brothers, anyways, it doesn't matter. So I know my history. I really studied like old school boxing. And there's absolutely nobody in Mexico that does not honor this man. And by the way, he permed his hair. He doesn't even have curly hair like that. And the reason his nose is like that is because it's broken. This happens in boxing. And he doesn't fight like the black fighters. He has a very good footwork. Yeah, he bounces in and out. Who fights kind of like Marquez, kind of like Finito Lopez. But you see, if you don't know boxing, you're just gonna see an afro and you're gonna say that's what he looks like. And this is what I want to make sure that we find out today, fam. Regardless of what they look like, afro, curly hair, blonde hair, it doesn't often matter anymore. Because thank God to them, we are finally seeing. Because through history, through this pain, It's going to bring you back to value your family, to value your brothers and sisters who suffered. Because when you see them suffer, you're going to know, damn, you're going to stop looking at them like your enemy. You're going to start loving your brethren. That's what you're going to do. That's why these classes are about. It ain't to put hate on you and say, F the white man, F the black man, let's go hurt. No, man, I'm trying to educate you guys because the love has to be directed towards us now. Now that you know that our people have been doing this, going through this together, then together we help each other. When you see your brother out there selling ice cream cones, paletero, churros, Doritos, right? Elotes, remember that guy? That's what I want you to see. Because their job was to break that apart from us. Today we're going to read what exactly we went through. Deuteronomy 28 today comes alive. And you guys need to understand. Look, I did this video, and I'm surprised that it's gotten so many views. I never did that, all right? So watch this. Hopefully, I don't think they'll block me because it's already from like recorded, right? So it's like vetted, whatever, or processed. But I did one that says no one gets left behind. I understand that that's not going to be possible. I understand that, okay? But honestly, yeah, Mexican brawlers are brawlers, bro. I'm not surprised. Julio, don't doubt it. Hey, but you know what's so funny, bro? Even Julio had an excellent defensive skill. He was in and out of boxer, bro. If you look at Julio for what he is, he was a tremendous boxer. Tremendous boxer. Someone to admire. If you're just in there and you don't know anything about boxing, yeah, it's gonna look like, you know, he just gets in there and punches you and gets punched. Nah, bro, not at all. But anyways, look, I'm gonna leave it this way, fam, because I don't want them to block me. I don't think they will. But I want you to see the visual. All right? Look at how they chased us. Pay attention. Maybe put yourselves in those shoes, fam. You got to see your family, your loved ones, your grandmas, your neighbors, tus vecinos, los abuelos, los señores de las esquinas, los trabajadores in the fields. You got to see your people like your brother. Or else we'll never get it. See, pain is the best teacher. And the Father cried by seeing us in pain. But he's like, you are a hard-headed child, okay, Jacob? You're a hard-headed child. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to spank your ass. And it hurts me to see you get hurt. But Lord willing, you come back to me. Just like the two sons, the one that left. Let's go.
recordings just got better.
So I want to make sure that you guys understand what that looks like. I had to move it because they were going to block me for some reason, even though it's my video. YouTube, that's my video, which you approved. Y'all are dumb. Stop messing with me, man. Go mess with somebody that actually is confusing you. Maybe that's what you want. But anyways, family, this is what it means by it. Any member of your family will die in the city and die in the city will be eaten by dogs. Let's see. Be careful how you run the quality. It takes down bandwidth. I see what you mean. Okay, got you. I mean, this is one example. So now I mentioned, see, I have this book, Dogs of Conquest, right? All praises to the Most High. It's an expensive book. I didn't buy it that expensive. I bought it like 4 years ago. And here, I'll show you real quick. Tell you, Dogs of Conquest for sale. Look, Amazon has it for like $500. You could find it for like 1,000, maybe, depending on the quality. But the point being is, fam, I didn't get it to that cost. I got it way less than that. But I've had it for a long time, but I wasn't ready until now. And I've shared it with you guys several times. So let's go into this book real quick, okay? I'm going to mention certain things that talks about. Historians have agreed, okay? This is the Dogs of Conquest. It says, historians have agreed that the Spanish conquest of the Indies was accomplished by men, horses, and dogs in that order. Men, horses, and dogs. The men had inspired hundreds of books. The horses, a few. The dogs, none until now. So this is a history that is being, like, for example, we always hear like, oh, our people were fed alligators. Yeah. Look at these guys here. These dogs were very well protected. They had armor and everything. This is not something to overlook, fam. When we talk about our people being fed to dogs, they're not lying. Okay. Let me see if I can find this one here. Dogs played a significant role. Here goes right here. Watch this. We'll start right around here. Page, it's just a preface. And then we'll skip a few. It is possible that the first European dogs brought to the New World were perros castos, or pure-blooded dogs. The Inca Garcilaso de la Vega tells us that such was the case with those initially brought to Peru. But at any rate, the condition could not have lasted long, just as men who were meticulous about limpieza, purity of blood, began in their hunger for women to produce a race of mestizos, so did their dogs who knew nothing about limpieza began to populate the Indian world with mongrels. That's what they say so. As you can see, they love to believe this, right? It says here, where is it at? Rich's dogs. So it's going to give you as history that they've been using these dogs for some time, okay? So I'm going to skip all this. I get to this point. All right, here we go. Look, listen to this. This is still the preface, all right? It says, these activities brought loud protests. Okay, hold on. Let me magnify this. Hold on. Sorry, my bad. These activities brought loud protests from Miguel de Serna, Bishop of Gomera, and Isabel recalled de Vera to Spain, where she was in the midst of a struggle with the Moors of Granada, a conflict in which dogs were much of use. Among the abominations, the dogs devoured the bodies of Moorish children that sometimes were left dead or dying in church steps. A Spanish dog named Mohammed and owned by Diaz Sanchez de Carvajal is said to have fought too valiantly at Granada that he received a horseman's share of the spoils. The use of dogs in the subjugation and dispersal of the Moors was effective training for a number of men who were to employ dogs in the subsequent conquest of the New World. So we see the constant use of dogs. Nothing new under the sun, fam. Right? You see all over this book, it talks about on their first voyage, they were talking about native dogs and how they look like, right? But when you talk about here, let's see where we go at. This attack presents the first occasion where dogs used against natives, okay? This is talking about an attack in 1494. You guys can definitely get access to this. This is from archive.org. Okay. I would really highly suggest to read the book. It really goes into horrific detail, right? Pictures like this. Remember the video of our sister. You don't see the actual biting. But I mean, for God's sakes, bro, like, I mean, look. These things aren't kidding, man. These dogs are crazy. Look. There's a pit bull right here. Watch this. Look at this. This is a cat. Look at that. That's a cat, fam. So imagine that being a human being, a native, a trained dog to devour, to eat, to feed. To devour, to eat, to feed. Look at this. So this is a cat, but imagine a person. Imagine a person, family. This is what I need you guys to understand. You see, cats got 9 lives. Like, look at this. This is, and remember, keep in mind that the skin of a human being, okay, is nothing compared to like boars or animals. They're tougher. They got fur on them. Our skin is nothing like that. Come on, man. I could scratch you, cut you with my nails. And Indians hoped to deter the invaders by planting no more maize, but thus left themselves with nothing to eat except yuca. And the Spaniards, too, were soon starving. In the ensuing periods of great hunger, the Christians ate all the animals they could catch, using dogs for the hunt. Then, after eating all the native dogs available, they ungratefully rewarded their own dogs by eating them as well. It's crazy. Archives in court, lawsuit for copyright infringement, meaning writers are not getting royalties. Don't doubt. Go. Damn. Well, we better start downloading them. Check it out. The Spanish dogs. You see this picture? I'm just going to let this picture speak for themselves. Look at this. The military, the rifles, the swords, the dogs. Look at our people. They got armor. These dogs got armor. And remember, keep in mind that they are used to tearing the flesh of boars. Hunting game. We don't have the skin for that. We don't have the skin for that, fam. All right. So now when we go to this particular book, The Devastation of the Indies, a brief account, right? Page 43. Let's start here. It says, on those islands, the Spaniards perpetrated the same acts of aggression against the Indians and the wicked deeds described above, adding to them many outstanding cruelties, massacres, and burnings of the people, and executing them by flinging them to fierce dogs, torturing and oppressing the survivors, condemning them to the hard labor of mines, thus erecting them from the earth, despoiling the land of those unfortunate and innocent people. Yeah, they're getting desperate, man. It's only Lord willing, there's still a few of us left who are fighting for the truth, not for money and not for fame, because we just want. I'll tell you why, man. At the end of the class, y'all gonna know what the point is. Because honestly, I appreciate the Most High for what He revealed. He's guiding me, saying, "Yo, you need to correct your teaching, man, and make sure you let them know what they're not supposed to feel." The people were killed by swords, by fire, by being torn to pieces by the fierce dogs kept by the Spaniards. Okay, I'm gonna show you something, and I know that I need you guys to see this. And why does it matter? Because listen, all of this is to show you that your history does matter, and the love that you're supposed to have for your brethren should supersede any hate that you have towards them for what they've done to you, because they've done this to us together, people that are not part of our people, and they've gotten away with it, and we're just walking over it like nothing. Watch this. I'm gonna show you guys something. You guys think that this stuff is, is not real? You'll see. You'll see right now. Watch this. I try to show you like examples of look at this. This is from a movie called Amores Perros, right? This is from a movie called Amores Perros, but check it. I seen this in my life, like when I was in Guadalajara. Check it.
Ahora tú cruzas, o sea, salte. Y ahí lo dejas el perro ahí. Lo dejas. Órale.
Leanna Lynn relies on. I was looking for one of those scenes, but I guess they don't want to show us the scenes. Because you have to know what it means to be torn by pieces, by the fierce dogs kept by the Spaniards, and by being tortured to death in various ways. So, like, for example, matter of fact, I have a great example. I have a great example, fam. I'm a great example right here, and I know this is going to hurt you guys, and it's going to be painful, but I need you guys to understand what happens. This is real stuff, okay? Let me see if I can get a little more. Sorry to scare you guys, but you have to know that this is real. Look at that. Eating them alive, family. The hyena is ripping the entrails of this animal. Now, I don't know what's keeping him alive, but I know for a fact that this happened to us. The books are showing it. You cannot get around this anymore. When I read material, when I read books, or when I see videos like, oh, poor so-and-so people, they must be the real Jews. But who in the world is ignoring this here? Why is this not important to you guys? Or is this the proper way? When people say, for example, family, when people say, hey, yeah, well, we conquered you guys. This is our country now. Really? You're okay with this? This is completely fine. Let's read this here. Page 11. They could track down natives, distinguishing their trails from those of Christians, and could uncover their hiding places and ambushes. Furthermore, these dogs could, in the end, slaughter their prey. Las Casas wrote that when the Indians saw themselves being destroyed by such inhumane means, trampled by horses, lanced, slashed by swords, burned alive, and devoured by dogs, they simply agreed to submit to any fate so long as they could avoid eradication. Trained dogs were unleashed and sported ate Indians as if they were hogs. Las Casas, here goes right here. Las Casas cites that admiral as having said that 300 men and 20 to 30 horses, aided by the dogs they had brought with them, were sufficient to keep the Indians peaceful. Because a Spaniard was as secure with one dog as if he had to 100 soldiers. Evidence that dogs accompanied him on this journey is to be found in a statement by two mariners that while walking along a shore of island in Cubagua, their dog chased peculiar man-like creatures in the sea, which they customarily dwelt. Probably seals. Just fat people rolling on the ground. Look at this right here. On the last day of August 1492, Columbus vessel anchored on Hispaniola at a site to which Bartolome 2 years previously had moved the settlers of Isabela, and the Columbus was to name Santiago Domingo. Here the admiral found sickness and hunger, and here he received news of the rebellion of San Francisco Roldan and his followers. After some pursuit and several hangings, a fair peace was established by which the admiral gave allotment of Indians to Roldan and his men in a system that anticipated the repartimiento and was to increase continuously the necessity for trained dogs. It provided that Indians worked the lands like serf for the benefit of their Spanish masters. What's up, bro? It was scientifically proven how our people extermination during European invasion affected the global climate. Damn, bro. See, I want to see that, man, because I can imagine that. Think about it, like how the agricultural cycle, I could understand the tilling of the ground, right? The 7-year process, the cycle, the oxygen. Yeah, man, I could see that. I could see that. Which a drop in carbon. Oh, there it goes. Emissions from the great dying of Native Americans, the world's global temperature dropped by about 0.015 degrees Celsius, according to the study. That's deep, though. Yeah, it's a pretty good book, man. It's scary. It's pretty heavy, man. It's a pretty heavy book. I mean, it just goes into the actual like detail in regards to like just how they use dogs. Las Casas noted the ironing of Spaniards with scarcely a shirt to their backs, rewarding the continuous service of their vessels with lashes across their naked bodies and the distasteful epithet, dogs. See, these guys are just, I mean, you can go back and forth on this, man. It's just horrific. This is the Dogs of Conquest. Sorry about that, fam. Sorry, it wasn't the Dogs of Conquest. This is the brief account. So now let's go into, I'm jumping back and forth. You guys pay attention. I'm checking back and forth. Look at this right here. It says here, let me read this. This is page 56. The governor could obtain 50 slaves at a time by threatening the cacique, which being burned at the stakes or thrown to fierce dogs if he refused. Since the Indians do not commonly have slaves, at the most a cacique may have 2 or 3 or 4. He simply went through the settlement, taking to begin with all the orphans. Now, keep in mind, fam, that a lot of these caciques were not our people. These were Africans who were mixed with Spaniards, right? Regarding the mixture, keep that in mind, all right? So then they could either say, oh, I'm cacique now. Oh, I'm mestizo now. Oh, I'm African now. I've showed you guys videos where they purposely changed their title to either not pay taxes, tribute, or whatever benefit. To this day, they're doing it even now. Look at this right here. Oh, and these stewards, let's see, these stewards slew many. Okay, here goes. These stewards, page 78. Just Google dogs, you'll find it. These stewards slew many Indians by hanging, burning, and being torn to pieces by savage dogs. Also by cutting off the hands and feet and heads and tongues. And for no other reason than to spread terror and induce the Indians to give them golden tributes. And the egregious tyrant well knew that these things would have been given without all those floggings, beatings, and buffetings, and all the cruelties that were practiced every day and every hour. Let's go to Jeremiah 15. All right, watch this real quick, fam. Jeremiah 15, watch what it reads. In verse 3, it says, I, the Lord, will not relent. Let me go into the Apocrypha. I just like it. I'm sorry, the King James. Jeremiah 15:3, it says, and I will appoint over them 4 kinds, saith the Lord. The sword to slay, which we know it. The dogs to tear, which we're reading. And the fowls of heaven that would eat the carcasses. And the beast of the earth to devour and destroy. The beast of the earth, which ones? Pigs. The beast of the earth to devour and destroy. Why? Because we never dealt with pigs. Do you realize that when they first released pigs here in America, they decimated all the actual harvesting? Because they're not used to the flavor of this continent. That's a fact. That's funny. I don't think he is, bro. Solomé, I don't think he's black, bro. I don't think he is. But I appreciate you, man. Appreciate you, brothers. It's just, and the reason why, Michelle, is because we got few people from black Hebrew converts coming here bugging us. But anyways, let's continue the direction. So 4 kinds: dogs, right? Swords, beasts of the earth, and fowls of heaven. And we see this in Leviticus 26. Watch what he says. This is the actual curse. It says here, if you keep graven images from you, if you only worship the Most High, this will not happen to you. But if you don't, this is going to happen to you. Leviticus 26:22. Watch what it reads. I will also send wild beasts among you, which will rob you of your children and destroy your cattle and make you few in numbers, and your highways shall be desolate. Now, I'm going to tell you this right now, fam. There's absolutely nobody in this world that can say that we were left few in numbers. Who took our children, sent wild beasts, destroyed our cattle, and decimated us in few numbers, and totally destroyed our construction. You saw AMLO say that they literally destroyed all that, and on top of it, built cathedrals. On top of it, built cathedrals. So there's absolutely nobody else that could say this happened to you. No, I'm sorry, Canaanites. This did not happen to you, because they were not taking your cattle, dummy. Because, well, that's clear. And you weren't left few in numbers. And your highways weren't desolate, because if you were a Hebrew, you wouldn't be from Africa. At all. Deuteronomy 28. Watch this. 26. And thy carcasses shall be meat unto all fowls of the air, and unto the beasts of the earth, and no man shall fray them away. And we read right here, carcasses. Yeah, I'll look at it. I'll look it up. Let's do carcasses. Carcasses. Is that how you spell it? I think that you do. Oh, man. I guess that's not how you spell it. Hold up. Carcass. I think that's how you spell it, but there's no S. And sorry, fam. I was not a winner of the spelling bee contest. Anyways, as you can see, your carcasses. I mean, there's material that obviously when you're being eaten in pieces, bro, you're gonna be left in the streets like that. There's no joke. Look, page 70. All the remaining Indians were slain with pikes and swords, and were thrown to the savage dogs, which tore them to pieces and devoured them. And thy carcasses shall be meat unto all the fowls of the air, and unto the beasts of the earth, and no man shall fray them away. So now let's watch this real quick. I want this to sink in, fam. I want this to stick to you. We're going to watch this video. It's about, wait, hold on. Is it? That's not the video. Hold on. Oh, this is a minute-long commercial. I need you to watch this, okay, fam? I may jump in. We're going to jump it in pieces. If it seems kind of boring, then I'll just speed up through, okay? Let's go.
1494. Columbus approaches Jamaica, what would become Puerto Bueno. Painted natives are gathered on the beaches, carrying weapons to defend against invasion. Columbus is not looking to make peace. He's looking to show strength and get revenge for the destruction of La Navidad, a Spanish settlement destroyed by natives the previous year. Aggression might frighten the natives of Jamaica enough that they would avoid future hostilities. Conquistadors take the shore, firing crossbows and slashing with swords, but the natives don't retreat. Then the Spanish release the warhounds. Massive 200-pound mastiffs and lightning-fast greyhounds rush the shore. As the gnashing teeth tear into the flesh, others flee in terror. The ones caught are ripped to pieces by the pursuing dogs. The Spanish admiral takes the now vacant but bloody beach and claims the land for Spain. Columbus later reflects in his journal. He writes that when fighting Indians, one dog is worth 10 soldiers. Welcome to Dates and Dead Guys. Our topic in this episode are the warhounds, a secret weapon of the conquistadors, and one that is often overlooked in the Spanish conquest of Central and South America. If you were to rank the reasons for Spanish success and conquest of the New World, the top of the list would probably include things like disease, guns, steel, and probably horses. But in the shadows of the history, the tracks of the dog show an ominous presence in the conflict. Cultures throughout world history have used dogs for the purposes of war, and as early as 1260 AD, they were used in Spain. Christopher Columbus, mostly nice guy I hear, brought 20 dogs with him when he returned to the New World in 1493. Most of the dogs used by the Spanish were either mastiffs or greyhounds, and the reasons are obvious. Mastiffs are massive and intimidating, and greyhounds are fast as hell. They are also lovable, but good at ripping throats. The invasion of Jamaica, referenced in the opening, demonstrated to the conquistadors how useful these dogs could be. As decades of conquest rolled on, they would be used more and more, and very famous conquistadors, including Ponce de Leon, Hernan Cortez, Hernando de Soto, and Francisco Pizarro, will all use warhounds. Gonzalo Pizarro, the brother of Francisco, used them too, but unfortunately he eats most of them when his men run out of food on a disastrous expedition in 1541.
We read that, okay? So let's skip here real quick. Look what they look like.
Vulnerable areas of these dogs were often covered, and spike collars were pretty common. Armor, sometimes, but thick quilted layers were probably the most common thing used to protect them against arrows by the natives. These dogs were very loyal to their owners, but they were vicious in attack. An excellent and serious example comes from a book with a silly title, The Paw Prince of History, written by Stanley Coren. He
Write that information down, fam.
writes of the 1495 Battle of Viga Real in Haiti, quote, "Native forces, numbering the thousands, advanced upon the small band of Spaniards. Columbus had given control of the dogs to Alonso de Orellana, a small man who combined physical courage with a personality disposed toward violence and rash cruelty. He gathered the dogs in the far right flank and waited until the battle had reached a high level of fury. He then released all 20 mastiffs, shouting, 'Tomalos,' meaning take them or sick them. The angry dogs swept down on the native fighters in a raging phalanx, hurling themselves at the Indians' naked bodies. They grabbed their opponents by their bellies and throats. As the stunned Indians fell to the ground, the dogs disemboweled them and ripped them to pieces. Spinning from one bloody victim to another, the dogs tore through the native ranks. One observer of the battle, Bartholomew de las Casas, reported that in less than 1 hour, each dog had torn apart at least 100 Indians.
Family, I want you guys to remember what he just said. In less than 1 hour. Okay? I'm going to show you something pretty soon, but yeah, let's continue. In less than 1 hour, okay? Let's go back. I want you to pay attention. Let me read it. Let them finish, and then I'm going to read something to you.
They grabbed their opponents by their bellies and throats. As the stunned Indians fell to the ground, the dogs disemboweled them and ripped them to pieces. Spinning from one bloody victim to another, the dogs tore through the native ranks. One observer of the battle, Bartholomew de las Casas, reported that in less than 1 hour, each dog had torn apart at least 100 Indians. Recognizing that his readers might find this difficult to believe, de las Casas explained that the animals had originally been trained to hunt for wild game. In comparison, they found the skin of their naked human opponents was far easier to tear apart than the hides of deers or boar. Furthermore, the dogs had now developed a taste for human flesh." End quote.
Well, now let me go ahead and skip this real quick. I'm glad I paused it right then and there. So now let's remember what he said. It says here, as dogs stunned Indians fell to the ground, the dogs disemboweled them and ripped them to pieces. Spinning from one bloody victim to another, the dogs tore through the native ranks. One observer of the battle, Bartolomé de las Casas, reported that in less than 1 hour, each dog had torn apart at least 100 Indians. Okay, so you remember what we read in Jeremiah. So now let's go to Ezekiel, and I'm going to take you somewhere else. Okay, so this is a precept upon precept. Ezekiel 14:21. Watch what it says here. It says, "For thus saith the Lord God, how much more when I send my 4 sour judgments upon Jerusalem, the sword, the famine, the noisome beast, and the pestilence, to cut off from the man and beast." All of this happened to us. Okay, so now remember, he talked about in 1 hour. You see, fam, this is why you need to understand history with Bible. It says here, Habakkuk 1:5, "Behold, ye among the heathen, us among the heathen, regard, and wonder marvelously, for I will work a work in your days, which ye will not believe, though it be told to you." So what I'm going to share with y'all, you're not going to believe it, even though I'm telling you. Okay? It says here, "Their horses are swifter than the leopards." Verse 8. "Their horses are swifter than leopards and are more fierce than evening wolves. And their horsemen shall spread themselves, and their horsemen shall come from far. They shall fly as the eagle that hasteth to eat." Now, why am I reading this? Because of this, fam. Because of this. It says, hold on, watch this, because it's interesting that we find particular statements giving us an idea of who these guys are, telling us what they would say, what kind of words. Remember, fam, past, present, future. The Most High opens that window to you that actually is sincere about not just keeping the laws, but it's sincere, that you really are repenting, right? And there's other work involved. But check this out. I'm telling you, family, this is getting crazy and crazy and crazy. This is from the golden age of the Moors, right? Watch what he says. It says here on page 336, the color of the conquering soldiers was described vividly by European scholars who sympathized with Christian Spain. We know now that the Africans and the Assyrians and the Muslims, together, they conquered Europe. Together, they did that. Yes, we understand that now. And they conquered the Visigoths, which is the Anglos, right? So watch this. So when they came into Europe, watch what this writer says about the Moors on how they conquered the Europeans. He has sympathy for the Moors. For the Anglos. The reins of their horses were as fire, their faces black as pitch, and their eyes shone like burning candles. Watch this. I'm sorry. I'm reading this real quick. My bad. All right. So watch this real quick. The golden age of Moors, page 336. Watch what it says here. The color of the conquering soldiers was described vividly by a European scholar who sympathized with the Christian Spain. The reins of their horses, meaning the Moors, were as fire. Their faces black as pitch, meaning what they look like. Their eyes shone like burning candles. Watch this. Their horses were as swift as leopards, and the riders fiercer than a wolf in a sheepfold at night. What? Their horses were as swift as leopard and more fierce than the evening wolves. Okay? It's like, wait a minute, hold up. What? And then it says, the nobles, Goth, were broken in an hour. Quicker than tongue can tell. Oh, luckless Spain. Oh, luckless Spain. Let's go.
Recognizing that his readers might find this difficult to believe, De las Casas explained that the animals had originally been trained to hunt for wild game. In comparison, they found the skin of their naked human opponents was far easier to tear apart than the hides of deers or boar. Furthermore, the dogs had now developed a taste for human flesh. End quote. It's a terrifying picture. Now, Las Casas' account sounds exaggerated. There were 20 dogs, and he says they each killed 100 native teeth. They laid open their victims to the entrails. End quote. A Mayan priest that was imprisoned by the Spanish said that he witnessed mastiffs destroying the faces of his people. Certain dogs were so effective that they became notorious to the native groups they encountered, and some are even still known today. Amigo, who was with Cortez in the...
Ow. I didn't expect that to be there that quick. So anyways, let's listen to this.
Thrones. That guy was a prick. The effectiveness of these dogs...
Now, I'm going to show you this real quick, so let's not forget. Let's go back to the scriptures. I need this to make sure that it sinks in, fam. You got to connect the dots here. It says their horses are swifter than leopards and are more fierce than the evening wolf, meaning that the enemy is going to come this way like that, right? With that particular aura, with horses, fierce like leopards. Their horsemen shall spread themselves, and their horsemen shall come from afar. They shall fly as the eagle that hasted to eat. So, remember Deuteronomy 28, right? 28:49. It says here, a nation from afar. The Lord shall bring a nation from afar, from the end of the earth, as swift as the eagle flieth. A nation whose tongue thou shalt not understand. Thou shalt not understand, right? So check this out. Check this out. I want to show you something real quick. What's this? What's this, fam? The two-headed eagle. And we know that scripture talks about the two-headed eagle. Let's continue.
Led to increased sadism among the Spanish. They took up a practice called La Monteria Infernal, or hellish hunting, but it's also called dogging. The Spanish would capture the chiefs, or the high-ranking officials of a native group, and in front of their tribe set the dogs on them, and they would tear them to shreds. Fear of being dogged led many natives to submit to the Spanish without even a fight. Many of the conquistadors, despite being devout Catholics, were not the best people. Many didn't see value in the life of natives, and others literally found sport in killing them. Las Casas again wrote that it was not unusual for one Spaniard to say to another, quote, "Lend me a quarter of an Indian to give my dog some meat until I..."
You see that, fam? It's all good, Mashal. Don't worry about it, bro. Lend me a quarter of an Indian to give my dogs some meat until I kill one next. Do you guys realize that the babies, our children, the tender bones of a child, the richness in their blood, why do you think they have people sacrificing children? Crazy stuff. That's what I hear. That's what this conspiracy is. Supposedly the blood regenerates. It's just really sad, fam. Let's go.
I kill one next, end quote. The thought was that giving them the meat of the natives would make them more vicious when used in battle. There's another example of a Portuguese man, not a Spaniard, but still relevant, who was seen hanging quarters of an Indian up to later feed to his dogs. Violence with dogs would also sometimes be used for sport.
This game.
There were stories of conquistadors setting the dogs on innocent people and taking bets on where the dog would bite first or how the person would die. Throat, blood loss, body cavity ripped open, but it didn't always go according to plan. The most famous warhound of them all was Bersarillo. The name means little bull calf and
Becerrillo, como un becerro, like a little bull. Look at this, fam. These are like pit bulls, man. Let's go.
he was a mastiff. The handler of this dog was a Spanish captain named Diego de Salazar. He was not a nice person, but he was excellent at handling this dog, and Bersarillo was famous for a reason. One night near Capara, a Spanish force is down for sleep when Bersarillo starts barking and sounding an alarm. There's a sneak attack from the natives. The Spanish were able to rally in the battle with the help of armor, guns, and swords, but when the bodies were examined after, it was said that 33 had wounds from Bersarillo, with the dog potentially killing many of them. But on another occasion, Bersarillo was far kinder than his Spanish counterparts. In 1514, he shot with arrows when attacking Carib warriors.
And he dies later. All praises. Damn dog. Damn dog, man. Check this out. Show you guys some visuals. We're almost done, fam. We're almost done. Look at this. Okay. But now I want to show you this. See, we're missing some info. We know that certain people conquered that area and certain people acted like they were Europeans at that point because they were conquering that land now. And they took it upon themselves to carry that black eagle. You see, the book that I have, family, it actually shows that they buffered, they used the right hand man of these people was these Africans. And I'm going to show you why I say this. And you see this whole thing about that whole Willie Lynch and breeding and all that crap? That's a lie, family. Look at this picture, and I want you guys to pay attention. You see, we look at these pictures and we just ignore them. But look this out. You see this guy here? Who is he? Now, you look at the size of this man. Look at his feet. He's taller than the horse. The horses are as tall as this guy. This guy's shorter than the horse, kind of like that. This dude is bigger than them. His head is bigger than them. He's a big man. Why do you think we have football players this size? This is nothing new under the sun, family. There was no mixing, the breeding to get. No, that's a lie. And that whole caste system, that's a lie too. That's not true. They already looked like that. They already been mixing together for a long time. And then they grabbed several of our sisters. And yes, we do have the heathens within us. But you're going to be squeezed the hell out. These are facts. Who's this guy? Well, I tell you who that guy is. It's the same guys. These two guys use these animals. These two nations were a fierce nation. Verse 50. A nation of fierce countenance, which should not regard the person of old, nor show favor to the young. If you look at that picture, you can look at this picture. Look, our brothers are like, hey, man, we want to be friends. This guy looks mad. Fierce countenance. That shall not regard the person of old, nor show favor to the young. Do you think that we know now that a lot of these weren't even soldiers? They were just adventurers trying to get a piece of the pie. Which is why they just didn't care anymore. We were nothing to them other than somebody to take the heritage from, because one thing they knew is if we get rid of these fools, this is our promised land. You see, I'm going to tell you something, family. I'm going to tell you something, because the Bible tells us that this would happen to us too. Watch this. Ezekiel 23. It says, 25, and I will set my jealousy against thee, and they shall deal furiously with thee. They shall take away thy nose and thine ears, and thy remnant shall fall by the sword. They shall take thy sons and thy daughters, and thy residue shall be devoured by fire. Check this out. They shall take away thy nose and thine ears. Now imagine, family. These are pliers right here, okay? Now, I remember when I was little, my mom would grab my orejas, or she would grab the side of my hair, right? Side of my hair, right? Boricuas, that's right. She would grab the side of my hair and pull it. Or she would grab my ear and pull it and twist it sometimes. These are pliers. Hands cut off, noses chopped off, ears chopped off, dogs being unleashed. You should die by the sword, by the beast of the field, by pestilence. Look at this. Thrown off of cliffs with our heads chopped, bodies blunted with daggers, hands cut off. You're like, what the hell is going on? You start wondering, man, like, what was it that bad? Did we really sin against the Most High that bad? Yeah, man. And this is the bitter wisdom that I'm talking about. Look, page 13. Francisco de Bodilla eagerly used dogs as instruments of his policy. Yet to be effective, the dogs had to be well fed. To a great extent, the conquerors and settlers permitted their dogs to forage for their own food. In Europe, dogs had been scavengers. Let me skip. When hunting dogs in the Indies, like those in Spain, were permitted to eat that part of the cats that their masters found unpalatable. They roamed the country too, eating what they captured, until they began to seriously deplete the land of its edible stock, both domestic and wild. You see that? And the beast of the field will devour your cattle. You are the people. Now I'm going to show you something. I had another scripture in mind, but let me see if I can remember it. But I'm going to show you this real quick. We're almost done. Revelation 6, verse 8. It says, and I looked, and behold, a pale horse, and his name that sat on him was Death, and hell followed with him. And power was given to them over the fourth part of the earth, to kill with the sword, with hunger, with death, and with the beast of the earth. So who benefited from all this? Who benefited from all this? Here, I'm going to show you this real quick. I'm only going to show you a portion of this. And then, give me a second. Give me a second, okay? Where you at? Is this it? Oh, now we can't find it. I had the book. Give me a second, fam. Just want to read this to you guys real quick, and then we're going to move on because I'm almost done. There is one page I want to show you guys, and I wanted to wait for it later, but I'm going to show you. The notes are in there, and maybe the Most High is just putting it in my spirit. Okay. Where you at? Look up. Okay. Here goes right here. Give me a second. Here it goes right here. See, this is what I mean. You are not being relevant to these people. Okay? Watch this real quick. It's from the same book that Canaanite brought out, Nate the Snake. I'm just going to read this part in section on page 7. Watch what they say. It is a Jewish merchant. Matter of fact, let me go back here so you could see what goes on. In the black metropolis, they are forming in the core areas of all great American cities, in Harlem and Lawndale, Watts, and in barbecue pits of North Philadelphia. It is the Max Gordons and the younger, more Americanized co-religious that form the business infrastructure. It is a Jewish merchant, grocer, and landlord who has become the face of the white urban America. Mr. Charlie has been metamorphosed into Goldberg, and Goldberg has eclipsed that other older, perhaps equally unreal image of the Jew, so poignantly depicted in the Negro spiritual, the Jew who, like the Negro, suffered bonds of cruel slavery. But the refrain along with the beat has been changed. You see this book, and all they talk about is the similarity between them. Between them, not you. No way, shape, or form are you ever mentioned in this book of your sufferings, of the slaughter. No, that is absolutely not curses of Deuteronomy 28. They're not. That's just manifest destiny. That's the Monroe Doctrine. This is this right here.
Mr. President, Vladimir Putin may be a liar and a demagogue, but it is hypocritical for the United States to insist that we, as a nation, do not accept the principle of spheres of influence. Hostility to early NATO expansion is almost universally felt across the domestic political spectrum here, end quote. For the last 200 years, our country has operated under the Monroe Doctrine.
The last 200 years, you guys have operated under this doctrine. And you know what nation of people I'm talking about? Yeah, you too. Okay? You white and black Europeans. All right? I'm talking to you guys. All right? Let's continue. You're not going to run away from this because I know that, well, there's a party that says, yeah, we did that. What? Oh, well. You got the Donald Trumps. And then you got the wobbles or these converts that say, that's not us. We never did that. BS. We know you did. And this is what's going to be the Great Awakening. And this is what's going to turn everybody against this land. Because they're going to find out that it was 2 people involved. And those 2 people are the only ones that are claiming to be the Jews of the Bible. That's why in Revelation 2:9 and in Revelations it says 2:9 and 3:9. And you wonder, why is it together one page after the other? And it says something different. That's right. Nowhere to run, bro. Nowhere to run. I'm after you. I'm after y'all. Let's go.
Embracing the principle that as the dominant power in the Western Hemisphere, the United States has the right, according to the United States, to intervene against any country that might threaten our alleged interests. That's United States policy. And under this doctrine, the United States has undermined and overthrown at least a dozen countries throughout Latin America, Central America, and the Caribbean. As many might recall, in 1962, we came to the brink of nuclear war with the Soviet Union. Now, why was that? Why did we almost come to the brink of nuclear war with the Soviet Union? Well, we did that in response to the placement of Soviet missiles in Cuba, 90 miles from our shore. And the Kennedy administration saw that as an unacceptable threat to national security. We said it is unacceptable for a hostile country to have a significant military presence 90 miles away from our shore. And let us be clear. The Monroe Doctrine is not ancient history. As recently as 2018, Donald Trump's Secretary of State, Rex Tillerson, called the Monroe Doctrine, quote, as relevant today as it was the day it was written, end quote.
You see that? As relevant today as it was when it first created. You see this manifest destiny, this sphere of influence. So let's not forget, family, that together these nations, right? Matter of fact, I have this book, right? And I'm going to bring it in my other classes, but it talks about how the first conquistadors, actually, no, I think it shows it here. The first conquistadors were African looking. But as time went on in the 17th, 1800s, they got lighter. And we forgot what they really looked like. And that's the trickery. And I know that masonry has a lot to do with this. There's 30-degree masons, you boule, mother. Ooh, I was about to curse because I know you sneaky bastards. I know what y'all doing. You're the ones that are feeding these wobbles, this BS stories. And you're the one that's giving Curimero all this BS angle. And guess what? We found out where you are, Curimero. Thank you, brother. We'll be there soon. We'll be there soon. Let's continue this. This is exactly what it's talking about. 2019, 2018, 2021, 2023. Let's go.
1911, en México, una invasión. 1911, en México, una invasión. 1912, marines norteamericanos invaden Nicaragua, querido compañero, y dieron comienzo a la ocupación que se mantendría casi continua hasta 1933. Los echó Augusto César Andino y el pueblo nicaragüense. 1914, México. 1915, Haití. 1916, República Dominicana. 1918, Panamá. 1924, Honduras. 1925, Panamá. 1926, Nicaragua. 1927, Nicaragua. 1930, República Dominicana.
Family, let's not forget. Let's not forget that he's naming these years. All right, let me put it on mute. Hold on. Watch this. I'm gonna put it on mute. And every year, 1911 in Mexico invasion, right? The excuse that supposedly Pancho Villa invaded them. That's where it all started, right? And then 1917, the fumigation of our people. Who was in power then? Who was not in slavery anymore? Suckers, 1865 happened a long time ago. And you guys already had representation in politics. Those laws that were being passed, we weren't voting on them. Matter of fact, white and black folks been the voting parties the whole entire time. We are a very small percentage. So who is voting for these things to happen? Who is actually sitting by the manifested Monroe Doctrine, the sphere of influence? It is two nations, just like you said, Meshi, two nations of people. Y'all tag team this thing. But this time, it's over. You see, before, we came in peace. This time, I'm going to remind you guys of this. You reminded me, Meshi, because now, the Most High, listen to this. This is from American Holocaust. This is the spirit that they're messing with. And I'm glad that you think we got to be like Africans to be like great Salvador Sanchez or Chavez. Y'all don't know our history, especially mine. It says here, unlike most of the Caribbean people, the Spanish encountered the inhabitants of Mexico had a good deal of experience with warfare. To be sure, Aztec warriors were MESHIACHA warriors were trained in highly individualistic fighting techniques, since the aim of battle was not to kill masses of the enemy, but rather to capture and bring back a single worthy opponent to be sacrificed at the following years of ceremonies of fertility. I'm gonna tell you guys something, fam. I never liked jumping people, man. I always wanted one-on-one because I wanted to make sure that there was no excuses. Still, those fighting skills were formidable, and when combined with Aztec and Norman numerical advantages, they were more than a match for any invading army of Europe. As the Europeans' interlopers' own accounts make clear, individual Indian warriors repeatedly showed themselves the equal or more of any among the Spanish militia. The story of one Aztec soldier, Mexica soldier, who in hand-to-hand combat fought off a handful of Spanish horsemen. When they could not bring him down, one of the Spanish threw a lance at the Indian, who caught it and fought for another hour before being shot by two archers and then stabbed. But what was but one among innumerable such reports from the conquistadors themselves. It ain't happening again. It ain't happening again. Not on this watch. Not now. Not ever again. In 1888, let me see this real quick, because I'm coming after you, Masons. 1880, Mexican's War of Independence was Spanish-European separation from Europe monarchy. 1910 revolution was an intermasonic war of Europeans, never to liberate natives from parasites. Matter of fact, that actually has to do with the Ladinos. So I'm going to show that link. Let's go.
Norteamericanos invaden Nicaragua.
I'm just letting it go.
y dieron comienzo a la ocupación que se mantendría casi continua hasta 1933. Los echó Augusto César Andino y el pueblo nicaragüense. 1914, México. 1915, Haití. 1916, República Dominicana. 1918, Panamá. 1924, Honduras. 1925, Panamá. 1926, Nicaragua. 1927, Nicaragua. 1930, República Dominicana. 1933, Nicaragua. Nicaragua en el 34, Panamá en el 41. Luego la Escuela de las Américas. Luego está allí el TIAR en Cuba, 1952, 1954, el derrocamiento de Jacobo Arbenz en Guatemala, 1956, Nicaragua. 1960, el presidente Eisenhower autoriza realización a gran escala de acciones encubiertas para derribar el gobierno de Fidel Castro. Y luego Playa Girón, 1961. Es decir, aquí podemos seguir. João Goulart en Brasil, 1964. 1965, querido presidente del Consejo de Seguridad. ¿Cuántos murieron en República Dominicana por la invasión, avalada por la Organización de Estados Americanos, para derrocar un gobierno que no les convenía o que no les gustaba ideológicamente, el gobierno del gran dominicano y nuestro americano que fue Juan Bosch? La doctrina Monroe. Debería ser Estados Unidos el que esté evaluado y sometido a examen permanente por su permanente irrespeto al derecho internacional e intromisión, injerencia, invasiones detrás de los golpes de Estado. Después vino el golpe en 1973 contra el presidente Salvador Allende, después de Guatemala también. En 2002, en Venezuela, presidente George Bush, golpe de Estado. Lo negaron, pero reconocieron al dictador y hay un precedente. 1911.
It doesn't stop, fam. It doesn't stop. Continuous chaos, right? Let's finish this.
In 2019, former Trump National Security Advisor John Bolton declared, quote, "The Monroe Doctrine is alive and well," end quote. To put it simply, even if Russia was not ruled by a corrupt, oligarchic, authoritarian leader like Vladimir Putin, Russia, like the United States, would still have an interest in the security policies of its neighbors.
Watch this real quick. So these are the beneficiaries, and these are the people that stand behind this statement. And this is why when they make these comments, these comments should go real deep and have a very significant meaning to you guys. You just can't overlook them because what they're saying has a heavy weight. Like this right here.
Go back to your own fucking country.
Watch what this dumb broad says. Let's go. But it ain't just this nation. I'm gonna call you both out.
Go back to your own fucking country.
What else? Come on. Say
Yeah,
it.
go back to Mexico.
You know, my very first video on this account was in response to this type of behavior. And in that video, I stated this, that the difference between indigenous people of these lands and foreigners is that your ancestors either met the boat or they came over on it. Now, I know that rubbed more than a few people the wrong way, but not a single person has been able to dispute that one basic truth. And to that truth, I'd like to add one more. Now, this applies whether you're first-generation immigrant or 25th generation, whether your family came over on the Mayflower or wrote the Declaration of Independence itself. On behalf of my ancestors and the indigenous blood that runs through my veins, as long as there is one single drop of indigenous blood on these lands, you, your ancestors, and your descendants to that blood, you will always be foreign.
Damn right about that. Damn right about that, fam. Now, who are these foreigners? Let's check this out. I'm gonna show you something. All right, so check it, bro. This is from Park Ethnography. Let's read. African spores of Spanish America. This is what I'm talking about, Meshi. The first Africans of Spain were known as Ladinos, or Hispanicized Africans, and were soldiers, servants, settlers. Remember that. Soldiers, servants, settlers, and slaves. So they were soldiers first. They were also servants, and then settlers, meaning conquerors, right? They began to arrive in America as late as the 15th century, many as auxiliaries to the Spanish and Portuguese explorers. As Matthew Bristol states, from the very onset of Spanish activity in America, Africans were present both in voluntary expeditions and as involuntary colonists, the two heads. Many of people of African descent initially saw passage to the New World as a means of bettering their social and economic positions. Given their numbers, roles in Spanish port cities like Seville, and generally depressed economic conditions, it is not surprising that both free and enslaved Africans hoped to improve their lot by crossing the Atlantic and the early voyages of exploration and conquest. Really? You weren't forced? No. Those who voluntarily set out an expedition and became part of the armed auxiliaries were more likely than those in unarmed roles to gain freedom. The African pioneers who set out for a new world contributed greatly to the building and maintenance of colonial societies. Together with the Europeans, they formed a specialized and limited pool of human resources circulating throughout the circum-Caribbean area between 1519 and 1600. 155.6 thousand Africans embarked in the Spanish-American mainland and another 187.7 thousand over the next 50 years. Africans and their descendants were the integral part of the exploration of the Spanish America from the 15th and 18th century. Spanish expeditions within what became the United States largely covered Florida and Southwest. African men and women were part of the number of Spanish expeditions. Pánfilo de Narváez, black man who used dogs in 1528 from Cuba to Florida, is one example. Estebancito as well. Juan Guerrado de Reza is also. 1600 included African soldiers, their mulatto wives and children, and Isabella Oliveira, a mulatto woman who was African. These are just 3 examples of many expeditions, which included Africans and African Americans among members. Pánfilo de Narváez expedition given an example of how Africans potentially adjusted to the life of circumstances. You guys could read that there, supposedly black Mexican, but he was from Morocco. Look. Conquistadors and militia. You see this picture here? This picture should tell you, give you 1,000 words. Look at this. Well, I guess it's not there. 16th century conquistadors of African and Afro-Hispanic American descent, hereafter referred to as black conquistadors, okay, were as much part of the exploration of America as their Spanish counterparts.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
Many people of African descent use military services as a means of emancipation and inclusion to Spanish society. As the number of expeditions increased, the people within Spanish American began to settle. Black conquistadors figured predominantly in the securing of these lands. They were given encomiendas too. In Chile, porteros. They were either, look, in his lifetime, they were either doorkeepers, criers. You know what criers are? The people that actually give me the $1, $2,000, $3, so speak for 50 cents. That's exactly what they were. Eventually, through the pobreza or petitionary proof of merit, Juan was given a house plot, but he was never granted a position in the city of Mexico, other than the typical occupied by blacks. Black conquistadors in Yucatan. Juan Valiente, black conquistador, another example. In Guatemala, Peru, Chile. In result of his conquest was given an estate, Indian slaves in an Indian town to pay him tribute. The examples of these 4 black conquistadors and brief synopsis of their conquest and occupation shed light on the social and economic position available to black conquistadors at the time. Look at this. Spanish American soldiers. Watch this real quick. In the 17th century came to a close, the racial ethnic composition of black conquistadors changed. The majority of the conquistadors were now be mulattoes. You see this? As of the 17th century, as the 17th century came to a close, the racial and ethnic composition of black conquistadors changed. The majority of conquistadors would now be mulattoes, free and enslaved, as opposed to their earlier counterparts who were Africans. Come on, man. Tell them. Down again. Gotcha, bitch. So as you can see, the first ones that were arriving, now I know why. What's the movie called? Let me see what's the movie called. Hold on. I'm gonna try to do something real quick, fam. Because matter of fact, hold on a second. I may have a scene. I may have the scene. Hold on, let me see. Is that it? No. Let me see if I can pull it up from here. This one. Popular. All right, this is from, what did I post? Give me a second. Even the rain. Okay. Even the rain. All right, hold on. Even the rain. Even the rain scene. See, you got to pay attention to these things, family. Watch this. I'm going to show you this, okay? So remember, keep in mind what the book is saying. Watch this scene real quick and pay attention to who these guys are. Hold on, hold on. Let me see. Is it this one? Yeah, let's check this out, okay? Watch this. Pay attention to the soldiers.
Te bautizaré y obtendrás la gloria y la paz en el cielo, de lo contrario sufrirás un tormento eterno en el infierno.
First of all, pay attention to the hair, okay? Their hair is really curly. All right, let's go.
En el nombre de Cristo todavía puedes salvar tu alma. Aprender la diferencia entre el cielo y el infierno. Pedirle perdón al Señor. Yo te bautizaré y obtendrás la gloria y la paz eterna en el cielo. De lo contrario sufrirás un tormento eterno. Cristiano, sí.
Cachahuaychis infierno, man.
¡Silencio! Esto es lo que os ocurrirá si desafiáis a los cristianos.
Give me a second. This is not the scene. I'm looking for the scene where, let me see. Is it this one?
En tanto que gobernador de esta isla os tratasen con respeto y cordialidad.
Hold on.
Solicitamos a la reina de España como legisladores de esta capitán. Vosotros a voluntad.
First of all, pay attention to this right here. As you know, they're blonde, but at the same time, dark hair. They're dark-skinned people. Okay? Watch this. I'm looking for a scene where they actually have, let me see, is it this one? Let's see. También la lluvia. Let me see. So this is the movie, they're filming it. And I'm trying to look for the scene where, hold on, where you at? This is where they're chasing them. Right? This is where they cut their hand. This is where they actually chase them. Give me a second. This is the whole movie right here. All right, so I'm looking for the scene because I'm going to have to do this, fam. I want to point something out. They give us hints. Let me see. Is it here? No, 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 no. I'm just winging it right now, so bear with me. Oh, it's probably in the beginning. Let me see. All right, it's going to be right there. They're practicing. Okay. They're practicing. It's a good movie. It's a good movie. You know what I mean? So they're practicing right there. I just want to show you the vision, the view of this particular soldier. It's interesting how they depict him. And I wish I would have caught this before, but it's just the Most High. You know, he put it in my spirit to find it now. So I want to show you something. There's a scene where, not this one, not the hands are chopped off. There's a scene where he's waiting for them, I guess. Hold on, is this here? I think this is it, fam. Darn it. I may not be able to find it, but okay. Here it goes right here. Okay, here it goes right here. Watch this. So these guys are going to show up.
Comandante, la corona os procesará por esto.
No lo creo, padre.
¡Esto no es cristiano, por Dios!
Escoged a 13 y liberad al resto. Uno por cada discípulo y uno por Jesucristo. ¿Queréis escoger los dos?
Eso es un sacrilegio.
No, padre. Es un ejemplo. ¿Por qué no os unís a los franciscanos y salváis sus almas? Si es que las tienen. Si se entromete, restadlo.
A ver. Los evangelistas.
Look at his face.
Mateo.
Salváis sus almas. Si es que las tienen.
Watch this real quick, fam.
Si se entromete, restadlo.
A ver. Los evangelistas.
Boom. Look at that. Why did they depict this guy as so dark? As so dark. They're trying to tell you something, okay? They're trying to tell us who these guys are. But see, they can't really tell you up front. So they got to do it this way.
Mateo, Marcos, Lucas, Juan. Padre, ¿podéis ayudarme?
See?
Creo que he olvidado.
Look at that. Look at his image. Are you telling me that this is a so-called white man? No, fam. They're giving you hints.
Los nombres.
César, Carlos,
Manolo,
Paco,
Federico.
A ver, ¿quién hará de Jesucristo?
Look at this man. Why is he so dark? What was he like on a train? Was he digging for charcoal? These are hints. This book is called También la Lluvia. I mean, this movie is called También la Lluvia. Here, let me see if I can get it to you guys. It's an interesting movie. So as you can see, as the 17th century came to a close, the racial ethnicity composition of Black conquistadors changed. That's why you see pictures of more people of light color. The majority of conquistadors would now be mulattoes, free and enslaved, as opposed to the earlier conquistador counterparts who were Africans. These mulattoes were born in Caribbeans or Yucatan, and most were trained in Pardo militia companies. There were also free mulattoes, free blacks in militia companies. You see, in this sistema de castas, don't believe the hype that, oh, it's because we mix. No, they were already mixing within themselves. So now we got to question that. And this is why they use these things. So these two people, right, knew, for example, now that we're getting clarity about who, like, now we're getting clarity, right? Now you understand why it says here, Revelations 2:9, I know thy works in tribulation and poverty, but thou art rich. And I know the blasphemy of them which say they are Jews and are not, but are the synagogues of Satan. Synagogues of Satan. They're saying they're the ones. They're saying they're the Jews, right? Oh my God, no. We're the real people of the Bible. Oh, Sephardic Jews are our people too, even though they had a plethora of involvement. Come on, man. A plethora of involvement with our enslavement, right? That's okay. Chapter 3, verse 9, it says, behold, I will make them of the synagogue of Satan, which say they are Jews and are not, but do lie. Behold, I will make them come and worship before thy feet, to know that I have loved thee. That's to Philadelphia. And this is to Smyrna. So it's two different churches being told, the same thing. So clear as water, fam. Clear as water. Look, so now that you know, we need to understand that this particular thing of invasion and enslavement and captivity wasn't just by one particular nation. The majority of black slave owners were members of the mulatto class. In some cases were the sons and daughters of white slave masters. Many of the mulatto slave owners separated themselves from the masses of black people and attempted to establish a caste system based on color, wealth and free status. These mulattoes of the old free black elite did not attend church with dark-skinned blacks. And these are the guys that are giving these people a bunch of directions in regards to who they are. Because the more they confuse them, the more chances they get to stay on top. Anthony Johnson, Mary Therese Meteor, Williamson Ellison, white skin, black mask. I mean, this goes on and on and on and on. When are you guys going to wake up, family? These are not the people of the book. They are not the tribe of Judah, family. They're not the tribe of Judah. You want to know why? Because I'm going to tell you something about the tribe of Judah. They would be more noble. These suckers are not noble at all. And it's very clear what the Messiah told us, okay? Whether you like to believe it or not, look at what it says here. Matthew 24:27, it says, for as the lightning cometh out of the east, right? Righteousness comes from the east, meaning the curses. Because through pain, we're going to be converted, meaning transformed into the new us. Because pain hurts, fam. So you either endure it, change, or you deal with it and suffer. And shineth even unto the west, so shall the coming of the Son of Man be. For wheresoever the carcass is, there will the eagles be gathered together. And we know that they're here because we're the carcasses. We're the carcasses. So before I show you, I'm going to show you some videos. I appreciate you, bro, because I actually did want to show some of these things. I think it's important. Let me check them out real quick. Julio, let me see real quick.
You're a lesbian.
No, hold on, not that one. Yeah. So now, let me read this real quick. I want you to understand, family, that this is bitter wisdom. And bitter wisdom is going to hurt. Bitter wisdom is going to make you dislike people. Bitter wisdom is going to make you question. But it's a way to wake up. Okay? So we have to really understand that this is a test. This is a test. So let me see if I can get it. Job 31, verse 15 and 17. It says, hold on. Where are you at? I had her down. Come on, man. Give me a second. This is really making me upset now. I really wrote this down, and it's not even the right verse. Hold on. I lifted up my hands against the pillars of the gate. Germany did this broken line. I could not endure. Confidence, God, and brightness, my hand. What? It rejoiced. Okay, here it goes right here. Let me read to where it says, verse 24. If I had made gold, I'm sorry, Job 31:24. If I had made gold with hope. I'm sorry, if I had made gold my hope, or have said to the fine gold, thou art my confidence. If I rejoice because my wealth was great, and because mine hand had gotten much. And if I behold the sun when it shineth, or the moon walking in brightness, and my heart had been secretly enticed, or my mouth had kissed my hand. These also were an iniquity to be punished by the judge, for I should have denied the God that is above. Check this out. If I rejoice at the destruction of him that hateth me, or lift up myself when evil found him, neither have I suffered my mouth to sin by wishing a curse to his soul. This is Job, a perfect man. You know, and it made me really think about this, family. It made me really think about what it means by bitter wisdom. And a brother and I were talking about unconditional. Like, why are you in this? Why are you in it? Like, are you really in it for the Most High? Or are you in it for yourself? Because we know that a lot of these converts are in it for themselves. They say they love the Most High. They say they do. But we know that they don't. Here's why. Romans 12, verse 19. Watch what it reads. It says, dearly beloved, avenge not yourselves, but rather give place unto wrath. But for it is written, vengeance is mine, I will be paid, saith the Lord. Vengeance is of the Lord. Now, how do you determine when it's vengeance? When can you act on it and when you can't? Well, first of all, because let's put it this way, okay? I'm going to show you this real quick. I'm almost done. Hold on. And my stuff is really making me upset, fam, because I don't know if it's the battery or this mouse or what. It's really like not letting me move. I don't know, man. It's really bothering me. All right, hold up. It's probably the battery. Anyways, John 8:32, and it reads, and ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. Like people read that. Yeah, well, you know the truth. Shut up, man. Give me a second. Let me look for it. Give me a second. Hold on. Matthew 7. Watch this real quick. Matthew 7. Watch what it reads, all right? Matthew 7, verse 22. And it reads, many will say in that day, Lord, Lord, have we not prophesied in thy name? And in thy name have cast out devils? And in thy name done many wonderful works? Then will I profess unto them, and then will I profess unto them, I never knew you. Depart from me, ye that work iniquity. So why is he saying that? Why is he saying that? A lot of people read that and you're like, man, what's he talking about? Well, how do you know what he's going to put you away like that? Here's how you know. All right, Matthew 19. Watch what it reads. Here goes, right here. Matthew 19:16. Thank you, Vladimir. Appreciate you, man. And behold, one came and said unto him, good master, what good thing should I do that I may have eternal life? And he said unto him, why calleth me good? There is none good but one, that is God. And if thou wilt enter into life, keep the commandments. Right? Keep the commandments. Hold on a second. It says, keep the commandments. And he said unto him, which, Jesus, which? The Messiah said, thou shalt do no murder, thou shalt not commit adultery, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not bear false witness. And he said unto him, false witness, honor thy father and thy mother, and thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. The young man said unto him, all these things have I kept from my youth up, and lack I yet. Then it says, what it basically said, I've done all that, so I still got more to do. And he goes, the Messiah said unto him, if thou wilt be perfect, go and sell that thou hast, and give to the poor, and thou shalt have treasures in heaven, and come and follow me. But when the young man heard that saying, he went away sorrowful, for he had great possessions. So you read that and you're like, oh, well, you see, man, it's because of the material stuff. No, you guys need to dig deeper than this. You need to dig deeper. You need to dig deeper, fam. Watch this real quick. Luke 15. All right. Luke 15. Where you at? Here it goes right here. Watch this. This is a very interesting parable. The parable of the prodigal son, it says, and he said, a certain man had two sons. And the young of them said to his father, Father, give me the portion of the goods so that falleth to me. And he divided them into him, and he divided unto them his living. And many days after, the younger son gathered all together and took his journey into a far country, and there wasted his substance with riotous living. And when he had spent all, there arose a mighty famine in that land, and he began to want. And he went and joined himself with the citizens of that country, and he sent him into his field to feed swine. And he would fain have filled his belly with the husk of the swine did eat, and no man gave unto him. Meaning, even though nobody wanted to give him that food, right? So he watched this. So he really realizes what he's doing. And when he came to himself, he said, how many hired servants of my father have bread enough and to spare, and I perish with hunger? I will rise and go to my father, and I will say to him, Father, I have sinned against heaven and before thee, and I am no more worthy to be called thy son. Make me as one of thy servants. As one of thy servants. You see, family, what it comes down to is that a lot of these people that claim that they know God, or they love God, or they love the Most High, they love them with conditions. You see, if you really look at their doctrine, it says that they're going to judge the nations, they're going to enslave the nations, they're going to have riches, they're going to have the white man and all these heathens under their throat, and they're going to have kingdoms, and they're going to have women and all these things. So now they're boastful about it. That's the only reason they believe. So let's say, so the only reason you want to repent is because I may give you a kingdom. You see, the young man said, but I've done all that. He said, let go of your golds. But no, I'll be poor. You see, the only reason these people do it is with conditions attached. You see, family, I'll be sincere with you. I don't give a damn about how many women we'll have in heaven, in the new world, or like in the new kingdom, or how much land we're gonna have, or how we're gonna conquer nations, and we're gonna do this. And do you want to know something? The moment I found out that God would forgive me for my sins, that's all I cared about. I didn't care for gold. I didn't care for land. I didn't care for women. I didn't care for prestige or power. I just wanted to do the right thing. And I wanted to stop sinning. That's all I cared about. And you see, with this prodigal son that he's talking about, listen, I don't even deserve to be your son, Father. Just give me a chance to come. Just forgive me, please. And see, this is why the Messiah said, yo, listen, those rich men, like it's easier for a camel to walk through a needle than you, rich man, to make it. Like, seriously. Let me see if I can find it. I think I might have been there. Come on, you see how this is acting stupid on me, family? I really don't like this. Watch. Oh, yeah. Go back to Matthew 19. That's right. Yeah. Hold on. Come on, man. Matthew 19:24. Then it says, well, let's go back. 23. It says, then Jesus said unto his disciples, verily I say unto you, that a rich man shall hardly enter into the kingdom of heaven. And again, I say unto you, it is easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter into the kingdom of God. Why? Because you want something. You want something back. That the only reason you will repent is if you get a kingdom. Well, how boring is it just to repent? How about we just freaking repent? I don't care for riches, family. What I care about is this that has destroyed us. I'm honestly, I just ask God, please just get rid of these people, man. Just send them back to where they came from. We don't want reparations. We don't want revenges of the Lord. We just want to raise our family right. We just want to serve the Most High in the proper way. So pay attention. Pay attention to pictures. Look at this monster, man. And I don't mean it because it looks fucking, excuse me. Damn, there you go. Sorry about that. I mean, look at him. He's huge. As big as a horse. And then they got dogs? Man, you crazy. This is reality, fam. Anyhow. So now I'm going to show you the videos because I do want to say that if you're trying to tell me, see, this is where the severing begins. Start separating yourselves, family, because we are the people of the book. And there are people here in this land of ours that claims to be. But actions speak louder than words. Jubilees 9 says that by sedition, Canaan will die. And seditious children, Canaan will have. Well, let's find out what exactly it means. This is a tribe in action. They're not Hebrews. Let's go.
Tonight, 22 people are wounded and 1 is dead after a mass shooting in West suburban Willowbrook. New video shows the moments after the chaos in the parking lot of a strip mall near Honeysuckle Rose Lane and Route 83. People were gathered here to celebrate Juneteenth when those shots were fired around 12:30 this morning.
Take a look at this. Chicago. Chaos yesterday. Cell phone video showing groups of people jumping on random cars. Several people were shot overnight in Chicago. Young people running wild in the city. There were several videos just like this of kids just going wild. There was also a major brawl at the Chicago White Sox game in the stands. What is going on in Chicago? This is a news story happening today, reported by several news organizations in Chicago. Out of control in Chicago. I'm Dave Bonnie. I'm keeping it real.
Year, it's bigger and better, bringing people together.
I think it's the fact of us celebrating each other.
Hey, listen, family, let's stop BSing, man. Let's stop BSing, okay? And call it for what it is. So, look, I'm not here to educate you guys, you heathens. Y'all are going to act how you're going to act, okay? Family, this is the time where the shaking begins. The manifestation of the Spirit has begun now. Now we're going to see who the true people of the Bible are. What is your intent? Why are you in this truth, so-called? Do you want a kingdom? Do you want land? Do you want women? Do you want money? You're in it for the wrong reasons. Because y'all have been messing up too much. You were whoremongers. You were adulterers. Shit, you might have even been pedophiles, homosexuals, drug addicts, alcoholics, woman beaters, child abusers. I'm talking about physical, not sexual. Just reckless, lazy, irresponsible, insulting to your parents, disregarding yourself. How about we just ask for repentance? This is bitter wisdom, family. This hurts, but you know what? This should make you look at your gente in a different light and see that, hey, I can see now we're not like other people. The shaking has begun. It's been for a while, I know, but it's really getting tight now. Let's go.
Inclusion and the sheer launch pad that this has become to be, with over 300 businesses on the block. This is the place during the summer where some of these businesses have their record sale day.
For the first time this year, the LA City Council declared Juneteenth a permanent paid holiday for city employees. Juneteenth, known as Freedom Day or Emancipation in America, goes back to 1865 when Major General Gordon Granger informed enslaved black people in Texas of their...
I'm showing this because we're seeing something totally different. Why the hell y'all got to June 19th if you were slaves? I mean, you were slave masters. You were traders. You were settlers. I mean, shoot, man, you have black colleges. And then you have folks saying blatantly that Beyonce said that my designers, all of them were black designers. So what if a white man said, oh, my designers are white designers? He'd sound racist, right? Okay, let's go.
Their freedom.
Juneteenth for me is something that I've always celebrated since I was a child. My great-grandmother was born in East Texas, and, you know, she told me stories of picking cotton and, you know, just horrible people interactions, and she's the one that taught me about Juneteenth.
For a few moments later.
Boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. I gotta tell you guys, this story right here about a group of young. So without further ado, roll the clip.
out. We finna get up out of here. They at McDonald's getting that. Not me. I goes home. I don't think they come. All right. Look at him. He's so okay. No cars coming in. Right.
I finally made it home from Leimert Park. Thank.
Wow. I mean, just wow. I mean, I can't even put. Hey, how come they don't show this on CNN? Why aren't BLM marching and saying we shouldn't do that? Where are your parents at? You see, we always get these statements that we're murderers and drug dealers and that's all we are, right? That we that's how we come. This is the reality of who they are. I'm gonna read this to you guys. I got another video and then we're gonna call it a day. Give me a second. Where are you at? Give me a second. I'm gonna read Jubilees real quick for y'all. Let's go to right here. Where are you? Where the hell is it? No, the give me a second. I think it's right here. It's showing how the lines were divided, right? Then next. Next. There it goes. It says here, this is chapter 10, verse 28. And Ham and his sons went into the land which was to occupy, which he acquired in his portion in the land of the south. And Canaan saw the land of Lebanon to the river Egypt, that it was very good. And he went not into the land of his inheritance to the west, that is West Africa, the sea. And he dwelt in the land of Lebanon, eastward, westward, from the borders of Jordan and from the borders of the sea. And Ham, his father, Cush, and Mizraim, his brothers, said unto him, Thou hast settled in the land which is not thine, and which did not fall by us, that is not to us by lot. Nor to do not do so, for thou doest do so, and thou and thy sons will fall in the land and be accursed through sedition. And by sedition ye have settled, and by sedition will thy children fall. And thou shalt be rooted out forever. Meaning that seditious spirit. So what does sedition mean? Sedition, definition. Conduct or speech inciting people to rebel against authority or state or monarch. Troublemaking, provocation, rebelling, revolt, insurrection, rioting, insurgency, disobedience, resistance. How much more explanations y'all need? What exactly is it gonna help you wrap your minds around the fact that these are not the same people as us? Stop playing these stupid games with that damn 12 chart, man. All of this is confusing you. And it's putting you in an anger towards a particular people that really aren't the only ones that deserve it. That's what I'm trying to say with you guys. You see, how come you guys are so good at calling a white man all this and that? But yet I'm showing you things that black people have done, and you guys shut up. You don't say nothing. Why is that different? Huh? It's okay. And then all of a sudden, because the slavery that the Anglo did, that's called manifest destiny. This towards us, the slavery that they did towards the so-called black Africans, that's a curse of Deuteronomy 28. Why? You see, sedition, incitement, any action, especially in speech or writing, promoting such discontent or rebellion, rebellious disorder, by sedition and through sedition, and your root will be rooted out. Will be rooted out. Look, I got, listen, now you guys, hey, listen, I'm gonna tell them, hey, babe, mommy, if you have my kids right now watching, please don't show them this. If you guys have children right now, I would say, please leave the room, because I'm gonna show you something. We are in Sodom and Gomorrah, okay? We are in the age of prostitution and whoring out, okay? That's just a fact. And this nation of people, these two nations that are doing this, they're doing it at the same time. Psychological warfare. They're enticing you. Two people, these two nations are in power of the media and are also the actors of the media. You know who I'm talking about. That book I'm gonna bring out, which I showed y'all, there's a lot of in there. There's a lot in there. Listen. I don't recommend to give this person any clout or any flavor, nothing. But I'm gonna show you something so disgusting. I need you to pay attention to the words here. Okay, so if you guys have children, yeah, man, for sure. If you guys have children, please don't have them listen to this, okay? This is disgusting as it gets. And I don't give a damn what Willie Lynch book you use. Oh, it's because our people are destroyed. Listen, we went through slavery too, suckers. You don't see us doing this. Two nation of people, two nations with two heads. We already know that many so-called Jews finance the slave trade. And now we see that many Africans help them. Let's go. Get the kids out, please.
Take heed, fuck these niggas up.
Listen to the words.
I'm out of town, thuggin' with my round. My coochie pink, my booty hole brown. Where the niggas? I'm looking for the hoes. Quit playing nigga, cause suck a bitch soul. Pound town, just left Pound town. Let my nigga, he just took a bitch down. Yeah, that nigga dick a bitch down. Yeah, that nigga eat me out. Pound town, just left Pound town. Let my nigga, he just took a bitch down. Yeah, that nigga dick a bitch down. Yeah, that nigga eat me out. I'm out here in Miami, looking for the hoochie daddy. Where they at? Where the niggas that get ratchet? Where they at? My son need a new pappy. Too many bitches, where the niggas at? I'm tryna get my coochie scratched. Yeah. I'm tryna get my coochie stretched. Yeah. You know them dreadheads do it the best. Oh yeah. I like a nigga with a check. All my niggas give me neck. You know I'm sexy, I'm the best. I'm the shit, little bitch, I'm that. You know I can't say his name, cause he be cheap. I love you, baby. Yeah. And I'm the reason. Niggas love a bad bitch. Yeah, yeah. What Suki say, nut on my tits. Sexy. Pound town, just left Pound town. Let my nigga, he just took a bitch down. Yeah, that nigga dick a bitch down. Yeah, that nigga eat me out. Pound town, just left Pound town. Let my nigga, he just took a bitch down. Yeah, that nigga dick a bitch down. Yeah, that nigga eat me out.
They're making this woman famous. Matter of fact, I guess Nicki Minaj jumped in this. Oh, family, man. I'm so thankful that we get a chance to repent, you know. Let me see. What's that? Never mind, bro. But holistically, Africans are exposed by, yeah, exactly. That's exactly what the whole point is, man. They're exposing themselves by their own actions. Let's go to Hebrews real quick, and then we're going to finish it. This is my point, fam. So even though we're learning a lot of these things in our history and all that, we still got to work within our spirit. This is a balance, family. This is a balance. Watch this, Hebrews 12:12. Watch what it says. It says, as a matter of fact, I'll read it in a little easier translation. It says, lift up your tired hand then and straighten your trembling knees. Keep walking on straight paths so that the lame foot may not be disabled, but instead be healed. So allow your time to heal itself. Don't ignore the things that you have within you that you haven't fixed. Don't ignore that lame foot, so to speak. Instead, keep walking and examine yourself. It says, try to be at peace with everyone. It says try, because it's hard. And try to live a holy life, because no one will see the Lord without it. The peace within you. Guard against turning back from the grace of God. Let no one become like a bitter plant. Let's listen to this. Let no one become like a bitter plant that grows up and causes many troubles with its poison. So the bitterness that I teach you isn't to brute you with bitterness, like to affect your spirit. It's to strengthen our bond. It's to show you that I love you, brothers. I love you, sisters. I pain to see this. So by me keeping the laws, by me honoring the commandments, I hope that you do them too. And together we grow. So when you keep them, I keep them. You don't think that I'm going to rob you or hurt you or kill you or take advantage of you. It says here, guard against his turning away from the grace of God. Let no one become like a bitter plant that grows up and causes many troubles with his poison. That's why it says, let no one become immoral or unspiritual like Esau, who for a single meal sold his right as his oldest son, because it didn't matter to him, because he was all stressed out. I'm hungry. I don't care. It don't matter to me. You see, that's what I'm saying. I'm the first child. It's going to come to me no matter what. And that's the attitude you don't want to have. Oh, I'm a Hebrew. That happened to us. I know who you are now. You're my enemy. F you. You know, feel my feet. Nah, bro. Afterwards, you know, he wanted to receive his father's blessing, but he was turned back because he could not find any way to change what he had done. Even though in tears he looked for it, because he looked for it. Don't want to be that guy. Any bitterness, whatever I teach you, absorb it, chew on it. Understand that it's our fault, no one else's. Our fault, no one else's. I wanted to show you this real quick because whenever people read this scripture whenever people read this scripture, right? You go to like these chapters here, 51. They will eat your livestock, Deuteronomy 28:51, right? They will eat your livestock, your crops. You will starve to death. They will not leave you a grain, wine, olive oil, cattle, or sheep, or you will die, right? So it says here, they will attack every town in the land that the Lord your God is giving you. And the high and fortified walls in which you trust will fall. When your enemies are besieging your towns, you will become so desperate for food that you will even eat the children that the Lord God has given you. And that did happen, family. And the most refined man of the noble birth will become so desperate during the siege that he will eat some of his own children because he has no other food. He will not even give any to his brother to eat, to the wife he loves, or to any of his children who are left. We have pictures of this. And now that you know, when they were feeding our children to dogs and destroying our cattle and our land, look, I don't know what I don't think I would ever do it, fam, but I've never starved like that. I never have. And I cannot imagine seeing something like this, destroying your children, bloody murder, just like that. All right, fam. So anyhow, that's all I got. I do want to say this, okay? I want to say this because a brother of mine requested it, so I want to say this before I go. Let's go ahead and do this. This is Matthew 6. I'm going to play it right now, and then I'm going to finish the video. I got something to share with you. Well, actually, just, you know, some songs. That's it, fam. But before I leave, let me play let me do the Matthew 6. I'm going to end it with a prayer, okay? Lord willing, you know, y'all are in the spirit. And then once I finish with the prayer, I'll put the song and I'll end it. Okay, fam? Appreciate y'all being here, man. You guys been very solid, man. A solid, people attending. And again, this is all for the reawakening. This is all to strengthen your spirit. This is not to create bitterness in your heart, family. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to bring us back together, man. The gathering, the bringing us back together. Okay, that's what I'm trying to do. Be smart. Be smart. All right. Anyways, let me show you guys real quick. Hold up a second. Oh, shoot. All right, hold on. Here it goes. If you can have a piece of quiet. Hold on. All right, ready? This is the book of Matthew, chapter 9. After this manner, therefore, pray ye, Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. Amen. Isaiah chapter 58 and verse 1. Cry aloud, spare not, lift up thy voice like a trumpet, and show my people their transgressions, and the house of Jacob their sins. Okay, fam. So again, appreciate y'all being here. Let me go ahead and take this off. I'm gonna play a song, and man, I had something to share with you, and I just forgot. I kind of forgot a couple of things today. I'm not sure why. Hopefully, I'm not getting too old. All right. So anyhow, here's what I got for y'all. Hopefully, appreciate it, man. Shalom, everybody. And oh, that's what it was. So right now, family, right now, the time. Okay. We get these classes, we're learning together. Make time for your children. Spend time, quality time with them. Even if it's 10 minutes a day, 15, time it, who cares? Just when you deal with them, like see them. Spend time with your wife or your husband. Like do those things. When you're out in the world and working in society, think of you within the Most High is within you. At all times, think of our brotherhood or your sisterhoods. Think of your people always. And any bitterness, get rid of it. That's our job. That's our job. Don't wish for a kingdom because you're going to get something back. It has to be unconditional love. If all you care about is repentance, stick with that. Because if you have any other interest, the Most High is going to say, I did not know you because you had other interest. You weren't interested in repenting. All right, so let's go.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Huh. Respect and love from the world, nigga. Show them. You nigga on a microphone. Can I sit in number 15? Rock you in the studio. Bomba, claro. ¿De qué manera sufre el alma cuando alguien se va? No hay medicina que cure esa larga enfermedad. La vitamina de la vida en esta sociedad es tan divina que por nombre tiene libertad. Libérate de la mentira que está por llegar. Mide tu orgullo antes de empezar a hablar. Cierra la puerta a quien no merezca entrar, porque hay mucho que se fue y sueña con regresar. Hablemos en silencio y así no me mentirás. El poder de la palabra muere cuando hablan de más. No me fío de oraciones que se dicen por detrás. Si me miras a los ojos no te mentiré jamás. Que besar por besar es jugar por jugar. Y vivir sin amores, vivir sin sin amar. Solo queda la fe, solo queda soñar. Ponte de pie, ready para luchar. Some love, I can just smoke and there are some love them. I can just smoke and there are some love. I remember no fire, no burn. Ribby day. Cali with a mama soul, yeah. ¿De cuánto tiempo hablamos cuando hablamos de querer? Si la mitad lo malgastamos solo en comprender. ¿De qué manera es más fácil aprender? Que nacemos para ganar y morimos al perder. No puedo dejar de animarte, que cuando te caigas debes levantarte. Llegué para contarte que no todo artista muere por su arte. Traigo el honor de un humano con valor que utiliza poesía para respirar mejor. Escribo prosa para vengar al amor y recuerda aquella rosa que tiraron al contenedor. ¿Dónde se quedó el amor? Hey, que no vean sitio, no microphone forever, never. Tell me, roll some love, I can just smoke and the light, some love them. I Rastafari, my life, some love. I remember no fire, no burn, ribby day. I live with a mama soul, yeah. Reggae man a mama warrior day. Not I really think. Yeah, man. Si se piensa que la música es un juego, lo lleva claro, hermano. Desde España, internacional, bomba, clack, you, nego. Not so really easy. No. Pure nigga on a microphone. Hey, tell us all what. Tell us anything. Tell if I'm a Rasta, feeling on my sin. Hey, more love.
Ical, hijo, abre los ojos. Tu cuerpo se queda con nosotros, pero tu espíritu debe seguir. Busca la luz. Aléjate de las sombras. Deja que nuestro dolor sea tu fuerza. Desde aquí iluminamos tu camino. Lucha como nosotros ante esta pena tan grande. Yo soy tú. Tú eres yo. La muerte que hoy nos separa, mañana volverá a unirnos. Eres libre, hijo.
a city of Galilee named
Every Sunday, in every corner of the world,
virgin betrothed to a man whose
people
name,
gather to hear a story.
and the virgin's name was Mary.
For more than 2,000 years, that story has been told and retold.
And to bear a son.
Along the way,